don't want any more regrets. Whatever it takes, count me in.
Today, I'm bringing you a video that has been years in the making. The entire Resident Evil story, from beginning to end, in a single video. We are talking every mainline game, every major twist, and every engineered virus, all laid out in one long chronological deep dive. Starting with Resident Evil 0 and going all the way through to Resident Evil 9, Requiem, 13 games covered back to back. I originally covered each game as its own individual video and stitched them all together into one massive saga. So whether you are brand new to the series and want to understand the full story before jumping in, or a longtime fan, or simply someone who enjoys watching a pharmaceutical company accidentally create zombies and then somehow pivot to selling giant mutant spiders for $30 million a pop, then you are in the right place. When you are ready, grab a cookie and a hot chocolate, sit back, and let's start where it all began.
It began as a simple investigation of some bizarre murders in the suburbs of Raccoon City. Nothing in our training could ever have prepared us for the nightmare that ensued.
Resident Evil 0.
In this video, we will be looking at the lore of the first game in the Resident Evil timeline, Resident Evil 0. So, let's get started. As night falls one evening of July 23rd, 1998, the Ecliptic Express, a train owned by Umbrella, travels through the Arklay Mountains. The Ecliptic Express was part of Umbrella's efforts to provide its employees with privately operated short-line railroads in Arklay County, home to Raccoon City, to reduce the likelihood that they, or Umbrella's secrets, would be revealed to the general public. The Ecliptic Express was designed to transport people rather than cargo to exclusive terminals close to Umbrella's headquarters. The Arklay Mountains were located at the outskirts of Raccoon City, and thousands of notorious Umbrella Corporation facilities, including the Arklay Laboratory and the Umbrella Executive Training School. Umbrella had planned for the Ecliptic Express to arrive at the Umbrella's Executive Training School on that fateful evening of 1998, after traveling deep into Raccoon Forest. The employees had set out to find a replacement for the Arklay Laboratory by recruiting scientists, technicians, and workers to oversee the training school's renovations and reopening. At around 8 p.m., however, leeches suddenly launched an organized attack on the train. Several leeches break through the windows and attack the passengers of a train as they are being watched by a mysterious man singing an opera piece from a nearby mountaintop. This mystery person is none other than the Queen Leech, a monster created as a result of Dr. James Marcus's experiments before his passing. And why would this opera-loving queen man want to sabotage an Umbrella train? Well, because it wanted revenge on Umbrella for taking out its creator, Dr. Marcus. As we'll discuss more in detail later, the train stops not far from the Spencer Mansion, which is obscured by a forest of trees. Those who survive the leech attack awake as zombies with cannibalistic urges. Umbrella is alerted to the attack immediately, and a team from the Umbrella Security Service, or USS, is dispatched with instructions to retrieve the train. But the USS team too comes under attack. Soon, the Raccoon Police Department's elite force, known as STARS, is notified of the attack. A unit within STARS called the Bravo Team, which Rebecca is a part of, is deployed in a helicopter to the Arklay Mountains. They are tasked with finding what's behind the cannibalistic and animal attacks in the area. But at around 10 p.m., the helicopter's engine suffers a sudden and catastrophic failure, and the team is forced to make an emergency landing. Struggling with the helicopter's controls, the pilot and co-pilot manage to keep the helicopter in the air until the tail rotor collides with a tree branch, sending the helicopter into a violent spin. However, the pair is able to land the battered helicopter in one piece, with minimal casualties.
What's going on? Engine failure. Emergency landing.
Our favorite field medic, Rebecca, is of course amongst the survivors. Though no one knows for sure what caused the engine failure, it is believed that Albert Wesker, who was at this time part of STAR's Alpha team, sabotaged the engine to lure the STAR's team into Spencer's mansion, so they could be used as guinea pigs to test the strength of Umbrella's mutations.
It was a stormy night when the leeches overwhelmed the Ecliptic Express. The Special Forces unit sent to investigate the area reported an emergency, but the announcement was suddenly cut off and followed only by silence. Enter the STAR's unit member, Rebecca Chambers. Umbrella has been at the center of my plans for a long time, but the train incident would prove to be the beginning of the end.
So yeah, I guess Wesker just has a habit of betraying everyone he has ever come into contact with. Following the landing, pilot Kevin Dooley stays behind, as the remaining Bravo team investigates the surrounding area. This would turn out to be a poor choice on Dooley's part, as he would soon be attacked by a mutated Umbrella breed of dog called Cerberus. The remaining Bravo team members, including Rebecca, travel until they reach a damaged military vehicle. All of its drivers had perished, and the team finds Billy's file, who at this time was being transported to face his maker, but who was nowhere to be found. The Bravo team leader, Captain Enrico Marini, has the team up and running on the theory that Billy must have taken out his guards so he could escape, and tells the team to look out for him. So, Rebecca sets out and searches for Raccoon Forest and discovers the Ecliptic Express train, stopped in its tracks and with the lights on. She slowly and cautiously makes her way into the train, weapon drawn. She enters and announces herself as a member of the Bravo team. She continues to walk through the train until she runs into a man that looks to be deceased as a result of heavy injuries. But the man wakes up and begins to inch closer to Rebecca. Rebecca turns around, only to realize she is surrounded by several zombie-looking men. After getting away from them, she makes her way to the front of the train and runs into Billy. As charming as he is, Billy, of course, pulls out a weapon and points it toward Rebecca. Rebecca tries to arrest Billy, but he, of course, resists. At this point, it seems Rebecca realizes that her time is better spent figuring out what in the world is going on, rather than chasing Billy.
Billy. Lieutenant Cohen.
So, you seem to know me. Been fantasizing about me, have you?
You're the prisoner that was being transferred for execution. You were with those soldiers outside.
Oh, I see. You're with stars. Well, no offense, honey, but your kind doesn't seem to want me around, so I'm afraid our little chat time is over.
Wait! You're under arrest!
No thanks, Dollface. I've already worn handcuffs.
I could shoot, you know.
It's at this time that one of her Bravo team members, helicopter co-pilot Edward Dewey, jumps through the window. He only has enough strength to warn Rebecca of all the zombies and monsters in the forest. But there is no time for Rebecca to grieve, as she is chased by Cerberus' zombie dog. After escaping, Rebecca receives a radio call from her team leader, Enrico Marini. He tells her that he has found new evidence, suggesting that Billy was sentenced for taking the lives of 23 people and was then committed to a mental institution. Before she can say anything, however, the radio transmission cuts off. At this point, Rebecca runs into Billy again, who proposes they work together. But Rebecca, understandably hesitant to trust a wanted felon and a mental institution escapee, explains to him that she is a strong, independent woman who don't need no man. Oh, and that she's not a little girl.
It's gonna be dangerous from here on in. Why don't we cooperate?
Cooperate with you?
Listen, little girl, if you haven't noticed, there's some pretty freaked out things on this train. And I, for one, want to get out of here. I don't think we stand a chance doing it alone.
You expect me to trust you, a wanted felon? I don't need your help. I can handle this on my own. And don't call me little girl.
All right, Miss Do-It-Yourself. What should I call you?
The name is Rebecca Chambers, but that's Officer Chambers to you.
Well then, Rebecca, why don't you go and try while I wait here?
So Rebecca ventures on her own for now, and she soon discovers a man slumped over a dining room table on the train's upper level. When Rebecca touches him and asks if he's doing okay, the man transforms into a swarm of leeches. An angry and violent swarm of leeches with long tentacles. As Rebecca is about to be engulfed by the leeches, however, Billy comes to her rescue, shooting the leeches off of Rebecca and showing off his slick mid-air aiming skills. This earns Rebecca's trust, but before they can say anything, they see the Queen Leech in the distance doing his opera bit. Rebecca comes to the realization that she has to work together with Billy if she wants to get out of the train alive, so she reluctantly agrees to work with him for the time being. Around this time, the pair comes face to face with a giant scorpion named Stinger. It turns out this scorpion was one of Dr. Marcus's test subjects, and which mutated into its gargantuan form as a result of the T-virus. It was developed as one of Umbrella's earliest prototype bioweapons. The scorpion grew tremendous in size, and its exoskeleton hardened so as to resist bullets. But it was nonetheless seen as a failed experiment, because the Stinger's head had weakened and could be broken by gunfire, and its venom gland had shrunk in size, meaning it could not poison its prey. But if you're anything like me, you still struggled to defeat this darn thing because of Resident Evil Zero's clunky fight mechanics. After the pair defeats Stinger, the train finally starts moving. But this turns out to be part of an operation by the Umbrella Security Service. Albert Wesker and William Birkin had tasked them with relocating the train so they could examine the scene of the attack, because they wanted to understand how the T-virus had leaked. Little did they know that the Queen Leech was behind it all. In the Umbrella Security Service, men were attacked by a swarm of leeches, turning them into zombies. The train speeds up as it travels through the mountains, so now Rebecca and Billy have to figure out a way to stop the speeding train before it crashes with them inside, and they have to do it fast. To prevent the train from derailing, Billy and Rebecca adjust the emergency brakes at the front and back of the train. The train begins to brake, but it's already too late, and it drives right through a cliff into an underground train station, where it derails. The pair manages to make their way out of the tunnel where the train crashed. As they climb up a ladder, they find themselves in a large building. Little did Rebecca and Billy know that they had stumbled into Dr. Marcus's old Umbrella Executive Training School, which Umbrella had used in the 1970s for research purposes and to educate its trainees. Immediately upon entering the building, they are greeted by an eerie recording of Dr. Marcus's old company motto about such fun workplace things like complete obedience and power being life. Sounds like a swell place to work.
This is Dr. Marcus. Please be silent as we reflect upon our company motto. Obedience breeds discipline. Discipline breeds unity. Unity breeds power. Power is life.
It's at this time that we also learn that Rebecca and Billy are being watched by our two favorite researchers, who are definitely not traitors, Wesker and Birkin. See, Wesker and Birkin were interested in testing Umbrella's untrained forces, and they thought Rebecca and Billy would be perfect test subjects.
The T-virus is near completion and only needs test data. That is why STARS is in place.
But the joke is on them, as their feed is cut by the Queen Leech, who explains that he released the T-virus onto the train in the Arclay laboratory. And why, might you ask? Revenge for Dr. Marcus, to be precise. The Queen Leech knows Umbrella used Albert Wesker and William Birkin to take out Dr. Marcus, his creator, and he wanted to punish Umbrella for it.
Who are you?
It was I who scattered the T-virus in the mansion. Needless to say, I contaminated the train, too.
What?
Revenge on Umbrella.
Dr. Marcus?
10 years ago, Dr. Marcus was murdered by Umbrella. You helped them, didn't you?
For now, our protagonists, Rebecca and Billy, continue to investigate the Umbrella Executive Training School. And it is at this point that they come face to face with another mutated creature, a huge centipede called Centurion. Yucks! Centurion does not appear to have been created by Dr. Marcus, at least not on purpose, as investigations of the training school did not reveal any evidence that Dr. Marcus ever performed experiments on centipedes. The most likely explanation is that Centurion was a freak accident resulting from a centipede consuming contaminated matter inside the training school. This is not very difficult to believe, as Dr. Marcus had allowed the place to go to shambles, with bodies and hazardous materials laying around everywhere. Regardless of its origin, what matters is that this massive centipede is hungry, and it thinks Rebecca is lunch. So it grabs onto Rebecca, and Billy is forced to take it down without accidentally hurting her. Luckily, the game is forgiving of players like me who just blasted at the centipede with absolutely zero disregard for Rebecca's safety. After defeating Centurion, Rebecca and Billy continued their journey through the Umbrella Executive Training School, and slowly the pair begin to find evidence of what really used to take place at this forsaken place, namely, Dr. Marcus's deliberate use of children and his own students as test subjects in his virus and bioweapon research. It became clear that many students were turned into zombies as a result of the research. That's right. If you ever wondered where the zombies that roamed the halls of the training school came from, they were Dr. Marcus's old students, who mutated and were abandoned for some 20 years. Rebecca and Billy, for example, would run into the following diary from an old student at the training school, describing the fate of a classmate, and the students as well. You can see the deterioration in spelling as the journal progresses. Management Trainee's Diary. What is it that Dr. Marcus is researching all the time? And what's with his weird interest in leeches? Interest? Seems more like love at times. Rumor has it that there's something dangerous about those leeches. It is true that when Dennis just touched one, he got ill with a fever. Again, today, there were those horrible moans beyond that door. Let sleeping dogs. No way I'll go near them. Even if the director ordered me, I don't want to end up like Dennis. That poor son of a gun. Scratching and scratching makes me itch, just watching him. Must maybe go if can, but ha. Dennis gone, I go, hungry. Help, Mom. Other zombie creatures roaming around the training school are Umbrella's own employees who had been tasked with refurbishing the school for reopening. They had clearly fallen prey to the mutated creatures, resulting in the employees becoming infected. So yeah, even if Umbrella offers you like $1 bazillion to work there, maybe just don't. Rebecca also runs into a torture chamber, fully geared with wall chains, spiked iron chairs, and even an iron maiden. This is where Dr. Marcus's infected test subjects, including his own students, would be subjected to inhumane acts. It's also at this time that we begin to see a rift between Albert Wesker and William Birkin, who are clearly rattled by having seen someone that resembled their old teacher, Dr. Marcus, the man who they personally took out. We also learn of Wesker's and Birkin's true intentions and their growing disloyalty for Umbrella. While Wesker feels like the T-Virus is the solution to the human problem and simply wants to gather more combat data by having the STARS team face against mutated creatures, Birkin is obsessed with completing what he sees as the next step in his research, the G-Virus. As we'll see, the G-Virus would turn out to be both more powerful and more unstable than the T-Virus, triggering excessively violent and totally uncontrollable mutations in life forms. Regardless, what they can agree on is that Dr. Marcus's double has to be destroyed, and the training school must be turned into rubble so their secret plot against Dr. Marcus never gets out.
It just doesn't make sense. Do you honestly believe this to be the real identity of that crazy young man? Impossible. But if somehow it is true, then Umbrella will be finished.
If the old conspiracy against Dr. Marcus is revealed, Mr. Spencer's career will be over. Not to mention ours, too. So, the time has come at last.
What are you going to do?
I will simply say goodbye to Umbrella. The biological weapon utilizing the T-Virus has almost been completed. Our only remaining task is to acquire combat data.
You can't be serious. I refuse to abandon my work. I have finished the research on the T-Virus, but I need a little more time to complete the more powerful G-Virus.
Do as you wish. I will follow my initial plan and lure the STARS members into the mansion. Their superior combat training should make them perfect test subjects.
Fine. In the meantime, something must be done about that madman. As I recall, URC is equipped with a self-destruct device in the basement. I'll find it, set it off, and annihilate the place to nothing more than a mass of rubble.
While this is happening, Rebecca is attacked by a mutated monkey and falls into a massive hole in the ground that comes out of nowhere. Billy rushes to Rebecca, again, while fighting mutated monkeys himself, and saves Rebecca just in the nick of time. Now, let's talk about these mutated monkeys called Eliminators. The Eliminators was one of Dr. Marcus's early prototype bioweapons, developed by injecting the T-Virus into primates. Unlike humans mutated by the T-Virus, Eliminators did not suffer from acute brain damage, which was believed to be a result of a stronger immune system. Therefore, unlike the aimless zombie-like creatures roaming the training school, Eliminators were capable of following basic commands. Another side effect of the T-Virus was an increase in muscle development, which led to the ruptures in the skin and thus giving the Eliminators their distinct, injured-looking skin. Umbrella did not view the Eliminator as a viable bioweapon product. But, in my humble opinion, if Umbrella had mass-produced these monkeys, it could have taken over the world in minutes because they are the most annoying enemies ever. Not only do they stun you forever, but they can somehow withstand like 30 shotgun rounds. But I digress. Let's get back to the story. After Billy saves Rebecca from falling into oblivion, Rebecca receives a call from her team leader, Enrico Marini, asking if she has seen Billy. She quickly lies and says she hasn't, telling Enrico that she will continue searching for him. It is at this time that Rebecca confronts Billy about the incident in Africa, asking him if he had really committed those atrocities to the innocent villagers as a result of a lapse in sanity. Billy tells her his story, but doesn't actually deny committing the act, presumably because it's just too complicated and she wouldn't get it.
Billy, I just need to know. I need to know the truth. Did you kill 23 people? I'm not going to judge you. I just want to know the truth.
It was around this time last year. Only, there was no guerrilla hideout.
What do you mean?
The idiots in charge had us operating based on wrong information. But we couldn't just go back home empty-handed, oh no. Our leader ordered us to attack an innocent village.
So did you execute those innocent people?
Forget about it. Doesn't matter anymore. That was then, this is now. Besides, you said you wouldn't judge me.
I'm not judging you, but it does matter. Look, now my people think you killed those MPs in the van, but I don't think you did. It was those zombie dogs, right? When they attacked the van, you were able to escape. Isn't that right?
You don't get it. I've only got 2 choices left. Either report to the Marines and serve out my sentence, or keep on running for as long as I can. That's all.
Like I said, it's complicated. Anyways, Billy and Rebecca eventually make their way to a crumbling chapel just outside the Umbrella Executive Training School, where they face a giant bat. Like previous creatures the pair had faced, this giant bat had mutated as a result of the T-virus. With a height of around 7 feet and a whopping combined wingspan of almost 25 feet, this massive bat is able to pick up the player with no issues. After defeating the giant bat, Billy and Rebecca take an elevator down into a run-down laboratory that Dr. Marcus used for his T-virus research. There, they find even more evidence of Dr. Marcus's cruel methods, including a room containing human specimens preserved in fluid-filled capsules, a thing on a nearby operating table, and an operating room splattered with blood from Dr. Marcus's procedures of his students. Needless to say, Billy and Rebecca leave as soon as possible and make their way to an underground cable car. But once they reach it, Billy and Rebecca are attacked by an eliminator monkey, which causes Billy to fall into a stream of water, and Rebecca is left to face an enemy that sneaks up from behind her. Rebecca manages to get away from the zombie and starts up the cable car. She rides it and makes her way to the Umbrella Chemical Plant, a large factory located downhill from the Umbrella Executive Training School. The chemical plant was built atop Nest, a top-secret bioweapons research facility where senior research staff such as William Birkin would conduct experiments. There, Rebecca runs into her team leader, Enrico Marini, who had entered Nest through the Arclay Laboratories subway tunnel. Though glad to see each other, they are confused as to why the rest of the team isn't with the other. Enrico decides to head back to the Arclay Laboratory, but Rebecca refuses to go, explaining that she needs to find Billy. She promises to catch up with him later, and Enrico agrees to go on without her. Rebecca would never see Enrico again.
Don't shoot! You're alive.
Are you okay, Rebecca?
Where is everybody?
They should have arrived here before me. Haven't you seen them? That's unfortunate. If we go straight from here, we should arrive at an old mansion which Umbrella uses for research. Come on, let's go.
Wait! I've got to find Billy.
Billy Cohen? You mean you found that criminal?
Yes, but we got separated and...
No point worrying about him. He won't make it. Come on, let's go.
Sir, please. I need to find him. Don't worry, I'll catch up with you.
Rebecca... All right. Just be careful.
I never saw him again.
Soon after, Rebecca is confronted by another mutated creature, this time a creature named T-001, which has a very freaky-looking middle finger. The T-001 was created by the Arclay Laboratories' Tyrant Project team as part of their research into creating intelligent human bioweapons for military use. It suffered from a number of adverse side effects, however, the most significant of which was a reduced level of intelligence. This was believed to be the result of an overdose of T-virus during the initial infection. Therefore, although the T-001 possessed a superhuman level of strength, the reduction in its intelligence resulted in it being labeled a failure. It nonetheless demonstrated raw veracity and served as a prototype for what would later be called the Tyrant series. You definitely know you are one of the bad guys when you name one of your creatures Tyrant. So, the T-001 had been placed in storage at Nest, awaiting disposal. But, as luck would have it for Rebecca, the Queen Leech's attack had freed it from its restraints. A fight between Rebecca and the monster ensues. After defeating T-001, Rebecca makes her way to an adjacent water treatment plant where she spots Billy about to be dragged underwater. She manages to power up the plant, allowing her to rescue Billy before his untimely demise. When Billy wakes up, they spot several remains of Dr. Marcus's old test subjects, again highlighting the brutality of his experimentation and his disregard for what happened to them after he was through with them.
Rebecca, where am I?
You're safe now. Are you okay? Hmm? What could have done this?
They must have been used as test subjects in Marcus's research. He must have kept messing around with the mother virus.
Billy?
Yeah, Dr. Marcus had it coming. Thereafter, Rebecca and Billy traverse through the plant, fighting off zombified workers and other mutated creatures. They are then attacked by the T-001 Rebecca fought earlier, but the pair makes quick work of it and manages to defeat it once more. Rebecca and Billy continued traveling through the plant until they came face to face with the Queen Leech himself. And it is at this time that they learn of Dr. Marcus's fate at the hands of Umbrella. See, Dr. Oswell E. Spencer betrayed Dr. Marcus in order to eliminate his last and only threat, and to steal his research all for himself. And he did so by having Dr. Marcus's two favorite students, Albert Wesker and William Birkin, betray and attack their old teacher. The Queen Leech had been born by mutated leeches consuming Dr. Marcus's body, which allowed his memories to be passed on to the Queen Leech. Understandably angry from having been betrayed, the Queen Leech now seeks revenge on Umbrella, and it transforms into a mutated form and attacks Billy and Rebecca, who fight and stop it.
Welcome, young ones. So glad you have joined the party. You are the guests of honor. After all, it's your wake.
Who are you? Dr. Marcus?
No, you can't be. What's going on?
10 years ago, Spencer had me assassinated.
Time to die, Doctor.
I will take over your research.
Wesker, Birkin.
However, something wondrous happened. It took the T-virus inside of my queen years to procreate my new life.
I live. Now I will have my revenge on Umbrella, and the world will burn in an inferno of hate.
You'll pay for what you've done.
We'll see which one of us is gonna die.
Just give me a minute to stop thinking about the Queen Leech puking out leeches. Ugh, so gross. Okay, so Billy and Rebecca continue their way through the plant until they run into an elevator that they believe will take them to the surface and allow them to escape. As they make their way up to the elevator, however, they are suddenly attacked by the Queen Leech, who just cannot leave them alone. The pair are thrown upwards to the ground floor onto a helicopter cargo warehouse, and an epic fight ensues.
What?
It's the Queen!
The self-destruct system has been activated. All personnel evacuate immediately. Repeat.
Who activated the self-destruct system?
Come on, can't this thing move any faster? Shit!
In the middle of the fight, the pair suddenly realize the Queen Leech is weak to light, and so Rebecca engages the controls to the warehouse's retractable roof, allowing light to come through and injuring the creature. And in a slick final move, Rebecca tosses a magnum to Billy, which Billy fires at the Queen Leech. The creature falls down the elevator shaft as the treatment plant explodes, along with the Umbrella Executive Training School.
Hey, Queenie! Feast on this!
Rebecca and Billy manage to escape, relieved to have survived the ordeal. Rebecca spots Dr. Spencer's mansion and Arclay laboratory that her team leader, Enrica Marini, had mentioned. She decides to head there, leading to the events of the next game, Resident Evil. But before that, Rebecca and Billy say their goodbyes, and Rebecca promises that she will not reveal Billy's whereabouts by taking his tag and declaring him as fallen in action. Having grown to respect one another, the pair salute each other in military fashion before heading their separate ways.
Hey, that must be the old mansion that Enrico was talking about. I guess it's time to say goodbye. Officially, Lieutenant Billy Cohen is dead.
Yeah, I'm just a zombie now.
This concludes the story and lore of the first game in the Resident Evil timeline, Resident Evil 0. In this video, we will be looking at the lore of the second game in the Resident Evil timeline, Resident Evil the 2002 Remake. So let's get started. Resident Evil Remake begins on the night of Friday, July 24th, 1998. STARS Alpha and Bravo teams have been dispatched to the Arklay Mountains just outside Raccoon City to investigate a series of cannibalistic and animal attacks in the area. Split into two teams, the Bravo team was sent out the previous night but had ceased radio contact. As we know from Resident Evil 0, the Bravo team had crashed, likely as a result of sabotage from Wesker, and had been attacked by Umbrella's bioweapons. So the night following the Bravo team's disappearance, the Alpha team, including Chris, Jill, and yes, Wesker himself, set out via helicopter to investigate their disappearance on top of completing the mission to find out what the heck is going on with these mountains. The Alpha team is able to locate the Bravo team's broken down helicopter in the forest. So they land nearby and investigate. They soon find the body of Bravo team's pilot, but no sign of the others. They continue their search, setting off the nightmare that would unfold.
Alpha Team is flying around the forest zone situated in northwest Raccoon City, where we are searching for the helicopter of our compatriots, Bravo Team, who disappeared during the middle of their mission.
Haven't found it yet?
No, not yet, Bizarre murder cases have recently occurred in Raccoon City. There are outlandish reports of families being attacked by a group of about 10 people. Victims were apparently eaten. The Bravo team was sent in to investigate, but we lost contact.
Look, Chris.
Bravo team's helicopter was a derelict. Save for the remaining body of Kevin. We continued our search for the other members, and it turned into a nightmare.
Out of nowhere, one of the Alpha team members is attacked by a pack of mutated Cerberus dogs, and tragically he stands no chance. Chris and Jill, unable to save him, have no choice but to flee from the dogs as well. In the commotion, the Alpha team's pilot takes off, stranding the remaining members of the Alpha team behind. While running away, Chris is almost attacked by a Cerberus dog, but is ironically saved by Wesker.
Chris, this way. Damn it! Make for that mansion!
Little did Chris know that it was Wesker who had set this entire chain of events in motion. And Wesker did not want Chris to be spoiled before the STARS team members could be used as test subjects for Umbrella's bioweapons. But let's hear it from Wesker himself.
The mansion incident. That was the night I led the STARS Alpha team into the Arklay Mountains, and we touched down in the surrounding woods. We were to look into the disappearance of Bravo team. At least, that was the fate. The reality was quite a different story for the unsuspecting members of the Alpha team. After being attacked by a pack of monsters, only Chris and a few others, including myself, made it to the mansion. Everything was going according to plan. Soon, I would have the research data that I needed.
Even when Wesker is being nice, he really is just being a jerk. Anyhow, the 3 Alpha members rushed towards a mansion in the distance, thinking it would be safer than facing the mutated dogs. But what they did not know is that this was Dr. Spencer's mansion and Arklay laboratory, which housed deadly traps and even deadlier mutated creatures. Before continuing, we have to make one quick note. When playing Resident Evil Remake, the player can select whether to explore the mansion either as Chris or Jill. The main difference is that Chris teams up with Rebecca Chambers from Resident Evil 0 during his playthrough, and Jill teams up with Barry Burton, another member of the STARS Alpha team, during hers. In the real canon story, however, Chris and Jill team up. So even if we show clips of Chris or Jill doing this or that, you can imagine them right alongside the other. Having said that, we will be following Chris's path. Sorry, Jill, because it is more closely aligned with the canon. For example, we know from the canon that Rebecca was in the mansion and teamed up with Chris and Jill, as we'll discuss soon. Also in the game Resident Evil: The Umbrella Chronicles, Wesker explains that Barry Burton did not arrive with the Alpha team into the mansion, meaning Jill should not have been able to team up with him.
What is this hall? What was that?
I'll go check it out.
It's dangerous going alone. I'll come with you.
All right. I will stay and secure the area.
Got all that? Okay, let's continue. The team splits and Chris and Jill begin to explore the mansion. They hear a gunshot coming from the dining room and set out to investigate. Soon they run into a zombie attacking the body of one of the Bravo team members, Dr. Kenneth J. Sullivan. Kenneth was the oldest member of STARS, and he was the Bravo team's point man, being in charge of reconnaissance and securing positions ahead of the team. He was essentially Chris's counterpart for the Bravo team. Wesker had selected Kenneth due to his PhD in chemistry, which led to Kenneth repeatedly asking questions about why his scientific knowledge was needed for missions. Only moments before Chris and Jill found him, Kenneth was attacked by a zombie in the dining room. He escaped into a linking hallway, firing as he went and alerting Chris and Jill of his presence. But his shots failed to take down the zombie. The zombie overpowered Kenneth and tore through him. Kenneth was the only Bravo team member equipped with a video recording device, which captured his final moments. Warning, there is a lot of shaking.
Get away from me! No! Hey! No!
Darn, if only Chris and Jill had arrived sooner. Having no time for grief, however, Chris and Jill continue their search through the mansion. They face off several zombie creatures roaming through the mansion and solve a number of puzzles installed into the mansion by its original architect, George Trevor. Now, you may be wondering where all the creatures in the mansion came from. Well, the mansion housed Dr. Spencer's Arclay laboratory in its lower floors, where he conducted his T-virus research. Many of the creatures in the mansion, such as the Cerberus dogs, mutated after being subjected to Spencer's experimentations. Other creatures, however, were the staff of the mansion and laboratory, who became infected either intentionally by Spencer or accidentally by a T-virus leak from the laboratory. A diary of one of the mansion's keepers, for example, recounts his slow transformation into madness. Keeper's Diary. May 9th, 1998. Played poker tonight with Scott and Elias from security, and Steve from research. Steve was the big winner, but I think he was cheating. Scumbag. May 10th, 1998. One of the higher-ups assigned me to take care of a new creature. It looks like a skinned gorilla. Feeding instructions were to give it live animals. When I threw in a pig, the creature seemed to play with it, tearing off the pig's legs and pulling out the guts before it actually started eating. May 11th, 1998. At around 5 a.m., Scott woke me up. Scared the crap out of me too. He was wearing a protective suit. He handed me another one and told me to put it on. Said there'd be an accident in the basement lab. I just knew something like this would happen. Those sons of guns in research never sleep, even on holiday. May 12th, 1998. I've been wearing the darn spacesuit since yesterday. My skin's getting grimy and feels itchy all over. The gosh darn dogs have been looking at me funny, so I decided not to feed them today. Screw them. May 13th, 1998. Went to the infirmary because my back is all swollen and feels itchy. They put a big bandage on it and told me I didn't need to wear the suit anymore. All I want to do is sleep. May 14th, 1998. Found another big blister on my foot this morning. I ended up dragging my foot all the way to the dog's pen. They were quiet all day, which is weird. Then I realized some of them had escaped. Maybe this is their way of getting back at me for not feeding them the last 3 days. If anyone finds out, I'll have my head handed to me. May 16th, 1998. Rumors going around that a researcher who tried to escape the estate last night was shot. My entire body feels hot and itchy, and I'm sweating all the time now. I scratched the swelling on my arm, and a piece of rotten flesh just dropped off. What the heck's happening to me? May 19th, 1998. Fever gone, but itchy. Today hungry and eat doggy food. May 21st, 1998. Itchy, itchy. Scott came ugly face, so killed him. Tasty. Itchy. Tasty. Yeah, no thanks. So Chris and Jill continue their exploration of the mansion. Through all the running and puzzle solving, however, they make sure to take a look into a bathtub for some reason, so they can be attacked by a sneaky zombie. I mean, give the guy some privacy, jeez. Chris and Jill continue their way through the mansion until they find another one of the Bravo team members, Horace Speyer, who had been attacked and infected by crows. Eventually, Chris and Jill manage to find Rebecca, who is alive and well. Yay! But who is less well is Richard Aiken, another Bravo team member who has been attacked and poisoned by a giant mutant snake named Yawn. More on that creature later. Rebecca had run into Richard after making her way to the mansion following her escape from the Umbrella Executive Training School in Resident Evil 0.
After splitting up with Billy, I went to the mansion where Bravo team was to rendezvous. When I arrived, I found that none of the others were there, and the mansion was unsettlingly quiet. I was exhausted from the events of the previous day, and before I knew it, I had drifted into a nightmare.
Rebecca!
Richard,
You're okay?
I'm fine. We were fighting some monster, and Edward's dead.
I see. It's not much better on my end either. We got attacked by those things and had to split up. The rest of the team is either in hiding or... We just have to find Enrico. He'll know what to do. What a horrible first assignment, huh? First, we have to get to someplace safe.
Together with Richard, Rebecca proceeded throughout several areas of the mansion and grounds, desperately looking for their team leader, Enrico Marini. But the two were attacked by the giant snake. While they were successful in driving the creature away, Richard took Jan's final attack to spare Rebecca. Richard was bitten on the side and thrown through the air before the creature slithered away.
Richard!
Once reunited, Rebecca asks Chris and Jill to retrieve a vial of specially formulated serum for Richard, which they do.
You.
Chris Redfield, Alpha Team. We're here to rescue you. Richard, what the hell happened to you? Chris, this place... Get your team out of here. Demons everywhere.
Don't talk. He seems to have been bitten by a poisonous snake, but the size of the bite mark is huge.
It's not just any ordinary snake. Take my word for it.
He needs serum. I left it in another room.
I'll go get it.
Please hurry.
Hold on. I'll be back. Hope this is what you wanted.
Thank you. I'm gonna give you a shot now, Richard. Hang in there.
Here. Take it. It's a radio. Take care of yourself, Rebecca. Richard!
He's okay. He's just unconscious.
Rebecca, it's not safe here. Let's get Richard to a safer place.
Right.
Let's pause and talk about Richard for a moment, because he is just one of those great guys that are willing to give everything to protect others, as we'll soon see. This need to help others came from a traumatic event Richard suffered that would change him forever. You see, at a young age, He had been forced to watch as an armed criminal took his younger sister's life. He had been paralyzed by fear then, unable to stop the criminal. Throughout his entire life, Richard lived with the guilt of what happened to his sister, regretting his inability to protect her and believing that it should have been him, not her, who had perished. As a result, he grew up with a strong desire to have the power to protect others. It was this desire to help others that caused him to eventually join STARS. Richard would send the following letter to his girlfriend, Bridget, for example, explaining why he took on such a dangerous occupation. Dear Bridget, I understand your concerns about me taking up this dangerous line of work. As a member of STARS, I will always be in the line of fire. I figured this was as good a time as any to try and explain my actions. Bridget, I know I've talked about her before, but the memory of my little sister eats at me from the inside. I couldn't save her from that criminal. I know you tried to console me, telling me there was nothing I could do being so young. But I was so paralyzed by fear and doubt that I couldn't do anything. My baby sister was killed right in front of my very eyes, and I couldn't move an inch. I couldn't protect her. I was so helpless. It feels like I should have died in her place, and I just can't shake that feeling. All I can do is try to bury that feeling and protect the people that need it most, so they don't have to go through what I did. I'm not giving up this job, and I will continue to protect who I can. STARS is the only way I can live with myself. I don't want to die in vain. I never want to hesitate when that moment comes again. Don't worry, I'm not that little kid anymore, and I'll come back alive. I promise. You're the most important thing in my life, and I'll always want to be there for you when you need me. Love, Richard. As a Bravo team member, Richard was put in charge of communications. He earned a reputation for easily reading people's emotions and for doing what's necessary to protect others no matter the cost. People would describe him as a positive, sweet guy who, despite his relatively young age, is surprisingly cool-headed and calm under pressure. Like I said, he was just a pretty great guy. Afterwards, Chris and Jill continue their investigation of the mansion and arrive at the attic. There, they come face to face with the giant snake that had injured Richard. So, Chris and Jill fight Yawn in the attic. But the creature manages to escape through a fireplace before it can be defeated. This giant snake was an experimental bioweapon test subject created at the Arclay laboratory. It was nicknamed Yawn because of the way its mouth opened before attacking, which resembled a yawn. The creature was the result of experimentation on the T virus on the native snakes populating the Arclay forest. But unlike other snakes that were experimented on, Yawn grew to an enormous size of 40 feet, or 12 meters. Yawn also gained an increased predatory intellect, allowing it to stalk and attack its prey before they even realize it. The potency of its venom too became significantly enhanced, requiring a specially formulated serum to counteract it, and would shortly become fatal if left untreated. Not having learned its lesson, however, Yawn would later attack Chris and Jill again. This time in the library, where they would defeat it once and for all. After Chris and Jill escape from the giant snake, they continue their investigation deeper into the mansion. And they soon face another enemy. This time an aquatic-based enemy, a type of shark named Neptune. Neptune was another prototype bioweapon developed by Umbrella, created early in the Arclay Laboratory's research into animal bioweapons. It was born from infecting great white sharks with the Alpha T virus strain, an early strain of T-virus designed by the Arklay Laboratories research staff. As a result of the infection, Neptune sharks grew larger than their uninfected counterparts, became more aggressive, and developed the ability to survive in shallow waters. They were named Neptune after the Roman god of the sea, referencing the reputation of the great white shark as the king of the seas. Nonetheless, the research team was disappointed with the results, seeing little significant change in the creature. The research team therefore moved on to other projects, and most of the mutated sharks were disposed of. A female Neptune was left for continued research when it was discovered she was pregnant, however. I guess that's where the Umbrella researchers drew their line. This Neptune shark was inadvertently released from its water tanks by a scientist, who had suddenly gone mad and destroyed the tanks. This resulted in the entire Aqua Ring becoming badly flooded, where Chris and Richard would encounter this Neptune. The giant shark swiftly makes its way to Chris and Jill in an attempt to drag them underwater. But being the great guy that he is, Richard pushes them away, saving them and giving his own life in the process.
Richard! Chris! Chris, stop! No! Richard.
It is sad, but at least Richard did for Chris what he couldn't do for his sister all those years ago. Chris and Jill avenge Richard by draining the Aqua Ring, cutting off the mutated shark's access to water. And because they are not the type of people to leave things half done, Chris and Jill subsequently electrocute the shark by dumping a generator in the water. You go, guys. Afterwards, Chris and Jill make their way to a nearby building that the laboratory staff would use as a dormitory, called Point 42. Once there, Chris and Jill discover that the entire place has been torn apart by a giant plant, simply named Plant 42 after the dormitory. Plant 42 was created by a researcher named Henry Sarton, who injected a random houseplant living in the Point 42 dormitory with the T-virus out of sheer curiosity. It's hard to imagine what was going through this guy's head when he decided to use his own living quarters as the test grounds for a highly mutagenic virus. Plant 42 proved to be completely unique, incomparable to any other plant-based subjects the Arklay Laboratory had experimented on up to that point. Its roots buried deep through the wood and concrete in the dormitory, and it began feeding on the chemical-rich water of the Aqua Ring. This likely promoted its growth. Expanding its vines across the building, Plant 42 used cracks in the flooring to attack passing staff members, feeding on their blood. Soon, Plant 42 had completely taken over a room of the dormitory, learning the ability to manipulate doorknobs and move its vines. When several researchers tried to destroy it, Plant 42 captured and drained them of their blood. A report on Plant 42 explains the creature's ferocity. Plant 42 report. 4 days have passed since the accident. The plant at Point 42 is growing at an amazing rate. Although there are many unknown aspects about this plant, we know that in comparison with the other group of plants, the T-virus has had a substantially stronger effect on this one. The T-virus has drastically morphed its host's anatomy as well as its size. Looking at its current state, it's difficult to imagine its original appearance. Nowhere on Earth will you find anything like it. We also found that Plant 42 has two main sources of acquiring its necessary nutrients. One source is through its roots. Somehow it has rooted itself down into the basement. Immediately after the accident, a scientist went mad and destroyed the Aqua Ring. Ever since, the basement has been like a pool. There is a high possibility that it is one of the chemicals in the water that is promoting the Plant 42's rapid growth. However, we have yet to determine the specific chemical. A bulb-like body of the Plant 42 has been sighted hanging from the ceiling of the first floor. We are sure that it used the air ducts to reach the first floor. Numerous long tentacle-like vines are protruding from the bulb. We believe the vines are the second means of acquiring its nutrients. When the Plant 42 senses prey, it uses tentacle-like vines to capture its prey. After doing so, suckers on the vine drain the prey of its blood. We've also noticed that it has some intelligence. When it captures its prey, or when it's inactive, the vines twine around the door to stop possible intruders. Unfortunately, several of our scientists have already fallen victim to this plant 42. When we heard the stories from the survivors, they all observed one thing in common. When the uniform petal-like flaps open and reveal its vital internals, it has a tendency to become more aggressive. One witness reported that it was as if it was trying to protect itself. Why it behaves the way it does is still unknown. May 21st, 1998. Henry Sarton. So yeah, in the future, maybe just don't infect a living thing in your house with a highly volatile and dangerous virus just because you're bored. Despite their original failure, the researchers discovered that Plant 42 was sensitive to a chemical known as V-Jolt. They devised a plan to destroy it, involving feeding the chemical directly to the plant's roots. But the plan was never set in motion. Although unclear why, the most likely explanation is that the researchers fell victim to the T-virus, or because Neptune sharks made it impossible for the researchers to access the aqua ring, where the plant had taken its roots. Chris and Jill luckily find the notes on Plant 42, and learn of its weakness to the V-Jolt chemical. But before they can create the chemical, the mutated plant gets a hold of them and begins to constrict them. Just when things look bad, Rebecca shows up to the rescue. Chris and Jill toss the instructions and tell her to create the V-Jolt chemical. She does, and pours the mixture over the plant's roots, causing it to wither away.
Chris!
Rebecca! It's no use. Roots are in the basement. You can...
No!
Take that file. It'll tell you how to make the potion to kill this thing. Use it on its roots. Hurry!
Chris!
This allows Chris and Jill to become free and defeat Plant 42. After defeating the creature, Chris and Jill run into Wesker, who seems genuinely surprised to see them alive. Wesker, who of course wants to gather more combat data of Umbrella's bioweapons, tells them to go back into the mansion one more time.
Wesker?
Chris, you're alive.
My words exactly. Anyway, we better find a way out of here before we turn into zombie food. Got any suggestions, Wesker?
We should get a better grip on the situation. There must be areas still to be explored in that other mansion. Chris, I want you to check them out one more time. I'll continue my investigation here.
Sure thing.
Chris and Jill oblige, which may seem weird from our point of view. I mean, why not just leave after everything that's happened? But you have to remember that Wesker is the alpha team leader, meaning Chris and Jill had been conditioned to follow him through everything, and up to this point had not seen any real evidence that Wesker is behind anything. But while exploring the mansion, Chris and Jill begin to discover the truth of what's really going on, and why the STARS team have been subjected to attack after attack by Umbrella's bioweapons. It was Umbrella's fault all along, which simply used them to collect combat data. Chris and Jill would find the following document. Mail from the Chief of Security. Confidential. Attention Chief of Security. Date, July 22nd, 1998. 2:13. X day is drawing up on us. Execute the following procedure within 1 week. Prompt actions are demanded. Number 1. Lure stars to the state and obtain BOW's raw combat data against stars. Number 2. Collect 2 embryos of each mutated specimens as samples, excluding the tyrant. Dispose of the tyrant. Number 3. Ensure complete disposal of the Arclay laboratory, including all personnel and test animals. Disguise their deaths as an accident. When the above procedures are executed, report to headquarters for further instructions. If for some reason you are unable to execute the procedure by the deadline, report immediately. In case of emergency situations, report directly to the extension number 5691. Good luck. Umbrella Headquarters. Umbrella Inc. But still there is no direct proof linking Wesker to the attack, so Chris and Jill remain oblivious. As they continue their investigation, Chris and Jill make their way to an underground tunnel beneath the mansion. There they encounter an injured Enrico Marini, who reveals to them there is a traitor within STARS responsible for their casualties. But an unseen person, Wesker, quickly takes him out before he can reveal too much.
Is that you, Jill?
Is that voice Enrico's?
Yeah?
You're alive!
Stop! Are you with anybody, Jill?
No, but why?
The stars are finished. Someone is a traitor. Umbrella set us up.
Enrico! Traitor? Who?
Chris and Jill eventually run into Wesker again, who is fighting a grotesque creature with tentacles in its back, dragging shackles and calling out for its mom. And it's at this point that we have to pause and talk about this creature because its story is truly tragic. Do you remember how in our video on the Resident Evil backstory we talked about the architect of this mansion, George Trevor? And how his wife Jessica and his daughter Lisa were kidnapped and subjected to horrible experimentation? And do you remember that the daughter was only 14 years old, but had managed to survive for some 30 years? Yeah, that thing in shackles, that's Lisa. Or was Lisa, at least. Following their abduction, Lisa and her mother were injected with the Type A and Type B strains of the progenitor virus, respectively, which had been newly discovered by Dr. Spencer at the time. Over the next few days, their mental state began to deteriorate, likely as a result of the progenitor disease. Lisa's mother made plans to break out, but before she could execute her plan, she was taken out after being deemed a failed experiment. She would leave the following letter behind for Lisa. To my Lisa, day by day I can feel my consciousness drifting further away. The shots given to me by men in white clothes made some of Mommy's itching go away. Today they gave me another shot saying it was nutrition. When they give me the shots, Mommies can think straight, but Mommy's shocked and sad because Mommy's unable to think of you all the time. Mommy's afraid. Afraid of forgetting everything, especially the memories of you and Daddy. What your faces look like, how we used to be together. They're all starting to disappear into somewhere dark in my mind. Oh, Lisa, I wish I could touch your face and hold you in my arms right now so that I can hold on to our wonderful memories of you and Daddy. Lisa, we can't stay here any longer. We have to escape. Listen to me, Lisa. Our chance to escape is the next time we go to that lab together. We'll both pretend that we are both unconscious, and when that man in white clothes is off guard, that will be our chance. When we're on the outside, let's look for Daddy together. Okay, sweetie? Be strong, Lisa. November 13th, 1967. Jessica Trevor. Unlike her mother, however, Lisa reacted much better to the progenitor infection and developed superhuman strength, and was therefore spared. Lisa's mental deterioration continued to worsen, and she began to long for her mother. One of Dr. Spencer's employees was therefore tasked with impersonating Lisa's mother to keep her happy. But this backfired horrendously. When Lisa realized the employee had been impersonating her mother, she believed the woman had stolen her mother's face. So she attempted to cut it off so she could give it back to her mother. The following entry from Lisa describes the incident and Lisa's mental deterioration. A family picture. There's a journal left by someone. November 14th, 1967. I feel dizzy after that shot they gave me. I don't see Mom. Where did they take her? She promised that we would escape together. Did she escape alone and leave me behind? November 15th, 1967. I found Mom. We ate together. I was very happy. But she was a fake. Not my real mom. Same face, but different inside. Have to find Mom. Have to give face back to Mother. I got Mom's face back. Nobody can have my mom except me. I attach her face to me so she doesn't go away. Because Mom's sad when I meet her without her face. November 17th, 1907. From inside box, scent of Mommy. Maybe true mother there. Stone box hard. It hurt. Steel rope in the way. Can't see mother because 4 stones. 19. Daddy attached first, Mom. Attached second. Inside red and slimy white and hard. Not true, Mom, where? Don't know, Dad. Found Mom again. When attached Mommy, she moved no more, she's screaming. Why? Just want to be with her. 4. Mom, where? I miss you. Over the next 28 years, Lisa remained beneath the mansion and was moved into the Arclay laboratory upon its completion. Her existence was kept a company secret, with none of the researchers at the facility knowing her name, and few even knowing of her existence at all. Over this period, Lisa continued to deteriorate, falling into a stupor, though kept chained to her bed in the event she recovered. Wesker would recall meeting Lisa when he first arrived at the Arclay laboratory and the impact she had on him and Birkin.
When we arrived, even Birkin looked up. It was the first time we had met her. We hadn't heard a single word about her before. She was a secret of the utmost confidentiality at the research center, and they didn't let any information about her out of the compound. According to the records, she was at the research center from the very moment it was first built. She was 25. But we didn't know her name, nor why she was here. She was to be used as the experimental subject host for the T-virus. The day we began the experiment was November 10th, 1967. We did T-virus experiments on her for all of 11 years. Birkin mumbled something. Maybe they were words cursing our situation. Maybe they were words of praise. In any case, we had come to the point of no return now. We had 2 choices: to succeed in our research, or to lay here rotting like she was. Of course, that meant we really only had one choice. She was bound to a pipe bed, and something about her made me think
Had this been a part of Spencer's plan all along?
Wesker found Lisa's resilience fascinating, so he used Lisa in his experiments.
It was hell. And within that hell, there was but one person living. The female test subject's body that continued to live on. She was already 28 years old, having lived 14 of the years in this research facility. Someone whose consciousness had been taken away by the starter virus that had been injected into her 14 years ago. Someone who, if their heart did happen to actually be alive, would only hope for death, but she continued to survive. Why was only she able to survive this long? Her basic experiment data and that of other test subjects seemed to be the same.
Wesker's experimentation on Lisa would lead to the discovery of the G virus, a much more powerful and dangerous version of the T virus.
Of course, we would use her as her test subject. Surely her unusually high endurance would be perfect for sustaining the Nemesis prototype parasite for a long time. Even if she didn't last that long, it's not as if we would be losing anything special anyways. However, the experiment yielded a result that was opposite from what I was predicting. The Nemesis parasite that tried to enter her brain disappeared. At first, I didn't even know what was going on. I couldn't believe that she would be the one to mix with the parasite genes without dying. That was the beginning. Somewhere within that undying body of hers, there had been a change. We had to re-examine her from head to toe one more time. During our 10 years of research, she had been totally and thoroughly examined, but this time, we ignored that previous data. For the 21 years that she had been here, for the first time, something was finally happening. After she had already survived longer than other subjects who had received the Nemesis virus, it was only Birkin that started to realize what was happening. There was something within her. That something was a deviation from the T-virus plan. Something new that gave way to a new form. Something that changed our destiny. It was the beginning of the G-virus plan.
Over the next 7 years, Lisa became a hindrance to the research. With her mind somewhat restored, she was once more able to use her enhanced strength and her obsessive need to collect faces, making her a danger to the staff and women especially. Following an accident involving 3 researchers in 1995, however, Umbrella had enough, and it gave orders for the Umbrella Security Service to take her out. Wesker was involved in her elimination, and afterwards, he would begin to see just how much of an impact Lisa had on the research and his life.
You must kill her. Due to her being infected with Nemesis, although only a minor amount, she started to think and become conscious. She started to act in grotesque ways. Her behavior has continued to escalate, and now she wears the face of another woman that she peeled off just like a mask. According to reports, she acted in the same way after they gave her the first starter virus. I don't know why she began to act in such a way, but because she recently killed 3 researchers, they have decided to dispose of her. Now that the G research is on the right track, there is no real use for a test subject like her. After constantly checking and reconfirming for 3 days the fact that she was dead, her corpse was, as per facility head's order, taken away somewhere. In the end, I never did find out who she was and why she was brought here. Of course, she was merely a test subject. But still, though, if she hadn't been here then, there wouldn't have been any G plan, and Birkin and I would probably be leading different lives now. I left the Arklay Research Center, thinking that very thing. I wonder how much of this was according to Spencer's plan.
Where Lisa's body was taken is unknown, but her regenerative abilities allowed her to recover. She made the Arklay Mountains her home, surviving on her own means. Following the T-virus outbreak at the Arklay laboratory in May 1998, Lisa moved back into the Spencer mansion, where Wesker, Chris, and Jill would find her. So yeah, Lisa suffered pretty much the worst fate ever, and her story is truly tragic. But we can at least rest assured that those responsible would eventually get what they had coming. But back to the story now. Chris, Jill, and Wesker face off against the mutated version of Lisa, who is at this point totally mindless and highly dangerous. Chris and Jill manage to open up the tomb of Lisa's mother, allowing Lisa to recover her mother's remains. She then jumps off into a chasm, having finally reunited with her mother, allowing Chris, Jill, and Wesker to continue on their investigation. Wesker again splits from Chris and Jill, and they continue traveling deeper into the mansion. It is at this point that Chris and Jill finally find evidence linking Wesker to Umbrella, after reading an Umbrella bioweapons report that includes a picture of Wesker at an Umbrella research facility. Armed with this knowledge, Chris and Jill are now ready to confront Wesker. They run into Rebecca, and their investigation finally comes to an end as they enter the main laboratory. There, they find Wesker, who reveals that he is not only a former member of the Umbrella research team, but continued to work as a spy for the company throughout his time at STARS. He also explains that, under orders from Umbrella, he brought the STARS team into the mansion to prove the bioweapon's effectiveness against trained professionals.
Wesker.
So you've come. Chris, you make me proud. But of course you are one of my men.
Thanks. Since when, Wesker?
I'm afraid I don't know what you're talking about.
Since when have they been slipping you a paycheck?
I think you're a bit confused. I've always been with Umbrella. And STARS were Umbrella's. No, rather, my little piggies. The Tyrant virus leaked, polluting this whole place, and unfortunately, I had to give up my lovely members of STARS.
You killed them with your own dirty hands! You son of a bitch!
No.
Oh yes, dear. Just like this.
Rebecca!
Don't move!
Wesker then releases a creature called the T-002 Tyrant, the second evolution in the Tyrant series after the T-001 version Rebecca and Billy had faced in Resident Evil 0. This bioweapon experiment was part of the Arklay Laboratory's quest to develop the ultimate life form. I mean, if that's not the most perfect thing I've ever seen, I don't know what is. The T-002 was created by surgically altering a human following an initial infection with the Epsilon T virus strain. The Epsilon virus was designed to alter a human into a powerful mutant while at the same time limiting brain damage, and it was designed specifically to create the T-002 Tyrant. In terms of mutations, the T-002's left hand developed into a powerful claw, its muscles advanced beyond normal human limits, and it was capable of running at speeds up to 43 miles per hour, or 69 kilometers per hour. And it did not suffer from bodily decay, unlike most zombie creatures. The surgical transformations included a heart transplant from 2 large mammals, with the 2 surgically altered to function as a single heart. This explains the large hearts protruding from the T-002's body. Although Wesker had been given orders to destroy the T-002 during this investigation, he instead released it knowing full well that it could attack him. which it does, impaling Wesker immediately upon being released. Chris and Jill then fight the mutant, gather Rebecca, and flee from the laboratory.
The ultimate life form. Tyrant.
Wesker, you've become senile.
Chris, you'll never understand. It's magnificent.
Come on, you test tube freak. Rebecca!
Chris.
It's a good thing you were wearing your bulletproof vest. There's nothing left for us to do here. Let's get moving.
Okay.
Together with Rebecca, they activate the Arclay Laboratories' self-destruct system. They rush to the elevator and make their way to the helipad, setting off a series of flares to alert the Alpha Team's helicopter pilot of their need for rescue. The T-002 confronts them on the helipad as the helicopter arrives. But the team manages to destroy it using the most versatile and readily available weapon in all of Resident Evil, a rocket launcher. The STARS members fly away over the mountains as the Spencer mansion explodes.
Chris!
You okay?
Yeah.
Use it! Kill it! Whatever it is!
This concludes the story and lore of the second game in the Resident Evil timeline, Resident Evil Remake.
Look, man, I'm serious, okay? I saw this with my own eyes.
Oh, I believe you, buddy. I believe you. Just tell us a story. Tell us a story.
Okay, well, it was last Friday night. I was walking home from the bar, and this woman started coming towards me. She was staggering, you know, so I figured she was drunk.
Whoa. Okay, tell us, be honest now, how many drinks did you have?
No, man, I barely had a buzz on.
Oh, come on.
Look, just listen, all right? She got closer, and I got a good look at her. You got to see her eyes, her nose, her whole face. It looked like it was rotting.
Yeah.
She looked like a corpse. Like a walking corpse, man. If you freeze up around these things, they'll sink their teeth in you. I saw her attack somebody.
Oh, come on. It's just getting good.
Welcome back, friends. Today, we're diving into the story of Resident Evil 2. Set 2 months after the events at the Arklay Mountains, this nightmare begins when rookie cop Leon Kennedy and college student Claire Redfield arrive in Raccoon City on the worst possible night. The T-virus has turned most of the population into flesh-eating zombies, and our heroes must navigate the police station, sewers, and secret underground Umbrella facilities to survive. So, are you ready for the journey? Then, let's get started. Before we start our journey, I should mention that Resident Evil 2 has 2 parts, A and B, and you can play each as either Claire or Leon. In this summary, we'll follow what's considered the most canon order with Claire in Part A and Leon in Part B. Our story begins 2 months after the Arklay laboratory incident at the outskirts of Raccoon City. We first meet an unfortunate oil tanker driver cruising through Arklay County, completely oblivious to the zombie apocalypse happening nearby. Despite Raccoon City being under quarantine, he's just munching on a burger and listening to talk radio featuring zombie eyewitness accounts when he accidentally hits what looks like a woman on the highway.
Sleep. Oh, shit.
When he jumps out to check on her, she rises up behind him and attacks. This unnamed truck driver becomes yet another victim as the T-virus spreads beyond city limits into Arklay County. Meanwhile, university student Claire Redfield and rookie cop Leon Kennedy stop at the Mazoil gas station to fuel up. Claire's come to Raccoon City searching for her brother Chris, a former STARS member who went to Europe to investigate Umbrella after ghosting her for weeks. Leon, a fresh-faced 21-year-old police academy graduate, was heading to his first day at the Raccoon Police Department, having specifically requested this assignment because he was fascinated by those weird unsolved murder cases in the Arklay Mountains. The first to arrive at the gas station hears a crash inside and discovers Sheriff Deputy Daniel Cortini being chomped on by a zombie. The deputy had responded to a disturbance call but wasn't familiar with the whole undead situation and tried to arrest one before getting his throat torn out. Soon, zombies swarm the gas station from all directions, trapping our heroes. Claire and Leon meet at the entrance, make a mad dash to the deputy's car, and Leon floors it toward the city, leaving the zombie horde in their dust. As they speed through Raccoon City's devastated streets, they see nothing but zombies wandering around. A pre-recorded announcement blares that survivors should head to the Raccoon police station for shelter. When their car hits a dead end, our duo realizes they'll have to continue on foot. But wait, that same infected truck driver from earlier comes swerving toward them, barely missing a direct collision before passing out. Zombies immediately surround the car, trapping Leon and Claire for several terrifying seconds. They manage to escape just before the police car bursts into flames, igniting the leaking oil from the truck and causing a massive explosion.
Claire, you okay?
Yeah, I'm all right. How about you? Go on ahead. I'll meet you at the station.
Separated by the burning wreckage, they confirm each other's safety before heading to the station separately. Claire battles through several zombie mobs on her way to the police station, and once there, she spots Officer Elliot Edward being attacked and rushes to help him. Sadly, she's a bit too late. The poor guy gets horrifically torn in half under a shutter right before her eyes while trying to escape through a secret passageway. Afterwards, she makes her way through the police station's hallways, trying to escape these flesh-eating monsters. Poor Claire gets stuck beneath a shutter and screams for help. But just when things look bleakest, Lieutenant Marvin Branna shows up to save the day.
You're safe. For now.
He pulls Claire to safety and explains that the last few surviving officers were planning to escape through a secret tunnel. While Claire's reluctant to leave our wounded officer behind, Marvin insists and even gives her a weapon with some zombie survival advice. Never hesitate to shoot these things, no matter who they used to be. Marvin wasn't just any police officer, by the way. He was a senior member of the department's Bureau of Operations since he had his desk in the West Office and was actually in Leon's chain of command. Not much is known about Marvin's life, but his colleagues thought he was pretty awesome. An exemplary officer who looked out for his friends until the bitter end. When the T-virus contaminated Raccoon City's drinking water in September 1998, our man Marvin was working overtime as mass panic spread. With Chief Irons hiding in his office like a coward and Deputy Chief Douglas already dead, the station fell into chaos. But Marvin stepped up, and his rank and cool-headed demeanor helped maintain some semblance of order within the station walls. After their chat, Claire ventures off to find that hidden tunnel Marvin mentioned. But just as she's making progress, Marvin radios her to come back because he has something important to show her.
I've got something to show you. It's important.
Hurry, I'm on my way.
When Claire returns, Marvin shows her camera footage of Leon outside in the courtyard and explains how to find him. As Claire heads to the east wing to reach Leon, a police helicopter crashes right into a second-floor hallway. While exploring the wreckage, she spots Leon on the level below and approaches him, clearly happy to see a friendly face again. Well, maybe a little too happy if you ask me. Unfortunately, she doesn't have the key to open the gate to let Leon inside. While our dynamic duo is chatting, though, the helicopter suddenly catches fire and explodes. The noise attracts nearby zombies, who start shambling toward the gate where Leon is trapped. Fight or flight kicks in as Claire and Leon frantically try to find a way to help Leon escape the approaching zombie horde. Claire tries to radio Marvin, but gets no response, so she rushes back to where she last saw him. When she arrives, Marvin is looking rough. By this point, the T-virus had infected him, and he was beginning his transformation into one of those things. Claire tries to help him up, but Marvin, knowing what's happening to him, refuses her help and tells her to go on without him. He shuts the door on Claire, who reluctantly leaves him behind once again, but not before thanking him for everything. Claire then makes her way down a secret passageway hidden beneath a statue in the main hall. Now let's shift over to Leon's perspective. After separating from Claire, Leon finds a tunnel near the gate and follows it until he comes across a Raccoon Police Department uniform. He puts it on for extra protection, and, because he's supposed to be a cop and all, poor Leon had no travel plans or apartment in Raccoon City, and after a breakup with his girlfriend, he spent the night at a motel where he passed out from heavy drinking. He woke up late on September 29th and drove into the city hungover, arriving late for his first day. Leon continues his journey through the police station until he reaches Marvin's last known location. And what does he find there? Well, the terrifying Mr. X himself. Our rookie cop watches as this massive figure approaches until it punches straight through the camera.
Something tells me he's not a cop.
Right after this introduction, Leon hears a zombie behind him. And it's our friend Marvin, sadly now fully transformed into one of those flesh eaters. It's a pretty heartbreaking moment seeing Marvin go like this, but at least he helped Claire escape before the transformation took over. Now, let me tell you a bit about this Mr. X character, or T00 as he's officially known. This guy is the next evolution in Umbrella's Tyrant series. Bigger, badder, and dressed in a stylish trench coat. He was sent to Raccoon City with a dual mission: recover a G-Virus sample and eliminate any survivors at the police station. Mr. X was actually one of 6 T-103 models airdropped into the city on the night of September 29th. While his 5 brothers were sent to fight Delta Force operators at the incineration disposal plant, our fashionable friend got the special assignment of hunting down survivors and finding the precious G-Virus sample. Now, let's swing back to Claire. She continues through the secret passageway, which leads her to an underground research facility. Suddenly, she hears something hiding in the wall, which turns out to be a small girl named Sherry Birkin, who will become super important for the Resident Evil storyline. So who is this mysterious child? Well, Sherry was born around 1986 to doctors William and Annette Birkin, 2 Umbrella virologists who worked on developing the G-Virus. Poor kid had a pretty strained relationship with her parents due to their busy work schedules. Her mom gave her a locket disguised as an 11th birthday present, which was secretly related to her parents' work on the G-Virus, as we'll soon see. Back to our story. Little Sherry warns Claire about something behind her. This nightmare fuel turns out to be none other than Dr. William Birkin himself. That's right, Wesker's bestie and the obsessive scientist behind the G-Virus, a much more powerful yet unstable version of the T-Virus.
He's right behind you.
Where?
Oh, God.
This terrifying form is the result of William injecting himself with his own creation. Definitely not the recommended usage. We've covered William before, but let's do a quick recap for those who missed it. Birkin was a child prodigy who earned his doctorate as a teenager. He joined Umbrella at the tender age of 15, and by 1977, he was working at a laboratory in Arklay County under Dr. James Marcus. William and our favorite sunglasses-wearing villain Wesker became Marcus's star pupils, developing a friendly rivalry while being indoctrinated into Umbrella's questionable ethics. Their education wrapped up on July 29, 1978, when they were offered senior roles at the nearby Arklay laboratory. But then came the betrayal. William and Wesker turned on Dr. Marcus and stole his completed T-virus strain. William became obsessed with transforming the T-virus into the stronger, more unstable G-virus. He succeeded in creating it, but as we're seeing now, this accomplishment led directly to his downfall. When Birkin's discovery caught Spencer's attention, Umbrella built the Nest facility near their chemical plant, completed in 1991. There, William served as chief researcher, leading G-virus research alongside his wife, Annette. While focusing on the G-virus, William handed T-virus research to his subordinate, Dr. John Clemens. Despite promising progress throughout the 1990s, William grew suspicious that Umbrella had no intention of giving him an executive position. With the G-virus complete, though, William planned to betray Umbrella and sell it to the US military. But Umbrella, having moles within the military, discovered his plan and sent an armed squad to confiscate the virus before he could act. On September 22nd, Alpha Team leader Hunk and a subordinate arrived at the facility to seize the virus. During the confrontation, William was gunned down after resisting. The Umbrella squad grabbed a case containing both T and G virus samples and headed for the sewers. Afterwards, the injured Birkin injected himself with a remaining G virus sample, but it didn't properly stabilize, transforming him into the powerful G mutant we now see, rather than the G human he had hoped to become. Seeking revenge, mutated William followed the Umbrella squad into the sewers and wiped them out. To protect the remaining samples, he actually ate the G-virus samples. In the process, he destroyed several T-virus samples, allowing rats to consume them and spread the virus into the city's water supply. And that, friends, is how the Raccoon City outbreak began. By September 16th, the Raccoon General Hospital had already locked down wards to slow the spread of what locals called the cannibal disease. But back to the story now. Claire confronts the mutated William Birkin in an epic showdown, where she manages to take him down. Afterwards, she teams up with little Sherry Birkin to continue their escape through the creepy underground research facility. They eventually make their way out of the facility and into a parking lot. Just as they're trying to find an exit, the worst police chief in video game history, Brian Irons, shows up out of nowhere. This creep forces Claire to the ground and snatches Sherry away through threats and violence.
Sherry, you come with me now, or say goodbye to Claire.
Okay, I'll go.
After Irons takes Sherry, Claire manages to free herself from her restraints, but it's too late. All she has left from Sherry is her locket. Speaking of Brian Irons, let me tell you about this delightful individual. He was the corrupt chief of the Raccoon Police Department who regularly took bribes from Umbrella to keep investigations away from their shady business. During the outbreak, Brian had a complete mental breakdown, believing he'd been infected, and began eliminating fellow officers and civilians trying to escape. On September 25th, in his madness, he ordered the police station's weapons locker emptied and ammunition scattered throughout the building, leading to police casualties due to ammo shortages when fighting zombies. As if that wasn't bad enough, Brian also had a violent history with women and was suspected of being a serial killer. Now let's check in on our rookie cop, Leon. He eventually discovers the same secret entrance that Claire found. As he makes his way through the underground research facility, he is attacked by a Cerberus dog. But just when things look grim, he's saved by a mysterious woman who turns out to be the iconic Ada Wong.
Hey! Who is that?
Stay sharp.
Lower it. FBI.
Sorry. Thank you for your help.
Ada is one mysterious lady. Her personal life is a complete enigma. Her ethnicity, nationality, birthdate, birthplace, and even her real name remain unknown. Her true loyalties appear to lie with an undisclosed organization that disrupts the black market arms trade through theft and sabotage. In her role as an agent, Ada worked for many clients, but often betrayed them to fulfill some unknown true purpose. Just before the outbreak, her organization launched an operation to steal a G-virus sample. Ada and another agent were sent into the city for this mission, which was being coordinated by Albert Wesker. After faking his death during the mansion incident, Wesker began working against Umbrella to steal their research for rival pharmaceutical companies. Of course, Leon doesn't know any of this juicy backstory, though. Instead, Ada feeds him a line about being with the FBI and searching for her boyfriend, John Clemens, an Umbrella researcher. In reality, this was just a cover story to help her infiltrate Umbrella's facilities and get the G-Virus sample.
Do yourself a favor. Stop asking questions and get the hell out of here.
Poor naive Leon, fresh on his first day as a police officer, believes her story completely. Anyways, Leon continues exploring the police station until he finds a row of holding cells containing Ben Bertolucci, a journalist and conspiracy theorist who's locked himself up. Ben was an independent journalist who got super suspicious about Umbrella's shady activities. He actually met Claire through an online chat room where they shared their Umbrella conspiracy theories, with Claire having her own suspicions thanks to growing up in the city's orphanage, which was secretly an Umbrella testing site. In September 1998, Ben discovered the T-Virus leak and G-Virus existence. Fearing for everyone's safety, he sent Claire a videotape asking her to expose Umbrella's bioweapons program before things got worse. When Claire couldn't reach Ben for over 2 weeks, she headed to Raccoon City to find her brother Chris. Unfortunately, Chris dismissed their warnings as just crazy conspiracy talk. During their jail cell chat, Ben explains to Leon that our corrupt friend Chief Irons locked him up to prevent him from exposing Umbrella. Ben then offers Leon a card to exit the parking lot, but before they can finish their conversation, a massive hand smashes through the cell wall, grabs poor Ben by the head, and crushes it against the wall. Not the way any of us would want to go, that's for sure.
Come on, don't be an asshole. Hey, you need this. Just get me the fuck out of here!
Oh my god.
This gruesome hand belongs to none other than our fashionable friend, Mr. X. And before Leon can even process what happened, Ada Wong appears again. She continues her FBI investigator charade, claiming Ben was her informant with crucial information. Afterwards, Leon restores power to the cells, but guess who's waiting for him? That's right, Mr. X is hot on his trail. Leon comes face to face with this unstoppable fashion disaster, who relentlessly pursues him throughout the police station. While Leon's playing this deadly game of tag, let's check back with Claire. As she makes her way through the police station, she hears a phone ringing. Now, I don't know about you, but answering random phones during a zombie apocalypse wouldn't be high on my priority list. Nevertheless, Claire picks up, and who's on the line? Well, Brian Irons, who demands Sherry's locket, or else there will be consequences. When Claire asks why he's so obsessed with this piece of jewelry, Brian refuses to explain, and just tells her to meet him at the orphanage where he's holding Sherry. While Claire heads to the orphanage, we get to switch perspectives and play as little Sherry. Our brave little protagonist manages to squeeze through a tiny window and begins exploring the orphanage, which honestly feels creepier than a police station full of zombies if you ask me. As she hunts for the front door keys, Brian appears out of nowhere like a horror movie villain and threatens to teach her some manners for escaping. But our resourceful Sherry grabs a bottle of acid and throws it right in his face. Brian shrieks in pain and chases after her, promising revenge. Using her stealth skills, Sherry manages to evade Brian and steal his keys. Just as she's about to unlock the front door to freedom, though, Brian catches her. Poor Sherry struggles, but she's just no match for this creep. But just as Brian is dragging her away, guess who crashes the party? That's right, her dad, Dr. William Birkin, in his mutated form. Despite their strained relationship due to William and Annette's obsession with their work at Umbrella, William apparently retained some paternal instinct even in his mutated state. The G-Virus he injected himself with turned him into a powerful creature, but unlike the mindless zombies created by the T-Virus, G-mutants keep fragments of their human memories and emotional connections. While not exactly Father of the Year material, he at least saves Sherry from Brian. Now let's check back with our rookie cop. As Leon finally makes his way out of the police station with the garage card key, Mr. X ambushes him by smashing through a wall. This time, Leon can't escape, and just as he's about to meet his end, Ada Wong arrives and crashes into Mr. X with an armored truck. That's twice she's saved him now, and the two begin their escape from the police station with the garage access key. Meanwhile, back at the orphanage, Claire finally reaches Chief Irons, but before they can have a proper villain monologue, a G-Virus embryo erupts from his stomach. You see, when a G-virus carrier infects a new host, the virus tries to reproduce by implanting embryos. However, these can only properly develop if the host shares compatible genes with the carrier. Since Irons wasn't compatible, the embryo rejected him and burst out violently. At long last, Claire finds Sherry in the orphanage basement, but our dynamic duo's reunion is short-lived though, as Mr. X begins chasing them. While running away, they become trapped in an elevator with nowhere to go. Just as Mr. X is about to break through, William Birkin appears again and impales him with his massive claw, but the impact causes their elevator to plummet into Umbrella's sewage system below. Claire falls unconscious from the fall, but eventually wakes up to find a woman in a lab coat standing over her. This turns out to be Dr. Annette Birkin, Sherry's mom and William's wife. Like her husband, Annette was an Umbrella virologist working on the G-Virus project. Unlike William, though, she maintained a somewhat more stable personality, though that's not saying much in the Birkin household. After William injected himself with the G-Virus and began his rampage, Annette stayed in the facility, torn between her research loyalty, concern for Sherry, and the horrifying knowledge that her husband had become a monster. She understood the G-Virus better than anyone still alive, and knew Sherry was in grave danger due to her genetic compatibility with William. Back in our game, when Claire meets Annette, the scientist seems completely unconcerned about her own daughter's safety, and only wants to know what happened to William. When Claire keeps asking about Sherry, Annette snaps that Sherry isn't Claire's concern.
Find Sherry.
My daughter is not your concern.
Let's check back with Leon, who's traversing the city streets with Ada. They eventually reach a gun store where the owner, Robert Kendo, holds them at gunpoint. He's absolutely furious at the RPD's inability to control this zombie situation and wants nothing to do with Leon. But then we hear his 10-year-old daughter Emma, infected and nearly turned, making some disturbing noises. Ada appears, forcing Robert to lower his weapon. In one of the most heartbreaking moments of the entire game, Robert takes his daughter into their hideout, followed by a loud gunshot. After this emotional roller coaster, Leon tells Ada that they need to help people like Robert escape this nightmare.
Just give us some privacy.
You know, it's one thing to keep the truth from me, but why him? I want to find out what's happening here, and stop whoever's behind it.
Ada softens a bit, blaming everything on Umbrella for selling the T-virus to the government. She also points the finger at Annette Birkin as the virus creator and her investigation target. Eventually, Leon and Ada reach Umbrella's sewer system, where Leon gets chased by a ginormous mutated alligator. Our rookie cop manages to trigger an explosion that blows the creature to bits. When Leon and Ada finally catch up to Annette, Ada demands the G-Virus, but Annette responds by shooting Leon and running away. After escaping Leon and Ada, Annette finds Sherry and scolds her for not staying home. Sherry explains that she called the police, but no one helped, and she was terrified of the zombies. But things get worse as Sherry suddenly begins experiencing adverse effects from the G-Virus that her father secretly implanted in her. Claire witnesses this mother-daughter moment and promises to help Sherry, who's now visibly in pain, and then sets out to find the cure. As Claire tries to get back to Sherry, she's chased by William Birkin in his G-Virus form. But Claire finds poor Sherry collapsed on the ground. Upon checking, she's relieved to find the girl alive, but Annette warns that Sherry is infected. Claire is furious since Annette seems more concerned with William and the G-Virus than her own daughter. When Annette says she could save Sherry but doesn't have time, Claire doesn't give up.
Sherry, don't worry. I will get you whatever you need, okay?
She takes Sherry to Annette's lab in the secret research facility, Nest. Meanwhile, Ada and Leon make their way toward Nest as well. Leon, still unconscious from Annette's bullet, rests while Ada explores the facility, encountering zombies while hunting for access wristbands. Eventually, Ada runs into Annette, who had prepared a trap and nearly burns her alive. But our quick-thinking spy manages to escape and tracks down Annette again, only to fall victim to another trap. Before she goes down, Ada accuses Annette of killing William to take credit for the G-Virus herself. This accusation sends Annette into a rage, and she uses a machine to push Ada off the platform, causing her to fall and injure herself. Leon finally wakes up and makes his way to Ada, finding her injured on the floor. Before leaving to help her, he watches a tape showing William's infection and how the virus spread through the city via infected rats that were exposed when virus vials smashed during William's rampage. Leon then finds and helps Ada recover despite her initial resistance. She eventually accepts his help and tells him they need to reach Nest, where Annette keeps all the G-Virus samples. Then the pair find a tram headed for Nest and hop aboard. During the tram ride, Leon expresses his hatred toward Umbrella and his desire for justice. Ada continues her FBI agent charade, promising that securing a G-Virus sample will prevent future outbreaks. In the heat of the moment, though, Leon and Ada share a passionate kiss as she tells him to be careful.
I'm a liability now. If I'm gonna finish this case, you're the last hope I've got.
I'm not just gonna leave you here. What if you're attacked? What if you need help?
I'll be fine. Don't worry about me. I gotta see this through. And I want to see you again. I got plenty to live for, trust me.
As Leon makes his way to the restricted west area of Nest, he encounters William in his G-Virus form. But before our rookie cop can react, Annette appears behind Leon and shoots William, apologizing and saying he left her no choice. Afterwards, she confesses that all of this, the G-Virus and the outbreak, was her and William's fault, though they never intended for things to get so out of hand.
William, what have you done?
She is my creation!
But just as Annette finishes her explanation, William suddenly recovers and throws her across the room. Leon engages in a fierce battle with William's new mutated form, and after a challenging fight, our hero emerges victorious. After the fight, Leon approaches the injured Annette, who begs him to destroy the G-Virus sample. Leon, still clueless about Ada's true motives, tells Annette he can't do that because it's going to the FBI. Annette shatters Leon's illusions, revealing that Ada is actually a mercenary, not an FBI agent. Before collapsing, she warns Leon not to let the virus fall into the wrong hands. After Annette's fatal encounter with William, she manages to make her way to Sherry and Claire. She's clearly injured from the earlier altercation, but there's not much Claire and Sherry can do to help her. Annette musters enough strength to confirm that Sherry is free from the G-Virus and won't be turning into a monster like William. Just as Annette says her final words, the Nest facility's self-destruct mechanism activates, so Claire and Sherry rush to escape the facility. We're back to Leon, who regroups with the injured Ada, but now he's suspicious after learning her true identity from Annette. He confronts her about being a mercenary, and Ada pulls out her weapon, demanding the G-Virus sample. Leon refuses, telling her she'll have to shoot him, but he doesn't think she can. Just then, Annette appears out of nowhere and shoots Ada, causing the G-Virus sample to fall into the abyss. Just as Ada is about to plummet to certain doom, Leon grabs her hand, desperately trying to prevent her fall. Eventually, Ada tells him to save himself and let her go, and Leon yells dramatically as she falls into the darkness below.
No!
Leon then sets out to escape the Nest facility before the self-destruct sequence completes. At long last, our heroes Leon and Claire see each other through a communication system and reassure each other they'll make it out alive. Just as Claire is rushing to escape the impending explosion, however, William appears in his final form. Claire realizes she has to destroy this thing if she wants to make it out alive, and so an intense battle ensues, from which our heroine emerges victorious. Meanwhile, Leon isn't having a much better time. As he tries to escape, Mr. X makes one final appearance, forcing Leon to take him out before he can proceed. He engages Mr. X, who has transformed into an even deadlier version of himself. During the battle, a rocket launcher mysteriously falls from above, from an apparently alive Ada. Leon uses the rocket launcher on Mr. X and finally emerges victorious after blasting a rocket to its face. After defeating their respective enemies, Leon and Claire finally reunite in a train as they escape the Nest facility. They're visibly happy to see each other, and Leon finally gets to meet Sherry. But the peace doesn't last long, as William begins to devour the entire train. The trio fires everything they have at the creature, finally dislodging it by detaching its train car. At long last, the monster is consumed by the flames engulfing the rest of the research facility, and our trio finally makes it out. After escaping the facility, the game ends with Leon, Claire, and Sherry strolling through an empty street, contemplating their next move. They spot a truck driver heading into Raccoon City, and believing he could be infected like the other truck driver, Leon prepares to shoot, but the driver simply flips him off and continues on his way. After making promises to bring down Umbrella, both Leon and Claire agree they'll be okay as long as they stick together. Oh, and Sherry asks for a puppy, because what child doesn't want a puppy after surviving a zombie apocalypse?
So, is it over?
I don't know. But if it's not, we'll stop it. Whatever it takes.
Yeah, you damn right we will.
As long as we stick together, we'll be fine. Come on.
And that brings us to the end of Resident Evil 2.
To get your blood pumping.
We've got to be dreaming.
In this video, we will be looking at the lore of Resident Evil 3 Nemesis. So let's get started. The live-action opening cutscene of the game shows news stories of the outbreak in Raccoon City pouring in as Umbrella's scientists wind up working on their most recent project, the Nemesis. A Nemesis-containing pod is seen being put onto a helicopter after the opening title scene. So, what is the Nemesis? The Nemesis, also known as the Pursuer, is a T-103 Tyrant clone, and as such has all of the typical traits of a T-103 Tyrant, including superhuman strength, resilience, and regeneration. But unlike its relatives, the Nemesis Alpha Parasite has further improved it, giving it newer and more potent abilities. Because the Nemesis Alpha Parasite has taken over its body, the Nemesis not only has human-level intelligence, but also exhibits rational thought and self-awareness, which enable it to do complicated tasks like using weapons in battle on its own. Also, unlike its relatives, the Nemesis can undergo unique, regenerative mutations, causing its body to heal from traumatic events, like rocket launchers to the face. Anyways, let's go back to the story. Jill Valentine has a nightmare in which she shuts the bathroom door and closes the window. When she turns off the sink's tap, blood starts pouring in. She notices herself starting to change when she glances up, and she flees in a panic into the shadows. She notices that she has changed physically when she comes back into the light. She grabs a nearby weapon and places it against her temple, realizing she doesn't have much time left. Then she fires and awakens. Just a typical Tuesday night nightmare, if you ask me. The game begins at 8:07 p.m. on September 28th. Brad Vickers, the STARS helicopter pilot during the events of the previous game, calls Jill in a panic when she falls asleep while conducting research on Umbrella from her apartment. He tells her she must escape right as the Nemesis crashes through the wall, cutting him off. She dashes down a hallway, rushes past another apartment, and finally climbs down a fire escape to narrowly escape the Nemesis' grasp. She descends and takes in the devastation of Raccoon City before returning to the apartment complex. The Nemesis ambushes Jill once more, and she almost gets grabbed by one of its tentacles before escaping as it tries to pin her with building debris. Jill runs into Brad, who says that although he doesn't know what that thing is, he is aware that it is pursuing the STARS members that are in Raccoon City. The two are forced to flee inside a bar as zombies overturn adjacent barricades. However, zombies manage to get inside, and one bites Brad. Brad then understands there is no time left and orders Jill to flee and not to make the same mistake he did.
We're gonna make a run for it!
Come on, Jill. We know how this ends.
No, I don't.
Are we still a team?
Always.
Then do me a favor. Don't fuck up like I did. Go!
Brad gives his life in order to fight off the zombies, and Jill promises to meet a helicopter atop the parking garage building. She finds Dario Rosso as she makes her way into a storage room. Dario was a salesman who was with his family in the Raccoon City during the outbreak. When the outbreak started, Dario and his family were forced to fend for themselves, attempting to escape the encroaching infected hordes through the ruined streets of Raccoon City without protection or chance of aid. Sometime during the city's collapse, Dario's mother, wife, and daughter were killed in the chaos, leaving Dario as the lone survivor of his family. When Jill found him, Dario finally reached the safety of the warehouse. He was a completely broken and scared man. Jill is unable to persuade him to help her escape since he has locked himself inside a storage container. Jill eventually leaves without him, and Dario is never seen again, leading many to theorize that he was attacked after exiting the storage container, though it is not certain. I like to dream and think that maybe he escaped, and who knows, maybe even built himself a new home out of a new container all for himself. After her encounter with Dario, Jill enters the parking garage, navigates through a few zombies, and then takes an elevator to the roof, where the helicopter is waiting. And of course, Nemesis appears out of the shadows as the helicopter explodes. Jill manages to crawl out of the carnage and makes her way inside a car. She uses the car to crash into the creature and escape before the car explodes and burns away the Nemesis's face mask, allowing her to finally see her pursuer for what he really is. As the Nemesis approaches her, Jill is saved by Carlos Oliveira, who temporarily disables Nemesis with an anti-tank rocket launcher before escorting her to a subway station on Redstone Street for safety.
Hey! Fuckface!
Hey, easy, lady. I got you.
Who are you? What do you do?
Name's Carlos, and I'm saving you. Come on, let's get you someplace safe.
Now that's a rescue. After that, Carlos reveals to Jill that he works for Umbrella Biohazard Countermeasures Service, or UBCS for short. When Jill learns of this, she lashes out at Carlos, accusing him of being to blame for the chaos in Raccoon City. Carlos has no idea what Jill is talking about, but Jill, of course, doesn't know that. Forced to leave, Jill has no choice but to accompany Carlos. Eventually, they make their way to a subway car where Mikhail Victor is located. Mikhail Victor served as the captain and leader of Carlos's platoon. He was warm-hearted, recognized for his impressive leadership abilities, and skilled in the planning and execution of operations. Mikhail was born in the former Soviet Union. As was required by Soviet law, he served in the Soviet Army for 2 years, though it is said he remained in the army for several years later. Following the collapse of the Soviet Union, tension arose with respect to certain ethnic groups that fought for their independence. Mikhail became involved due to his wife, who was from one such group, and offered his support and experience to the rebel cause. The rebel group was eventually taken down by the Russian government, leading to Mikhail being captured and sentenced to death. That is when Umbrella approached Mikhail and offered him an amnesty deal. He agreed to join the company's UBCS in exchange for his freedom and the guaranteed safety of his men. So back to the story now. Once Jill arrives with Carlos, Mikhail asks Jill for assistance in rescuing several survivors by using a subway train. Jill grudgingly agrees, but only because she wants to save the civilians rather than the UBCS troops. Then Carlos tosses her a radio, tells her that they should stay in touch, and calls her Super Cop.
All right, Super Cop. Here you go. We can use this to stay in contact.
I know what a radio is.
Carlos advises Jill to go for the substation as she reaches the top of the Raccoon City streets. When she reaches the main road, he instructs her to take the alley, but she finds that it has been set on fire. And he calls her a tall glass of water, which Jill does not appreciate for some reason.
Sure, we have a tall drink of water like yourself to put out a few flames.
Fuck you.
Jill then makes her way through the streets and alleys to find a fire hose, which she uses to extinguish the flames by connecting it to a fire hydrant close by. When Jill enters the structure, she discovers an injured Murphy Seeker, who looks like he was bitten by a zombie. Murphy was a mercenary for the Umbrella's UBCS, serving as a sniper for Alpha Platoon. Murphy was considered shy and friendly despite his large physique, and he was regarded as an excellent soldier. Murphy was deployed with the rest of the UBCS platoons in Raccoon City during the outbreak. But because the severity of the outbreak was so far worse than the UBCS estimated, the platoons were slowly exterminated one by one. Murphy was the last known survivor of the Alpha Platoon. On the night Jill found him, Murphy had survived a brutal fight against a horde of zombies. Murphy was severely injured and was believed to be infected, although there was a report to suggest that he may have not been exposed to the infection despite his injuries. In any event, Murphy's injuries prevented him from continuing on his way. A few moments after Jill runs into Murphy, Nikolai Zinoviev arrives from behind, and, refusing to wait for confirmation that Murphy was indeed infected, fatally shoots Murphy in the head before Joe can stop him. Nice to meet you too, Nikolai. Surprise, surprise, Nikolai turns out to care for nobody except for himself later on. So let's talk about Nikolai, or as he likes to call himself, the man who would sell his grandmother for the right price. Okay, maybe he doesn't actually call himself that, but he does say there's a price tag for everything, even letting the world burn. So that should tell you the kind of guy Nikolai is. Nikolai was born in Moscow, the capital of the then Soviet Union. Following the collapse of the Soviet Union, Nikolai was recruited by Umbrella, where he served as a sergeant within the UBCS. After Nikolai shoots Murphy, Jill confronts him, shocked and indignant, stating that he might not have been infected. He responds by calling her a bleeding heart and telling her to return to the subway station since they don't need her getting in the way.
You're UBCS?
Yeah, careful, careful. Come on, don't look at me like that, all right? I'm not an infected. No, wait, please!
What the fuck?
He was infected.
He might have been infected.
Oh, stars, this soft. No wonder so many of you dead.
And what are you, UBCS? Killing your own people?
He would have turned. There's your sense of self-preservation. Go back to the subway station. We don't need a bleeding heart like you getting in the way.
After moving on, Jill observes a nest that resembles a cocoon resting on top of the cables, which turns out to be a creature named Drain Deimos. The Drain Deimos are fleas that have been infected and mutated by the T-virus. Like many other creatures, the fleas responded to the virus by dramatically increasing in size, strength, and aggression. The Drain Deimos takes their name from mythology, in this case, Deimos, the Greek personification of dread. When Jill approaches the creature, she's infected in a truly disgusting manner. The thing forcefully inserts one of its appendages down her throat. Ew! Jill then manages to kill the Drain Deimos and reset the circuit breakers. Jill subsequently restores power to the substation and the surrounding area, which also destroys the nest of the Drain Deimos. Upon her return, Jill encounters Nemesis once more and escapes it. After escaping, Jill tells Carlos that Nemesis is still alive. She refuses to go back to the station until she has brought traffic control back online, despite Carlos's instruction to the contrary. Once she has arrived at her destination, Carlos gives Jill instructions to map a route from Redstone Street to Fox Park Station. Jill completes this assignment, rerouting the subway lines. Jill then runs into a freaky-looking zombie with a long tentacle coming out of its head, which, needless to say, surprises her.
What the fuck?
After escaping, Jill makes her way back to the station, where Carlos is. On her way, Jill once again faces Nemesis, who is turning zombies into freakier versions of themselves by seemingly squishing their heads really hard. Once back at the subway station, Jill finds Carlos, who is joined by Tyrell, Patrick, and Nikolai. Nikolai, being the cheerleader that he is, tells them that they have little chance of escaping the city by battling their way out because it is teeming with T-infected monsters. Nikolai then taunts Jill once more, saying that she is unreliable and will cause Carlos's death. But then, as Nemesis charges into the station, Jill closes the gate and makes the decision to use herself as bait in an effort to entice him away and maybe buy them some time. Because she's really just that BA.
Oh, come on. Not again.
It's me he's after.
Hey.
I'll buy you some time.
Hey, wait! Wait, Jill! No! Damn it!
Come on, you creepy-ass stalker!
Jill manages to lure the Nemesis away from the group, and she flees to the sewers via a ventilation duct. She tries to reach Carlos, but receives no response, so she decides to swim to the surface. Jill uses the sewers to enter the city above, where she encounters a large number of froggy-looking creatures called Hunter Gammas. Nicknamed Froggers, the Hunter Gammas are frog-based VOWs created by bonding human DNA with a fertilized amphibian egg infected with the T-virus. Although large in size, they were seen as useless due to several flaws in their fighting capabilities, including the fact that their mouths became vulnerable during attacks. Thus, Umbrella ordered their destruction. But a scientist that had become attached to the Hunter Gammas bribed a sewer manager in Raccoon City to allow him and some of his associates to move the hunters to the sewers to continue training and evaluating. They remained there through the outbreak in Raccoon City until Jill encountered them. When Jill finally makes it to the top, she calls Carlos once more, who is happy to learn that she's still alive and tells her that they will leave as soon as she returns. Just as Jill is climbing her way out of a set of stairs, however, Nemesis grabs onto her head, so rude, and throws her outside. It then pursues her with a brand new weapon, a freaking flamethrower. This forces Jill to scramble into the nearest building to escape its attacks. Jill escapes to the rooftop of the building, only to realize she has no choice but to engage the Nemesis in combat. The two engage in a ferocious battle in which Jill ultimately wins, eventually rendering it helpless by shattering its fuel tank. To escape the battle's fallout, Jill jumps off the roof, only to be almost crushed by falling debris. Once safe, Jill radios Carlos, who is angry that Jill turned herself into bait, but at the same time relieved to see that she is still alive. Jill, thinking she has killed Nemesis, tells Carlos that it is dead. But poor Jill, little does she know, this video is far from over, and so is Nemesis. In making her way to the subway station, Jill enters Kendo's gun store. A gun-wielding Robert Tendo jumps her as she enters, but she's glad to discover that he is okay. She offers to take him with her to the station, but he declines, telling her that he will be fine, before saying goodbye and leaving. Fun fact about Robert, Together with his brother Joseph, Robert designed the Beretta 92F, otherwise known as the Samurai Edge, which were custom handguns requested by the Raccoon Police Department during the formation of STARS. Soon after, Nemesis attacks Jill while still pursuing her and now brandishing another brand new weapon, this time a freaking rocket launcher with a laser guidance system. Of course. Nemesis attempts to take out Jill in a number of ways, but is stopped when Jill enters the security of the subway station. But not before Carlos shoots a gasoline tanker that explodes on the Nemesis, telling her that he knows how to slow it down, but she must lead it back to the station. Jill and Carlos relocate to the station where they reconnect with the other UBCS members. Jill receives praise from Mikhail for her deeds and instructs her to board the train. The captain instructs Carlos and Tyrell to return to the city and locate Dr. Nathaniel Bard, whose work on vaccines might help the city. She is praised by Nikolai, who is waiting inside the train and who points out that Jill is finally beginning to understand just how important her own life is. On September 29th, around 2:11 a.m., Nikolai asks Mikhail whether he believes Dr. Bard might still be alive. Mikhail rejects him and expresses his fears, suspecting Nikolai of having ulterior motives. Nikolai simply offers a chuckle in response. That is when the subway train suddenly jolts and the Nemesis appears on board the train. Jill, who is furious that the creature isn't dead yet, begins to approach and ready for an assault. But Mikhail stops her and tells her to get to the back of the train. Suddenly, however, Nikolai shuts the door, trapping Jill and the hurt Mikhail with the Nemesis. I seriously hate Nikolai. What an evil two-faced him. The Nemesis then deploys a tentacle to puncture and trap Mikhail, but in a final act of sacrifice, Mikhail uses a C4 explosion to try to destroy the Nemesis, cutting it off from the subway car Jill is in. Jill is rendered unconscious as she slams against the train's walls as a result of the explosion. Carlos and Tyrell reach the temporary cemetery at the Raccoon Police Department a few minutes later, having no idea of Mikhail's sacrifice or Nikolai's betrayal. Now that we have a minute, let's talk about Tyrell Patrick. Patrick was born and raised in Suriname in 1966. As Suriname achieved independence, Patrick left for Europe and joined the French Foreign Legion. During his time in the Legion, Patrick used his position to supply black marketeers with weapons, which, needless to say, is hugely illegal. The weapons were eventually traced back to Patrick. He was then court-martialed and given a life sentence. Umbrella became aware of Patrick's predicament and decided to barter with the French government for Patrick's freedom. This worked, resulting in Patrick eventually enlisting in Umbrella's UBCS. Soon after arriving at the cemetery, Carlos and Tyrell see Lieutenant Marvin Renault being bitten by a zombified Brad Vickers. They are unable to stop the attack. Marvin then locks the station's front entrance before returning back inside. After eliminating zombie Brad, Carlos and Tyrell go inside the Raccoon Police Department after Marvin. Once inside, Carlos realizes that this is not a rescue mission, but rather a mission to capture and retain Dr. Bard, who Umbrella wanted to capture at all costs for knowing a little too much. On his way, Carlos confronts a licker and a horde of zombies that have taken over the station. What exactly is a licker? The exact process through which a zombie becomes a licker is unknown. What is known is that lickers are the result of viral activation within a zombie, which causes it to mutate extensively to the point where its human origins are barely recognizable. The skin is shed, exposing the muscles. New muscle grows and takes the skin's place, giving lickers considerably stronger fighting abilities and agility than zombies. The skeleton is altered during the mutations, forcing lickers to walk on all fours, allowing them to jump and become more agile while allowing them to become agile hunters that can jump at prey. The eyes cease to function or are lost entirely, though the licker's sense of hearing is greatly increased to make up for loss of sight. The licker's tongue has also developed to be several feet long, and is powerful enough to be used as a weapon capable of slicing into flesh. Carlos eventually makes it to the STAR's office and phones Dr. Bard, who informs him that he fled and is currently stranded at the hospital, which is overrun by BOWs and zombies. According to Bard, Umbrella is taking out every researcher because they are the only ones who could implicate Umbrella by disclosing their illicit behavior and its connections to the outbreak. He tells them to rescue him before hanging up.
Look, just send in STARs. They're gonna know what to do.
No, negative. RPD's overrun too.
Then figure it out! Umbrella's gone crazy. They're killing all the researchers. I am the only one who knows how to make the vaccine to stop the zombies. So you can either sit there with your dick in your hand or send somebody who's capable of getting me the hell out of here.
I like him already.
Then, as Carlos receives a communication from Jill telling him that everyone on the train is dead and that Nikolai abandoned them to their deaths before abruptly cutting the conversation off, Tyrell attempts to hack the computer and track down Bard's location. At 4:43 a.m., Carlos leaves to get Jill while Tyrell stays behind to find Bard. Let's go back to Jill now. Jill had gone out of the subway car earlier. Realizing she was the only survivor of the train wreck, she tried to call Carlos, but couldn't. Jill eventually makes her way to the municipal park close to St. Michael's Clock Tower Plaza, where she heard Nemesis' shrieking pain.
Fucker's still alive. I can't stay here.
After witnessing a flaming Nemesis crash his way down the riverside, Jill attempts to cross the pedestrian bridge. She's finally able to contact Carlos to let him know what happened after he departed. Before she can finish the conversation, however, she is attacked by a mutated Nemesis.
It's back!
Jill, what happened? Jill, come in!
This Nemesis had emerged from the river, where it had dramatically mutated and had changed from a humanoid creature into a vicious canine-like beast with enormous claws. Jill evades it until she's surrounded in the square and is forced to engage in combat. After a protracted battle, Jill finally manages to take the beast down with explosive shots. Jill, seemingly victorious, begins to walk away from the carnage. But before she can escape, Nemesis attacks her once more, gripping her by the feet and pulling her toward him. Jill, thinking quickly on her feet, fires the chain holding a metal gate. The Nemesis's arm is amputated as the gate collapses, but it manages to attack and infect her by impaling her arm with a bone spike before they both fall to the ground and collapse. Moments later, Nikolai sees her, evilly smiles, and thanks her, as if he had done anything to take out the beast.
Interesting. You've done me a big favor, Miss.
Half a day later, Carlos discovers Jill and transports her to Spencer Memorial Hospital in the hopes that Bard can heal her. He radios Tyrell to let him know that they would meet there. Carlos arrives at the hospital on September 29th at 9:20 p.m. and places Jill on the bed in a makeshift sick room. Carlos then leaves to go look for a vaccine to save Jill's life. On his way, Carlos encounters a creature called a Hunter, or Hunter Beta to be more precise. Hunters were created by injecting reptilian DNA into a human embryo and administering the T-virus as a bonding agent. One of the most notable aspects of the Hunter beta model was their disproportionate left forearm, which was a flaw resulting from attempting to improve upon the alpha model's attack power. The flaws in genetic modification can also be seen in the tumors covering the beta's model's body. On the other hand, however, the beta model saw an improvement in its nervous system and agility, allowing it to better avoid injury in combat. Despite this, their attack power was weaker than that of the alpha model. Carlos fights several hunters and continues his search for the vaccine. Eventually, Carlos locates Dr. Nathaniel Bard's office and uses a tape player and audio tape containing Bard's voice to enter. On the tape, a young nurse inquires as to the purpose of the documents in his office. Bard responds saying how grandiose he is, insults her professional accomplishments, and mercilessly taunts her to return to wiping the patient's butts before telling her to go polish his shoes.
All I wanted to know was what the documents were doing in your office in the first place.
Who do you think you're talking to? I'm goddamn Nathaniel Bard. I'm the best biologist you'll ever meet, you bedpan-changing waste of a nursing degree. Of course I have connections higher up. Of course the military consults with me on projects beyond your comprehension. So stop wasting my time with your nosy questions.
I'm sorry, Doctor.
You didn't read the documents, did you?
No, I shredded them just like you asked.
Good. Good. If that's all, you can go back to wiping your patients' asses. That's what they pay you for, right? And polish my shoes.
Yes, sir.
Yep, Dr. Bard sounds like some kind of boss. Although Carlos is unaware of it, he discovers a computer that has a video recording from September 29th at 11 p.m., in which Bard claims that all of Raccoon City's suffering began with the release of a biological weapon known as the T-virus. His employer, Umbrella, engineered the virus and instructed their team to develop a vaccine. Carlos is shocked to learn this and is perplexed that Jill continued to believe in him while knowing the truth about Umbrella.
My employer, the Umbrella Corporation, engineered this virus. And they ordered my team to develop a vaccine, which we did. Now, I keep samples of this vaccine here in my office. The rest of it is stored underground. But those sons of bitches at the board, they want to destroy it. They don't want the world to know what they've done. So they're trying to erase all evidence that the virus ever existed. No, I'm not a fool. I know they don't want me to...
Jill knew all along. And she trusted me anyway. Fuck!
At long last, Carlos is able to locate the vaccine in Dr. Bard's office. Afterwards, he rushes back to Jill and administers the dose, hoping that it is not too late to save her from the T-virus's grip. While waiting for the vaccine to take effect, Carlos is startled by Tyrell, who barges into the room to show Carlos what the city is about to face. A city-wide missile strike to stop the outbreak at its source.
What the hell happened?
Attention all citizens. The contagion spreading throughout the city has been designated uncontainable. On October 1st, Raccoon City will be completely destroyed in a missile strike. All residents capable of rational thought are urged to evacuate immediately. This is not a test.
Carlos and Tyrell are interrupted by the sound of zombies about to attack the makeshift sick room. In order to defend Jill from the zombies who have surrounded the hospital, Carlos rushes outside to fight them off. This gives Tyrell enough time to break into the facility's security system and close the doors. When the zombie hordes break through the front door, Carlos uses a C4 explosive to destroy a pillar blocking the entrance. Carlos then returns to the makeshift sick room where Jill and Tyrell are. Carlos instructs Tyrell to make contact with a government official in order to postpone the missile strike while he looks for a cure. Suddenly, Jill finally wakes up, meaning she is not dead. Yay! Carlos enters the room and informs her that the city is now safe and the attack is finally done. But out of nowhere, he begins to cough up blood and begins to turn into a zombie. He begs her to shoot him because that is the only way, but she is unable to. Carlos, now transformed into a zombie, reaches out to devour her.
Joe. It's the only way.
But thankfully, this is just a nightmare. Phew. Jill suddenly awakens and turns her gaze to the television, which informs her that it is now October 1st, and that there are only a few hours before the missile strike destroys the entire city. So yeah, time's the ticking. After exiting the room, Jill discovers Tyrell is outside, trying to contact someone with the authority to halt the missile strike. Tyrell tells her that Carlos is underground trying to obtain vaccine stocks that would give the population some hope. So she rushes after Carlos without a second thought. Jill discovers a covert complex that leads her to an underground facility, where she picks up on Nikolai's trail and follows after him. She eventually reaches a research room, only to discover that Nikolai has fled. Tyrell suddenly appears in the room and tells Jill that he made contact with the government. He explains that the government will call off the strike, but only if they can deliver a supply of vaccine located in the underground facility. This is all the hope the pair needs to rally forward. Jill and Tyrell continue with their search for the vaccine supply, when suddenly they are ambushed by the mutant Nemesis once more. Tyrell urges Jill to continue, just as the creature incapacitates Tyrell before impaling him with its tentacles. The Nemesis then tosses his lifeless body.
Now! Keep going. We're almost there. No!
No! Oh!
Jill makes a run for it and manages to shut the door behind her. After this tragic event, Jill continues her way through the facility. Jill traverses through several rooms full of Nemesis creatures and capsules. One Nemesis is bad enough. Imagine if Umbrella let all of these loose. Yikes. Anyways, Jill eventually arrives at a lab where she can manufacture the vaccine. She is successful. But as she grabs onto the newly created vaccine vial, a tentacle grabs her by the neck and begins to strangle her. And what do you know? It's the Nemesis. Again. Jill struggles but eventually manages to free herself and get away. As soon as it looks like Jill has gotten away, she is once again attacked by the Nemesis, who grabs onto her ankle and almost pulls her down to a pit of death. But Jill manages to grab onto some ledge, while at the same time accidentally dropping the vaccine. Nikolai then shows up out of nowhere and offers to make a deal, whereby she goes down there and fights the Nemesis, while he records the battle and obtains battle data, which he will sell off for profit. He says that, in exchange, he will give Jill back the vaccine. But not before kicking her off the ledge.
I don't think the wisdom I've been trying to impart on you is getting through. Now I know you can't put a price on life. But I'm in this business to get paid. So let's make a deal. You go down there, battle the Nemesis, and I'll recall it all and sell the combat data. Put on a good show, and maybe I don't need the vaccine. Agreed? Good!
Jill is then forced to battle the Nemesis, who is even more ferocious than before. Then after severely wounding Nemesis, Carlos comes to the rescue and slams a crane against the Nemesis. This gives Jill the opportunity to hop onto the crane and escape. Carlos then floods the area with a powerful acid, turning Nemesis into a nasty soup in the process.
Up.
Come on. Come on.
Jill, get back! Now get on! I'm gonna melt this fucker into mush.
At long last, Jill catches up to Nikolai. She points her weapon at him and insists that he give her the vaccine, but he refuses. Just as the two are locked in a standoff, Nemesis breaks through the wall and crashes into the room. The blast knocks Jill onto the level below, allowing Nikolai to get away. But not before making a snarky one-liner about how you can't put a price on life.
It's done. Give me the vaccine, you greedy son of a bitch.
No. You print money. I like money. We shall make ours an ongoing arrangement. Now drop the gun! Have you ever seen anything so incredible? The data on this would be worth millions. But, well, you know how it is. City's about to explode, and you can't put a price on life. Good luck!
Nikolai!
What a jerk. Jill then comes face to face with the Nemesis' final form, a huge mass of claws, muscle, and teeth that span from one side of the room to the other. When Carlos shows up, Jill instructs him to pursue Nikolai to the building's roof while she finishes dealing with Nemesis. Carlos reluctantly agrees. During the fight, Jill accesses a weapon container that houses a ferromagnetic infantry use next-generation railgun, or Finger for short. After wounding the Nemesis, Jill forces the railgun into the Nemesis' jaws. She fires the lethal weapon at the Nemesis, firing one final shot to finally destroy it.
Good riddance.
With the Nemesis finally out of the way, Jill continues to pursue Nikolai. She makes her way to the roof, where she discovers Carlos unconscious on the floor. Nikolai then strikes, knocking Jill's weapon out of her hands. He then throws the vaccine container onto the ground before shooting it, effectively condemning the city to total destruction. Jill is horrified by this and asks him if he knows what he just did. But his only response is that he doesn't care, as his client ordered him to destroy Umbrella. Just as Jill is about to meet her end at the hands of Nikolai, Carlos rushes him and the two start fighting. Carlos manages to restrain Nikolai and barks at Jill to shoot Nikolai. At first, Jill is hesitant for fear of the bullet injuring Carlos. But Jill eventually agrees and shoots Nikolai in the shoulder. She comes to Carlos's rescue, and he explains that it would be terrible of him to simply abandon her in the world without him. Just then, Nikolai warns Jill that if he dies, then she will never learn the truth. Jill retorts that she doesn't mind a little detective work. And so Carlos and Jill board the helicopter, seemingly in agreement.
You're not going to stop. Promised you this, didn't you?
No! Do you have any idea what you've just done?
No. Don't care. My client ordered me to reduce Umbrella to rubble.
10 minutes until missile impact.
The missile has launched. And that is my cue. Goodbye, Miss Valentine. Shame you didn't listen to me when you had the chance.
Jill! Shoot him!
I can't! I'll hit you!
Do it! You have to! There's no other way.
Carlos!
Hey, I told you I couldn't leave you in a Carlos's world. That would just be too cruel. What about him?
Why'd you do it?
There's a price tag for everything. Even letting the world burn.
Who are you working for?
I'll tell you, if you get me out of here. I'll pay you whatever you want. You're a fool. You're a fool! If I die, you'll never find out the truth.
I don't mind a little detective work.
Finally, Nikolai gets what he had coming. Just as Jill and Carlos are flying out of the city, Jill watches a missile being fired by the government. It strikes Raccoon City, bringing it to the ground. The blast's shockwave causes the helicopter to rock. The game ends with Carlos sleeping, and Jill is left alone with her thoughts. She tells herself that all of the deaths and tragedies could have been avoided if it wasn't for human greed. Then and there, she decides to bring down Umbrella for their evil deeds, thinking that if the city burns to the ground, Umbrella would follow suit. The damaged vaccine container is shown being taken off a desk in the post-credit scene by an unidentified individual. Perhaps Jill?
It's finally over.
So long, Marcy.
I felt empty and cold as the heat from the blast washed over us. All this death wasn't caused by a monster-making virus. It was greed. Human greed. I decided then and there, the ashes of Raccoon City would be Umbrella's ashes too. I would end them. once and for all.
This concludes the story and lore of Resident Evil 3 Nemesis. We're now onto the story of Resident Evil Code Veronica. Released in 2000, this game continues the saga of the Redfield siblings after the destruction of Raccoon City. Our heroine, Claire Redfield, had been searching for her brother Chris there, and along with rookie cop Leon S. Kennedy, managed to escape that nightmare. But as we'll see, their ordeal was just the beginning. Fast forward 3 months, and we find Claire in quite the predicament. After infiltrating Umbrella's Paris laboratory while hunting for Chris, who was one of the surviving STARS members investigating Umbrella in Europe, Claire got herself captured by Umbrella security forces. Led by Rodrigo Juan Raval, they shipped her off to Rockfort Island, a remote prison facility in the South Pacific used by Umbrella to detain their enemies. Claire's first moments at Rockfort aren't exactly welcoming. She's assigned the prisoner number WKD4496, knocked unconscious by a guard, and tossed into a cell. Suddenly, the facility comes under attack. The air fills with the sounds of explosions and crumbling infrastructure. While Claire is still reeling from this turn of events, who should appear at her cell door but Rodrigo himself? In an unexpected moment of compassion, or perhaps resignation, he unlocks her cell and tells her she's free to go. The island is being attacked by what might be special forces. The Umbrella troops are wiped out, and while Claire can leave the prison complex, Rodrigo warns her there's virtually no chance of escaping the island itself.
Go on. Get out of here. This place is finished. I don't know, it might have been a special forces team. But in any case, this prison's been taken over. The troops have been wiped out.
What are you saying?
You're free to leave the complex. But you may as well know you have no chance of getting off this island.
And what about you? What are you going to do?
Don't worry about me.
What Claire doesn't know yet is that this attack was orchestrated by a rival company called HCF, Hive Host Capture Force, led by Albert Wesker. Their raid accidentally released the T-virus on the island, creating yet another zombie outbreak. As Claire ventures out of her cell and into the facility, she has a rather tense first meeting with another survivor. After a brief shootout based on mutual mistaken identity, Claire meets Steve Burnside, a fellow prisoner with attitude to spare.
Well, great. Wait right there. I'm coming over. Sorry about that little misunderstanding, but I thought you were another one of those
Shut up! Make one wrong move and I'll shoot!
This 17-year-old was imprisoned along with his father, an Umbrella employee who got caught selling company secrets. Sadly, Steve's mother was killed during their capture, adding another tragic backstory to our cast. Steve tells Claire about an airport on the island, which is their potential ticket to freedom if they can find it. But before Claire can properly process this information, Steve dashes off on his own. After her brief encounter with Steve, our girl tries to catch up with him, but he's not exactly thrilled about the idea of a partner. When Claire next encounters Steve, she finds him digging through computer files, specifically looking up info on her brother Chris. Steve reveals something alarming. Chris is under surveillance by Umbrella Corporation. This knowledge sparks Claire's determination to warn her brother, and she realizes she can use the facility's outside connection to contact Leon Kennedy. Steve points out that the computer shows their coordinates, suggesting Claire could ask her brother to come rescue them. Though he claims he was just kidding, believing no one could reach their remote location, Claire's confidence in her brother remains unshaken.
Well, that file shows the latitude and longitude of this place. Why don't you send your brother the coordinates and ask him to come help?
Thanks, I'll do that.
Hey, I was just kidding. There's no way he could get here, even if he is your brother.
Yes, he can, I'm sure of it.
Steve's bitter response reveals his deep-seated trust issues. The poor kid has learned the hard way not to rely on others after his family's tragic fate. While exploring the main house on Rockford Island, Claire discovers an old film reel and watches in horror as it plays a disturbing home movie of the young Ashford twins. The footage shows one of the children methodically tearing the wings off a dragonfly before feeding it to a bowl of ants, a cruel act that serves as both a puzzle clue for Claire and a symbolic representation of the Ashford family's view of themselves as superior predators, with their victims as helpless prey. Our duo's adventures continue when Claire hears Steve screaming for help. She rushes to his rescue, finding him trapped in a trick room within the palace. After Claire cleverly flips some switches to free him, Steve emerges with a prize, a pair of Luger pistols that he absolutely refuses to hand over to Claire, suggesting instead that they trade for something fully automatic. The plot takes an intense turn when Claire suddenly finds herself targeted by a red laser sight. The mysterious attacker reveals himself as Alfred Ashford, the commander of the base and a member of Umbrella's founding families.
How dare you interfere with my operation?
What are you talking about?
You let yourself be captured so you can lead your people to this base.
I have no idea what you're babbling about.
You don't fool me. I am Alfred Ashford, commander of this base.
Oh? You must be one of Umbrella's lower-level officers if you're in command of a backwater base like this one.
How dare you!
This isn't just any Umbrella lackey either. The Ashford name carries serious weight within the corporation, as Alfred's grandfather was one of Umbrella's original founders back in 1968. Alfred, clearly unhinged, accuses Claire of leading an attack on the base and releasing the experimental T-virus. Despite Claire's genuine confusion and denials, Alfred doesn't believe a word. He's convinced she's working for someone, determined to sabotage his operation. With sadistic delight, Alfred declares that Claire is now just a rat in a cage and promises to keep her entertained before disposing of her.
Tell me, who do you work for? Who sent you? Have it your way, then. You're just a rat in a cage anyway. I'll be sure to keep you entertained before I dispose of you.
The situation grows even more dire when Claire explores the military training facility, a place where Umbrella trained their paramilitary forces to combat BOWs using actual virus specimens. An alarm suddenly blares, and Claire witnesses a researcher being brutally killed by some monstrous creature with enormous claws. As the biohazard contamination triggers emergency protocols, Claire barely manages to slide under a closing shutter in a heart-pounding escape. But our poor Claire isn't out of danger yet. While pursuing Alfred, she finds herself trapped when a shutter closes behind her. Alfred's gleeful voice announces that she's now in his special playground, where he hopes she'll provide amusement by struggling to survive. The twisted Ashford seals the doors and releases a terrifying Bandersnatcher, also called Brain Snatcher, a particularly nasty BOW with an elastic arm that can stretch to grab victims from a distance. These creatures were actually developed as an offshoot of the Tyrant Project through the T-virus, though they were considered less successful variants of Umbrella's ultimate weapon. Just when things look bleak for Claire with one of these monsters grabbing her by the head, who should come crashing through a window to save her but our reluctant hero Steve. After taking out the creature with some impressive shooting, Steve can't help but brag about being Claire's knight in shining armor.
Oh yeah, that felt good! Don't worry, Claire. Your knight in shining armor is here.
You wish. But thanks for the help.
Our practical Claire isn't buying the heroics act, but she does recognize an opportunity when she sees one. She offers Steve a trade, his precious Luger pistols for her newly found machine guns. Steve eagerly accepts the trade, but his excitement quickly turns to annoyance when he discovers the guns are empty. Claire points out ammunition stored high above them, offering to retrieve it if Steve gives her a boost. Our young hero complains about Claire being heavier than she looks. Not exactly the way to a lady's heart, but their moment of teamwork is interrupted when the floor beneath them suddenly begins to descend. Alfred's voice echoes around them, declaring that now that Claire's night has appeared, they can both descend into death together. What a charming host. Once the platform stops, Steve eagerly tests out his new weapons. After clearing out some zombies in an elevator shaft area, we get a glimpse of Steve's emotional walls. When Claire gently asks about his family and how he ended up on the island, he snaps at her, firing his gun into the air and refusing to discuss his past.
What were you doing here? Who brought you here, and where is your family?
Shut up! I don't want to talk about it!
The kid is clearly carrying some serious trauma that he's not ready to share. That trauma comes rushing to the surface in the next scene when Claire and Steve fall through a balcony, leaving Claire's foot trapped in the rubble. A zombie approaches, and to everyone's shock, especially Steve's, he freezes completely, unable to fire his weapons. As the creature lurches closer to the defenseless Claire, Steve finally breaks through his horror and opens fire, screaming the word "Father" as he unloads his guns. In a heartbreaking moment, we learn the tragic truth. The zombie was Steve's own father, transformed by the T-virus infection that causes the infamous cannibal disease. As Steve collapses in tears, he finally shares his story. His father had worked for Umbrella, but was caught trying to sell company information to the highest bidder. As punishment, Umbrella killed Steve's mother and imprisoned both him and his father on Rockford Island.
Dad used to work for Umbrella. Tried to steal information, intending to sell it off to the highest bidder. He was caught. Mom was killed, and we were sent here.
Oh, Steve.
He was a fool to do something so reckless. So stupid.
It's okay now. Just rest.
While moving through the mansion's corridors, Claire overhears a hushed conversation between the Ashford twins. She catches fragments of Alexia's impatient complaints about delays in their family's experiments, with the girl expressing her burning desire to seize control of the Ashford legacy and become its undisputed master. What Claire doesn't realize is that she's witnessing something truly disturbing: Alfred's split personality disorder in action. In reality, his twin sister, Alexia, has been in cryogenic sleep since 1983, when she injected herself with the T. Veronica virus she developed. Alfred's mind fractured after being left alone at age 12 to continue the Ashford legacy, creating a dual personality where he would literally dress up and act as his sister.
I will revive the family name myself and make you the master of the glorious Ashford family.
Do not worry, brother. I will handle them both myself.
Who is there? Is someone in the corridor?
The twins themselves have quite the unusual origin story. Born around 1971 through a genetic engineering experiment called Project Code Veronica, hence the name of the game, they were created by their father Alexander using DNA from Veronica Ashford, the family matriarch, combined with his own, plus a gene to increase intelligence. While Alexia turned out to be a brilliant prodigy, Alfred was only slightly above average, perhaps contributing to his later psychological issues. Afterwards, we see Claire return to check on Rodrigo, the Umbrella security officer who initially captured her but later freed her. She brings him hemostatic medicine to treat his wounds, a surprisingly compassionate gesture toward her former captor. Claire even offers him the gold lighter that was a gift from her brother Chris, which holds special significance as one of the few connections to her brother, who raised Claire after their parents died. Rodrigo then shows his gratitude by giving Claire a lockpick, an essential tool in any survival horror scenario. Our heroine better make good use of it, as Rodrigo insists she leave while she still can. Just when we think things couldn't get more complicated, Claire encounters someone she never expected: Albert Wesker. The former STARS captain, who was supposedly killed in the mansion incident, is very much alive, sporting some creepy glowing red eyes and superhuman abilities, courtesy of an experimental virus he injected himself with. Now he's working with a rival company called HCF and was actually the one behind the attack on Rockford Island. Wesker reveals he's hunting for the T. Veronica virus and seems delighted that Claire's presence will surely lure Chris to the island. His intense hatred for Chris is evident as he physically assaults Claire before being called away on his radio. Lucky for our girl, Wesker decides she might be useful and leaves her alive for the moment.
I must thank you for being such good bait.
I don't know what went on between you two, but you have him all wrong. My brother is not the kind of person you think he is.
I despise Chris.
What are you gonna do to him?
What? What is it? Stay there. I'm coming. It appears you may be of some further use to me. I'm going to let you live a little longer.
The plot thickens when Alexia confronts Claire, only to be interrupted by Steve rushing to Claire's rescue. After a brief shootout where both Steve and Alexia are wounded, the mysterious woman slips through a secret door with our heroes in pursuit. Claire discovers a wig, confirming Alfred's dual identity. When Alfred himself attacks from above, Steve kicks him away, and a glimpse in a nearby mirror shatters Alfred's delusion as he runs away screaming. Alfred's mental state completely deteriorates after his secret is exposed.
What? No!
Wait a second. What just happened?
So there never was an Alexia after all.
You mean he thinks he's two people?
In his madness, he activates the facility's self-destruction system. With alarms blaring and time running out, Claire and Steve spot planes in the sky carrying the remaining survivors and realize they need to reach the airport immediately. Our duo makes it to a C-130 transport plane, but they face yet another obstacle. They can't take off unless someone raises the bridge for the runway. Claire, being a badass, volunteers to handle this task while Steve prepares the plane for departure. While our girl races to activate the bridge controls, the unhinged Alfred Ashford is plotting his revenge. Still reeling from having his split personality exposed, the 7th Earl Ashford isn't about to let our heroes escape that easily. His obsession with restoring his family's diminished standing within Umbrella has driven him to the brink of madness, and now he's unleashing one of Umbrella's most terrifying creations, a T-078 Tyrant. These tyrants are the pinnacle of Umbrella's BOW development, massive super soldiers designed to withstand numerous fatal blows while delivering devastating attacks. Their creation requires rare genetic characteristics, making them incredibly valuable and difficult to produce. Miraculously, Claire makes it back to the plane where an anxious Steve has been waiting. With no time to spare, they take off just as the island self-destructs behind them.
We made it! Yahoo!
Ugh, it's finally over.
For a brief moment, our exhausted heroes believe their nightmare is finally over. The tension between them softens as Steve apologizes for causing trouble and expresses hope that Claire will find her brother. They joke about heading to Hawaii for a well-deserved vacation, but their celebration is cut short when something disturbs the plane. Claire heads to the cargo area, only to find herself face-to-face with the T-078 Tyrant that Alfred released. After an intense battle with this biological weapon, Claire manages to defeat it, downplaying the encounter to Steve as just a giant cockroach that needed to be stepped on.
What was wrong?
Oh, nothing. Just a giant cockroach that had to be stepped on.
Their relief is short-lived, though, as the plane suddenly changes course on its own. To their horror, Alfred appears on screen, revealing he's hijacked their aircraft systems. He has programmed their plane to fly to the Antarctic.
I can't switch over to manual control.
My apologies, but I cannot let you escape now.
Alfred! Cross-dressing freak!
As our exhausted heroes come to terms with their situation, we witness an awkward moment where Claire falls asleep on Steve's shoulder. And just as he is about to kiss Claire, she suddenly wakes up and he loses his nerve. Their moment is interrupted when they realize they're approaching Antarctica, specifically another Umbrella facility. Their arrival is far from smooth as the plane crashes into the facility. After regaining consciousness, Steve and Claire realize they need to find another way off this oversized freezer. They jump out of the plane and share an awkward embrace before they decide to split up and search for escape options. Eventually, they team back up once they have a plan. Steve then discovers an Australian observation base about 7 miles away. Australia maintains research stations in Antarctica for scientific studies including climate research and marine biology. This could be their ticket back to civilization and away from Umbrella's nightmarish facilities. Claire suggests using a digging vehicle to break through the wall and make their escape. But Steve gets distracted by Claire's, shall we say, assets, and loses control of the vehicle. Steve's momentary distraction causes the digging vehicle to crash into some poisoned gas pipes. Claire quickly pulls Steve to safety through a nearby door, and though he blames himself for the accident, Claire reassures him that they'll escape together. They decide to split up to find a way to shut off the deadly gas, with Claire reminding Steve of their promise to escape as a team. After successfully turning off the gas valve, Claire barely has a moment to breathe before Alfred Ashford appears intent on making her shriek in agony. Fortunately, Steve bursts in just in time, and in the ensuing shootout, Alfred tumbles over a railing and off a cliff. Our heroes might have thought this would be the end of Alfred, but their victory celebration is cut short by a blood-chilling screech echoing through the facility.
We're safe now. Think again, Claire.
I shall enjoy watching you shriek in agony.
Not this time!
You gay!
What made that terrifying sound? Well, none other than Nosferatu, the nickname given to Alexander Ashford's mutated form. Here's a bit of disturbing family history for you. Alexander was once a brilliant geneticist who created Project Code Veronica to restore his family's standing within Umbrella. In 1983, after discovering the truth about their origins, Alfred and Alexia used their own father as a test subject for the experimental T. Veronica virus. The mutation was a failure, transforming the poor man into a grotesque monster that they kept chained in a secret chamber for 15 years. Facility workers were reportedly terrified by the creature's agonizing cries that echoed throughout the base. With Alfred seemingly dispatched and the gas turned off, Claire and Steve returned to the digging vehicle to break through the wall, hoping to reach that Australian observation base 7 miles away. After successfully busting through, they find themselves outside with a ladder leading up to what looks like a potential escape route. As they climb to what appears to be a heliport, Steve suddenly spots the horrifying Nosferatu, who has broken free of his chains. Steve bravely attempts to confront the monster, but gets knocked off the heliport edge, barely managing to hang on by a thread. Claire finds herself facing the mutated Alexander alone. This once respected geneticist has been transformed into something nightmarish. An extremely elongated body, pale skin, an exposed beating heart, and deadly tentacle-like appendages. Despite his monstrous form, Nosferatu still retains enough humanity to harbor deep resentment for what his children did to him. With precise aim, Claire takes down the creature once and for all by targeting its exposed heart. After the intense battle, Claire rushes to help Steve, pulling him back up to safety. Though embarrassed about not being able to protect Claire as he promised, Steve is relieved to see she survived the encounter with Nosferatu.
Move it!
Wait for that monster and come back.
Claire, forget about me. Run!
I'm sorry. I failed you.
Don't worry about it. Let's go.
They then spot a snowmobile nearby that could take them straight to the Australian research base. These scientific outposts in Antarctica conduct research on climate, glaciology, and biology. And for our exhausted heroes, they represent the perfect escape from Umbrella's nightmarish facilities. But while Claire and Steve prepare their escape, we find a severely wounded Alfred dragging himself through the facility, muttering his sister's name with his dying breath. And then something shocking happens. Alexia's cryogenic tube begins to drain. That's right, Alexia Ashford is real and has been in cryostasis since 1983. This child prodigy became Umbrella's chief senior researcher at just 10 years old and developed the T. Veronica virus by brilliantly combining the progenitor virus with queen ant DNA. Realizing direct injection would cause negative mutations, she calculated that 15 years in cryostasis would allow the virus to properly bond with her body. Alfred's dying moments are spent witnessing his sister's awakening. It seems his obsession with preserving the Ashford legacy wasn't completely delusional after all. Sadly for our heroes, Alexia immediately demonstrates her newfound powers by sending massive tentacles bursting through the building. Unlike her father's failed mutation, Alexia's carefully planned infection allowed her to maintain her human form and intelligence while gaining superhuman abilities. These tentacles violently strike the snowmobile, sending Claire and Steve flying through the air. Meanwhile, the newly awakened Alexia gently cradles her dead brother's body. Now our story takes an exciting turn as we shift perspective to Chris Redfield. Following a lead from Leon Kennedy, who's now working for a classified anti-Umbrella government agency, Chris has arrived at Rockford Island determined to find his sister. With his military background in the U.S. Air Force and experience as a STARS Alpha team member, Chris is well equipped to handle the dangers ahead. Upon arrival, Chris encounters Rodrigo, who informs him that Claire has already escaped the island. Their conversation is brutally interrupted when a monstrous gulp worm bursts through the ground and swallows Rodrigo whole.
Have you seen anyone named Claire Redfield?
Did you just say Claire?
You know who she is, don't you?
Don't worry about her. I helped her escape. Several planes took off from this island not long ago. While I can't say for certain, she was probably on one of them.
I see. I guess my sister owes you. Thanks for helping.
This nasty creature is the result of a secondary T-virus infection, developing extreme aggression and predatory behavior along with its massive size. If players gave Rodrigo the lighter during Claire's segment, the gulp worm spits out the mortally wounded Umbrella soldier. Before dying, Rodrigo returns Claire's lighter to Chris, completing a touching connection between these characters, and it's also used to light a statue to access important items later in the game. In the Antarctic facility, Chris hears a haunting lullaby echoing through the halls. It's Alexia singing a song their father used to sing to her and Alfred as children. The lyrics about a friendly but naive king and a feared queen metaphorically reflect the Ashford family's history, with Alexander as the king and Alexia as the feared queen. At the airport controls, we find Albert Wesker surprised that Alexia is already awake, a complication in his mission to obtain the T. Veronica virus. Noticing Chris on the security cameras, Wesker decides to send some company to entertain his old nemesis. When Chris and Wesker finally come face to face, Chris is shocked to find his former captain still alive. Wesker reveals he now works for an organization called HCF, which hired him to capture Alexia. This explains the attack on Rockford Island that started this whole nightmare. When Chris realizes Wesker endangered Claire, he raises his weapon only to be effortlessly tackled by Wesker's superhuman abilities.
What are you doing here?
I came for Alexia.
Who?
An organization hired me to capture her.
Wait, you attacked the island. And my sister.
These enhanced powers came from an experimental virus Wesker injected himself with before the mansion incident, giving him incredible strength, speed, and healing capabilities. Wesker then pins Chris against the wall with his superhuman strength, explaining that after Chris destroyed his plans at the Spencer Mansion, he sold his soul to a new organization. Just then, Chris manages to land a punch that knocks off Wesker's signature sunglasses, revealing those eerie glowing eyes. Wesker taunts Chris with the knowledge that Claire is now in Antarctica with Alexia, information our hero definitely needs. Their standoff is interrupted when Alexia's laughter echoes from a nearby monitor, catching Wesker off guard. Wesker tosses Chris aside like a ragdoll, sending him crashing into a large test tube. As Chris gasps for air, a Bandersnatcher's elastic arm slowly descends toward him, but our hero manages to dodge and retrieve his weapon. Determined to rescue his sister, Chris makes his way to a hangar where a C-130 transport plane is preparing for takeoff. With the sirens blaring, Chris boards the plane and sets course for Antarctica, following Claire's trail. Upon arrival at the Antarctic base, Chris finds Claire trapped in some kind of mucus cocoon and quickly cuts her free. The Redfield siblings then have an emotional reunion, finally seeing each other after so long.
Chris! I missed you so much.
I know. But we have to get out of here.
Claire isn't ready to leave yet, though. She needs to find Steve first. When Chris asks who Steve is, Claire explains he's the boy who escaped Rockford Island with her before they were separated by a monster attack. Their conversation is interrupted by Alexia's haunting laughter, which leaves Claire shocked. She genuinely believed Alexia was just part of Alfred's split personality disorder. As they chase after Alexia, hoping she'll lead them to Steve, a massive tentacle bursts through the wall and destroys the stairs between them. With Chris and Claire now separated, they make a quick decision. Claire will go find Steve, while Chris handles Alexia. Claire follows the sound of Steve's screams and finds him chained up in an experimental chamber. Steve explains that Alexia plans to perform the same experiment on him that she did on her own father. Suddenly, Steve begins experiencing severe pain as the T. Veronica virus Alexia injected him with triggers a rapid and violent mutation. Unlike the standard T virus that creates mindless zombies, T. Veronica's effects can vary dramatically. Without the proper methodology Alexia used for her own controlled transformation, Steve's body mutates horrifically, while his consciousness is temporarily overwhelmed. In one of the most heart-wrenching moments of our journey, the mutated Steve attacks Claire, forcing her to flee under a closing gate. As Steve hacks at the barrier, a tentacle breaks through the wall, wrapping around Claire and lifting her into the air. Steve breaks through the gate and raises his axe to strike Claire, but stops just inches from her head. Despite his physical transformation, Steve's emotional connection to Claire proves strong enough to temporarily overcome the virus's influence. Even as the T. Veronica virus ravages his body, Steve manages to briefly regain control, uttering Claire's name before using his inhuman strength to cut the tentacle that's holding her. The price for this heroic act is harsh, as the tentacle slams Steve into the wall with devastating force as his body begins transforming back to human form. In a heartbreaking scene, Claire cradles Steve's hand as he tells her she feels warm. Despite Claire's assurances that Chris has come to rescue them, Steve knows he won't make it. In his final moments, he confesses his love for Claire before succumbing to his injuries.
I love you. Claire.
Steve? Steve? Steve?
Meanwhile, Chris encounters Albert Wesker confronting Alexia. Wesker demands that she come with him, explaining that she's responsible for creating the T. Veronica virus and the only existing sample is in her body. The arrogant Alexia laughs off his demands, declaring Wesker unworthy of her power.
And now the only existing sample is in your body. I want it. Now!
You want it? You are not worthy of its power!
Unlike other Umbrella researchers focused on creating weapons, Alexia's primary interest was in advancing human evolution through her virus. Her 15-year cryogenic sleep allowed for perfect integration with her cells, giving her complete control over the virus's effects. Before Wesker's astonished eyes, Alexia transforms into her first battle form, maintaining a mostly human appearance while gaining supernatural abilities. The two superhuman figures exchange blows until Wesker's arm catches fire from Alexia's attack. Spotting Chris, Wesker sarcastically calls him one of my best men and leaves him to handle Alexia while making his escape.
Chris, since you're one of my best men, I'll let you handle this.
Chris then hears Claire crying and discovers she's trapped behind a locked door. When he learns of Steve's death, he tries to break down the door but can't. Claire suggests activating the self-destruct system to unlock all electronic doors, and she slides a security file under the door to help him. After activating the self-destruct sequence, Chris reunites with Claire, but their escape is interrupted when Alexia emerges from the floor. Chris spots the linear launcher, a powerful anti-BOW weapon ironically designed by Alexander Ashford as a last resort against his own daughter. As the linear launcher charges, Chris tells Claire to head for the emergency elevator while he keeps Alexia busy. Claire protests, but Chris insists he can handle it. As Chris unloads his weapons into her, Alexia falls to her knees before transforming into her second form, another evolution of her T. Veronica infection. Her body becomes increasingly insect-like, reflecting the queen ant DNA incorporated into the T. Veronica virus. As the battle intensifies, Alexia undergoes one final transformation into her third form, a dragonfly-like creature that represents the culmination of the virus's effects. Just when things look most dire, the linear launcher finally finishes charging. Chris aims this powerful energy weapon and delivers the finishing blow, bringing an explosive end to the last living member of the Ashford dynasty. With Alexia's death, the bloodline that helped found Umbrella Corporation officially comes to an end. But our heroes aren't out of danger yet. As Chris races to find Claire, he turns a corner to discover Wesker holding his sister captive by her arms and hair. After pushing through some zombies, Chris confronts his arch-nemesis, who's clearly disappointed that Alexia's work wasn't much of anything. For Wesker, the only thing left now is revenge against Chris. When Chris demands Claire's release, Wesker surprisingly complies, tossing her toward her brother. The former STARS captain reveals he now has Steve's body to work with, and that there's still some T. Veronica virus in Steve's corpse that he plans to study. This revelation infuriates Claire, but Chris holds her back, insisting that as a surviving member of STARS, confronting Wesker is his responsibility. Claire reluctantly agrees to escape, reminding Chris of his promise to survive. What follows is an intense battle between Chris and Wesker, who demonstrates his superhuman abilities by pummeling our hero mercilessly. As Wesker boasts about no longer being human, Chris manages to drop some steel beams on him using the facility's controls.
Sure, I'm not human anymore. But just look at the power I've gained. Magnificent, don't you think?
In true villain fashion, Wesker emerges from the debris relatively unscathed, but an explosion separates the two combatants. With his face burned, Wesker declares this Chris's lucky day and promises they'll meet again. With seconds remaining before total destruction, Chris makes a dramatic escape to the plane where Claire is waiting. In a spectacular action movie moment, he leaps from the rising elevator onto the nose of the aircraft. As they fly away from the exploding facility, Claire makes Chris promise not to leave her alone again. Chris apologizes, but explains their mission isn't over. They still need to destroy Umbrella and finish this once and for all.
Chris, promise me. Please promise that you won't leave me alone again.
I'm sorry, Claire, but it's not over yet. There's still something we've got to do.
You mean...
Yeah, it's payback time. We've got to destroy Umbrella. Now, let's finish this once and for all!
And so our Code Veronica adventure comes to a close, friends. The Redfield siblings fly off into the distance and the Ashford legacy has ended, but their fight against bioterrorism continues. Welcome back, friends. We are now diving into the story of Resident Evil 4, where our favorite government agent, Leon S. Kennedy, embarks on a mission in rural Spain that will test his skills like never before. So let's begin.
Where's everyone going? Bingo?
Our story kicks off with a creepy ritual scene where some black-robed cultists are performing a human sacrifice. These charming fellas are members of Los Iluminados, Spanish for the Enlightened Ones, an ancient religious cult with a thing for parasites. Their symbol is 4 bound hands against the moon, which is totally not ominous at all. We then cut to Leon giving us the backstory lowdown. September 30th, 1998 was when rookie cop Leon had his first day on the job in Raccoon City. The whole city was zombified thanks to Umbrella Corporation's T-Virus and eventually nuked off the map. Leon was one of the lucky few survivors, but his reward wasn't a medal. It was an offer he couldn't refuse to join a secret government program. And by offer, I mean join or face consequences, with the added incentive that they'd protect Sherry Birkin, the young girl he'd saved during the Raccoon City incident. 6 years later, Leon's transformed from fresh-faced rookie into hardened special agent, and he's on his way to a remote region of Spain called Valdelobos, which means Valley of Wolves in Spanish.
So tell me, Yankee, why did you come to this horrible place? As close to nowhere that I've ever seen.
Let's just say, looking for someone.
That someone must be very important, huh?
His mission is to find Ashley Graham, the president's daughter, who was kidnapped while coming home from college. Leon arrives at this gloomy location accompanied by 2 Spanish police officers, but things go south almost immediately. While one officer steps away for a bathroom break, he mysteriously disappears. When Leon investigates, he finds himself in a dilapidated house where he's attacked by a local villager with an axe. Even more disturbing, when Leon seemingly kills his attacker, the man gets right back up with a broken neck and continues his assault. Making his way through the village, Leon witnesses the horrifying view of the remaining police officer being burned alive by the villagers.
Shit.
And soon, the entire population is in hot pursuit of our hero. Among them is a particularly delightful man wearing a burlap sack and wielding a chainsaw, locally known as Dr. Salvador, but we'll just call him Chainsaw Guy because that's somehow less terrifying. Just when things look bleakest, a church bell rings and all the villagers suddenly stop attacking. They mumble something about going to church and leave Leon alone. What a close one.
Huh?
La campana. Hay que obedecerla.
Él nos invoca.
With the village temporarily empty, Leon heads to a windmill that leads toward the lake. After fixing a broken mechanism, Leon continues his journey and stumbles upon a captive man named Luis Serra.
That hurts, you know? Seemed like you really wanted to talk. How observant, senor. Now, say, you got a smoke?
Before they can properly chat, the village chief Batoris Mendez appears, a mountain of a man with a fancy hat and artificial eye. He easily overpowers Leon and injects him with something mysterious. When Leon awakens, he finds himself face to face with Osmond Sadler, who cryptically informs him he'll be receiving their most sacred body.
Sacrificial lamb, you will receive our most sacred body. It begins now.
After escaping with Luis's quote-unquote help, Leon learns that his blood has accepted the gift, meaning he's now infected with a plaga parasite that will gradually take over his body and mind. The early symptoms include coughing up blood and occasional blackouts, which our hero starts experiencing almost immediately. The village chief's home reveals more about the dire situation in Valdalobos. Records show the community suffering from famine, with numerous villagers being chosen for Lord Sadler, aka sacrifices or test subjects. The once normal Catholic village has been transformed into a breeding ground for Los Iluminados' parasitic army. As Leon continues his search for Ashley, he's momentarily saved from Batoris Mendez by a mysterious shooter, none other than Ada Wong, our lovely spy who survived the Raccoon City incident and now works for a shadowy organization interested in the plagas. Her agenda runs parallel to Leon's rescue mission, creating a series of competing interests that will continue to unfold as our hero pushes deeper into the nightmare of Valdalobos. We then follow Leon as he dives deeper into this parasite-infested nightmare. After his tense encounter with the village chief, things only get more complicated when Leon receives an unexpected revelation about his new acquaintance. Leon's field support officer, Ingrid Hunnigan, breaks some troubling news. Luis Serra used to be a researcher for Umbrella Corporation. Given that Umbrella was responsible for the Raccoon City disaster, it's no wonder Leon immediately regrets not leaving Luis to rot when he had the chance. On his way to the church, Leon comes across a poor dog caught in a trap. Being the softy that he is, Leon frees the pup before continuing on his mission. Little does he know this act of kindness will pay dividends later.
You too, huh? Take care of yourself, buddy.
When Leon finally reaches another settlement, he's greeted by an explosion in the bell tower and attacked by some nasty canines called colmillos, which are plaga-infected dogs with tentacles that can burst from their backs and razor-sharp fangs. Throughout the village, Leon discovers more religious texts from Los Iluminados that hint at their twisted beliefs. They speak of a child requiring massive amounts of food. Finally reaching the church where Ashley is believed to be held, Leon discovers it's locked with an elaborate mechanism. This leads him on a detour to find the key, taking him across a lake inhabited by a monstrous creature known as Del Lago. At the lakeside, Leon witnesses two villagers dumping a corpse into the water, which gets immediately devoured by a massive creature lurking below. This delightful aquatic friend is Del Lago, another plaga-infected nightmare that the villagers apparently feed regularly. After obtaining a boat and venturing onto the lake, Leon faces Del Lago in an intense battle. Using harpoons to take down this massive aquatic monster, Leon emerges victorious but begins coughing up blood, another sign of the plaga developing inside him. During his unconscious state, he has another disturbing vision of Sadler, showing how the parasite creates a psychic connection between hosts. After solving an elaborate puzzle involving stoneheads and a cult emblem, Leon finally obtains the key to the church. But before he can get there, he's trapped in an arena and forced to face El Gigante, a massive troll-like creature created by implanting a plaga into a human host. Just when things look bleak, guess who shows up to help? That's right, the very same dog Leon rescued earlier. Together, they manage to defeat El Gigante by targeting the exposed plaga parasite on its back. What a good boy indeed. Finally reaching the church, Leon finds Ashley Graham, but their reunion isn't exactly warm and fuzzy. The president's daughter, understandably suspicious after her ordeal, tries to clobber him with a candlestick before making a run for it.
Ashley. Ashley Graham, are you in here?
Just let me go.
Listen. Easy with that. My name's Leon. I'm hearing the president's orders in it.
Leon quickly explains his mission, but before they can properly celebrate, they notice a mob of torch-wielding villagers approaching the church. Just then, both Leon and Ashley experience simultaneous headaches as they hear Sadler's voice commanding the villagers to pursue the lost lambs. This confirms what they feared. They're both infected with the plaga parasite, creating a psychic link with the cult leader. Our duo manages to escape through a window, with Ashley reluctantly trusting Leon enough to jump into his arms. Leon contacts Hunnigan, who promises to send a helicopter to an extraction point. All they need to do is survive long enough to reach it. As they make their way to the extraction point, battling ganados along the way, the weather worsens and tension builds. Just when they reach a suspension bridge with a mob in hot pursuit, Luis Serra reappears, offering shelter. This, however, leads to a tense standoff between Leon and the mysterious researcher, who finally introduces himself properly to Leon and Ashley.
You.
Hey, listen, about earlier.
Yeah, about that.
Hey, I see you found your missing señorita.
Señorita has a name and it's Ashley. You are?
Name's Luis.
Our hero is still skeptical of this smooth-talking Spaniard, especially after learning about his Umbrella Corporation background. Their confrontation is cut short, though, when ganados break through the gate, forcing everyone to focus on survival. Luis reveals himself to be quite capable in combat, joining Leon in defending the house while Ashley hides. Their banter during the fight is classic Resident Evil, with Luis trying to lighten the mood while Leon remains all business. Just when ammunition runs low and things look dire, Ashley discovers an escape route. In a nail-biting sequence, they barely make it out with Leon cleverly cutting off their pursuers by dropping a wooden gate.
This way, hurry!
Then Ashley begins coughing up blood, a telltale sign of the plaga infection. This leads to one of the game's most important revelations as Luis explains the truth. Both Leon and Ashley have been infected with Las Plagas, parasitic organisms that transform people into the mindless ganados they've been fighting. But Luis offers a glimmer of hope, revealing his own chest scar and explaining that the parasites can be removed with the right equipment and expertise. The plot thickens further when we follow Luis to his meeting with Ada. Her appearance here represents yet another faction interested in the plagas, the Organization, which is actually a front for former Umbrella researcher Albert Wesker. Ada's deal with Luis is simple. Deliver the amber, a sample of the dominant species plaga, in exchange for his freedom.
Stop wasting my time, Ada. Find Luis. Fetch me the amber.
Easy with the threats, Wesker.
Just get it done. I'll be in touch.
Meanwhile, our heroes face another setback when Hunnigan informs Leon that the extraction helicopter can't approach due to bad weather. With no immediate rescue and parasites growing inside them, Leon and Ashley are forced to continue their dangerous journey through Valdelobos. Their adventure takes a chainsaw turn for the worse when they encounter the Chainsaw Sisters, two burlap sack-wearing ladies with an unhealthy attachment to their power tools. These charming girls are the female counterparts to Dr. Salvador from the village, and they're just as eager to perform impromptu surgery on Leon's neck. Just when our heroes seem to be making progress, they have another encounter with Bitoris Mendez, the imposing village chief we met earlier. What follows is a desperate chase across a rickety wooden bridge that collapses behind them.
This way! Okay?
I'm stuck!
We need to go! They're brought!
Leon's instructions to Ashley are clear. If they see Mendez again, she should run while he handles the threat. The showdown comes when Leon falls through some rotten planks and finds himself face to face with Mendez in a confined wooden stall. Our hero tries shooting the village chief, but this guy is seriously bullet resistant thanks to his infection. Mendez goes full religious zealot, talking about their god and asking Leon to surrender to the parasite. When diplomacy fails, Leon kicks a fuel barrel at Mendez and blows it up, revealing the chief's true form, and what a form it is.
You want to get ugly? Let's get ugly.
Mendez transforms into a scorpion-like monstrosity with an elongated spine and tail-like appendages growing from his shoulder blades. In the confined space of the burning stall, Leon fights this nightmare creature with everything he's got. When he finally manages to separate Mendez's upper body from his legs, the villain falls and his artificial eye pops out. This eye, we learn, is actually a key to the gate leading from the village to Salazar Castle. As the burning stall collapses around them, Ashley helps Leon escape through a window. Our heroes then approach a rising bridge that leads to an imposing castle in the distance. This marks the transition from the village to the next major area of the game, the Salazar Castle. With the bridge raised behind them, our heroes have no choice but to push forward. Luckily, Luis calls with some good news. He's developed medicine that can suppress their growing little friends. This suppressant drug was originally part of Luis' research for Los Illuminados, where he was tasked with studying the Plaga's weaknesses. Luis arranges to meet them in the castle courtyard to deliver this life-saving medicine. Before they can reach the courtyard, though, Leon spots some unwelcoming castle residents through his binoculars. They're zealots, cultists dressed in ceremonial robes and equipped with more sophisticated weapons like crossbows and catapults. Their iron masks make them particularly tricky to take down with headshots. What follows is a battle sequence where Leon uses the castle's own cannons to destroy catapults and clear their path forward. With a satisfying explosion, they finally blast open the main gate and enter the castle's interior. The architecture is stunning, a Gothic structure built centuries ago that now serves as Los Illuminados' stronghold. Inside, they encounter one of the game's most memorable characters, Ramon Salazar, the castle's small villain.
A most warm welcome to my castle. Such a pleasure to finally make your acquaintance, Mr. Kennedy.
Who the hell are you?
Me? Oh, please, call me Ramon. And allow me to get straight to the point. I would like you to hand the girl there over to me.
With his 17th century aristocratic attire and deteriorated skin, he's quite the sight. Despite his small stature, this creepy nobleman reveals himself as a key figure in Los Illuminados' plans. He demands Ashley be handed over, explaining that she will be the source through which the United States shall overflow with his grace, referring to Sadler's plan to use her to infect the president and other government officials. When Leon and Ashley refuse to cooperate, Salazar unleashes his men on them. After defeating these enemies, our duo ventures deeper into the castle, descending into its dungeons. There, they find evidence of the castle's dark history, torture devices, impaled corpses, and unsettling notes from a terrified caretaker. The dungeon holds one of the game's creepiest enemies, the Garrador.
Can't see me.
This blind, iron-clawed monster with sewn-shut eyes hunts by sound, forcing Leon to use stealth tactics. This creature was once a sadistic torturer who worked for the Salazar family before being transformed into this living weapon through Plaga experimentation. Now he's got iron claws, sewn-shut eyes, and super-sensitive hearing. Leon manages to defeat this creature by targeting the exposed Plaga on its back. After escaping the dungeons, Leon and Ashley explore more of the castle, solving elaborate puzzles involving swords and bas-reliefs that tell the story of the castle's history. Leon even shows off his impressive physical training by leaping across chandeliers to reach new areas, much to Ashley's dismay. Along the way, they find research documents about mind-controlling parasites in nature, which served as inspiration for the Plagas' development. As they navigate a room with black liquid fountains and rising platforms, Ashley proves her worth by helping solve puzzles, while Leon provides cover fire against waves of attacking zealots. Just when they seem to be making progress, though, things go wrong. Ashley begins coughing again, a sign her Plaga infection is worsening, before suddenly fainting. She then awakens under Sadler's control, grabbing Leon's knife and threatening to take her own life. Sadler's voice comes through her, calling Leon a foolish little lamb, before a metal gate slams shut between them. When Ashley regains consciousness, she's horrified by what happened and runs away in tears.
Instead of worrying about her, worry about your own skin. Foolish little lamb. Temperance, child.
With Ashley now separated from him and his communication with Hunnigan mysteriously jammed, Leon faces his greatest challenge yet, navigating the labyrinth of a castle alone while racing to find Ashley before the Plagas take complete control of them both. In one of the game's most memorable reunions, Leon encounters Ada, his old flame from the Raccoon City incident 6 years earlier. Their reunion isn't exactly romantic, though, as it quickly turns into a hand-to-hand combat session that ends with Leon holding a knife to Ada's throat. Ada suggests Leon abandon Ashley since she's lost no matter what, which is cold advice that our hero promptly ignores.
You can stop right there, Leon. Wouldn't make me use this, would you?
Well, after 6 years, that is one hell of a greeting, Ada.
You don't seem surprised. Interesting.
Try using knives next time. Better for close encounters.
Not a bad move. Very smooth.
So who are you working for this time?
Oh, Leon. You know I don't work in town. Leave the girl. She's lost no matter what. You walk away now, and who knows? Maybe you'll live to meet me again. And then I might get you that greeting you were looking for.
When Leon looks away for a split second, Ada makes her trademark vanishing act through an open window. Continuing his search, Leon faces Plaga beetles that can transform already infected hosts into berserkers. The theatrical Ramon Salazar continues to taunt Leon over the castle's loudspeakers, challenging him to play their game in true Salazar fashion. On the castle's roof, Leon encounters another El Gigante, this one even larger than the previous monster and wearing a metal mask. Leon cleverly uses a cannon to blast the creature off the castle wall. Finally, Leon finds Ashley, who's terrified after her experience of being controlled by Sadler. When she notices the blood-filled veins on Leon's hand matching her own, she realizes they're both infected. It's a touching moment where Leon admits it's okay to be afraid but encourages her to keep moving forward so they can beat this thing together.
I'm I'm so scared. When that happened, I wasn't myself anymore.
It's okay to be afraid, you know. But you can't run. You gotta keep moving forward.
He even cracks a joke about giving him a heads up before she stabs him next time. That's Leon humor for you. Their reunion is interrupted by a call from Louise, who claims he needs rescue in the castle ballroom. Despite his unreliable nature, Ashley insists they can't leave him behind, especially since he has the suppressant drug they desperately need. Making their way through the castle courtyard, our heroes encounter more of the castle's deadly defenses, including Plaga-infected wolves. They navigate an elaborate puzzle system involving flags and levers, fighting off cultists who repeatedly try to recapture Ashley. One of the game's puzzles involves collecting 3 heads for a monster statue. To solve this riddle, they need to collect snake, goat, and lion heads from different parts of the castle. During this quest, Leon encounters Armaduras, which are empty suits of armor animated by plagas.
Go to hell, you rusty piece of shit!
Ashley cleverly discovers their weakness to fire. Look at our college girl figuring out enemy weaknesses. She even jokes about Leon wearing knight armor as a bulletproof vest, saying he'd look dashing. After collecting all 3 heads and placing them on the statue, events take a dramatic turn when Leon gets trapped in a cage with zealots, while Ashley is forced to flee on her own. Instead of continuing to run and hide, Ashley makes a decision. She's done with being the damsel in distress and decides to help Leon instead. Taking a lamp for protection, she navigates through a library, discovers secret passages, and evades enemies.
Leon?
Ashley, are you okay?
Hang on. I'll figure something out.
After finding a strange lock blocking her path to Leon, Ashley discovers a librarian's note that points her toward a mausoleum hidden behind a broken clock. What follows is Ashley's very own survival horror mini-adventure as she navigates through the castle's secrets. With nothing but a lamp to defend herself, she sets the correct time on the broken clock and ventures into the creepy passageways. Our college girl quickly learns that her lamp isn't just for seeing in the dark, it's her only defense against those animated suits of armor. When Ashley points her lamp at them, they freeze temporarily, giving her just enough time to make a mad dash past them. Ashley manages to finally retrieve the Salazar family crest, a component of the castle's elaborate security system. Just as Ashley reunites with Leon and frees him from his cage, an enemy strikes.
Ashley!
A predator-looking monster called a verdugo, Spanish for executioner, snatches Ashley away. This predator-like monster serves as Salazar's personal bodyguard, created through Los Iluminados' twisted experiments combining human and arthropod characteristics. Meanwhile, we get a brief glimpse into Ada Wong's activities as she speaks with a mysterious contact about the Amber, a sample of the dominant species Plaga, and her little helper creating a distraction.
So, what's become of the Amber?
Sorry, nothing yet. But my little helper is creating quite the commotion. Everything will work out just fine.
Ada refers to Leon as her predictable dog, suggesting she's manipulating our hero while Wesker warns her not to get emotionally attached. Despite this, she offers Leon a crucial tip about the throne room, showing the complicated situationship they've maintained since Raccoon City. Following Ada's hint, Leon fights his way through more of the castle's defenses. In the throne room, Leon witnesses a horrifying ritual where cultists force Ashley to drink a dark liquid that accelerates her Plaga infection, causing her veins to darken.
Do continue. Do not resist, my dear. It serves only to make you suffer all the worse. You sick!
Before he can intervene, Salazar's Verdugo throws him down what seems to be a bottomless pit. Luckily, our hero manages to grab a chain and descend into the ancient catacombs beneath the castle. These underground passages connect to ruins of a pre-Roman civilization that first discovered the plagas. Here, Leon finds disturbing notes from prisoners used as test subjects and documents from Talavera, who ultimately transformed himself into a Verdugo to become a true servant of God. This guy literally injected himself with black liquid containing modified plagas to become a bug-human hybrid executioner for Salazar. Right on cue, the Verdugo attacks Leon in the narrow corridors. Our quick-thinking agent discovers its weakness to extreme cold and uses the lab's cooling system to temporarily freeze the creature before pumping it full of lead. After an intense battle, Leon defeats the monster and takes an elevator upward. In the elevator, Leon suffers another seizure as his plaga infection progresses. His veins fill with black blood and he hears Sadler claiming that Ashley has joined them in communion. During this vision, we catch a glimpse of Jack Krauser, Leon's former partner who was thought dead but is now working for Wesker while pretending to serve Sadler.
Pitiful little lamb. Your suffering came in, just as it has from his daughter, who has joined us in communion, and now she is of our flesh, of our blood. My faithful disciple will show her the path. Go now. Deliver to these vagrant children their salvation. As you wish.
When the elevator doors open, Leon finds Louis Serra waiting with a metal box containing the suppression drug. After injecting Leon, Louis explains they've only bought time. The suppressant's effects will eventually wear off. When Leon questions why Louise is helping them, the researcher remains evasive. He can't exactly explain his complicated position as a former Umbrella scientist turned plaga researcher turned double agent, also working with Ada Wong. In the abandoned mines, they find a foreman's log documenting the tragic progression of plaga infection, from coherent thoughts expressing remorse about missing his daughter's birthday to disjointed writing and finally complete devotion to Sadler. The duo's unlikely partnership is tested immediately as Leon confronts Louise about his Umbrella Corporation past. Louise casually dismisses Leon's concerns, though, pointing out that Umbrella is finished, which is actually true. After the Raccoon City disaster, the US government suspended Umbrella's business rights and federalized their assets, leading to the company's bankruptcy in 2003. When pressed about his motivations, Louis gives a vague answer about wanting to make amends, a hint at his genuine remorse for helping create the very bioweapons they're now fighting. The duo's adventure through the mines as they face waves of ganados while lowering bridges and clearing obstacles. Their teamwork proves surprisingly effective, with Louis showing off some impressive combat moves that make Leon wonder if he's really just a researcher. He deflects these questions with his characteristic charm, claiming he's just quite the ladies' man. Their journey takes a turn when they encounter not one but two El Gigantes in a circular arena. In a moment of improvisation, Louis plants dynamite in one giant's armor while Leon provides covering fire. The plan works perfectly, sending the monster plummeting into a pit of boiling lava below.
Delivery! Just for you, Leon! Beautiful! Just as bad!
How thoughtful.
they progress deeper into the mines, Luis reveals a crucial piece of information. The underground here is sacred to them, as this is where they discovered Las Plagas, preserved inside ancient deposits of amber. This explains why the cult values these caverns so highly. They contain the very source of their power. Their escape from the mines involves riding a rickety minecart along deteriorating tracks, a wild roller coaster ride that involves dodging flaming arrows, avoiding crashes, and even fighting a chainsaw-wielding maniac, while moving at breakneck speeds. Our heroes barely manage to jump off before the cart plunges over a cliff, with Leon landing gracefully while Luis dangles precariously from the edge.
Kid, get the brake! Are you serious? Jump!
Oh yeah!
Luis!
Can I get a hand?
After barely surviving the minecart adventure and encounters with camouflaging Noviesta door insects, they finally reach an elevator leading to the surface. It's here that Luis begins to open up, admitting he worked for Los Iluminados and expressing genuine remorse. Just as they seem to be making progress, tragedy strikes. As Luis is mid-sentence about being free from the hellhole, he's suddenly stabbed from behind.
You know it means we're almost... Almost what?
His attacker is none other than Jack Krauser, Leon's former partner from a 2002 South American mission called Operation Javier, who was thought to be dead.
Long time no see, rookie.
Major Krauser? What the hell? Why?
Recovering stolen goods. And killing a few rats along the way. Easy work.
Ashley, it was you.
Catch him quick.
Krauser reveals himself as Ashley's kidnapper and steals the amber sample from Luis's pocket, the precious dominant species Plaga sample that both Ada and Wesker are after. Unlike most infected individuals, Krauser voluntarily accepted a dominant species Plaga, giving him enhanced abilities while maintaining complete control over his actions. What follows is an intense knife fight between the two former partners, with Krauser showing off his enhanced speed and strength. When Leon questions why a soldier like Krauser would work with these freaks, Krauser reveals his disillusionment after Operation Javier, claiming he now seeks the same devastating power that bioweapons represent. Just as Krauser is about to deliver a fatal blow, the mortally wounded Luis manages one final heroic act, shooting at Krauser and giving Leon precious seconds to escape. Before dying, Luis gives Leon the key to his laboratory, where equipment to remove the parasites can be found. In a touching final moment, Leon lights Luis's last cigarette as the researcher ponders whether people can truly change before passing away. As a final farewell, Leon calls Luis a fine knight, referencing their previous banter about Don Quixote. With a fallen ally and a dangerous former partner now revealed as an enemy, Leon vows that Krauser won't get away with his betrayal.
Not looking good, eh, my friend? And such a loss to the ladies of the world.
Don't talk.
Take this. The key to my laboratory. Go there and remove those damn parasites. Help Ashley. You know, I led a pretty shitty life. But now, eh? What do you think, Leon? People can change, right?
After Luis's tragic death at Krauser's hands, Leon receives an unexpected call from Ada. Despite their complicated relationship, she provides critical intelligence. Ashley has been taken to the clock tower, and time is running out before she turns into one of them. Leon hops aboard a cable car to reach the massive clock tower, where he's greeted by Ramon Salazar. The Little Lord sicks his men on Leon before retreating further up the tower. Leon battles his way up the tower in a sequence where he must fend off attackers while riding a slow-moving freight elevator. Just when he reaches the top and spots Ashley being dragged away, he witnesses a disturbing exchange. Ramon handing Ashley over to Krauser as he asks for Sadler to remember this act of loyalty.
And so, I have delivered the girl to you as promised. Do tell our Lord to not forget the loyalty of his servant, Ramon.
When Leon bursts in, Krauser escapes with Ashley, leaving him to face the increasingly unhinged Salazar. In one of the game's most satisfying moments, Leon cuts off the Castellan's monologue with a gunshot, declaring he talks too much.
Mr. Kennedy, to have been bestowed with Lord Sadler's...
You talk too much.
Failed!
You vulgar, utterly uncivilized mongrel!
But Salazar isn't finished yet. In a grotesque transformation, he merges with what Los Illuminados documents call a queen plaga to become a massive plant-like creature. The battle that follows reveals Salazar's deeply disturbed psychology as he raves about scripts, plays, and calls Leon Pulgarcito, a nickname we learned from a housekeeper's memo, was once used to mock Salazar's small size. As the fight progresses, Salazar becomes increasingly unhinged, threatening horrific tortures, promising to save Leon's eyes for last. These sadistic fantasies connect to the memo's revelation that as a child, Salazar doused a servant with acid and watched with glee as her face melted, showing his cruelty predated his conversion to Los Illuminados. After defeating the monstrous Salazar, Leon discovers the housekeeper's memo, which provides crucial context about the castle's history. We learn that the Salazar family had traditionally opposed Los Illuminados, fighting long and hard to keep the plagas sealed away. Ramon betrayed this legacy under Sadler's manipulation, believing his ancestors' actions required atonement. This revelation adds tragic depth to the castle's fall. The very family tasked with protecting the world from Las Plagas ultimately released them. With Salazar defeated but Ashley now in Krauser's hands, Leon rushes to the docks only to find himself without a boat key. Just in time, Ada appears with exactly what he needs.
Looking for something?
Their boat ride conversation touches on their shared romance in Raccoon City, with Leon trying to get straight answers about her motives and whether she's changed since Raccoon City. In typical Ada fashion, she deflects with, "What do you think?" before making a dramatic exit with her grappling hook pistol. After Ada's exit, Leon pilots the boat to the island himself and quickly discovers he's arrived at what appears to be a full-blown military base. Through his binoculars, he spots Krauser dragging unconscious Ashley through the main gate.
Ashley, there you are.
Our hero wisely notes the security spotlights and the numerous busy bees he'll need to avoid. When Leon approaches the base gate, alarms blare and he faces heavily armed combatants. Los Illuminados' military wing equipped with modern firearms and even rocket launchers.
Ashley! Ashley! Come on, Ashley, wake up! Shit! Hang in there.
Battling through the facility, Leon finally locates Ashley in a barred room, unconscious and with blackened veins showing her advanced stage of infection. Unable to reach her immediately, he explores the abandoned laboratory, finding disturbing evidence of the experiments conducted there. One chilling document details the creation of a new bioweapon called the Regenerador, Spanish for regenerator. The proud researcher boasts that unless all the parasites residing within the organism are destroyed, its tissue can regenerate indefinitely, making it essentially immortal. The document ends ominously with, "The subject went wild and escaped from its cryogenic tank." On cue, Leon encounters this nightmarish creation, a naked, emaciated humanoid with stretched skin and a mouth full of sharp teeth. Despite emptying his weapons into it, the creature refuses to die until completely destroyed. These regenerators represent some of the most terrifying enemies in our journey, with their labored breathing and relentless pursuit creating moments of pure horror. After finding a biosensor scope that reveals the plagas within the creatures, their only vulnerable points, Leon finally reaches Ashley and administers Luis's suppressant drug.
Ashley. Shit.
The color immediately returns to her veins, but Leon himself isn't feeling well as his own infection progresses. Both need a more permanent solution before the parasites mature completely. When Ashley wakes up and asks about Louise, Leon gently tells her that Louise was worried about her until the end, which tells her everything she needs to know. Leon then contacts Ada for information about a laboratory where they can remove the parasites. She directs them to their sanctuary at the top of the mountain. A disturbing note from a captive researcher reveals Los Iluminados' plans for Ashley. They've developed a superior species of plaga, the dominant variant, that doesn't diminish cognitive functions. This was intended for Ashley so she would maintain her intelligence after infection, allowing her to effectively infiltrate the US government while remaining under Sadler's control. As they continue through the facility, Ashley's character development becomes increasingly apparent. When Leon needs to help her over a wall to unlock a door, she confidently declares, "I'm pretty much a master of unlocking," a reference to a famous line from the original Resident Evil game. Their progress leads them to a massive hangar where Ashley spots an elevator that could take them to the mountain's summit, but a wall blocks their path. So Ashley jumps into a wrecking ball operator's cabin before Leon can stop her, excitedly demolishing a wall while he fights off waves of military-grade ganados. During a quiet elevator moment, Ashley contemplates maybe becoming a government agent like Leon someday. It's both touching and amusing to see her planning career changes in the middle of a parasite-infected military base.
You know, I was thinking, we work well together, don't we?
I guess so.
Right? Maybe someday I'll become an agent like you. What do you think? We could protect the US from any and all threats.
Is that right?
Leon, ever the professional, reminds her they need to survive first. At the summit, they discover the source of the plagas, preserved in ancient amber deposits. But their discovery is interrupted by the appearance of Osmond Sadler himself, the cult leader we've heard so much about. With religious fervor, he introduces himself as the speaker for our Lord and refers to the plagas as our holy body and divine providence.
Prostrate yourself. This is our holy body. Our divine providence ensued. Such profound blessing for all. Los Plaga. Welcome, my children. I am Osmond Sadler, the speaker for...
Leon, completely done with cult nonsense at this point, immediately shoots Sadler. But Sadler reveals his power by telepathically forcing both Leon and Ashley to their knees, demonstrating the connection between his dominant plaga and their subordinate infections. In a tense moment, Sadler forces Ashley to raise her gun, but she manages to partially resist his control, shooting his followers instead of Leon. When finally ordered to shoot Leon, the bullet jams in her gun, thankfully. This small victory is short-lived as Sadler takes Ashley away, leaving Leon determined to pursue them. As Leon races through the mercenary base, he finds documents about Operation Javier, the 2002 mission in South America where he was partnered with Krauser. We learn that most of Krauser's unit died during this operation, with the government allegedly abandoning them. This traumatic experience, combined with an injury that threatened his military career, led to Krauser's disillusionment and eventual defection. A recorded message from Krauser then lures Leon to ancient ruins for their final confrontation. Their dialogue reveals their complicated history. Krauser once served as Leon's mentor, teaching him combat techniques during their time as partners.
You can't save her. You can't save anyone. Give it up, Krauser. Being a lackey for these maniacs won't bring your men back. And what the hell for? Revenge on the government? You think they would want that? Revenge. You think I'm doing all this for revenge?
When Leon tries to reason with him about revenge against the government, Krauser reveals his true motivation. To him, the most important thing in this world is pure, unadulterated power. What follows is one of the game's most intense battles, with Krauser utilizing military tactics enhanced by his Plaga abilities. Their philosophical debate during combat reveals their fundamental difference. Krauser believes only superior strength can protect what matters, while Leon argues that pursuing power at any cost destroys what's worth protecting. The final stage of their battle begins when Krauser mutates his arm into a massive blade, demonstrating the power Los Illuminados have given him. Despite this enhancement, Leon ultimately prevails. In a surprisingly touching moment, Krauser acknowledges that Leon has surpassed him, saying, "I trained you well," to which Leon respectfully responds, "That you did, Major."
What I have to do. That's right. I trained well. Leon. That you did, Major. That you did.
Despite their ideological differences, there's still a thread of connection from their shared past. As Leon continues his pursuit of Sadler and Ashley, he receives unexpected assistance from a helicopter pilot named Mike, sent by Hunnigan. This aerial support helps Leon fight through waves of enemies and destroy defensive turrets. Just as victory seems within reach and Mike offers extraction, the communication cuts off abruptly. Disaster strikes when massive insect-like creatures attack Mike's helicopter. Two massive Noviestadors attack the chopper from above, and despite Mike's valiant efforts, the helicopter crashes in a fiery explosion.
Nice and slow.
In the aftermath of this tragedy, Sadler himself appears, directing his biological weapons like extensions of his own will. The living staff he carries, infused with Plaga tissue, serves as both religious symbol and biological weapon. Finally reaching the altar room, we glimpsed in the game's opening scene, Leon finds Ashley lying unconscious, her body marked with blackened veins showing her advanced stage of infection. When he tries to reach her, an invisible force blocks his hand, Sadler's telekinetic ability granted by his dominant species Plaga. The cult leader appears, offering his twisted version of salvation. He simply wishes to share this gift with as many as possible. Just as Sadler declares it's time for this lamb to join their covenant, Ada intervenes from a balcony, providing covering fire that allows Leon to grab Ashley and escape.
Leon! Go!
In the confusion, Ada blocks Sadler's pursuit by shooting down a stone statue that seals the passage behind them. Weakened and hallucinating due to his advancing infection, Leon struggles to reach Louise's laboratory with Ashley in his arms.
God damn it.
These visual distortions show the Plaga's growing influence, while Sadler's telepathic voice taunts him. In one of the most nerve-wracking moments, Leon places Ashley in the medical chair and activates the laser system Luis developed. 3 blue beams target and destroy the parasite inside her, causing excruciating pain.
You go first.
No way. Like I told you, I'm gonna get you home safe.
When Leon regains consciousness after his own procedure, he finds Ashley has operated the equipment to save him as well. Leon jokingly responds with, "Keep this up and I'll be out of a job," acknowledging how far she's come from the terrified college student he rescued. Leon and Ashley have finally removed the parasites, but they're still trapped on an island that's about to become a very explosive memory. Documents Leon discovers provide crucial insights into what everyone's been fighting over. The amber, the special Plaga sample Luis had arranged to give Ada, contains the same organ found in Sadler's dominant species parasite. This rare specimen might even rival, or perhaps even surpass, Sadler's power. No wonder everyone wants it. Email exchanges between Luis and someone with the initials AW, obviously Ada Wong, confirm their arrangement. Luis would provide research data and the amber sample in exchange for extraction from the island. Leon's and Ashley's escape is interrupted when they spot Ada chained to a steel tower, an obvious trap that Leon recognizes but can't ignore.
Ada!
After freeing her, the trap springs shut as insect-like Noviestadors block his escape route. Sadler himself appears, immune to their bullets, declaring that Leon requires absolution before transforming into a massive spider-like monster. During the fight, Leon targets the massive yellow eye at Sadler's center. Ada tosses Leon a rocket launcher, allowing him to blast Sadler's eye and finish him with his own staff. As Sadler disintegrates, the remaining Ganados throughout the facility begin vomiting black slop and collapsing, their parasites dying without their master's connection. When Leon regains consciousness, he finds the amber sample beside him, but Ada quickly snatches it. "It's nothing personal," she explains, referencing her arrangement with Luis. A helicopter arrives for her extraction, and though she offers Leon a ride, he knows this is where they go their separate ways.
Until next time, Leon.
With the facility set to explode, Leon and Ashley have just 2 minutes to escape. They race through collapsing corridors past weakened Ganados, who are nothing now that their master's gone, vomiting black slop as their parasites die without Sadler's control. Finding a water scooter, Ada's parting gift, they engage in a breathtaking escape sequence through underground tunnels before bursting into the open ocean as the entire complex explodes behind them. In the aftermath, Ashley suggests having Leon assigned to her security detail, with some clear flirtatious undertones. Leon isn't about that though, saying she doesn't need him and that she's proved she can handle herself.
You know, I could put in a word with my dad. Have you assigned to my detail, if you're interested.
You don't need me. You proved you could handle yourself. Even if you could use a lesson in knife safety. Come on. Let's go home.
In an epilogue, we see Ada in her helicopter examining the amber sample. When she contacts her employer, none other than Albert Wesker, she learns his plans involve billions of casualties. This revelation crosses even Ada's morally flexible boundaries, and she pulls a gun on the pilot, ordering a change of course. As the helicopter turns, she catches a glimpse of Leon and Ashley crossing the ocean on their water scooter.
Just one question. What are you planning to do with this?
We do not pay you to ask questions. All you need to know is a new dawn is breaking. 100 will give their lives so that just one may live. I am expediting that change.
So, we're talking millions of casualties.
Billions.
We're changing course, now.
And that completes our journey through Resident Evil 4.
We can't let this virus contaminate the sea.
You two are still on the case. Yes, sir. You two, just find out anything you can on Veltro.
Everyone, you have your orders. Move into position.
Just doesn't add up.
We rise from the dead.
Let's next cover Resident Evil Revelations, where we dive deep into the murky waters of bioterrorism aboard ghost ships drifting through the Mediterranean Sea. Released in 2012, Revelations takes us back to 2005, bridging the gap between Resident Evil 4 and 5, as BSAA agents Jill Valentine and Parker Luciani board the mysterious Queen Zenobia in search of their missing comrades Chris Redfield and Jessica Sherwood. But what starts as a rescue mission spirals into a conspiracy involving the terrorist group Il Veltro, the deadly T-Abyss virus that threatens to contaminate the world's oceans, and dark secrets surrounding the destruction of the floating city of Terra Grigia. So grab a cookie and hot chocolate, and let's dive in. Our story kicks off with Jill Valentine and Parker Luciani, agents of the Bioterrorism Security Assessment Alliance, or BSAA for short, on a tiny boat getting tossed around in a Mediterranean storm. Jill is a founding member of the BSAA and a legendary survivor of multiple bioterror incidents, including the 1998 Raccoon City outbreak, where she faced down Umbrella's BOWs as part of STAR's Alpha team. Her new partner, Parker, is a former FBC agent who transferred to the BSAA after becoming disillusioned with the Federal Bioterrorism Commission's handling of the 2004 Terra Grigia panic, an incident where he barely escaped the doomed floating city alongside fellow agents Jessica Sherwood and Raymond Vester. Through the rain and waves, they spot their target, the Queen Zenobia, a massive cruise ship that looks like it should have sunk years ago. It is one of 3 luxury liners that used to belong to the Piraguas Line Company, along with her sister ships, the Queen Semiramis and Queen Dido. When airline travel basically killed the cruise industry's profits, all 3 ships were headed for the scrapyard until the bioterrorist group Il Veltro swooped in and turned them into mobile bases for their 2004 attack on Terra Grigia. After that whole mess, the Zenobia just kept drifting around the Mediterranean like a ghost, while Queen Dido went down with most of Veltro's members still on board. Chris and Jessica have been missing for 94 minutes, and their last known coordinates lead right to the abandoned ship.
Hey, Jill. The Queen Zenobia. This thing is lucky to be afloat.
Take us around. Let's find a boarding point.
After Jill shoots off a lock and chains blocking their way, our duo starts exploring it. The stench hits them immediately. Strange liquid oozes from ventilation shafts, and when Jill gets a closer look, she discovers it's not just water. Nope, it's slime from ooze creatures, which are humans mutated by the T-Abyss virus who've incorporated deep sea fish genes into their DNA. These things constantly shed mucus that helps them slide through vents while hunting prey. How delightful! In the ship's kitchen, Jill fishes a pistol out of some slime, with a torn-off hand still attached to it. Then we get our first real encounter with an ooze. Their skin sags, their skulls are deformed, and they shuffle around on crooked stumps that used to be feet. The virus causes extreme water retention from those fish genes, and these things are driven by an insatiable thirst. They'll puncture victims with needle teeth and extend their esophagus to drink bodily fluids like some kind of humanoid leech. After dealing with their welcoming committee, we flash back to see how we got here. A news report fills us in on the Terra Grigia Panic. The world's first floating city, powered entirely by solar energy, was supposed to be humanity's green future. Il Veltro, led by charismatic university lecturer Jack Norman, who ran the group like a personality cult of his students, opposed the European Union's shiny new Aquapolis. The attack lasted 3 weeks before the city was destroyed, remotely releasing the virus on their own ships and using the city's solar satellite to basically nuke Terra Grigia with concentrated sunlight, subliming its support structure into nothing. We meet Clive R. O'Brien on a polluted Mediterranean beach covered in infected carcasses. O'Brien runs the BSAA and had been there during the incident as an observer, where he'd gotten into a heated argument with Lansdale about using the satellite to destroy the city. Now he sent Jill and Parker to investigate these mysterious corpses washing up despite the FBC's blockade. Our heroes use a fancy new toy called Genesis, a bioscanner that bounces synchrotron radiation off targets to analyze viruses and even manufacture simple vaccines. After scanning some truly disgusting specimens and having Jill stick her hand into a giant slug's orifice to retrieve a sample of T-Abyss virus in protein medium, they learn something disturbing. The T-Abyss was created in 2003 by combining a deep-sea retrovirus from the Kermadec Trench with Umbrella's T-virus, and a single vial could contaminate 1/5 of the world's oceans by infecting plankton. The beach investigation gets interrupted when O'Brien receives an emergency call. Chris and Jessica have gone dark. They were supposedly investigating Il Veltro's return at a mountain airport, but their last coordinates put them on a ship. So Jill and Parker head to the Queen Zenobia to find their missing colleagues.
Huh? It's the emergency line. Yeah, it's me. Uh-huh. What? Yes, that's fine. I'll take it from here. We'll have to speed things up. Starting now. Uh-huh. Good. Get to it. Jill, Parker. You two are still on the case.
What happened?
We lost contact with Chris and Jessica.
When? How?
We're not certain. I've sent their last known coordinates to your terminals.
The signal was lost over the ocean. I thought they were in the mountains chasing Veltro. But judging from their position, they must be...
on a ship. I'll go back to HQ, take charge of the search and rescue. You two will be my eyes out there.
Yes, sir.
Back to the present, we explore the ship's disturbing corridors, then Jill finds someone sitting in a cell with their back turned. She calls out to Chris, but we don't get an answer. Jill confirms she can't get the cell open, so she needs a key to free whoever's in that cell. The lock is too tough to break, so they'll have to search for it. Then we hear a woman's scream echoing through the corridors. Jill rushes toward the sound, but arrives too late. She finds a dead woman who doesn't look like crew. This is Rachel Foley, an FBC agent who'd been sent to the Queen Zenobia alongside Raymond Vester by Commissioner Lansdale to check out the rumors of Veltro's return. After grabbing the crew quarters area key from Rachel's body, Jill heads back to open Chris's cell. The moment of truth arrives and suddenly Chris's head falls off, because it's a mannequin. Parker spots Veltro's emblem on the wall just as gas starts filling the room. As our heroes hit the floor, in walks a soldier in full military gear and a gas mask, claiming it's time Jill learned the truth.
Chris?
is this?
Oh, great. Shit! It's a trap!
It's time you learned the truth, Miss Valentine.
Meanwhile, we jump to Chris and Jessica trudging through a European mountain blizzard. They're investigating intel about a Veltro camp. They witness a plane crashing in the distance, but there definitely shouldn't be a plane in these mountains.
Slow down, Chris.
We're almost there, Jessica.
I certainly hope so. My feet are killing me.
Our source indicates the camp is on the far side of this peak.
The plane! Oh my god, it crashed!
Chris detects virus traces, and they find documents about transporting some kind of special prototype that needs hourly sedatives, or it becomes uncontrollable. On their way to the crash site, Chris falls off of a ledge and sprains his ankle. He is attacked by Fenrir BOWs, which are infected wolves that were part of Veltro's biological arsenal. Jessica saves him and is concerned that maybe he trusts Jill more than her. She clearly wants more with Chris, but he is all about the missions. The flight plan leads them to Valkoinen Moki Airport, a remote mountain facility that served as one of Veltro's main hideouts. This is where Keith Grinder Lumley and Quint Jackass Setchum will later show up to dig through computer systems for the Queen Zenobia's coordinates. Finally making contact with O'Brien, whose call sign is Forkball, Chris learns that Jill and Parker were sent to the Mediterranean on bad intel and have gone dark. Chris and Jessica find Veltro's crest at the airport, confirming the terrorist group's apparent return. The crest shows their symbol, and their full name, Il Veltro, means the Greyhound in Italian, referencing Dante's Divine Comedy, where a greyhound defeats evil. All Veltro members wore gas masks to stay anonymous even to each other, with their slogan translating to, "Until the Greyhound comes, who shall make her perish in her pain." Chris decides they need to head to the Mediterranean to find Jill and Parker. Back on the Queen Zenobia, Jill wakes up locked in a guest cabin with no weapons. Parker's in the same boat, literally and figuratively. The mysterious soldier took all their gear, including Parker's handgun government, not the standard BSAA issue M92F, because Parker likes to be different. Their comms are down, so they can't reach HQ. After reuniting, they realize they need to find their weapons to deal with the BOWs crawling all over the ship. Parker remembers seeing their gear earlier but couldn't reach it, though he did find something that might help them retrieve it. Parker remembers an old herbology textbook talking about those bright green herbs from the Arklay Mountains. After grabbing their gear, they decide the bridge is their best bet for contacting HQ. On the way, Jill notices a broken lock, meaning someone's been through here recently. When they reach the bridge, they discover the communication system is trashed and they can't change course. Then they notice their tugboat caught on fire, which means they're now officially stranded. Before they can process this delightful development, a red-haired man appears and pulls a gun on them. Parker recognizes him. It's Raymond Vester.
We can't change our course. We're completely adrift.
This is recent. The perpetrator
Don't tell me that was the tugboat.
Shit! We'll be stuck here! Jill! Freeze! Drop the weapon!
Drop yours, Parker.
Who the hell are you?
We flash back to 1 year ago, where we see Raymond as an FBC cadet, badly injured after Hunter BOWs breached their building. Parker and Jessica are there too, watching their city die after 3 weeks under siege. The world's first Aquapolis, which took 11 years to build as humanity's solar-powered future, is now crawling with T-Abyss-infected creatures. Morgan Lansdale, the Silver Fox himself, orders everyone to evacuate. O'Brien shows up as the last BSAA observer left in the facility, and he's not happy about Lansdale's plan to use the Regia Solis satellite. See, this satellite was originally designed to concentrate solar rays for the city's power system, but Lansdale wants to weaponize it, basically nuke the city with concentrated sunlight to erase all evidence of his conspiracy. O'Brien and Lansdale get into an argument about obliterating the site, with O'Brien warning that these unilateral solutions will just create more terrorist groups. Meanwhile, Parker and Jessica are fighting their way through waves of Hunter BOWs trying to reach the helipad. The evacuation gets increasingly desperate as elevators break down and hunters climb the walls. Parker and Jessica barely make it to the roof as the city starts glowing below them. The Regia Solis activates and the city gets erased from existence just like Raccoon City before it.
Triggered a chain reaction. Look, the city.
The city's so bright.
Back in the present on the Queen Zenobia, Raymond drops cryptic hints about how nothing will change unless they get their hands dirty, then disappears into the ship. Jill and Parker decide they need answers and head for the emergency communication room. They find a corpse clutching a crest, who probably died from T-Abyss infection. According to the ship's records, most of the crew transformed into ooze monsters when the virus was released during Veltro's betrayal. One poor communications officer lasted 9 whole days before becoming a skag-dead, transforming long after his comrades. Parker knows they need to find Raymond, and when Jill asks how he knows him, Parker keeps it vague. After getting the Iron Anchor key from Raymond and learning his partner Rachel hasn't reported back from the bilge, Jill and Parker head to the casino on the first floor. The Queen Zenobia really was a luxury liner before it became a floating nightmare. The casino deck showcases the ship's former grandeur with slot machines, gaming tables, and elaborate decorations now covered in that distinctive T-Abyss slime. They need to reach the lift to the bilge, but when they get there, the lift key is missing. Parker realizes Rachel probably has it since Raymond said she went to the bilge. Jill has a sinking feeling about this. She remembers that dead woman she found earlier who didn't look like Crew. Jill returns to the fake Chris cell where she'd found the mannequin trap, and sure enough, the corpse is gone. Before she can process this, zombie Rachel attacks. Rachel's transformation into Ooze Rachel is particularly disturbing. She's retained some human features, but worst of all, she keeps calling out Raymond in this distorted, inhuman voice. It suggests she's retained memories of her partner even after the T-Abyss virus rewired her entire biology. The creature escapes into the ventilation ducts, which have become highways for the ooze. Jill has to follow the trail of mucus while Rachel stalks her from the shadows. After a chase sequence through the vents, Jill finally puts Rachel down and retrieves the lift key from her remains.
Oh shit, you...
Jill, what's wrong?
I found the target, but she's a zombie.
Isn't that always the case?
Parker and Jill then take the lift down toward the bilge, descending into the ship's bowels. Parker comments they're heading straight into the depths of hell, as they literally descend into the ship's lowest, most dangerous area. Down here, the T-Abyss contamination is most concentrated, and the boundary between the ship and the growing biological mass becomes increasingly blurred. The bilge is already flooding when they arrive. Parker blames Veltro for trying to sink the ship along with their virus, which would be catastrophic. If the T-Abyss contaminated water reaches the Mediterranean, it could spread through marine ecosystems. The virus can infect plankton and use their bodies to produce more virus. Even a small release could spread exponentially through marine food chains, potentially achieving Veltro's threat of contaminating 1/5 of the Earth's waters. The automated system announces the bulkheads can't lower during a power outage, so they race to the engine room to restore power. Along the way, they encounter swimming ooze variants called sea creepers, mutations specifically adapted for aquatic environments. In the engine room, they discover they need to restart both panels simultaneously, but are missing a key. After solving a cog puzzle involving the ship's machinery, Jill finds the restart key. They successfully restore power to the ship, the lights flicker on, and systems hum back to life. Victory. Well, except it's a trap. All the doors slam shut with metallic thuds, sealing them in. Water starts flooding in through the pipes at an alarming rate. As water rises to their chests, Parker's starting to panic while Jill desperately searches for a way out. The flooding chamber death trap seems inescapable as the water continues pouring in. Meanwhile, in the frozen mountains, Keith and Quint are making their own discoveries at Valkoinen Moki Airport. Quint checks in with O'Brien Forkball about their mission. O'Brien tells them to do what they think is best, which is pretty vague guidance. They find security footage showing a freighter and watch in horror as a Veltro operative gets mauled by something invisible. This is our introduction to the Farfarello BOW, an invisible hunter variant that represents the cutting edge of post-Umbrella bioweapon development. Unlike the original Hunter Alpha from the 1980s that used reptilian-human hybridization, the Farfarello has optical camouflage abilities. These things attacked the plane leading to the crash, which released them into the facility.
Yo, calm down! What's wrong with you? What?
Look, I just got hit! It was the Invisible Man or something! I'm sure of it!
For real?
He's a hunter!
It disappeared!
Now I get what happened on the security feed. That was the ghost! It's a new type of hunter!
Thanks for the explanation. Did I mention his clothes? One day!
Which leads us with... I can't tell because I can't see him.
This blows! Another one goes there! Quit! How many left?
I told you I don't know because I can't see them.
This really blows.
After watching security footage, they grab a security token that Quint uses to hack into the crashed plane's systems. What he finds is huge, ship coordinates that he immediately sends to O'Brien. But here's the thing, the coordinates are for the Queen Semiramis, not the Queen Zenobia, where Jill and Parker actually are. This confusion between the identical sister ships is about to send Chris and Jessica on a wild goose chase to the wrong boat. Quint also discovers something even more disturbing. They're not the only ones looking for these ships. The Veltro searching for them isn't even the real organization, since most of them died when Lansdale betrayed them. Someone's orchestrating a massive deception, and Quint's starting to piece together that their own director might be behind it all. They both know they've stumbled onto something way bigger than a simple terrorist revival. Meanwhile, Chris and Jessica receive the coordinates and arrive at what they think is the Queen Zenobia by helicopter. Chris's plan for finding Jill and Parker is to search every room. No strategy, just brute force room clearing. When Jessica asks what happens if Veltro finds them first, Chris casually suggests they'll capture and interrogate them. They encounter various ooze mutations created by the T-Abyss virus. Standard waterlogged ones with leech-like feeding tubes, pincer ooze with enhanced claws, chunk ooze missing the typical leech tongue, and tricorn ooze that can attack from range. Each variant shows different adaptive responses to the virus incorporating those deep-sea fish genes. Quint radios in. He realizes Jessica is there and stammers through, telling them the engines are probably broken and suggests checking the bilge. Jessica is completely unaware of his crush on her.
Hey there. Any idea where we can find Parker and Jill?
Jessica? Hold on. Judging by the ship's condition, I believe there's a problem with the engines. I'd wager they're in the ship's bilge trying to get them going again.
That makes sense. We'll head down there now.
We go back to present time on the actual Queen Zenobia, where Chris and Jessica think they are. Jill and Parker are almost drowning in the engine room trap, while Parker's begging for anyone to save them while Jill refuses to give up. Chris and Jessica think they're rescuing their colleagues, but they're on completely the wrong boat. They are on a carbon copy of the Zenobia with identical casinos, opera houses, and elaborate accommodations. Jill and Parker escape their watery trap through a hatch Jill manages to open. With power restored, they can use the bulkheads to stop the flooding. They need to reach the observation deck to fix the antenna array and contact HQ. Parker's getting increasingly nervous about not hearing from Veltro since that video. O'Brien finally reveals to Chris that they're on the wrong ship, the Queen's Semiramis, not the Zenobia. He claims Quint just discovered there were 2 ships, and the timing is suspicious. O'Brien suggests the ships were probably traveling together until recently, which makes tactical sense. During the 2004 Terra Grigia attack, Veltro used all 3 Queens as mobile command centers for coordinating UAV virus dispersal and hunter deployments. As Jill and Parker head to the observation deck in an elevator, something moves above them. A huge monster suddenly jumps off the elevator and attacks our heroes. Parker's freaking out about the weight limit while trying to kill it, but the thing just won't stay down. When they finally reach the observation deck, Parker complains that it's night, so there's nothing to see anyway. Then their elevator friend shows up again. Turns out it's been stalking them. This is a dragging Nyatso, a massive BOW created by T-Abyss infection, where the virus has dramatically restructured the host's anatomy with aquatic adaptations. The name comes from one of the Malebranche demons in Dante's Inferno. After an exhausting fight where Parker questions how this thing is even alive, they finally put it down and climb to the ship's deck. The fresh air is a welcome change after being trapped with infected monsters. Jill rewires the antenna panel and manages to contact HQ using her call sign, Vermilion. O'Brien acts relieved to hear from them and admits the whole thing was a setup that they fell for. Before he can explain more, though, he gets an emergency call. A BSAA employee informs O'Brien that the European Security Force detected satellite movement. The Regia Solis is being reactivated. This is the same satellite system originally designed to concentrate solar rays for Terra Grigia's power grid, which Lansdale weaponized during the panic to vaporize the city and eliminate evidence. Now someone's aiming it at the cruise ships in the Mediterranean. O'Brien looks at an old photo of himself and Morgan, realizing his former colleague hasn't changed a bit. He tells Parker and Jill that all hell's about to break loose. The satellites that destroyed the floating city are right above them. Parker remembers how Lansdale used the Regia Solis a year ago, destroying the city after 3 weeks of fighting to eliminate evidence of his conspiracy with Veltro. O'Brien says rescue isn't possible because Chris won't reach them in time by sea, though he mentions Chris is alive and heading their way. Quint radios in with a solution. They need to confuse the satellite's targeting system. He knows everything about the ship from the data he and Keith recovered at Valkoinen Mookie Airport, plus his general tech expertise that helped develop the Genesis scanner and specialized BSAA equipment. His plan involves using the UAV stored on the foredeck. The UAVs were part of the equipment Lansdale provided to Veltro for dispersing T-Abyss virus over Terra Grigia from the air. These drones can deploy chaff, metallic strips that confuse radar and targeting systems, which was probably a defensive measure to protect them from counterattacks during the original operation. On their way to the foredeck, they spot Raymond on the phone, saying he'll do what he can to stop the Regia Solis. He tells them to head to the foredeck if they want to live. Jill wonders how he knows their plan. The ship is now crawling with hunters, provided by Lansdale from black market sources after Umbrella's collapse. Parker's particularly distressed seeing them again, given his traumatic memories of fighting these creatures during the FBC building evacuation. Meanwhile, at FBC headquarters, O'Brien calls Morgan Lansdale. Morgan remains confident, believing that deploying the Regia Solis again will eliminate any remaining evidence. When O'Brien questions why he's deploying the satellite, Morgan quotes Dante, "Abandon hope, all ye who enter here," the same inscription at Hell's entrance that Veltro loves using. Morgan then activates the Regia Solis using his FBC commissioner authority. See, the National Security Council had granted the FBC broad emergency powers after the 2004 panic.
You're wondering why I've deployed Regia Solis?
Yes. What's got you spooked? Isn't it a little premature to call down the wrath of God?
Satellite targeting system. Enter authorization.
The time has come, O'Brien. Abandon hope, all ye who enter here.
Authorization approved. Firing laser.
Back on the Queen Zenobia, our heroes are racing against time. Quint calculates they have almost no time left. They reach the UAV on the deck and get it ready to launch, but they need the remote pilot controls from the ship's hold. Parker complains that Quint could have mentioned that sooner. Jill manages to launch the UAV at the last second, but it gets vaporized by the Regia Solis's concentrated solar energy, the same power that destroyed the floating city. However, the chaff seems to partially disrupt the targeting system as the Queen Zenobia gets hit by a massive wave rather than completely obliterated. Back at their respective headquarters, Morgan and O'Brien have a tense conversation. Morgan talks about immediate containment and calls O'Brien a humanist with no cause. O'Brien is not going to just stand by, he threatens Morgan, reassuring him all his actions will catch up with him soon. The Queen Zenobia is now sinking fast, and Parker and Jill need to swim through the flooded bilge to find an exit. Chris radios in, telling them the ship is done for, but they can't let the virus contaminate the oceans. We flash back slightly to see when Chris and Jessica approach the ship by boat. Queen Zenobia looks rough, and Chris warns Jessica to stay sharp. They man the mounted guns and start shooting at tentacle monsters attacking from the water. Jessica complains about the tentacles and asks why they didn't use the helicopter. Chris explains that Regia Solis's laser fried all the electronics. Turns out, concentrated solar energy beams create electromagnetic pulses that disable nearby electronic systems. Jessica, meanwhile, keeps making flirty comments about their cruise for two on a sinking ship.
We can board from here. Jessica, we have a promise to keep. Let's go.
Great. A cruise, just the two of us. Only the whole thing is sinking.
Back in the casino, Chris and Jill meet up as planned in the Queen Zenobia's flooded casino, but they're interrupted by a masked figure clapping on the balcony. Parker aims his gun at what he thinks is a Veltro operative. The masked figure starts monologuing about revealing Queen Zenobia's secrets. He poses 3 questions. How did the ship float around undetected? Why did Veltro vanish after the 2004 panic? And why is someone trying to destroy the ship with the satellite? These questions point to the conspiracy's core. Before he can reveal the inconvenient truth, Jessica swoops in and shoots him off the balcony. Chris is shocked, but removes the mask to discover it's Raymond this time. Parker's stunned that his old colleague was playing Veltro. Raymond whispers something to Parker about finding the truth about everything before dying.
Friendly BSAA patrons, you stopped the Regia Solis. Now I will reveal what I know. Everything about the Queen Zenobia and the secrets she keeps.
What secrets?
Consider this. First, why did it take till now to find the Queen Zenobia? How was it able to float around the Mediterranean undetected? It wasn't magic. Second, why did all traces of Veltro vanish after the Terra Grigia panic?
Why don't you tell us, huh?
And third, why is someone trying to use the Regia Solis to destroy the Zenobia? The answer to those questions will lead you to an inconvenient truth. You were to have found it, and that...
Jessica, why did you fire?
To protect our people. Isn't that our job?
Don't you dare die. Damn. Raymond? What? Why? Why play the part of Veltro? What do you mean?
Find the truth about Terra Grigia. What a terrible loss.
Chris knows where the lab is, so he and Jill head there while Parker and Jessica work on delaying the sinking. Chris gives Jill a pulse grenade that works underwater and marks possible lab locations. There is a little bit of a ruckus, and Jessica falls onto Chris while they are all conversing, so Chris uncomfortably peels her off of him. Jill notices Chris never picked up on Jessica's hints, while Parker suggests maybe Chris is already taken. They wade through the flooded bilge, dealing with sea creepers and swimming ooze. Chris uses the trident key from the Semiramis to unlock the lab, commenting on how hiding facilities on cruise ships makes perfect cover. Meanwhile, Keith and Quint are freezing their butts off at the crash site. Quint's been analyzing data when the terminal suddenly dies. Keith complains that this blows, his catchphrase apparently, while Quint says the conspiracy is becoming clearer. The data reveals connections between the BOW transport, fake Veltro resurrection, and ship coordinates. They make it to the Vulcan and Moki airport, and they find it deserted. Quint uses a backdoor he set up to get them in, making Keith wonder why he didn't mention this earlier. They fight through more BOWs, including Farfarello, Fenrir, and standard hunters, remnants of weapons Morgan provided for the original Terra Grigia attack. Quint gets excited finding an MB-28 computer, which Keith thinks is crappy. The thing needs more power, though, so Keith has to go turn on generators while Quint bonds with his new electronic girlfriend. The bombshell drops when Quint contacts O'Brien directly. He's figured it all out. Veltro was never back. It was all smoke and mirrors orchestrated by O'Brien to get into one certain somebody's head. That somebody is Morgan, and O'Brien's elaborate deception was designed to make him repeat his pattern of using the Regia Solis to destroy evidence. O'Brien basically admits it, saying he's glad he's not paying them for nothing. Quint sends him data that likely includes evidence of Morgan's communications with Veltro and proof of the FBC's role in orchestrating the Terra Grigia panic. Combined with Jack Norman's recordings from the Queen Dido, this would provide legal ammunition to arrest Morgan and disband the FBC. Then they get detected and the building starts shaking from fighter jets as an airstrike begins bombing the airport. Back in the Queen Zenobia's laboratory, Jill and Chris find the virus at the center of the room. The lab contains vials of T-Abyss in red protein medium, the same stuff Veltro threatened to release. Our heroes now face the task of neutralizing this threat before the sinking ship releases its deadly cargo into the Mediterranean. Chris heads to the center of the lab to work the control system, but realizes he needs a passcode. While he keeps working on it, Jill makes it to the control room and downloads the authentic passcode. The room immediately floods, so she swims to the center while Chris frantically radios her. After Jill climbs back up and rejoins Chris, they use the passcode to start the virus neutralization program, and success. Except Morgan Lansdale appears on the monitors like a Bond villain. He reveals he knew O'Brien was sniffing around his business but didn't account for Chris and Jill's involvement, his only mistake, he claims. When Jill accuses him of attacking Terra Grigia, we get confirmation of what we've suspected. Morgan orchestrated the entire Terra Grigia panic as a false flag operation. The FBC commissioner had spent years in foreign intelligence before leading the FBC, and he conspired with Il Veltro by providing them with everything. His goal is to create a bioterror incident to justify expanding the FBC's budget and powers under the National Security Council. Monsters descend into the room because Morgan can't just let them neutralize the virus in peace. He makes a snide comment about Chris and Jill bringing down Umbrella, referencing their role in exposing Umbrella Corporation's bioweapons programs that led to the company's bankruptcy after the Raccoon trials and collapse in 2003. While they're fighting for their lives, the virus neutralization completes. Morgan starts monologuing about his weakness for cleaning up imperfections and how the BSAA has caused nothing but trouble. Then he shows them footage of a ship being targeted from above. The Queen Zenobia is in his crosshairs. Meanwhile, Jessica and Parker are having their own drama in the casino. Jessica's still bummed about Chris not picking up on her hints. Jessica and Parker reminisce about their FBC days when they escaped the breached FBC building together. She says she needs to check something and splits from Parker, not suspicious at all. O'Brien radios Parker, confirming Raymond told him everything. Raymond had whispered to Parker about finding the truth about the floating city and revealed that Morgan has a mole in the BSAA. Raymond's been O'Brien's double agent this whole time, posing as Veltro to maintain the illusion of their resurrection to expose Morgan. Parker fights through monsters to reach the bridge where Jessica's supposedly lowering bulwarks. She jokes about him being slow and owing her another dinner. She is always trying to get a free meal. When Parker reaches the bridge, he pulls his gun on her. Raymond told him the spy might be her. Jessica tries to play innocent, but when she attempts to press the self-destruct button, Raymond appears and shoots near her hand. Surprise, Raymond is alive. The earlier shooting was staged as part of their coordinated plan. Raymond reveals Jessica's trying to activate the self-destruct to destroy evidence. Parker's torn. He can't fully trust Jessica, but can't bring himself to act against his old partner. But when he lowers his gun, Jessica shoots him and activates the self-destruct anyway. She tells the dying Parker not to worry about dinner. Now they're even. Then she apologizes and leaves him bleeding on the floor while Raymond chases after her.
Hold it right there.
Parker?
The spy has infiltrated the BSAA. Morgan's more. And it may be you. That's what Raymond told me.
What are you talking about? We don't have time to...
Parker, subdue that woman.
Raymond? How?
But you were...
She's trying to activate the ship's self-destruct mechanism to destroy the evidence.
What?
Guys, this is getting out of hand. Not funny. Come on. Say something. Parker, it's me.
I can't trust you completely. Not yet. Put your gun down, Raymond.
Yeah, you're too soft. Don't be fooled, Parker. Parker!
Stupid men. I knew O'Brien had a lapdog. I'll tell Morgan it was you.
Jessica!
Don't worry about dinner. Now we're even. I'm sorry, Parker.
Go after her. But you... Raymond, go!
Back in the lab, Morgan shows Chris and Jill footage of the Queen Semiramis engulfed in flames, the sister ship destroyed by its self-destruct sequence after the failed rescue attempt. With the self-destruct now activated on the Zenobia too, Morgan declares checkmate, crediting his bright young assistant Jessica for the final move. Kirk radios in, call sign Hat Trick, telling them to rendezvous on the foredeck for extraction. Explosions rock the ship as they escape. Beams fall from the ceiling, separating Chris and Jill. She finds Parker bleeding out on the floor. He confirms Jessica shot him and that she's working for Morgan. The team reunites and fights toward the exit. Parker's slowing them down and knows it. When a walkway breaks apart, Parker starts falling and Jill catches his hand. In true heroic fashion, he tells them it was a nice ride before slipping from her grip and falling into the fire below.
Parker!
Just not my night. Damn it! Good times, Jill. It was a nice ride.
What?
See you guys.
Jill, we have to go.
Yeah, Chris. I know.
Kirk's helicopter then arrives at the foredeck, but a gargantuan monster attacks the ship, so the helicopter cannot perform a safe rescue. Chris and Jill open fire on parasites controlling the massive creature. They think they've won when it goes still, but as they're climbing Kirk's ladder, the monster springs back to life and grabs the helicopter. Chris detaches the ladder by shooting its hinges, but they can't just leave. This thing can't be allowed to roam free. If it escapes into the Mediterranean, it could spread the virus through the marine ecosystem, potentially triggering the ecological catastrophe Veltro threatened. Using the helicopter's mounted guns, they engage in an aerial boss battle. Kurt complains about too many bogies not letting up, but Chris insists they get closer. Finally, they fire a missile that kills the creature for good, and the Queen Zenobia sinks beneath the waves.
Ready, Chris?
O'Brien radios in, and when they tell him about losing Parker and Jessica's betrayal, he admits this could all be his mistake. Chris demands he come clean, and O'Brien agrees, saying it all started in Terra Grigia 1 year ago. His confession will reveal he orchestrated the entire fake Veltro revival, recruiting Raymond as a double agent and manipulating deployments to gather evidence against Morgan. The plan worked, leading to Morgan's arrest and the FBC's disbandment in 2005, with the BSAA gaining UN backing to become the world's leading counter-bioterrorism organization. We flash back to Terra Grigia 1 year ago. Parker and Jessica dive into a room and bolt the door, both on edge. Parker asks if they're in hell, and Jessica confirms this. The world's first Aquapolis had been under attack for 3 weeks, with Veltro using Morgan's secretly provided equipment to release T-Abyss via UAV and deploy Hunter BOWs throughout the city. They fight through Hunters, the same models Lansdale provided from black market sources after Umbrella's collapse. In an elevator, Jessica comments that Commissioner Morgan was right about bioterror threats, and this incident could be good PR. The attack's success would grant the FBC its own army and unilateral authority over bioterrorism matters. Parker and Jessica continue their conversation about the FBC's growth potential after this crisis. The Federal Bioterrorism Commission, established in 2001 through the National Biological Defense Act, after Lansdale's campaigning, had authority to conduct bioweapon research and maintain armed personnel on U.S. soil. The National Security Council controlled the FBC's budget and elected the commissioner, with the National Biological Defense Community consisting of top defense and intelligence officials. Basically, Morgan had built himself a nice little empire. They then find Raymond gravely wounded and fighting off a monster alone. Parker and Jessica help him while clearing out the endless waves of creatures. Raymond's losing blood fast, so they sit him down and search for medical supplies on the 4th floor. Parker bandages up the cadet, telling him no more hero stuff or he'll get the whole unit killed. In the elevator, Raymond starts getting suspicious. The bioterrorist attack seems too professional, too well coordinated. How did they evade the FBC's vast intelligence network, unless somebody wanted this to happen? Parker tells him he's stepping out of bounds. They're here to resolve this, not investigate. They reach the command room where Morgan's on a call with Jack Norman on the Queen Dido. Jack has just realized Morgan betrayed them. Morgan reveals he intentionally let the virus break out on their ship. They'll serve as test subjects for mutation data. Jack's not happy about being played, but he's got an ace up his sleeve. Video recordings of all their interactions, aka blackmail. Morgan doesn't care about the recordings, though. He's already gotten approval to use the Regia Solis satellite to completely eradicate the virus and all evidence. The satellite, originally designed to power Terra Grigia with concentrated solar energy, will now vaporize the city and everyone in it. Morgan even quotes Dante's Paradiso to Norman, showing he understood and manipulated Veltro's literary obsessions from the start. Back in the present on the sinking Queen Zenobia, Parker's limping through hallways when Raymond finds him. Jessica escaped. Their confrontation was coordinated all along. While Raymond pretended to align with O'Brien as a double agent, Jessica pretended to align with Morgan as a double agent. But really, they both were a triple agent for Tricell. Their staged fight and Raymond's fake death let both complete their missions. Parker apologizes to Raymond, who finally admits the cadet was right all along. But it's time for Raymond to return the favor and save Parker and let Jessica get away. Meanwhile, Chris and Jill are getting briefed by O'Brien via radio. He admits the whole Veltro revival was his trap for Morgan, orchestrated with Raymond. Chris asks why they weren't told, and O'Brien says he couldn't risk it with a mole in the BSAA. The elaborate deception forced Morgan to repeat his pattern of using overwhelming force to destroy evidence, revealing his guilt. O'Brien reveals Keith and Quint's data analysis uncovered something crucial. There wasn't just 2 Queen ships, but 3. The Queen Dido has been resting on the ocean floor since that day. Morgan had remotely released the virus on all 3 ships during his betrayal, but while the Zenobia and Semiramis were hidden, the Dido was bombed to sink it. Unknown to him, Norman and a dozen militants survived in a sealed compartment for a year. Next, FBC agents storm the BSAA building. Morgan walks in with a smug expression and announces the BSAA is now under FBC supervision. He's arresting O'Brien for collaborating with Veltro. The jurisdictional power play reflects the FBC's expanded authority versus the BSAA's status as a private NGO, though this will change dramatically after Morgan's downfall.
FBC, everybody freeze! Oliver, put your heads in the air! Hold on a second.
Morgan Lansdale.
We're taking this show over. The BSAA is hereby under the direct supervision of the FBC.
Clive R. O'Brien, you are under arrest for collaborating with the terrorist organization Veltro.
Chris, Jill, you're our only hope.
Chris and Jill head to Terra Grigia's ruins, cordoned off by the FBC for a year supposedly to prevent contamination, but really to hide evidence. The ecological city that took 11 years to build and represented humanity's sustainable future now lies in underwater wreckage, destroyed in minutes by the Regia Solis. Swimming through the Queen Dido's flooded corridors, they find it eerily quiet, like time stopped. The corpses that washed up on the beach came from here, infected Veltro members transforming into ooze or globsters when they died. These mutations breaking through the FBC blockade are what prompted O'Brien to start his investigation. They find a recently dead FBC soldier with a voice recorder. Agent Dario Barioni's final message reveals his team was killed trying to retrieve the video log. Veltro wasn't just waiting to die. Thoughts of revenge kept them alive for a year underwater, and they were ready when the FBC arrived. In a room covered with Veltro flags, they find a recording of Jack Norman's final message. We watch him inject himself with T-Abyss virus, declaring Veltro will become guardians of the truth for as many years as it takes. And he's got all their interactions with Morgan recorded on a PDA.
The Queen Dido is already deep below the sea. There's no escape, no chance of survival. Unless... Veltro, in honor of thy name, we accept our wrongdoing and transmute our flesh in remembrance of our sins. But for you, Morgan, never shall there be rest. We rise from the dead, a spirit callous and immutable force. All of our interactions are right in here. We shall become guardians of the truth for as many years as it may take.
They find Norman still alive sitting on a throne, holding the PDA evidence before him. He drops his PDA as he rants about having such evidence against Morgan, so Jill takes the opportunity and grabs it. Norman starts transforming into a grotesque flesh monster. His year-long exposure and multiple doses create a unique mutation. The virus has restructured his body while preserving fragments of his consciousness and his obsessive need for revenge. Chris tries reasoning with him, saying Morgan isn't here, but Norman's too far gone.
Morgan,
Behold the terror which you have unleashed.
Norman, stop! Morgan isn't here!
It's no use. He's gone over the edge.
After a brutal fight, Norman finally dies, inadvertently setting the Veltro flag on fire. Chris comments on how Morgan treats his friends, while Jill hopes Norman finds more comfort in death than life. The PDA contains the smoking gun, video of Norman's secret meeting with Morgan. We see Morgan providing the T-Abyss virus in its case, explaining the UAV delivery system, and Norman noting how the lowly terrorists received help from the FBC commissioner. The virus shown was the product of Morgan's conspiracy with Tricell and Montpellier University, splicing the deep-sea Abyss virus with Umbrella's T-virus to create a weapon capable of contaminating a fifth of the world's oceans. The video plays at BSAA headquarters for everyone, including the FBC operatives who arrested O'Brien. Morgan tries justifying his actions. Without the Terra Grigia panic, the masses would remain ignorant of bioterror threats. It was all for the greater good, he claims. O'Brien's not buying it. He references Dante one last time, saying he's not Dante and Morgan's not Virgil guiding him through hell. Morgan is put under arrest for conspiring with Veltro in planning and executing the Terra Grigia panic. As FBC agents escort Morgan out, he warns the BSAA is making a huge mistake. O'Brien's heard that before, echoing their confrontation during the panic when O'Brien warned that obliterating the city would create more extremists. Morgan's arrest leads to the FBC's disbandment in 2005, with responsibilities divided between agencies like the DSO and the newly UN-backed BSAA. Chris and Jill fly away discussing the revelations about Terra Grigia and the BSAA's needed overhaul. The organization will transform into a UN-backed anti-bioterrorism organization. Jill notes the storm is gone but wonders how long the calm will last.
We can finally reveal what happened at Terra Grigia.
Yeah, but the cost was high.
The BSAA will have to be overhauled.
The storm is gone now. But how long will it last?
In the post-credit scenes, we see the aftermath. Keith and Quint survived the airport bombing. Keith will continue as a special operations agent transferring to East Africa, while Quint keeps providing tech support and innovations like the Genesis scanner, since he doesn't want a promotion. Parker's alive with a bandaged leg and crutch after he was found adrift. Once he healed, he returned to his position with the BSAA. O'Brien unpins his BSAA ID and leaves to salutes from subordinates, his resignation inevitable after his deception was revealed. While his plan worked, orchestrating a fake bioterror crisis compromised his position. So now he is off to do what every great criminal does, and he is writing a novel. Chris and Jill approach an ominous mansion, foreshadowing Lost in Nightmares. The final scene shows Jessica in an elegant restaurant reading a book. A mysterious figure leaves a virus vial on her table. It's Raymond. Jessica comments it was almost too easy letting them take Morgan out. Their survival represents success for both their missions while escaping alive. When Jessica asks why he saved Parker, Raymond simply says he has his reasons, loyalty to the colleague who saved him during Terra Grigia. Jessica notes the BSAA isn't as useless as she thought and things could heat up. Raymond agrees the fun's just getting started before leaving.
Almost too easy, wasn't it? The company let them take Morgan out with the trash.
Tough world.
You filed a report on this. By the way, why save Parker?
I have my reasons.
The BSAA isn't as useless as I thought. Things could really heat up.
Indeed. The fun's just getting started.
And that's the complete story of Resident Evil Revelations, a tale of conspiracy, betrayal, and bioterrorism, where the real villain was the government official we trusted along the way.
Captain Deshant here. We've secured the underground route to the coordinates.
We are now on to Resident Evil 5, where we follow Chris Redfield in the fictional region of Kijuju, Africa. Released in 2009, Resident Evil 5 builds on the aftermath of Umbrella Corporation's downfall, showing how bioweapons technology spread into the hands of terrorists and corporations. The game introduces us to Sheva Alomar, Chris's new partner and a fellow BSAA operative with her own personal vendetta against bioterrorism. So, are you ready for this adventure? Let's get started. Our adventure kicks off with a super creepy scene where a mysterious masked bird lady is watching this poor guy who is transforming as gross black leeches burst from his body. Meanwhile, the BSAA Alpha team is getting into position nearby. Chris arrives in the dusty town of Kijuju in his Jeep, giving us some backstory about how after Umbrella's downfall, bioweapons spread everywhere, leading to the creation of the Bioterrorism Security Assessment Alliance, or BSAA for short, to fight this new global threat. That's where our protagonist comes in. He's a founding member and certified bioterrorism butt-kicking expert.
I should have seen it coming. It didn't take long after the fall of the Umbrella Corporation for their bioweapons to end up in the hands of terrorists. A new era of bioterrorism descended upon vulnerable countries, shifting the balance of power throughout the region.
Chris meets his new partner, Sheva Alomar, a local BSAA operative who's there to help smooth things over with the locals. She's got her own tragic backstory. Her parents were killed in an Umbrella cover-up when she was a kid, which is why she's so passionate about fighting bioterrorism.
Welcome to Africa. My name is Sheva Alomar.
Chris Redfield.
Your reputation precedes you, Mr. Redfield. It's an honor.
Just Chris, thanks.
Chris has a brief, sad flashback about his partner, Jill Valentine, who he believes died 2 years ago during a mission to capture Wesker.
You okay?
Yeah, sorry. It's nothing. Let's go.
After paying off a handsy guard to let them through, our dynamic duo makes contact with their local agent, Reynard Fisher, at a decrepit butcher shop. Fisher hooks them up with weapons and drops some ominous hints about something called Ouroboros, a doomsday project that's definitely not just a rumor. Their mission is to find a sketchy bioweapons dealer named Ricardo Irving, who's their only lead. As Chris and Sheva explore the creepy village, they stumble upon a horrifying scene, 2 men forcing a squirming plaga parasite down some poor guy's throat. When our heroes try to help, the infected man turns violent, with his eyes filling with blood as he attacks them. These aren't your garden variety zombies either. They are called majini, meaning evil spirits in Swahili, and retain their intelligence while being driven to violence by the parasite. Things go from bad to worse when they witness Fisher being publicly executed by a terrifying giant executioner with an axe the size of a small car. The sunglasses-wearing ringleader spots our heroes and sends the angry mob after them. Chris and Sheva barricade themselves in a building, but the Majini just keep coming, through windows, doors, and even the roof. Just when things look hopeless, their pilot buddy Kirk swoops in with a helicopter and blasts open an escape route with an RPG.
Take over!
But their relief is short-lived, as they hear Captain DeChant's panicked radio call as Alpha Team encounters some kind of monster. Our heroes then push forward through the decaying village, fighting off Majini at every turn. They even rescue a seemingly terrified blonde woman named Allison, until she reveals her true infected nature with gross tentacle mandibles erupting from her mouth.
Hey, what's wrong?
After taking her and several other Majini down, they receive urgent orders to head toward Alpha Team's position immediately. After battling their way through hordes of Majini, Chris and Sheva finally reach the building where Alpha Team met their grisly fate. The place is absolutely wrecked, with bullet holes everywhere, debris scattered about, and the unmistakable signs of a serious throwdown. Upon entering the warehouse, our dynamic duo discovers Captain DeChant, barely clinging to life amidst his fallen comrades. With his dying breath, the captain reveals that this whole mission was a setup. He manages to hand over a crucial data disk before succumbing to his wounds.
Hey, who did this?
Something attacked us. Irving. He got away. It was a setup.
A setup?
Meanwhile, Sheva catches a glimpse of a mysterious figure zipping past the window. As they continue through the warehouse, a mass of writhing black tendrils suddenly drops from the ceiling and forms into a grotesque creature. It is an Ouroboros test subject, the result of Wesker's twisted experiments with his new virus. The creature absorbs nearby corpses, growing even larger and more dangerous. Through some quick thinking and teamwork, Chris and Sheva manage to lure the monster into a furnace and crank up the heat, reducing it to a puddle of goo. After reporting into HQ, they're told that despite all the chaos and deaths, their mission still stands. They need to capture Irving at all costs. As Chris aptly puts it, don't you just love feeling expendable? Our heroes then battle through the storage facility, facing not just regular Majini, but also Plaga-infected dogs that burst from corpses and super gross flying monsters that emerge from dead bodies. Just when things couldn't get worse, their helicopter support pilot Kirk gets swarmed by those flying monsters and crashes nearby. When Chris and Sheva reach the crash site, they find poor Kirk has been turned into a gruesome ritual, chained to a burning pyramid of tires by the Majini. Suddenly, motorcycle-riding Majini attack our heroes with chains and weapons, but they're saved at the last minute by the arrival of Delta Team, led by Captain Josh Stone. He is Sheva's former instructor and affectionately calls her the little sister of the team. Josh provides them with a flash drive containing intel on Irving's whereabouts, suggesting he's fled to the nearby mines.
According to the data we retrieved from the hard drive, we believe he has moved on to the mining area. There's more info inside. We'll follow after taking care of business here. And keep your radio handy just in case.
Thanks, Josh.
While checking the data, Chris gets the shock of his life. There's a picture of Jill, his partner who supposedly died 2 years ago. He keeps this revelation to himself for now as they press on through the abandoned train station and into the dark, creepy mines. The tunnels are crawling with Majini, but our heroes push through, with Sheva carrying a lantern to light their way through the darkness. Finally, they corner Irving in a building near the mines, but just as they're about to apprehend him, a smoke grenade flies through the window and the mysterious masked woman swoops in to rescue the sleazy bioweapons dealer. Irving escapes with a smug taunt, leaving our heroes frustrated and with more questions than answers.
Breathe! Oh shit!
So you must be Irving.
Wow, perceptive, aren't ya?
You think this is a joke? You're just like all the other pieces of scum terrorists.
Oh, I'm not like them. I'm a businessman with standards.
Suckers!
Before escaping, Irving had been checking out a map of the Marshlands oil field, which gives our heroes their next destination. The place is run by Tricell, one of the major pharmaceutical companies that formed after Umbrella Corporation's downfall. With 3 divisions focused on pharmaceuticals, natural resources, and shipping, Tricell has the perfect setup for developing and transporting bioweapons without raising suspicions. After reporting Irving's escape to Josh, our heroes grab a Russian sniper rifle from a locker and fight their way outside, where they're met with more Magini. The path forward is blocked by a heavy dumpster that requires both of them to push off the cliff. Just when things seem to be calming down, a heavily armored truck comes careening around the corner, crashing into a wall and releasing a super gross bat-like creature. This freaky flying monster has 4 wings, a fat scorpion-like tail, and is covered in hard armor plating. Our heroes discover its weak spot, a pink, fleshy area behind its tail, and use some conveniently placed proximity mines to bring it down for good. After this battle, they're picked up by Dave Johnson from Delta Team in a BSAA Jeep. But their relief is short-lived as a group of motorcycle-riding Magini start pursuing them across the savannah. Chris and Sheva man the mounted guns, blasting away at their pursuers while Dave shows off his professional rally driver skills, drifting around curves and even jumping a broken bridge to shake off the bikers. The real horror awaits when they reach Delta Team's camp. Everyone's dead, and suddenly a gigantic monster called Ndesu appears. This massive creature is a super-sized version of the El Gigante from Spain, but with spiky bracelets and a deceased BSAA member hanging from its waist as a trophy. Poor Dave doesn't even have time to react before being squished under the monster's foot like a bug. After a tough battle involving boulder throwing and telephone pole swinging, they manage to destroy the main Plaga parasite, controlling this mountain of muscle, bringing the giant crashing down onto the Jeep.
Take this, you ugly bastard!
With the Delta Team destroyed and Josh missing, Sheva is devastated. Chris finally reveals his personal stake in the mission. He believes the woman in the data file is his partner Jill, who was presumed dead after tackling Wesker out of a window at Spencer's estate 3 years ago. Chris shares the full flashback of that fateful night when he and Jill found Umbrella founder Spencer already dead at Wesker's hands. The ensuing fight was completely one-sided, with Wesker's superhuman abilities making him practically untouchable as he dodged bullets, teleported around the room, and beat our heroes to a pulp. Just as Wesker was about to finish Chris off, Jill made the ultimate sacrifice, tackling the villain through a window and falling down a cliff.
Wesker!
Our adventure then continues as we follow Chris and Sheva deeper into the treacherous marshlands. While cruising along on their airboat, Sheva reveals her tragic backstory. Her parents were killed in an accident at a pharmaceutical company that was actually a deliberate massacre by Umbrella. The company had been using Africa as a testing ground for bioweapons, and after a virus escaped at their facility, Umbrella's security forces murdered everyone to cover it up. This trauma led her down a wild path. After being rescued by her uncle, she eventually ran away and joined guerrilla fighters who radicalized her against Umbrella. Later, she was recruited by Western intelligence, helped bust a bioweapons deal, and eventually found her way to the BSAA to fight bioterrorism on a larger scale.
My parents were involved in an accident caused by a pharmaceutical company when I was young.
Umbrella?
Yes. I only found out later that the accident was to cover up the manufacturing of biological weapons for terrorists.
Afterwards, our heroes arrive at the traditional villages of the Nidipaya tribe, who've had their peaceful life turned upside down by Tricel's evil schemes. These indigenous folks have a fascinating history. They've lived in this region for centuries and had a special relationship with the mysterious Stairway of the Sunflowers, which is the source of the progenitor virus. In a messed up move, Irving and Tricell researchers showed up in 2008 claiming they needed to vaccinate the villagers, but were actually injecting them with type 3 plagas. This special parasite variant gave them superhuman abilities like incredible jumping skills while keeping their intelligence intact, but at the cost of turning them violent and killing most of the women and children. As our dynamic duo navigates through stilt houses built above the murky waters, they're attacked by infected Nidipaya warriors wielding spears and shields. These guys might be infected, but they're still rocking their traditional weapons and fighting styles.
I'm on it. I got you, Kevin.
To progress deeper into the marshlands, Chris and Sheva have to collect 4 special slate pieces: Beast, Warrior, Raptor, and Shaman, which represent the traditional power structure of the tribe. Their journey through the Twisted Village is anything but smooth. They face giant crocodiles lurking in the waters, fire arrow ambushes, and even massive masked tribal warriors swinging enormous clubs. After fighting their way through, they discover something shocking: several Tricell tents at the edge of an oil field. Chris is completely baffled, since it is one of the companies that help fund the BSAA. That means they are playing both sides. The oil field is a maze of catwalks, ziplines, and flame traps, with Irving always just out of reach. To make matters worse, chainsaw-wielding Magini keep popping up to slice our heroes into tiny bits. Just when things seem most dire, they run into a familiar face, Josh Stone, who miraculously survived the Delta Team massacre. He's equally shocked to learn that his entire team was wiped out while he was separated from them. As hordes of Magini close in, Josh helps unlock an elevator to escape, and the trio fights their way to the second floor of the facility. Josh doesn't fully understand Chris's personal stake in the mission, but he's a team player and sticks with them regardless. After escaping the exploding oil field, they board a motorboat and chase after Irving's yacht through the winding canal system. The canal system is spotted with gates and checkpoints, as it's no surprise that Tricell would build such elaborate security measures to protect their shady bioweapons operation. Our heroes have to hop off the boat multiple times to pull levers and open gates while Josh keeps the engine running. Finally catching up to Irving's yacht, our team crashes right into it. In a flashback, we learn something super interesting. Irving isn't exactly top dog in this operation. The mysterious masked woman threatens him on behalf of someone named Excella, even forcing him to take a special syringe filled with an advanced Plaga variant. We also see Irving's suitcase full of gold bars, showing that this sleazeball is really just in it for the money.
You're just one of Excella's playthings. It was your master.
One more time. What are you going to do about that?
All right. I'll handle it.
Use it.
When Chris and Sheva corner Irving on his yacht, he decides it's transformation time. He injects himself with the Plaga and undergoes what he calls an extreme makeover, turning into a massive kraken-like sea monster. The transformation is absolutely disgusting, with tentacles bursting out of his body and his human form becoming just a small part of this massive aquatic beast. Our dynamic duo uses the yacht's mounted weapons to blast away at Irving's tentacles and eventually target his exposed human body. After defeating Monster Irving, his human form comes flopping onto the deck like a sad fish, spewing blood everywhere. With his dying breath, he reveals that someone named Excella is behind everything, and mentions that the balance of the world is changing thanks to the Ouroboros project. He also seems to recognize Chris specifically, with his final words directing them to a nearby cave where all the answers await. With Josh heading back to call for reinforcements, Chris and Sheva enter the mysterious cave system Irving mentioned. Inside the cave, they encounter some gross dog-sized spiders that have been infected with plagas. As they push deeper, our heroes discover something incredible. Ancient ruins built by the Nidapaya civilization thousands of years ago. The place is absolutely packed with elaborate traps and puzzles, moving staircases, pressure plates, collapsing pillars, and all sorts of ancient mechanisms. After finally solving all the statue puzzles, they make their way up a grand staircase only to be attacked by another one of those bat-like monsters. Thankfully, our dynamic duo knows its weakness now and makes short work of it. Meanwhile, in another part of the facility, we get our first real look at Excella Gioni, the glamorous CEO of Tricell's African division. She's injecting a special serum into Albert Wesker, our main villain who Chris thought was long dead. Turns out Wesker needs regular doses of this serum now to keep his virus-enhanced body stable. Excella is clearly smitten with Wesker and believes she'll rule alongside him in his new world order, but he's just using her like he uses everyone else.
I have my eyes set on something much bigger. You'll be needing a partner, right? Someone suitable to join you in your new world. I believe I've proven I'm worthy, haven't I?
Perhaps you have.
When the masked bird lady reports that Chris and Sheva have arrived, Excella seems amused, but Wesker is determined not to let anything delay his plans. In a brief flashback, we see Wesker's confrontation with Umbrella founder Oswell Spencer, where the old man revealed his master plan to create a new superior breed of humans with himself as a god. Instead of rejecting this madness, Wesker decided to take Spencer's vision for himself, killing the old man and declaring that right was now his.
Ironic, isn't it? For one who has the right to be a god. To face his own mortality.
The right to be a god. That right is now mine.
Back to our heroes who finally reach something incredible, an underground garden filled with red flowers growing around a pyramid. Chris discovers an old Umbrella logo carved in stone, revealing that this place was once an Umbrella facility. These aren't just any plants, though. They're the legendary Stairway of the Sunflowers, containing the progenitor virus that became the foundation for all the bioweapons they've been fighting. Spencer, Marcus, and Ashford discovered these flowers back in the 1960s and built a secret research facility around them. As they explore the abandoned labs, they find documents revealing that Tricell took over after Umbrella's collapse. An elevator takes them to a high-tech chamber filled with mysterious pods on the walls. Chris realizes this matches the facility from the pictures where Jill might be held. As the alarm sounds, they watch in horror as one pod dumps its contents, a human body, into a chasm below. These pods contain test subjects for Wesker's Ouroboros experiments as he searched for humans with the right genetic makeup to survive his twisted version of evolution. Our journey continues deeper into Tricell's super-secret facility as our heroes search for Jill. Chris finds her file on the computer system, and the platform immediately starts descending into the abyss. Before they can investigate further, though, a massive crab-like monster called U8 attacks them. This giant arthropod beast is covered in heavy armor plating, but our clever heroes discover they can stun it and toss grenades into its open mouth to crack its shell and expose its pink, fleshy weak spot. After they defeat it, the platform starts moving again and brings them to an empty pod that they hope contains Jill, but it's completely empty. Suddenly, the glamorous and ruthless Excella appears on a monitor to taunt our heroes. She mocks Chris's search for Jill and reveals she knows they're disobeying orders to retreat. When Chris demands answers, she just laughs and tells them they should leave while they still can. Our duo then fights their way through hordes of well-armed Magini security forces in tactical gear. These Plaga hosts still remember all their training, using assault rifles, stun rods, and even taking cover during firefights. As they progress through the facility, they overhear a radio transmission between Excella and good old Albert, which makes Chris realize his old nemesis, Wesker, is still alive. After sneaking past more of those terrifying lickers, they discover something truly horrifying. Lots of missiles. These aren't for starting a war, though. They're designed to spread Ouroboros across the entire planet. Finally, they reach a laboratory where Excella awaits with the masked bird lady behind protective glass. Instead of answering Chris's questions about Jill, Excella decides to give them a live demonstration of Ouroboros by infecting a poor test subject right in front of them. The man's body erupts with black tentacles that completely consume him. When Shava accuses Excella of planning to sell this new bioweapon to terrorists, she laughs and reveals something much more sinister. It is meant for evolution. She calls it a philosopher's stone that will choose through DNA who's worthy to proceed to the next stage of life. The infected man, deemed unworthy, transforms into a massive tentacle monster called Makono that our heroes have to battle with flamethrowers to expose its glowing orange weak spots. After navigating through more ruins and battling their way past all sorts of monsters, they finally reach the Monarch Room, an ancient audience hall where Nidapaya leaders who survived the progenitor flower trials would hold court. Inside, they confront Excella, but she's not alone. The mysterious bird lady performs some absolutely incredible acrobatic moves, and during the scuffle, Chris manages to shoot off her mask. Then comes a revelation. The figure in black is actually Albert Wesker. Chris's supposedly dead nemesis is very much alive and looking as smug as ever in his fancy sunglasses. Wesker taunts Chris about their last meeting at Spencer Estate before dropping the biggest reveal. The bird lady is actually Jill. Her hair is now blonde, her skin is pale, and she's wearing a skin-tight blue battlesuit, but it's definitely Chris's long-lost partner. The poor guy is completely stunned, lowering his gun in disbelief.
Well, isn't this one big family reunion? I would expect you to be happier to see us. Us. So slow to catch on.
Wesker arrogantly declares that he can only spare 7 minutes to play with our heroes before getting back to his apocalyptic plans. What follows is an intense battle, with Wesker teleporting around with his superhuman speed, while Jill attacks with dual machine pistols and fancy gymnastic moves. When Wesker kicks Chris so hard he breaks through a stone door, our heroes wisely decide to use the ancient Nidapaya labyrinth for hit-and-run attacks. Even with this strategy, they can barely keep up with Wesker's abilities, though. After 7 minutes, Wesker gets a phone call and tries to leave, but Chris and Sheva confront him. In a heartbreaking moment, Chris pleads with Jill to remember him, and for just a second, she seems to recognize him. Wesker, annoyed by her resistance, uses a remote control to activate the scarab-like device on her chest, causing her terrible pain. As he escapes in an elevator, the device on Jill's chest becomes visible. It's pumping some kind of mind control drug called P30 into her system. Our heroes realize they need to remove the device, leading to an emotional battle where Chris is desperately trying not to hurt Jill while she's forced to attack him. With some amazing teamwork, Chris and Sheva finally manage to tear the device off her chest. As Jill collapses, Chris cradles her in his arms, and she tearfully apologizes, explaining she was aware of everything but couldn't control her actions.
We have to get that device off her chest!
Jill!
Though Chris doesn't want to leave her, Jill insists they must stop Wesker before he spreads Ouroboros across the globe. She asks Chris whether he trusts his partner, which is a callback to their long history together that finally convinces him to go. As our duo heads to the docks, they spot Wesker and Excella boarding a massive tanker ship. On the ship, they battle through more infected guards and dogs while trying to navigate around shipping containers and cranes. Chris explains to Sheva that Wesker holds a personal grudge against him and will likely come looking for them. These two have a long history of mutual hatred that goes way beyond professional rivalry. When they finally corner Excella among tanks of those progenitor flowers, she refuses to answer their questions and makes a break for it, clutching 2 mysterious briefcases. Our heroes manage to shoot one of the cases, causing her to drop it and revealing the syringes inside. Before they can examine the syringes more closely, alarms blare and hordes of armed Majini security forces pour in from every direction. Our heroes fight their way through this ambush, encountering a particularly nasty Majini wielding a massive Gatling gun with a steel backpack for protection. After a tough battle, our duo grabs some keycards from the fallen enemies and continues their pursuit. Meanwhile, we get a peek inside Wesker's twisted mind through a flashback to his confrontation with Umbrella founder Oswell Spencer. The old man reveals that Wesker was actually part of a special eugenics project called the Wesker Children. These were kids with quote-unquote superior genetics who were given Spencer's last name and monitored throughout their lives. Albert was the only one who survived when they were later injected with experimental viruses, fulfilling Spencer's plan perfectly. When Spencer laments that he wanted to become a god with his superior human plan, Wesker decides that idea sounds pretty good, except with himself as the god instead of Spencer. He impales the old man with his bare hands, stealing his apocalyptic vision while adding his own superhuman twist.
Ironic, isn't it? For one who has the right to be a god. To face his own mortality.
The right to be a god.
Back on the ship, our heroes emerge onto the main deck to find a horrifying sight. A massive pile of corpses from failed Ouroboros experiments. Suddenly, Excella staggers into view, clutching her stomach in agony. Through the speakers, Wesker taunts Chris about his new world that will be born from 6 billion cries of agony, meaning he's planning to infect the entire planet. Excella realizes she's been betrayed, crying out to Wesker just before black tentacles erupt from her mouth. The tentacles engulf the pile of bodies, transforming Excella into a gigantic monster named Ouroboros Aheri, the biggest and grossest creature yet.
I have one last task for you.
The hell?
Farewell, old friend.
Our heroes run for their lives as this massive tentacle beast smashes through the ship, growing larger by the minute as it absorbs more biomass. After finding shelter inside, they discover documents about a satellite laser system called Shango and realize it might be their only hope against this monstrosity. Chris activates the laser targeting device on the ship's roof, using it to blast its orange bulbs, which are its weak spots, with pinpoint accuracy. Despite the creature launching smaller Ouroboros projectiles and whipping massive tentacles at them, our heroes manage to destroy the central control mass, causing the entire creature to collapse in a massive explosion. Back inside the bridge, they discover Wesker's master plan on computer screens. He has a stealth bomber loaded with Ouroboros missiles, ready to release the virus worldwide. Just then, Jill contacts them with crucial information. Wesker's superhuman abilities come from a virus that requires regular doses of a serum to remain stable. But if he takes too much, it acts like poison. Sheva realizes they already have some of this serum from the briefcase Excella dropped. Fighting their way through fire-filled corridors, more Magini armed with rockets, and terrifying insect-like reapers, our heroes finally reach the hangar, where Wesker is preparing his bomber for takeoff. Wesker tosses his sunglasses at Chris in a clever distraction, before unleashing his superhuman abilities in a flurry of punches and kicks. While pinning Sheva as a human shield, Wesker reveals his twisted motivation. He believes humans are heading towards self-destruction, and he's not destroying the world, but saving it through Ouroboros.
Why are you doing this? What do you accomplish by unleashing Ouroboros?
Every day, humans come one step closer to self-destruction. I'm not destroying the world, I'm saving it.
Our dynamic duo fights back with everything they've got, and Chris spots the syringe with Wesker's serum that landed nearby during the scuffle. Chris attempts to inject him with the overdose. Although Wesker breaks free, our heroes aren't giving up. They scramble to higher ground and find a rocket launcher in a glass case, which is super convenient. With Sheva acting as bait, Chris fires the rocket at Wesker, who actually catches it midair. The rocket's still firing its propulsion, so Sheva shoots it while it's in Wesker's hands, creating a stunning explosion. After several more rocket blasts and a successful injection of the overdose serum, Wesker staggers back in pain, his perfect vision blurring as the drug disrupts his virus.
Do it now! Give him the shot!
Did it work?
I think so.
This isn't over, Chris.
He's getting away, hurry!
He makes a break for his stealth bomber, with Chris and Sheva literally catching the plane by their fingertips as it takes off. Inside the bomber, Wesker announces his plan to reach the optimal altitude for missile deployment within 5 minutes, ensuring complete global saturation of Ouroboros. Despite being weakened by the serum, he's still formidable, throwing Chris across the cabin and nearly shooting him in the head before Sheva attacks with her machete. Chris manages to inject Wesker with the second dose and reminds him that he's just another one of Umbrella's leftovers. Chris pulls the emergency hatch lever, creating a vacuum that sucks objects toward the open door. Wesker grabs onto Sheva's leg, and for a moment she looks ready to sacrifice herself, just like Jill did years ago. But Chris refuses to lose another partner and grabs her hand, while Sheva shoots Wesker, sending him tumbling out of the plane as it crashes into an active volcano. Our heroes think it's finally over, but Wesker emerges from the wreckage shirtless and furious. In desperation, he punches into an Ouroboros container, causing black tentacles to erupt from his arm. Unlike previous victims, Wesker's special genetics allow him to maintain partial control of the mutation and keep his intelligence, proving he really is special in the worst possible way.
Time to die, Chris.
During an intense cat-and-mouse chase across crumbling volcanic rocks, Chris somehow finds time to punch a boulder into the lava to create a stepping stone for Sheva. A helicopter then appears overhead with Josh piloting and Jill throwing down a ladder. Just when they think they're safe, though, Wesker shoots a tentacle up to grab the helicopter's landing skid. Our heroes grab 2 conveniently mounted RPGs, delivering the final blow to Wesker with a satisfying dual rocket launch to the face, finally defeating Wesker. Flying away from the volcano, Chris reflects on whether it's all worth fighting for. But looking at Shiva and Jill, he concludes that for a future without fear, yeah, it's worth it.
It's over.
Yes. Finally.
More and more, I find myself wondering if it's all worth fighting for. For a future without fear? Yeah, it's worth it.
And that is a wrap on the story of Resident Evil 5. Thank you for watching, friends. We are on to Resident Evil Revelations 2, a game that brings back some familiar faces who've been missing from the franchise for a while. We get to reunite with Claire Redfield and Barry Burton, plus we meet a brand new villain, and get ready for a twist, Alex Wesker. Not Albert Wesker, but Alex Wesker. So who is Alex? Well, she was one of 13 candidates chosen for the final phase of Project W, a eugenics program that Oswell E. Spencer cooked up to create a race of superior humans. Taken from her parents as a kid, she grew up alongside Albert Wesker, who she thought of as a sibling. After getting the best education money could buy, Umbrella Pharmaceuticals snatched her up for their intelligence division. When Umbrella went belly up in 2003, Spencer gave Alex a new mission: research immortality at Sonido de Tortuga Island. But our clever Alex had other plans. She betrayed Spencer, grabbed all the research, and set up shop on Sign Island, where she ruled like a cult leader while running her own twisted experiments. So, are you ready for the story? Let's go. Our tale kicks off in 2011. The first episode, Penal Colony, opens with an advertisement for TerraSave, a non-governmental organization. The ad explains what bioterrorism is and how people can count on TerraSave to fight the good fight. TerraSave emerged directly from the ashes of the 1998 Raccoon City destruction incident. Their mission is to provide aid through supplies and manpower during bioterrorism incidents, monitor medication distribution, and make sure drug development stays on the up and up. We find ourselves at a small party happening at the NGO headquarters. One of our protagonists, Claire Redfield, works for the organization and is chatting with her colleague, Moira Burton.
Hey, guys.
Redfield. Oh, hi, Claire.
Hey! Hey, Claire! Moira. Welcome to the club.
Claire's one of the few people who made it out of Raccoon City alive in 1998, where she got her first horrifying look at what bioweapons do to people. After surviving that nightmare, she joined TerraSave, dedicating herself to helping victims of biological and chemical weapons. In 2005, she found herself neck-deep in another incident with WP Corporation during the Harvardville incident. TerraSave exposed WP Corporation's illegal human testing and uncovered a bioterrorist plot masterminded by employee Frederick Downing. Come 2006, and Claire was investigating evidence of bioweapon use during the Panamstan Civil War. By 2009, she'd climbed the ranks to become a senior member of TerraSave. Her companion, Moira Burton, and yes, that surname means exactly what you think, is Barry Burton's daughter. Born around 1991, Moira grew up in a world haunted by biological weapons and zombies. She lived in Raccoon City with her mother Kathy and younger sister Polly, while Barry served in STARS. In July 1998, Albert Wesker threatened their lives, using them as leverage to blackmail Barry during the mansion incident. After that mess, the family relocated to Canada for safety, while Barry went off with Chris Redfield to investigate Umbrella. A childhood trauma drove a wedge between Moira and her dad. One day, young Moira found Barry's guns unlocked and accidentally shot Polly while they were playing around. Polly survived after Barry called an ambulance, but Barry's harsh reaction, even though leaving the guns unsecured was his mistake, damaged their relationship beyond easy repair. The incident left Moira terrified of firearms and turned her into quite the rebel. She even stopped calling Barry Dad, addressing him only by his first name. In 2011, Moira joined TerraSave at Claire's invitation. Claire had become like a second mother to her over the years. Claire maintained a close bond with the Burton family, having known them since the Stars days. Barry wasn't thrilled about Moira getting mixed up with TerraSave. He knew the dangers all too well, but Moira joined anyway, setting the stage for the chaos about to unfold at that TerraSave party. The celebration was actually a welcome party for Moira. A man named Neil Fisher, leader of the organization, shows up and pulls Claire aside for a chat. Now, Neil Fisher was a TerraSave executive who'd been with the organization since at least 2004. That's when he rescued Natalia Korda during the Terra Grigia panic after bioweapons killed her parents. As a former federal bioterrorism commission member, Fisher had risen to become TerraSave's leader. People knew him for his calm demeanor and sharp insight. Years of dealing with bioweapon horrors had desensitized him to the nightmare. He mentions an incident in Washington. He's talking about Claire's 2006 investigation into bioweapon use during the Penham-Stan Civil War, where she'd tried to expose government corruption. Fisher's carrying a briefcase with some names inside. Here's where things get dark. That list contained 11 candidates he'd secretly chosen for Alex Wesker's T-Phobos project.
What's up, Neil?
Something's going down in Washington. Did you hear anything?
What, the new virus? Come on. You know Tricella's history, right? Hello?
Hey, that Barry Burton's girl?
Yep, Moira started today. But you've got to be careful if you're going to mention
Her and her dad? Oh yeah, emotional minefield.
Okay. You did your homework. What other horrible invasions of privacy have you gotten there?
Hey, I gotta look out for TerraSave. We have our enemies. Anyway, good luck breaking her in.
She's not a horse. Bye.
After their conversation, Claire heads back to her friend. Moira's complaining about her father Barry when suddenly, darkness. The lights cut out. Before anyone can process what's happening, helicopters flood the place with light and armed men storm the building. These guys are Alex Wesker's paramilitary forces, executing their planned raid on TerraSave headquarters. In all the chaos, one of them announces they're taking Claire and jabs her with a needle. That strange substance is the T-Phobos virus, a specialized strain that kicks in when your body produces noradrenaline hormones triggered by fear. Time passes, and Claire wakes up in a cell with a bracelet strapped to her left arm. The cell door swings open, and Claire stumbles out, trying to figure out what on earth is going on. She climbs up a tower to restore power. We're now in a prison facility on Seine Island, a remote Russian island in the Baltic Sea. Alex Wesker had set up shop here back in 2000, using Umbrella's money to build a massive research complex while playing the role of the island's generous benefactor. After walking a bit, we find Moira trapped in another cell. Within seconds, her door opens too. She's sporting a matching bracelet. How lovely. These bracelets were Alex Wesker's way of monitoring fear experiments, tracking stress hormones to figure out who might survive the T-Phobos project. Now that they're both free, our duo starts looking for an escape route. Before long, they stumble upon a knife and flashlight. Claire grabs the knife while Moira handles illumination duty. As Claire shoves a shelf out of the way, an Afflicted jumps out and attacks. Claire manages to fight it off with her knife. The Afflicted were former residents of Seine Island, who'd been Alex Wesker's guinea pigs since 2008. These poor souls had failed the T-Phobos trials. Overcome by fear, they'd mutated uncontrollably into savage, zombie-like creatures running on pure instinct. We find one of their TerraSave colleagues, Gina Foley, getting attacked by an Afflicted. Unfortunately, we arrived too late to save her. Gina had been one of the 11 candidates Neil Fisher picked for this nightmare experiment. Moving forward, Claire discovers more weapons and tries to hand one to Moira, but she flat out refuses. It's not that she doesn't know how to use them. It's because of that childhood trauma from accidentally shooting Polly. Instead, she sticks with a crowbar for self-defense, which also comes in handy for prying open blocked doors. Our pair keeps pushing forward when a female voice crackles through the bracelet. It's Alex Wesker, calling herself the Overseer, broadcasting from her control room somewhere on the island. She quotes Franz Kafka, showing off her obsession with the author's work about transformation and judgment.
What? Who
Who the fuck is quoting poetry?
Are you afraid? You can tell me. Talk to me.
What are you talking about?
Those bracelets change color in response to fear.
And who exactly are you?
So much suffering. You don't even know what to be afraid of yet.
Is she talking to us or at us?
Later, we discover a note explaining the bracelet's mechanics. It contains sensors measuring adrenaline and noradrenaline levels to calculate fear. Green means you're fine, orange means you're anxious, red and blinking means you're scared, and solid red, well, it means mutation has already started. The note warns that once someone hits solid red, shoot them immediately, they're already transforming. This was the heart of Alex Wesker's experiment. Only people who could face death without being consumed by fear would become superhumans instead of afflicted. We encounter 2 more creature types in this lovely prison. First, there's the Rotten, a darker version of the afflicted with exposed bones constantly decaying and literally melting away. Then we meet Ironhead, a beefed-up afflicted sporting an iron helmet and swinging a huge axe. These were other failed test subjects at different mutation stages. After taking down most of these monsters together, our heroes restore power to the facility. Using a gear mechanism to open a passage, they finally escape the prison and reach the forest outside. Right on cue, the Overseer contacts them again, continuing her cryptic taunts while watching their every move through the island's extensive camera network. Claire demands answers, and the Overseer tells them to head to a place called Wasek. With no other options, our duo follows the only available path and arrives at a radio station with a massive transmission tower next to it. Wasek was actually a fishing village and pub that served as one of the Overseer's designated meeting points for her test subjects. Claire heads to the tower to flip on the transformer while Moira tries desperately to make radio contact, sending out SOS messages and hoping someone, anyone, might hear their call for help. When Claire reaches the top of the tower, she makes a disturbing discovery. They're on an island, Sin Island, completely cut off from the mainland.
Right. This better work.
Fuck! Is anyone picking this up? My name is Moira Burton. My coworkers and I were taken here against our will. I don't know where. We have these fucked up bracelets, and this crazy woman is talking to us. Some kind of monsters have killed the others. Please, send help! Please!
Oh, God. What is this place?
We next jump forward 6 months, and it's Barry's turn to shine. It's crucial to understand that Claire's and Barry's scenarios are separated by half a year. So when we return to Claire's story later, we're going back 6 months before Barry shows up. So how did Barry end up here? Well, after the Raccoon City incident in 1998, Barry went to work with Leon S. Kennedy in the Anti-Umbrella Pursuit and Investigation Team. This was a secret organization created under US Stratcom to take down Umbrella and fight bioweapons. When Umbrella collapsed in 2003, the organization disbanded and Chris Redfield invited Barry to join the BSAA. Barry said yes, but only as a consultant and combat specialist rather than a field soldier. The man wanted to spend more time with his family in Canada, with his wife Kathy and daughters Moira and Polly. The BSAA had intercepted that distress message Moira sent 6 months earlier. Barry was already panicking about his daughter and decided to search for her alone. He refused to accept she might be dead. It didn't take him long to track the signal to the island. The moment he arrives, he bumps into a survivor, a young girl named Natalia Korda. Natalia was born around 2001 and lived in Terra Grigia during the 2004 Terra Grigia panic, where Il Veltro used the T-Abyss virus. TerraSave agents saved her, specifically Neil Fisher, but her parents were killed right in front of her. This trauma left her unable to feel fear, making her psychologically unique. She ended up in a TerraSave-affiliated orphanage with only a teddy bear named Lottie for comfort. In 2011, Neil Fisher put her on his list of candidates for Alex Wesker's experiment, recognizing her potential since she couldn't feel fear.
What are you doing all alone? Where are your parents?
I don't have any parents. And I don't know why I'm here. I just am.
She got you just like she got my baby.
Barry tries convincing her to stay on the boat, but she's stubborn as a mule and asks to come along. Barry agrees, though he's not thrilled about it, and off they go. Pretty quickly, Barry realizes this little girl isn't your average kid. She's wearing a bracelet too, one that turned red and stayed that way, showing she'd beaten the virus without mutating. She seems completely unfazed by the monsters and can even sense their presence and spot their weak points. That's the result of successfully adapting to the T-Phobos virus, which gave her heightened senses. Barry also notices Natalia's lost chunks of her memory, and as they explore the island and visit different locations, bits and pieces come back. Moving forward, our pair eventually goes through the same prison Claire and Moira had navigated earlier. We face the same creatures, plus a new nasty called the Sploder, a grotesque enemy with a huge insect-like appearance that attacks in groups. These Sploders are failed test subjects whose bodies have become homes for parasitic insects. When you kill them, they explode and release swarms of smaller bugs. Delightful! After making it through, Barry and Natalia exit the facility and get near the radio tower, but they need to find another route since the bridge is busted. It was destroyed during Claire and Moira's escape 6 months ago. Natalia, being tiny, manages to squeeze through a hole in a nearby cabin and opens the door from inside, clearing an alternative path for them. We finally reach the radio station. Inside, Barry hears Moira's distress call, the one she sent 6 months ago. Then Natalia starts having severe headaches and recovers part of her memory. She tells Barry that Moira is dead. Hearing this, Barry's devastated but pushes forward anyway, refusing to believe his daughter is gone.
Mother of balls! My life is awesome! Just like KG2, man! Fun shit! Go on without me! We'll regroup later! You heard him, Gabe! Go! You stay the hell alive, Victor!
That wraps up episode 1, and we dive into episode 2, Contemplation. We open with Gabriel Chavez and Pedro Fernandez, both TerraSave members who were on Neil Fisher's list of 11 candidates for Alex Wesker's experiment. Gabriel was a qualified vehicle mechanic who his colleagues knew as fearless and robust. Pedro was an athletic, trained mechanical engineer with a bright personality who'd been involved with TerraSave since his student days. They're running for their lives from a horde of afflicted. After what feels like a marathon, they duck into a cabin for shelter. Then they hear noises outside, and when they peek out, it's Claire and Moira. Everyone's shocked to see each other alive. This cabin? It's the Wasek the Overseer mentioned earlier, a pub in an abandoned fishing village that served as a designated meeting point.
At Thompson's?
Yeah, I'll be examining this. Oh, balls! Gabe!
Gabe?
Redfield. You're alive.
All right, get up.
Oh, God! You owe me a pair of underpants!
Come on in.
Newbie's okay too.
The Overseer contacts them again. Gabriel and Pedro are sporting bracelets too, having been infected with the T-Phobos virus along with everyone else. She reveals that she injected them with a virus and starts explaining what's really going on here. The virus, T-Phobos, activates based on noradrenaline production triggered by fear. The goal is to create superhuman candidates for Alex Wesker's consciousness transfer project. After the call ends, Gabriel shows Claire a helicopter nearby, but it needs a new battery and several liters of fuel to get airborne. Gabriel's using his mechanical expertise to assess the helicopter's condition. With Pedro's help, the man's got a drill he uses as both tool and weapon. They clear a path through the village, and Claire finds the necessary parts. She hands them to Gabriel, but right as he's about to repair the helicopter, a siren starts blaring, alerting every creature in the area. Claire rushes back to the building and shuts off the siren. She spots Pedro running in, surrounded by afflicted. The three manage to take down some of them, but Pedro's so overwhelmed that his bracelet turns red. His fear has hit critical levels and the T-Phobos virus starts mutating him. It doesn't take long before he transforms. In his mutated form, he becomes way more aggressive and loses his mind completely. He stands taller than before, his right arm swelling up so he can wield that drill more effectively. Multiple lies burst from his body as he attacks Claire and Moira. Here's where we get a choice: kill him or spare him. If we don't kill him, he shows up later in Barry's scenario as a unique afflicted mutation. Either way, Neil Fisher appears. Yep, he was on his own list of 11 and has a bracelet too, and escapes with our duo through an alternative route. After entering a cave, Neil asks what's going on. Claire explains they were captured and the Overseer injected them with a virus that responds to fear. Exiting the cave, Claire spots a massive tower, the Monument, Alex Wesker's base of operations on the island. She mentions that Pedro said the bracelet signals came from this tower. She figures the Overseer must be there and calls for Moira and Neil to follow. Outside, our trio faces a new creature type, the Orthrus, dogs infected by the virus. Named after the two-headed dog from Greek mythology, these pups are the result of T-Phobos experiments on canines. Nothing too remarkable about these monsters. They're fast but not very tough, similar to infected dogs from other games in the series. At one point, they're cornered by a horde of afflicted. In the chaos, Neil stays behind, telling Claire he'll find another way to reach the tower. Right then, Claire and Moira spot Natalia Corda, but the little girl looks scared and bolts. Remember, this is 6 months before Barry meets her. Natalia had just escaped from Alex Wesker's laboratory after the consciousness transfer procedure. Eventually, in one of the corridors, Claire catches up with her and tells her she doesn't need to be afraid. Moira tries calming the girl and starts chatting, mentioning the teddy bear she's carrying. That's Lottie, the bear Neil Fisher gave her after her parents died in Terra Grigia. With that connection established, Natalia decides to trust them and cooperate. Next up, Claire and Moira face a monster called Vulcan Blubber. We're looking at a heavily mutated test subject that's tough as nails, almost boss level, and attacks by launching fireballs with a cannon-like growth it carries around. The Vulcan Blubber represents one of the more extreme mutations caused by the T-Phobos virus, when combined with other experimental procedures Alex Wesker conducted on the island's poor inhabitants. After taking down the Vulcan Blubber, our trio exits a warehouse and Gabriel Chavez in the helicopter shows up, having successfully repaired it with the parts Claire found. Everyone thinks they're home free, but oh boy, are they wrong. Gabriel tries escaping the island by helicopter, shouting with joy about their imminent freedom. But as he flies over the island, the helicopter suddenly goes haywire and his fear kicks in, turning his bracelet red. He starts transforming, so he stabs himself to try and make it stop.
Oh yeah! Hell yeah! Oversee this, bitch! We're off this motherfucking island!
Oh, my dear little Gregor.
Come on,
That's
come on.
cheating.
Damn it! God damn it, come on! Shit. No. No! No!
Babe, get out of there!
My escape is death, but not this one. A shame about your friend, but you're tougher than he is. You're not gonna snap, are you?
Claire? We lost the girl.
The helicopter crashes straight into the side of a building. Gabriel dies in the crash, his bracelet going dark after death. 6 months later, Barry finds his burned and decayed body with a grotesquely mutated arm from the T-Phobos virus. Back to Barry's scenario, 6 months in the future. Natalia tells Barry she last saw Moira at the tower. It doesn't even cross his mind that his daughter might be dead. Barry's a devoted father who'd already lost Moira once to his own negligence with that gun accident. He refuses to accept this possibility. Still, something drives him forward. Our duo arrives at the same village where the cabin called Wosek sits, and another biological weapon shows up to greet them. This is the Glasp, and only Natalia can see this thing because it can turn invisible. It's a BOW created through Alex Wesker's experiments combining T. phobos with other viral strains. The creature releases gas that messes with your vision, and its attacks are lethal, capable of instant kills with those powerful claws. Here's the good news though, 2 or 3 shots will drop it. Pretty fragile once you can actually see the thing. After defeating a few of these invisible nightmares, Barry asks about Natalia's past, and she tells him about the traumatic events of Terra Grigia. Realizing he's touched on something traumatic, Barry backs off with the questions. The man's paternal instincts kick in despite just meeting this kid. At this point, if we didn't kill Pedro earlier, he shows up now as a mutated afflicted. Our strategy is to use Natalia's abilities to spot the creature's weak points, multiple eyes sticking out of his body, and shoot them. The mutated Pedro still carries his drill and remembers how to use it. When our pair reaches the tower entrance, Natalia recognizes the place. She says she last saw Moira right here, and that she separated from Claire and Moira because the good man from Terra Save rescued her. She's talking about Neil Fisher, who originally saved her in Terra Grigia and then included her in this nightmare experiment. Inside the tower, Barry finds a photo of Albert Wesker with a woman in a white dress beside him, a portrait from their Wesker project days when Spencer considered them his best candidates. Natalia recognizes the woman and says she was afraid of her, mentioning her name is Alex Wesker.
Wesker.
She's so scary. I can't stand her.
Who? The woman here with Wesker?
That is Wesker. Alex Wesker.
2 Weskers? You gotta be shitting me.
Suddenly she appears. It's Alex herself, but now transformed into a horrible creature. The fear experiments and her attempt to take her life triggered her own T. phobos infection, causing her to mutate into a twisted form. She's wearing a mask to hide her disfigured face and moves with inhuman flexibility. Alex recognizes Barry from his BSAA reputation and announces she wants Natalia, her chosen vessel for consciousness transfer. And that wraps up Chapter 2.
I'm done with you. You're being removed from the experiment.
What experiment? What did you do with Neil?
The god scaffold has served its purpose. Now Promethean fire will devour everything.
I knew this was a trap! Claire, run!
Time for Chapter 3, Judgment. At the tower gate, Claire finds a note from Neil Fisher directing them to a nearby factory, the Kierling facility. Off they go! Once there, the overseer, Alex Wesker, forces our heroes through a series of survival tests inside the factory. These tests are based on Franz Kafka's works, showing off Alex's obsession with the author's themes of judgment and transformation. Another biological weapon makes its debut, the Exploder, an evolved afflicted with a tumor in its belly that grows and explodes when hit or when it gets too close. These creatures result from specific T. phobos mutations, causing uncontrolled cellular growth, creating volatile organic compounds inside the tumor. Science! After struggling through countless obstacles, including escaping from the burning factory that Alex torched as part of her trap, our duo reaches the sewers. Claire figures the overseer must think they died in the explosion, so now they have the element of surprise. Down in the sewers, they encounter another survivor. Well, he actually finds them. His name is Evgeny Rebek, a native of Sign Island who worked as a miner before Alex Wesker showed up. He says the sewers are his home now, having fled there when people started getting sick in 2009 as Alex's experiments ramped up. Claire asks some questions while Moira notices he doesn't have a bracelet and wasn't part of the experiments. Evgeny had survived by avoiding the infected and living as a hermit, hunting for food and distrusting all outsiders who he blamed for destroying his home. He tells them to leave and opens a gate ahead. Honestly, he just wants to be left alone after everything he's been through in these sewers.
Ow!
Who are you? What do you want?
Put it down!
Fuck me. Is he with Terra Save?
I not know this thing you are speaking.
No bracelet. Why don't you have a bracelet?
Do I look like a woman to you?
Holy shit, old man. You don't know what's going on? You've got to get out of here before it's too late.
Never! I stay my home. Now go away!
You people come to our beautiful island and take everything away. Whatever bad things happening now, do not ask me help. Go die your own way. This one is mine.
Our pair manages to reach the tower's base. Along the way, Moira mentions how weird it is that Neil's bracelet never changed color. At first, Claire suspects he might be part of this conspiracy. But after our duo arrives in a kind of office, Alex Wesker's control room where she'd been monitoring all the test subjects, Claire finds that same briefcase Neil was carrying the night of the party. She cracks it open and sees several names, including hers and Moira's. These names are the candidates for the Overseer's experiments. The 11 TerraSave members Neil Fisher had handpicked based on their experience with bioterrorism and potential to overcome fear. We're looking at Claire Redfield, Moira Burton, Gabriel Chavez, Gina Foley, Pedro Fernandez, Edward Thompson, Natalia Corda, and Neil himself plus 3 others. Neil chose these specific people believing they had the best shot at surviving the T-Phobos trials since they'd already been exposed to bioweapon incidents. Next, she spots a conversation on the monitors between Neil and Alex Wesker, where he shows his true colors, betraying TerraSave and delivering Claire and the others. Here's the twist. Neil Fisher was actually inspired by Morgan Lansdale, the former FBC commissioner who orchestrated the Terra Grigia panic in 2004. Neil believed, just like Lansdale, that extreme actions were necessary to combat bioterrorism. The man wanted to revive the FBC and was essentially playing double agent. During the Terra Grigia panic, he had connections with Morgan Lansdale and infiltrated TerraSave to gather intel. He'd struck a deal with Alex Wesker, provide TerraSave members as test subjects, get a sample of the Ouroboros virus in return. He wanted to create a biological threat, just like Morgan did with Ilveltro and the T-Abyss virus, to justify the FBC's existence again. Neil held up his end, delivering the test subjects, but Alex pulled a fast one and injected him with an Ouroboros sample instead of handing over.
All right, I've isolated the best candidate.
Good work.
Now it's your turn to fulfill your end of... What did you...
You wanted an Ouroboros sample, now you've got it. Lapdog.
You don't know shit about me.
I know you were Lansdale's puppet. When Velcro incited the Terra Grigia panic 7 years ago, the FBC was pulling the strings. The old man went down, but he was smart enough to pass the torch before he did.
You played me.
Because you're an idiot. You thought you could create a new terrorist threat to justify the FBC.
A monster like you could never understand.
After discovering all this, Claire starts crying, but says she's learning to live with this betrayal from someone she trusted. Leaving the location, Claire finds an elevator, but when she tries to hop in, Neil shows up. He's already suffering from mutation, his bracelet's gone red from the stress of his betrayal being exposed. He insists he was just trying to do the right thing, believing his actions serve the greater good like Lansdale taught him. Claire tries helping him somehow, but no luck. He transforms into a monster called Ouroboros Neil, ironically mutated by a combination of T-Phobos and traces of Ouroboros that Alex had been experimenting with, creating a unique mutation with characteristics from both viruses. We get into a serious fight. After a really complicated battle, Neil's partially defeated. But after entering the elevator and rising a few meters, the elevator stops and Neil's back for round 2, having survived our initial confrontation. He grabs Moira, lifting her up, and Claire attacks him with her knife. Suddenly, all 3 tumble down out of the elevator. Here's where we hit a crucial moment that affects the game's ending, a decision point that determines whether Moira conquers her childhood trauma. Claire's gun falls just inches away. If we choose for Claire to grab the gun and kill Neil herself, we get the bad ending. Moira never overcomes her fear of firearms. If we have Moira overcome her fear of guns and save her friend, we get the good ending.
Where did we go wrong?
There! Holly, don't die!
Oh my god! You're not supposed to be in here! How could you?
Daddy saw my ghost and I cut off!
Gigi, don't call an ambulance!
Moira!
Following the good ending path, Moira conquers her lifelong phobia from shooting Polly, grabs the gun, and empties the magazine into the creature, finally beating the trauma that had defined her relationship with her father. We then see Alex Wesker has been watching the fight. She is standing by Natalia, who is inside a capsule. This is the consciousness transfer chamber where Alex kept Natalia for 6 months, while the digitized copy of her mind slowly merged with Natalia's. After this, we jump to Barry and Natalia 6 months later. Barry asks the transformed Alex where his daughter Moira is, and Alex confirms she's dead, buried under the tower's rubble. She then calls up several monsters, revenants under her control, and says she needs to kill one more person. She's talking about Natalia, since she needs to eliminate the original personality to complete her consciousness transfer. To escape, Barry shoots the ceiling, causing debris to rain down on the creatures. During the escape, Natalia injures her leg. Barry scoops the girl onto his back, and they keep moving. Right then, Barry tells Natalia what happened years ago between his 2 daughters, the childhood trauma that made Moira terrified of guns. After sharing this with Natalia, our duo arrives in the sewers, the same area where Evgeny Rebek had been living as a hermit since 2009. Here, Barry finds his daughter's cell phone and listens to an audio message she recorded. In the recording, Moira apologizes for being a terrible daughter and says she loves her father. This moment lights an even bigger fire under Barry. Deep down, he's still hopeful his daughter's alive, or at the very least he can get vengeance. After making it through the sewers, we reach a mine where things get rough again. Alex Wesker had reopened these mines when she first showed up on Sign Island in 2000, using Umbrella's money to hire locals for work while secretly turning them into test subjects for her experiments. We encounter another biological weapon called Durga. This nasty piece of work was created by the Ouroboros virus that Alex had been playing with after snagging samples from Africa following Albert Wesker's death in 2009. Its weak spot is a tumor in the stomach area, similar to other Ouroboros-based creatures. The thing uses a claw that extends from its face to protect where its weak point sits. After taking care of that problem, Alex shows up again further ahead in her hag form. She tosses Barry down a cliff and goes after Natalia. She grabs the little girl and is about to end her, but when she looks deep into her eyes, Alex recoils. She recognizes that her consciousness transfer worked and sees her own copied personality inside Natalia. And that's a wrap on episode 3.
You're perfect. Six months from now, you're going to awaken as me. And the world is going to be very afraid. So good night, my darling. Sleep well.
Episode 4 goes by the name Metamorphosis, tipping its hat to Kafka's famous work about transformation. We kick off with a flashback showing Natalia still in a capsule 6 months earlier, with Alex saying she'll awaken as her in 6 months. In other words, Natalia would wake up as Alex. The consciousness transfer needed 6 months for the copied mind to fully mesh with the host's brain. Claire and Moira ride the elevator up and reach the laboratories, Alex's research facility inside the Monument Tower. They find monitors recording practically every corner of the island.
Time to meet the cause of our misery.
What is this place?
Doesn't matter. Let's find the Overseer.
Look at the video feeds. We've been through most of these areas.
And she's been watching our every step.
From documents they discover, Claire and Moira piece together what's been going on here for years. When Oswell E. Spencer was still kicking, before 2006, he'd ordered Alex Wesker to crack the code on immortality. Spencer, getting old and desperate to achieve his dream of becoming a god, gave Alex this mission at Sonido de Tortuga Island, starting in 2003. She played the obedient servant at first, but after Spencer met his end in 2006 at Albert Wesker's hands, Alex grabbed all the research and kept going solo, this time for herself rather than Spencer. She set up shop on an island near Russia called Scene Island, using the locals as test subjects. The island had tanked economically after the Soviet Union fell apart, making the desperate population easy prey. She promised them jobs in the mines and construction projects, bringing economic recovery, but secretly used them as lab rats. The locals, clueless about her real plans, practically worshipped her for saving their community. After several years, by 2008, she'd cooked up the T-Phobos virus, a T-virus variant that specifically reacted to fear hormones. This virus responded to people's fear levels through noradrenaline production. The goal was to find a test subject who didn't feel fear. Only someone like that could become a successful superhuman host. Alex could then copy her consciousness and stick it in this host, achieving her version of immortality through mental rather than physical preservation. But the first tests were total disasters. When people felt fear, the virus would kick in and the test subjects transformed into afflicted and later into other biological weapons like revenants, sploders, and other mutations. The island's population slowly got consumed by these failed experiments. Then in 2004, during the Terra Grigia panic, Neil Fisher spotted the perfect test subject for Alex, Natalia Korda. Remember, TerraSave saved her, specifically Neil Fisher himself, during Il Veltro's bioterrorist attack on the city. Her parents were killed right in front of her when she was only 3. Despite this horrific trauma, she bounced back from the fear of losing her parents remarkably fast. Beyond that, witnesses said she thought the city's explosion, destroyed by the Regia Solis satellite, looked pretty. This inability to feel fear properly was exactly what Alex needed. Neil somehow managed to infiltrate TerraSave after the FBC dissolved in 2005, and more than that, he climbed the ladder to become an executive. That way, he could gain the little girl's trust while keeping tabs on other potential test subjects. Still at TerraSave, he gave Natalia a teddy bear she named Lottie. The little girl felt so safe with the bear that she didn't feel any fear because she always had someone by her side. Realizing this, Neil decided to deliver her to Alex. Next, he jotted down other names he thought had potential to resist the virus. We've got Claire, who survived both the Raccoon City incident in 1998 and the Rockfort Island incident where she faced tons of BOWs and Albert Wesker himself. Gabriel Chavez, who had experience in Kijuju during the 2009 incident and was ex-military with a fearless reputation. Pedro Fernandez, who'd also been in Kijuju and witnessed the Ouroboros outbreak firsthand. Then there's Gina Foley, Edward Thompson, and others who'd bumped into bioterrorism in various ways. Neil also threw himself on the list, figuring that if Natalia failed, he could serve as Alex's vessel thanks to his experience with the Terra Grigia panic and his mental prep for the experiment. He got a bracelet to monitor everything up close. Claire and Moira did great on the island, resisting the fear that would trigger mutation. Meanwhile, Pedro transformed when fear overwhelmed him during the afflicted attack, and Gabriel died in that helicopter crash he caused trying to escape. All of this was a test designed by Alex Wesker, navigating unknown locations, not knowing what's happening, and facing hordes of creatures. If someone didn't give in to fear, keeping their bracelet from turning solid red, they'd be a potential candidate for successful T-Phobos adaptation. Natalia crushed it too. Even alone during most of her trials, she showed zero fear response. Neil decided to take her to the tower where Alex was waiting. He was certain she was the perfect test subject. Her psychological inability to feel fear made her ideal for the consciousness transfer, since the T-Phobos virus wouldn't trigger a mutation response. The moment he delivered Natalia, Alex decided Neil had outlived his usefulness. This is when she betrayed him and injected him with a cocktail of T-Phobos and traces of Ouroboros instead, leading to his unique mutation. What happened next, you already know. He transformed into a monster and met his end at Claire and Moira's hands. Now with the perfect test subject, a mentally strong person resistant to emotional trauma, Alex ran the experiments on Natalia and transferred a digital copy of her consciousness into the girl's body. But you might wonder, why is Natalia like this? A mentally strong person resistant to emotional trauma, as I just mentioned? Well, the Terra Grigia panic where she lost her parents hit so hard that it left her so traumatized, she lost the ability to feel fear, a psychological defense mechanism that made her emotionally numb. This condition, called alexithymia or emotional blunting, was a rare response to extreme childhood trauma. After Neil gave her the teddy bear Lottie, this became even clearer. She felt super secure with it as an emotional anchor, even after everything she'd been through. This unique psychological profile made her the only successful candidate among hundreds of test subjects Alex had experimented on since 2008. Getting back to Alex, the consciousness transfer was successfully completed using advanced tech Alex had developed over years of research, a combination of brain mapping technology and the T. phobos virus to prep the host body. A copy of her mind got transferred to the girl's body. Natalia would wake up as Alex, achieving the immortality she craved. The original Alex leaves the girl dormant inside a life support capsule and waits for this time to revive in her body. But Alex made a huge mistake. She planned to kill herself after the transfer, thinking death would free her from her diseased original body. But her fear of death in that final moment caused her own T. phobos infection to kick in. 6 months pass and Natalia's freed, but with her original consciousness still intact rather than being overwritten by Alex's. From here starts a mental battle to see who'd control the body, Natalia's own consciousness or Alex's copied one. These are the events of the extra episode called Little Miss. In this episode, Natalia wakes up from her 6-month nap and wants to find her teddy bear Lottie, which got separated from her before the procedure. Right then, another Natalia shows up, a darker one, who's actually the manifestation of Alex's transferred consciousness, known as Dark Natalia. The two travel together across the island and must do so without being spotted by the creatures. During the adventure, Dark Natalia constantly tries to convince Natalia to hand over control of the body.
Poor Lottie. You never found her. No one asked you. I'm not losing her like I lost my mom and dad. Is she that important to you? You've gone crazy, Natalia. I'm not crazy. I just don't want to be alone anymore. I don't want to be sad. I can take that sadness away if you let me in. You just have to trust me. I don't know you. You're not me at all. I want Lottie. Why won't you make this easy?
At the episode's end, Natalia finds Barry's boat, and that's how her journey with him begins. And now, what about the original Alex? Let's jump back 6 months to Claire's scenario. She and Moira find Alex, but they're separated by bulletproof glass in Alex's control room at the monument's top. Alex starts rambling about her philosophy and going on about becoming a god through evolution and transcending mortality. Thinking her consciousness transfer worked and that she'd live on in Natalia, she shoots herself with a handgun. After that, the location's self-destruct system kicks in, a fail-safe Alex installed to destroy all evidence of her research.
We meet at last.
You came all this way just to say goodbye? Oh, I'm touched. It's already done. I've conquered fear and earned the right to become a god.
Come out from behind that glass so I can choke a god.
All that remains is one final test. One last threshold to cross.
Is she even listening to us?
My brother's escape was death. And soon, it will be mine as well. I will share in his fate, and then I will surpass him.
What are you trying to do?
Escape.
Our duo runs desperately as the tower starts collapsing. After a bit, the structure begins crumbling around them. A huge chunk of debris falls and pins Moira down. Despite Claire's attempts to free her, realizing nothing could save Moira with the tower about to completely collapse, Claire's forced to jump from ridiculous heights into the ocean full of boulders to save herself. Later, local fishermen find Claire floating in the water and take her to the mainland hospital. Barry was there when she arrived 6 months ago, desperately asking about his daughter. Claire's heartbroken and says she couldn't save her, the guilt crushing her.
Claire, open your eyes. Claire, wake up! Claire.
Barry.
What happened to Moira? Was Moira with you?
Barry. Oh, God. I'm so sorry. I tried to save her. I I should have.
From this moment, Barry starts searching for his daughter after discovering the distress signal the BSAA intercepted that Moira sent from the radio tower. Jumping back to Barry 6 months later in his scenario, he finds Natalia and saves her, beginning their journey together across the island. The girl tells us that Alex went to the other side of the mountain, so off we go. We push through all sorts of challenges in the area, taking down hordes of creatures along the way. After a while, we run into the transformed Alex Wesker. But hold on, didn't she shoot herself 6 months ago? Well, she did to revive in Natalia's body, thinking her consciousness transfer worked perfectly. But since she'd already injected herself with a sample of T. Phobos virus as a precaution, a bullet to the head wasn't enough to finish the job. The fear she felt in that final moment, fear of death itself, activated the virus. She survived, and the T. Phobos virus reacted in her body, transforming her into this creature. Her mutation left her horribly disfigured, with elongated limbs and a grotesque hag appearance. When she senses Barry and Natalia's presence, driven mad by her failure and knowing another version of herself exists in Natalia, she jabs a sample of Ouroboros virus into her body and starts transforming again. This creates a unique mutation combining both T. Phobos and Ouroboros characteristics, making her one of the most dangerous creatures in the series.
Destroy you. I have to destroy you.
Wesker!
Oh, no, you didn't.
I understand how you felt now, Albert. It's not enough to live. I want to transcend.
We get into a battle, and Barry notices Alex has her core exposed in the chest region, your typical weak point for Ouroboros-infected creatures. She moves incredibly fast with inhuman agility, but Barry lands several shots in this region and manages to defeat the creature. Here's where those two endings I mentioned earlier come into play. If we killed Neil as Claire, we get the bad ending. If we had Moira overcome her fear and kill Neil, we get the good and true ending. Let's talk about the bad ending first. After defeating the creature, Barry thinks she's dead, but nope. Alex smacks Barry with tremendous force and sends him flying. Barry's the third protagonist to get tossed around after Chris in China during RE6's events. Then the creature grabs Natalia. Barry, badly injured and unable to move, can't do anything to help her. After a few seconds, the little girl's killed by the creature. Right then, Alex's consciousness that was transferred 6 months earlier finally takes complete control of Natalia's body, the original personality destroyed by the trauma of death. The new Alex, now in Natalia's body, kills the original Alex who transformed into the creature, eliminating her failed original self. She reveals herself to Barry as Alex, and yet he just doesn't have it in him to pull the trigger at the girl.
Natalia? Now you can call me Alex.
Now for the good ending. Moira shows up right as the creature grabs Natalia. She fires multiple rounds with a sniper rifle, freeing the little girl from Alex's grasp. But wait, how did Moira get here? That story's told in another extra episode called The Struggle. In this episode, Moira's saved by that same old man, Evgeny Rebek, who Claire bumped into near the sewers. Evgeny had gone back to check the tower area after it collapsed and found Moira badly injured but alive under the rubble. She wakes up pretty beat up in a bed in his sewer hideout, shocked to still be breathing. Her bracelet had turned red but didn't cause mutation, proving she'd overcome her fear in that final moment with Neil. At first, these two don't exactly hit it off. Evgeny's bitter about outsiders, and Moira's rebellious like she was with her father. But over 6 months, they work together to survive, whether hunting animals for food or defending against creatures.
Hey!
You should have done yourself favor and died while you had chance, Kroshka.
Great. Where are you going?
If you can move, leave. Trouble never comes alone.
Evgeny teaches her survival skills and how to properly use firearms, helping her completely conquer her phobia. Sometimes Moira tries finding a way off the island, while Evgeny searches for clues about his daughter Irina, who'd vanished during Alex's experiments. Then one day he finds a note saying she's dead, probably transformed into an afflicted or something worse. Learning this, devastated by the loss, he locks himself in a room to die alone, leaving Moira outside. Moira records an audio message on her cell phone, apologizing to her father, the same recording Barry found earlier in the sewers. Then she discovers Barry's wallet in supplies that washed ashore, realizing that even after 6 months, he came to rescue her. This gives her the motivation to escape and find him. After this, she hears gunshots, right when Barry's fighting Alex, and rushes to save Natalia from the creature's hands, having become an expert marksman under Evgeny's training. Getting back to the good ending, Alex gets up after being shot by Moira, still not dead thanks to the Ouroboros mutation's regenerative abilities. Moira drops a ladder for Barry and Natalia to climb up and escape. When our trio gets outside the underground facility, they find themselves trapped. There's a cliff on one side and the creature chasing them on the other. But suddenly, Claire Redfield shows up in a helicopter, a BSAA rescue chopper she'd called after escaping the island 6 months earlier and recovering.
Come on!
Oversee this, bitch.
Fuck yeah!
Moira, I'm so sorry. You were in trouble.
And you came back with a chopper and a sniper rifle, and that's fucking awesome, so shut up!
Having learned from Barry's investigation that Moira might still be alive, she came back to provide backup. Moira and Natalia hop in the helicopter while Barry stays on the ground to finish off the creature once and for all. We get another intense battle with Barry on the ground and Claire providing cover fire with a sniper rifle from the helicopter. The mutated Alex Wesker, now a massive Ouroboros creature, has grown to enormous proportions with multiple orange glowing weak points all over her body. Her mutations have given her incredible regenerative abilities and the power to spawn infectious projectiles. After an intense battle, Claire pulls out the legendary weapon for defeating final bosses in the Resident Evil universe, an RPG launcher. The rocket strikes Alex directly, causing massive damage to her Ouroboros enhanced form. Barry follows up with sustained fire from his Magnum, targeting her exposed core. The combined assault finally overwhelms Alex's regenerative capabilities. In our good ending, Alex Wesker is finally defeated permanently, her body disintegrating as the Ouroboros virus consumes itself without a viable host to maintain it. Her dreams of immortality and godhood die with her monstrous form. Barry says he's going to properly be a father now, having learned from his past mistakes and the near loss of Moira. He starts truly reconciling with his daughter, their shared trauma on the island helping them understand each other better. The gun accident that had defined their relationship for years is finally in the past. Plus, Barry announces he'll officially adopt Natalia Corda, giving her the family she lost during the Terra Grigia panic. After the credits roll, we get an epilogue scene set 2 years later in June 2013. Claire Redfield drives to the Burton residence in Canada, bringing gifts for the family. She's talking with someone from the BSAA on her cell phone, getting a message that her brother Chris is heading to China to deal with a bioterror attack, the events of Resident Evil 6, and asks Piers Navans to look after Chris during the mission. Inside the Burton home, the family's preparing to welcome Claire, with Moira and Polly helping with preparations. We can see the family has healed from their past traumas. Barry and Kathy have fully embraced Natalia as their adopted daughter. The scene then shows Natalia sitting on a bed reading Franz Kafka's The Zorau Aphorisms, a collection of philosophical fragments about transformation, guilt, and judgment that were favorites of Alex Wesker. The camera focuses on her as she gives a sinister laugh, her expression changing to something darker and more knowing.
A cage went in search of a bird, but now the bird is gone. The bird has changed.
So, what's going on here? Well, even though Alex's original body was destroyed, her consciousness transfer into Natalia was partially successful. The dark Natalia personality, Alex's copied consciousness, still exists within Natalia's mind, waiting for an opportunity to take control. Whether we're looking at temporary influence or a sign of eventual complete takeover remains ambiguous, setting up potential future storylines. And that's the true ending of Resident Evil Revelations 2. While the immediate threat was stopped, the legacy of Alex Wesker's experiments lives on in Natalia. The battle between Natalia's original personality and Alex's transferred consciousness continues internally, even as Natalia lives peacefully with her adopted family. Her pursuit of godhood through consciousness transfer might yet succeed, though whether Natalia's own will can permanently resist the influence of one of the Wesker Project's most brilliant and ruthless products remains to be seen.
Resident Evil 6.
We've now reached Resident Evil 6. I know, it's not my favorite Resident Evil game either, but we have to cover it for thoroughness' sake. The game is broken into 4 interconnected campaigns, and we'll cover them in the order that I think makes the most sense. So let's get started. Let's start with Chris's campaign, where we find him in a dingy Eastern European bar 6 months after the Adonia tragedy, drowning himself in alcohol. He's developed post-traumatic amnesia and can't remember losing most of his alpha team to a woman he thought was Ada Wong. The trauma has transformed our veteran BSAA Special Operations Unit captain into a broken drunk who's abandoned everything. We then meet Piers Navans, a former U.S. Army Special Forces sniper Chris recruited into the BSAA back in 2010. Coming from a multi-generational military family, Piers made joining the Army his life's goal, but started questioning his purpose during Special Forces training, until Chris offered him a position in the BSAA's North American branch. Now Piers has spent 6 months searching for his captain, feeling personally responsible as Chris's protege, and the soldier Chris was grooming as his potential successor. The confrontation in the bar gets tense. When the bartender refuses to keep serving Chris, he gets belligerent, nearly starting a fight with the bouncer. Piers intervenes, showing Chris photos on his phone of his previous team members, all deceased December 24, 2012. These were Chris's Alpha Team members killed during the Adonia mission, infected with C-virus needle bombs by Ada Wong, though Chris can't fully remember the details yet.
Piers Nibbins? Never heard of you. How about this? You heard of this?
What is that?
You really don't remember anything, do you? Bioterrorism. You can't hide from your past, Chris. No matter where you go or what you do.
Who are you? What is this?
Okay. You don't remember me? Well, how about them? Look. I said look! Those were your men. Men who died under your command. You owe it to them to remember, Chris. If you walk away now, then this was all for nothing.
Piers doesn't come alone. Turns out most of the bar patrons are BSAA operatives there to bring Chris back, one way or another. Chris finally accepts he can't keep running from the truth. Fast forward to June 30th, 2013, and we're in Waiyip, one of Lanxiang's districts under attack by Neo Umbrella. The Javo army has assaulted this area using military vehicles stolen from warships at Yuanmen Port, causing widespread panic among civilians. The BSAA is using playing card designations for objectives throughout the city. We're heading from the 8 of clubs to the Ace of Spades to find UN workers taken hostage. Chris's extensive combat experience kicks back in despite his memory issues. His skills date back to his U.S. Air Force days, serving alongside Barry Burton, making him the top marksman in STARS and one of the BSAA's most respected operators since 1998. He's been fighting bioterrorism since the Mansion incident, became a founding BSAA member in 2003, and participated in more missions than any other operative, including taking down Albert Wesker in Africa in 2009. We encounter Javo, mutant humans created by direct C-virus injection into the bloodstream. Unlike zombies who inhale the virus and become mindless, Javo maintain human-level intelligence and can use weapons, vehicles, and tactics. They possess highly effective regeneration and can spontaneously mutate damaged body parts into weaponized forms. The Javo mutations are wild. We see Ruka Badem with massive weaponized arms, Type 5 mutations that grow wings, and later encounter Rasklapanja, whose name means dismantle in Serbian. These lech-like BOWs can separate their body parts and send them after victims independently, with the parts having minds of their own before reassembling. Fighting through slums, we reach the Ace of Spades building. The BSAA's operational doctrine becomes clear. They're prepared to bomb the building whether we're out or not. Mission success and bioweapon containment take priority over individual lives, a reality all operators understand when joining. We rescue hostages from multiple floors while fighting off waves of Javo, barely escaping before the bombing commences. As Chris watches the burning remnants, memories flood back. We have a flashback to December 24, 2012, in the Republic of Adonia, a small Eastern European country in the Balkan Mountains torn apart by civil war since 2010. The Adonian Liberation Army, using Dante's La Vida Nuova as their tagline, had been fighting government forces with support from mercenaries like Jake Mealer. We see Chris giving a speech to his team after losing a soldier on recon. His philosophy is clear: nobody's expendable, everyone gets through alive. Finn Macaulay, the nervous rookie, gives the briefing about the new Javo BOWs. Extremely intelligent, incredibly strong, with mutation abilities in response to trauma. Chris reassures Finn that the team has his back. This would be Finn's first and last mission. Within hours, he and the rest of Alpha Team except Chris and Piers would be dead, victims of Ada's trap. The memory of failing to protect his team, especially after promising nobody gets left behind, is what broke Chris and sent him spiraling into amnesia and alcoholism for 6 months. Finn asks Piers if Chris is always this awesome, and honestly, we can't blame the rookie for being impressed. We board an APC and head out, but quickly come under fire at the Two of Hearts. These aren't ordinary insurgents, they're Javo who barely flinch when shot, regenerating damage and continuing their assault. Then things get really interesting. A massive monster named Agroman emerges from behind the buildings with what looks like an umbilical cord on its back. That umbilical cord-like appendage is its weak point, which we discover after some frantic fighting. Finn arrives with the APC's firepower just in time, and we manage to drive the creature off. The Adonian City Hall has been captured by the ELA, and turned into their base of operations. By this point in the Civil War, the guerrillas control much of the country's territory, having moved from mountain warfare to urban offensive operations with captured military equipment, including tanks, railway guns, and even planes. We fight our way across a collapsing bridge, dealing with modified T-42 tanks and railway guns while trying to rescue wounded BSAA soldiers. Chris's philosophy shines through. Nobody gets left behind. Finn proves his worth by setting charges to blow the bridge and cut off enemy reinforcements, though he's clearly nervous about the whole situation. Here's where we run into Sherry Birkin and Jake Muller. Sherry, now working for the Division of Security Operations under Derek Simmons, has been sent to secure Jake and extract him for C-virus vaccine research. Chris recognizes her name immediately. His sister Claire had told him all about the girl from Raccoon City. Claire, a TerraSave member, had been allowed to visit Sherry during her years in government custody and even tried to warn her about Simmons, though that letter never arrived. Jake's a mercenary working for the ELA, completely unaware he's being investigated by both the US government and the family. When Piers bristles at Jake's mercenary attitude, Chris doesn't recognize him as Wesker's son yet, though something seems familiar about him. Sherry insists on helping us take out anti-aircraft guns, preventing BSAA reinforcements from landing. Her confidence comes from her G-virus-enhanced regenerative abilities gained after her infection and treatment during Raccoon City. She's practically immortal and perfect for dangerous field operations. Jake's less thrilled about the situation, noting his survival chances were better as a soldier of fortune. We enter City Hall, which eerily resembles Spencer's mansion from years ago. Expensive paintings, ornate moldings, columns everywhere, and lots of bodies covered in sticky white chrysalids. These cocoon-like shells are formed by the C-virus, encasing human hosts before their final mutation, hence the virus name C for chrysalid. One chrysalid hatches, revealing a NAPAD, a heavily armored BOW that we'll tragically see again soon. We find a room littered with syringes when a woman emerges from the shadows claiming to be Ada Wong, a hostage who works here. Then comes the trap that breaks everything. Ada disappears, a grid drops separating Chris and Piers from the squad, and she tosses a sphere that explodes into needle bombs containing concentrated C-virus. Every squad member gets injected, except Chris and Piers. We watch in horror as Finn McCauley, Ben Earhart, Carl Alfonso, and Andy Walker transform into chrysalids and emerge as NAPADs. Finn, still partially conscious during his transformation, calls out for his captain before attacking Chris and knocking him unconscious. This traumatic event, watching his men transform into monsters after he promised nobody gets left behind, causes Chris to develop post-traumatic amnesia and disappear for 6 months.
Thanks for the escort. Here's something to remember me by.
Flash forward to June 30th, 2013 in Wyep, China. 6 months have passed since Edonia. Neo Umbrella has launched simultaneous attacks on Tall Oaks, where President Benford was killed, and Lanxiang. The BSAA has deployed multiple branches to contain the outbreak, while Chris, having recovered his memories, seeks revenge against the woman he believes is Ada Wong. Soldiers burn chrysalids with flamethrowers as Chris sits on the asphalt, drowning in painful memories. When Piers approaches, Chris asks about Ada Wong, and Piers confirms she's been sighted multiple times since the attacks began. Chris's response is simple and driven by vengeance. Tell the men we're moving out. As we move through the rubble and ruins, we enter a tunnel where an Iluzija, a snake-like BOW capable of optical camouflage, appears from nowhere and grabs one of our soldiers. Just another day in the life of the BSAA, fighting invisible snakes while hunting for the woman who destroyed everything Chris believed in about protecting his team. We engage the Iluzia in the rubble-strewn streets, watching our Alpha team get picked off one by one. Chris is becoming increasingly unhinged, barking at his men and pulling kamikaze stunts that force Piers to confront him. The tension between them is palpable. Piers was specifically chosen by Chris as his potential successor back in 2010, and throughout their partnership, he served as both Chris's conscience and his most trusted subordinate. Now that relationship is straining under Chris's quest for vengeance. We spot Sherry and Jake on the street. They're alive after being missing for 6 months. After the Ustanak captured them, they'd been held in a Neo Umbrella facility here in Lanxiang. Neo Umbrella's forces are after them with an armored helicopter. These Javo exhibit greater intelligence than standard infected, using cover regularly and attempting flanking maneuvers. They wear distinctive insect-like helmets and crimson body armor, piloting helicopters, fighter jets, gunboats, and tanks with surprising skill. We encounter Nogalet mutations where Javo legs transform into grasshopper-like appendages, granting enhanced jumping capabilities. Chris refuses to help Jake and Sherry escape, insisting our mission is to terminate BOWs. We track the Illuzia through buildings and courtyards, finding more of our soldiers' mangled corpses. The snake's optical camouflage makes it nearly impossible to track visually, forcing us to rely on sound and movement. Finally, cornering it in a butcher shop, we manage to drive it into a room with electrical boards. Marco sacrifices himself to power up the system, and we fry the creature, but not before losing even more men. Then Ada appears, and she shoots Marco with a C-virus dart, and we watch in horror as he transforms into a chrysalid. When the cocoon explodes, a swarm of insects emerges, Marco's final form. We salvage the C4 explosive he was carrying and use it to blow open doors, chasing after Ada. Piers finally snaps and confronts Chris about his vendetta. The mention of Finn McCauley strikes a nerve. Chris had promised no one would be left behind on his watch, yet he failed to protect his team. The legendary Chris Redfield has become something unrecognizable, consumed by revenge rather than focused on the mission. We pursue Ada to the harbor, dodging attack helicopters, firing machine guns and rockets. The chase leads us through floating pontoons and a Chinese restaurant that explodes behind us. We finally track her to the Vinci Medical Research Center, one of the facilities constructed by the family in Lanxiang. Inside the facility, we hear Leon and Helena's voices from another room. They're also pursuing Ada, though, for different reasons, believing she's a key witness who could help prove Simmons' guilt in the bioterror attacks. Ada taunts us through speakers, activating compact robots with razor-sharp blades, like murderous robot vacuum cleaners. While Piers distracts these machines, Chris hacks door panels to continue the pursuit. The walls are lined with specimen containers, likely part of the family's bioweapons research program that had been conducted in secret beneath Lanxiang for years. The family believed bioweaponry was the future of warfare and saw it as their duty to develop weapons for maintaining U.S. military dominance. Piers notes that someone doesn't want us to catch Ada. She might not be working alone. We corner Ada with Piers, cutting off her escape route, but suddenly someone knocks the gun from Chris's hands. It's Leon Kennedy. This marks the first combat encounter between these two legendary agents. They'd previously met in 2010 at a TerraSave reunion through Claire Redfield, but had never worked together in the field until now. And what a way to start, pointing guns at each other in a standoff. Chris is furious about losing his men in Adonia, while Leon counters that he just lost over 70,000 people, including President Benford and Tall Oaks, orchestrated by Simmons to prevent the revelation of the truth about Raccoon City.
Chris? Leon? What are you doing here? Put your gun down, Chris. She's a key witness. We need her. A witness? She's the one who did all this! No, it wasn't her. It was Simmons, the National Security Advisor. I lost all my men because of her! And I lost over 70,000 people, including the president, because of Simmons.
Neither man is backing down. Ada tosses a flash grenade and escapes to a lower level. Piers chases after her while Chris and Leon have a tense moment. They agree to divide responsibilities. The BSAA will handle Ada while Leon deals with Simmons. We pursue Ada to the harbor in a military vehicle, with Chris manning the machine gun. The BSAA forces are stretched thin, dealing with Neo Umbrella's multi-pronged attack on Lanxiang. Javo forces are attacking both Wayip and Poisawan districts, while civilians evacuate to the Quad Tower in Tachi. No backup is available. Ada leads us on a wild chase, throwing grenades that send our vehicle onto railroad tracks just as a train approaches. We dodge it, jump back onto the highway, and follow her to an aircraft carrier of unknown origin in the harbor. This carrier is part of Neo Umbrella's stolen military assets. During the attack on Yuanmun Port, Neo Umbrella forces seized warships and military vehicles from the Chinese Navy. We crash land on the carrier's deck and encounter Neo Umbrella's finest Javo, distinguishable by their insect-like helmets and crimson body armor. They're more intelligent and skilled than standard Javo, completely obedient to Ada even after her death. Some can mutate at will due to a special C-virus strain. Fighting through the carrier, we deal with Javo piloting fighter jets because they retain all their pre-infection combat training, blow open massive bulkheads with suspended rockets, and chase Ada through the ship. Interestingly, we notice her outfit changing. Blue dress and red scarf, then red jacket and jeans, then back to blue dress. Ada's message plays over the speakers, directed at Simmons, whom she's just infected with enhanced C-virus. She talks about giving him what he gave her. Her plan for global change involves releasing C-virus worldwide through her ultimate weapon, Chaos, which is Serbian for chaos. We finally corner Ada on deck. She taunts Chris about Adonia, where she used his team as test subjects for the chrysalid transformation process. Chris shoots the rope gun from her hands, saying this isn't about vengeance but justice. Ada reveals the aircraft carrier is preparing to launch missiles loaded with C-virus to cities worldwide. Raccoon City revisited, but global this time. Then a helicopter appears and a sniper shoots Ada in the chest. As she falls, she warns that no one can stop what's coming.
It's over, Ada.
You're right. It is. The aircraft carrier is preparing for launch.
Launch?
And the dead will flood the streets. Deja vu, boys. Raccoon revisited. But this time, it won't just be one city. It'll be the whole world. You got me. Well played. But no one can stop it now.
Her death triggers Plan D, a contingency launching a C-virus missile at Tachi and prematurely awakening Chaos in the underwater facility. We find Ada's briefcase containing enhanced C-virus syringes created using Jake's antibodies. One was used on Simmons, leaving 2 unaccounted for. Racing to the rear hangar, we encounter Resclapange, those dismantling leeches whose body parts live independently. Using 3 passcodes from dead soldiers, we access a fighter jet. Chris's Air Force training kicks in as we take off. He'd received flight training before joining STARS in 1996. Piers, the former U.S. Army Special Forces sniper Chris recruited in 2010, mans the guns with exceptional marksmanship. We destroy anti-aircraft guns and try to stop the missile launch, but Ada's automated systems ensure it proceeds even after her death. The missile launches toward Tachi District, where the Quad Tower complex houses BSAA forces and evacuated civilians. Field operations support patches us through to Leon, who's just outside Tachi. Chris screams for him to get out, but it's too late. The missile explodes, releasing C-virus gas over the entire district.
Chris, we're just outside of Tachi. Why? Get the hell out of there!
Within minutes, the BSAA operators and civilians sheltering in the Quad Tower transform into zombies. This marks the 3rd major area destroyed in the global bioterrorist attacks of 2012-2013. We watch helplessly as chaos erupts below. Leon radios with critical information. Jake Muller and Sherry Birkin need rescue from an underwater oil field. Then he drops the bombshell. Jake is Albert Wesker's son. Chris is stunned. Wesker was his former STARS captain who betrayed the team during the 1998 Mansion incident. Chris killed him in March 2009 during a BSAA operation in Africa that uncovered the Ouroboros project. Learning Wesker has a son with immunity to viral infections is a lot to process. Jake's antibodies, inherited from his father's unique genetics, are crucial for developing a C virus vaccine. The data from his blood samples, extracted during his 6-month captivity, contains the key to stopping the global pandemic. Chris agrees to the rescue mission. Before signing off, Chris delivers devastating news to Leon: Ada Wong is dead. Leon takes the news quietly and reminds Chris not to let Sherry and Jake down. We fly to an oil production platform offshore with Piers on July 1st, 2013. Landing on the helipad, we're about to enter an underwater facility that's actually Neo Umbrella's secret complex built. Located about 80 miles from Lanshan, it serves as the development site for Haos, her ultimate doomsday bioweapon designed to spread the C virus globally through the world's oceans. Taking an elevator deep underwater, Piers points out the irony. Albert Wesker spent his entire life trying to destroy the world, and now his son is the only one who can save it. Wesker had sought mass extinction through the Ouroboros project, believing himself chosen to force evolution on mankind. His death in March 2009 ended that threat, but now Jake, who inherited his unique immunity to viral infections, holds the key to stopping a new global catastrophe. Chris drops a bombshell. After we rescue Jake, he's turning in his gun. He's been fighting bioterrorism since the 1998 Mansion incident. 15 years of continuous warfare against BOWs and the organizations creating them. From STARS to founding the BSAA, he's dedicated his life to the cause, but the trauma of losing his men repeatedly has taken its toll. He wants Piers to take his place. He'd specifically chosen Piers as his protege in 2010, seeing in him the skills and dedication needed to lead the next generation of BSAA operators. We find the control room and spot Jake and Sherry on monitors. Chris manages to free their restraints remotely, but an alarm sounds. We've been discovered. Fighting through infected forces, we navigate air ducts and elevators to reach the research bay. We're stuck fighting waves of enemies in an airlock for what feels like forever, when suddenly we hear a familiar voice over the speakers, Ada. But wait, Ada's dead, right? Turns out it's a pre-recorded message. She talks about her greatest creation who will thrive in the ashes of burning cities, conquering all that remains after the fall. Haos is her ultimate weapon, a massive aquatic BOW resembling a fusion of human and aquatic features. Once released into the ocean, it would spread the C virus globally through the world's water systems, fulfilling Neo Umbrella's goal of complete global destruction, the antithesis of the family's desire for controlled stability. We finally reach Jake and Sherry. Chris tells Jake he can see his father in him. The resemblance to Albert Wesker is subtle but present, not just in exceptional physical abilities and viral immunity, but in his cocky demeanor and mercenary pragmatism. Unlike his father, though, Jake has shown capacity for genuine human connection, particularly with Sherry. Then Chris admits he's the one who killed Wesker. Jake immediately pulls a gun on Chris while Piers prepares to shoot Jake. The tension is high. Chris tells Jake to go ahead and shoot. He has every right to. Just promise to survive because the world depends on it. Jake's antibodies are the only known source for a C virus vaccine. When Jake asks if it was just orders or personal, Chris answers honestly, it was both. Wesker had been designated a global threat requiring elimination, but it was also deeply personal after Wesker killed or caused the deaths of numerous STARS members, BSAA operators, and countless civilians. Jake fires, but deliberately misses by an inch, leaving only a cut on Chris's cheek. He says there are more important things at stake than him and Chris, marking his growth from the mercenary who only cared about money to someone who understands the larger implications of his role.
This is between me and him. Go ahead. Shoot. You have every right to. Just promise me you'll survive. The world depends on it.
Who the hell are you to tell me what to do?
Stop it!
Put your gun down, now!
Tell me, we just following orders? Or was it personal?
Both.
Jake, please stop.
Put a bullet
Just
in your
put
head.
your gun down.
Drop your
Don't
weapon.
do this!
Suddenly, an earthquake starts, and we look up to see a massive cocoon attached to the walls of the shaft, chaos growing as Ada's contingency plan. Computer simulations show infection rates reaching 100% globally if it hatches. We split into pairs on elevator platforms rising up the shaft, fighting infected emerging from the walls. When we reach the top, the cocoon cracks open. Chaos emerges prematurely due to Ada's death triggering Plan D. The creature is incomplete but still incredibly dangerous, possessing massive strength and near invulnerability. It's feminine looking with flipper-like arms, incorporating aquatic adaptations that would have allowed it to survive and spread C-virus through ocean currents. The monster's blow separates our groups, and Jake and Sherry escape while we distract it. We climb the shaft with Chaos pursuing us relentlessly. The C-virus missile attack on Tachi had been a distraction. While the BSAA focused on stopping missile launches, Chaos was meant to be Ada's true weapon for global contamination, a single creature that could infect all the world's oceans. After a brutal fight in a laboratory where the cocoon was created, Chaos appears dead. But as water fills the collapsing room, the creature survives and adapts to the aquatic environment, demonstrating the terrifying potential it would have had if released into open ocean. We're running through underwater corridors as Chaos attacks, breaking walls and bulkheads. Chaos grabs Chris, but Piers pushes him away and gets impaled through his right arm on a metal pin. The monster throws debris that completely crushes Piers' arm. In desperation, Piers tears off what's left of his arm and injects himself with the enhanced C-virus syringe, the one containing the strain created from Jake's antibodies. A new coral-like arm grows in its place, crackling with bioelectrical discharges far more powerful than standard Javot mutations. Piers had sacrificed his humanity to save Chris, knowing C-virus infection is irreversible. Jake's antibodies can prevent infection, not reverse it. But unlike most infectees who lose their free will to serve Neo Umbrella, Piers retains his consciousness and loyalty, possibly due to his exceptional willpower or the unique properties of the enhanced strain. Chaos possesses extraordinary regenerative abilities, completely reconstructing itself from near-total destruction. We fight it repeatedly, with Piers using electrical shocks to expose vulnerable spots for Chris to attack. Finally, we defeat it and reach the escape pods. Chris helps his weakening partner toward the pod, but Piers breaks free and pushes Chris inside before locking the door. Chris screams orders for Piers to open it, but Piers launches the capsule. He knew that as a C-virus infectee, he could never return to normal life. Even if he survived, he'd be a potential threat, and the infection would eventually consume him. Chaos attacks Chris's capsule one final time, but a massive electrical discharge tears the monster to pieces. It's Piers unleashing all his bioelectrical power in one final act. The lab explodes. Piers Nivans dies on July 1st, 2013, at approximately 26 years old, having given his life for the BSAA and the future of humanity. His sacrifice saved not just Chris, but potentially the entire world by destroying Chaos and preventing the C-virus from spreading through the oceans. Later, we see Chris in a diner eating steak and chips deep in depression. A young soldier who looks like Piers approaches with new orders. Chris chooses to continue serving in the BSAA rather than retire, honoring Piers' sacrifice. He'll continue leading and training new generations of BSAA operators, ensuring that Piers' death and all his fallen comrades' deaths weren't in vain. The global bioterrorist attacks of 2012-2013 have ended. The C-virus vaccine, developed from Jake's antibodies, will prevent future outbreaks, and Neo Umbrella is defunct. The family's involvement remains hidden from the public, with Simmons' death officially attributed to the bioterror attacks. Chris will continue his service with the BSAA, eventually becoming distrustful of the organization and forming the Hound Wolf Squad for operations outside official channels. But that's still years in the future. That brings us to the end of Chris's campaign.
All right, first things first. I want 200,000 up front, another 200 when this is over. Oh, and BOWs, those are extra. An additional grand each.
I'm not here to hire you.
What? Why are you here?
Your blood.
What, are you the Red Cross or something?
No, listen, those things that attacked us. They were all exposed to a new virus called the C virus. The same strain that you just took a dose of. It didn't affect you because you've got the antibodies. Right now, we're racing against a global bioterrorist attack, and we needed a vaccine yesterday. We need you, Jake. We need your blood.
We are now on to Jake's and Sherry's campaign. It's December 24th, 2012, and we see Jake whistling through an Edonian bunker with an apple and a syringe in hand. Born around 1992, Jake's a mercenary raised in Eastern Europe, and he's Albert Wesker's son. His Edonian mother raised him alone after returning from the States pregnant, never telling Wesker about Jake's existence. When his mother fell ill in the early 2000s, 15-year-old Jake entered mercenary work in 2007 to support her, starting with the Edonian Liberation Army. Around him, soldiers are injecting themselves with what they think are energy boosters. Jake takes a dose too, wondering why everyone's paying for something that doesn't seem to do anything. The syringes actually contain the C virus, but while the other soldiers transform into Javo, intelligent mutants who retain combat skills but become murderously insane and loyal to Neo Umbrella, Jake remains completely unaffected. His immunity comes from antibodies inherited from dear old dad. We then meet Sherry Birkin, now around 26 and working as a Division of Security Operations agent. Derek Simmons, her former legal guardian and current supervisor, sent her on a mission to retrieve Jake. As a survivor of the 1998 Raccoon City incident where she was infected with the G virus and subsequently cured, she possesses regenerative abilities that make her ideal for dangerous operations. Sherry immediately recognizes that Jake has the antibodies and that he could be the key to saving the world. Jake's response is to better save himself first. After fighting off a bunch of Javo together, Sherry finally explains why she's there: Jake's blood. Both the US government and the family have been investigating him, with Simmons sending Sherry to retrieve him. Jake's mercenary mindset kicks in immediately. $50 million, cash, non-negotiable for 1 pint of blood. His attitude comes from years of work across the world. After his unit was wiped out in South America in 2009, with Jake surviving only by killing an attacker with their own knife, he lost faith in others and built a reputation for caring only about money, not ideologies. We emerge onto a battlefield where the Edonian Civil War is raging in full force. The war's been going since 2010 between government forces and the Edonian Liberation Army, which uses Dante's La Vida Nuova as their tagline. By December 2012, the ELA controls much of the country's territory and has captured military equipment including tanks and aircraft. The BSAA's North American and European branches have deployed as part of a UN intervention after intelligence indicated the ELA had access to bioweaponry. We encounter our first major problem, the Ustanak, a specialized BOW created by Neo Umbrella and programmed specifically to capture Jake. The creature would relentlessly pursue him throughout Edonia and later in China. Jake tries everything, shooting gas cylinders to set it on fire, but the monster doesn't even flinch. We have to run. After escaping through a collapsing warehouse and dealing with Ustanak repeatedly, Jake shares a story about nearly dying in South American jungles 3 years ago. He explains that dying for money is his choice, but dying for no good reason doesn't sit right with him. Sherry finally reveals that Neo Umbrella wants to study his antibodies and doesn't care if he's dead or alive. We then run into Chris Redfield and his Alpha team. Chris recognizes Sherry's name through his sister Claire, who helped protect Sherry during Raccoon City alongside Leon Kennedy. Claire had been allowed to visit Sherry during her years in government custody, though her suspicions about Simmons were never properly communicated. Piers immediately identifies Jake as a wanted insurgent. Jake's sarcastic response about being a threat if someone pays him to be nearly starts a fight with Piers, but Chris intervenes. Helicopters arrive carrying Ogroman BOWs, massive creatures Neo Umbrella supplied to the ELA. We help Chris's team destroy anti-aircraft guns while fighting off the giants. Sherry insists on helping despite Chris's protests. Working alongside Alpha Team, we take down 2 giant BOWs and destroy all the anti-aircraft turrets. After the battle, Chris asks Jake if they've met before, that familiar feeling nagging at him. Jake dismissively says all jarheads look the same to him, nearly earning a punch from Piers before Chris stops it. Piers can't believe Jake's attitude, but Chris lets them go, saying it was his mistake. On the helicopter, Sherry calls her superiors, likely Derek Simmons. Simmons, as her supervisor and former legal guardian, had specifically assigned her this mission, knowing her regenerative abilities would help her survive the dangerous extraction. When she mentions Jake's requesting $50 million compensation, they surprisingly agree. Jake can't believe it was that easy. He then asks about Chris, that guy Sherry was chummy with back there. Something about him seemed off, but Jake can't put his finger on it. Then things go sideways fast. The helicopter starts shaking, and the Ustanak bursts through the door. The creature had been programmed to capture Jake alive for blood extraction. We have to shoot the Ustanak off the helicopter before it brings us down. The pilot tells us to jump to another chopper. Sherry makes it fine, but when Jake jumps, his helicopter explodes and he barely manages to grab the edge of the other one. Meanwhile, the Ustanak, hanging by one hand, raises a massive machine gun. After dealing with missiles and more explosions, we grab parachutes and bail out. Jake wakes up on snow-covered grounds. He notices blood on his arm, not his, but Sherry's. There's a huge piece of iron sticking out of her back. When she tells him to pull it out, Jake warns her she'll bleed to death. But when he removes it, the wound immediately heals itself. Sherry's regenerative abilities came from her infection with the G virus during the 1998 Raccoon City incident when she was 12. Though she received the vaccine in time to prevent full mutation, the virus permanently altered her physiology, granting her healing powers that made her effectively immortal. Jake jokes that maybe it's her blood they should be testing for vaccines. Sherry reveals they already did, more than she could stand. During her years in government custody from 1998 to 2009, she'd been subjected to extensive testing and experimentation. Simmons' team had extracted regular blood samples from her, crucial in the development of the C virus. Sherry realizes the data is gone. Jake's blood analysis, genome, everything needed to make a vaccine. This data contained the complete analysis of Jake's antibodies and genetic markers inherited from Wesker. Without it, creating a C virus vaccine would be significantly more difficult, though Jake himself remained the primary source. Jake's more concerned about his 50 million, though, so we head out into the snowstorm to find the 3 data chips. We search through the snowy forest, finding chrysalids along the way, Javo encased in cocoons. After collecting all the flash drives, we take shelter in a forest hut while a real snowstorm rages outside. Making a fire, we sit for a while before Jake gets restless. When Sherry tries to leave to get help, the wind knocks her down and Jake barely manages to close the door. By the fireplace, Jake asks about Sherry's healing ability. She explains her dad, Dr. William Birkin, was a scientist working on BOWs when she was exposed.
You always been like that? The whole healing thing?
My dad was a scientist. He was working on BOWs when I was exposed. Luckily, I was treated with the vaccine before it was too late. But the virus adjusted and adapted. It's been a part of me ever since.
What happened to your father?
His research killed him. By the time he died, his body had mutated so much, he wasn't even recognizable.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to...
That's all right.
Our heart-to-heart is interrupted by Neo Umbrella Javo forces sent to capture Jake. The enhanced intelligence of Javo allows them to track targets and coordinate attacks even in harsh weather. Fighting them off triggers an avalanche, forcing us to escape on snowmobiles as the whole mountain comes down. We jump into a small cave just in time, finding ourselves in what looks like old mining facilities from Adonia's past, possibly dating to its time as a communist state. The country's economic collapse following the fall of communism had left many such facilities abandoned. Deep in the cave, we discover we're not alone. The Ustanak is here, using bugs to sniff us out. We manage to defeat him, or so we think, and head for the exit where Sherry can radio for pickup. But the Ustanak's durability is extraordinary even among BOWs. Created specifically for the capture mission, it can survive damage that would destroy most other bioweapons. It resurfaces with a whole crowd of zombie mercenaries, pinning Jake to the ground with its boot. Then a woman approaches, Ada Wong. She makes a revelation. Albert Wesker was Jake's father.
You know, those shots of yours pack one hell of a punch, lady.
So, you're Wesker Jr.
Wesker? You lost me.
Albert Wesker was a colossal imbecile. A fool who tried to destroy the world. He was also your father.
What?
We then wake up in a futuristic cell in some Neo Umbrella lab after Ustanak knocked us out with a powerful boot punch. Jake and Sherry have been held in a facility in Lanshan, China for 6 months, from December 2012 to June 2013. During this time, they've been subjected to repeated blood extractions. Masked mercenaries come to take Jake somewhere, speaking Chinese. Jake responds in Chinese before telling them it's time to move on. We beat up the mercenaries using some kind of snake hand-to-hand combat style, while Sherry manages to escape her room using an electric baton. The loudspeakers blare that 2 test subjects have escaped, and permission to use firearms has been granted. Our escape occurs on June 30th, 2013, the same day as Neo Umbrella's massive attack on Lanxiang. The city's in chaos as Javo forces attack the Waiyip and Poisawan districts, while the BSAA mounts a desperate defense operation. We meet up in a locker room where Sherry's wearing nothing but hospital clothes and hides behind a locker door to change. Jake gets distracted for a second when she strips down completely before putting on proper clothes. When Sherry asks what they did to him, Jake explains they used his antibodies to enhance the C-virus. Jake asks if Sherry knows anything about Albert Wesker, then goes on a rant about dear old dad. Jake wonders if crazy runs in the family if nothing of who his father was got passed down to him. He points out Sherry should understand that's true. She carries the legacy of her own father, William Birkin, whose G virus infection permanently altered her physiology. Sherry tells him he can blame his father all he wants, but at some point he has to take responsibility for his own actions. Fighting through lab corridors filled with zombie mercenaries, we find ID medals bearing the Neo Umbrella logo, though the organization isn't actually related to the original Umbrella Corporation. The main hall is ridiculously opulent, covered in marble, gold, and artfully crafted statues everywhere. Here, we need to collect medallions to open doors, 3 for the west and 10 for the east. While collecting medals, Jake asks what they had Sherry doing for 6 months. She says they were researching the virus she carries, same thing she went through after Raccoon City, and it was just as bad the second time. From 1998 to 2009, Sherry had been in government protective custody, subjected to extensive testing due to her G virus infection. Simmons, her legal guardian during this time, had overseen the extraction of blood samples that would later be used in C virus development. In a secret room, we find data from Jake's experiments, 6 months of research on his antibodies, including formulation for both the C virus vaccines and the enhanced C virus strain. This information would be crucial for mass-producing vaccines. Jake finds a cell phone and Sherry calls her boss, learning they're already in China. The US government forces are there because of the simultaneous bioterror attacks. President Benford had been assassinated in Tall Oaks the previous day, and various government agencies, including the DSO and BSAA, are responding to Neo Umbrella's coordinated strikes. Just when we think we're home free, mercenaries arrive in a tank, likely one of the military vehicles Neo Umbrella stole from the Chinese Navy during their attack on Yuanmen Port. Javo forces had commandeered tanks, helicopters, and other equipment for their assault on Lanxiang. The tank starts demolishing walls and furniture while we scramble to escape. Jake finds a motorcycle and goes one-on-one with the tank, dodging a shot from its main gun at the last moment before jumping onto the highway and driving away. On the night highway, Sherry gets rendezvous coordinates from her boss, the Kuan Lung building in Kuching district where Simmons plans to meet them. A helicopter starts following us, trying to mow us down. Jake jumps off the highway into town from building height while Lanxiang falls apart around us. The city's 4 million population is experiencing widespread chaos as Neo Umbrella forces attack multiple districts simultaneously, with the BSAA's North American and Far East branches struggling to contain the outbreak. Entering a small courtyard with scaffolding, we spot Chris's squad at the top. Jake's not happy about seeing Redfield and his Boy Scouts. Though, his hostility stems from learning Chris killed his father. Fighting through more enemies, we encounter a Javo with a chainsaw arm mutation. After defeating it, we see an American plane falling. Leon and Helena's plane from the United States to China, sabotaged with Lepetitsa BOWs that transform the pilots. At the crash site, Sherry recognizes Leon, who saved her during Raccoon City in 1998 alongside Claire Redfield. He's now a DSO agent like Sherry, having just survived the Tall Oaks outbreak where President Benford was assassinated. Leon mentions he's tracking Chief Security Advisor Simmons. Sherry can't believe Simmons is behind everything. She reports to him. Leon needs to know where he is, but Jake pushes him aside, reminding Sherry that her orders were to avoid contact with anyone.
Why are you here?
I'm tracking the man behind all this. Chief Security Advisor Simmons.
What? There must be some sort of mistake. I report to Simmons.
He's your supervisor?
We're on our way to meet with him right now.
Where is he? I need to know.
Let me handle this.
But your orders were to avoid contact with anyone.
Leon's not just anyone. He saved my life back in Raccoon City.
Fair enough.
Sherry yells to Leon that we're heading to the Kwun Lung building in Kucheng, where she's meeting Simmons. The Kwun Lung building is where Derek Simmons arranged to meet them, though by now he's already been infected with the enhanced C virus by a Javo soldier and is beginning his transformation into multiple monstrous forms. We move on toward Kucheng at the mouth of the river, one of several districts in Lanshang affected by Neo Umbrella's attack. The BSAA has established a perimeter around the area as part of their containment efforts. Jake notices Sherry's worried about Simmons and reassures her she'll be fine. Suddenly, the chainsaw zombie finds us again, so we run. But someone with a sniper rifle shoots the zombie. We escape on a raft, but the chainsaw zombie comes back to life because of course it does. We moor at a floating restaurant where the unknown sniper keeps helping us. Jake realizes they're not shooting at us, but helping us. Maybe BSAA buddies. The zombie loses balance from a shot and falls on a billboard that electrocutes him. Once well fried, he falls into the water to cool off. Sherry gets a call from her boss, still keeping tabs on her. Before entering the warehouse where the confrontation between Leon, Helena, and Simmons is already simmering, Sherry makes Jake promise to run if Leon was right about Simmons. Jake agrees, though he's lying. Inside, Simmons asks Sherry to take Leon and Helena into custody. As head of the Family and National Security Advisor, Simmons orchestrated President Benford's assassination to prevent the revelation of the truth about Raccoon City. He believed the disclosure would damage U.S. authority and global stability, threatening the family's centuries of control. When Sherry asks if he's really involved in the terrorist attack, he claims it's for the benefit of the United States and global security. Leon points out killing the president isn't good for the country. Sherry's shocked to learn President Adam Benford was killed the previous day at Ivy University in Tall Oaks. He'd been infected with C-virus released by a Lepetitsa BOW, forcing Leon to shoot him. The entire city of 77,000 was subsequently destroyed. Simmons blames Leon for it and orders his men to dispose of them, but holds fire on Jake and Sherry. He still needs Jake's antibodies for vaccine development and potentially to counter the enhanced C virus, now coursing through his own body after the Javo infected him.
No, wait!
Ah, Agent Birkin, impeccable timing. Kindly take these two into custody, won't you?
They said you were involved in the terrorist attack. Is it true?
What? Are they running down the street screaming it to anyone who'll listen?
Answer me!
It's for the benefit of the United States and global security.
Can't see how killing the president is good for the country!
The president's dead?
Well, we have Leon to thank for that.
God damn you, Simmons!
Dispose of them. Those two are still of use to us.
Sherry hands Leon a flash drive containing data that could stop the C virus. The complete analysis of Jake's antibodies compiled during his 6-month captivity, including formulations for C virus vaccines crucial for stopping the global pandemic. Leon promises to call field operations support to get them protection. FOS is the communications branch coordinating between different government agencies. Ingrid Hunnigan, Leon's regular FOS support, would help arrange their protection. While Leon and Helena create a distraction, we head for the door but are immediately surrounded by infected. Sherry tells Jake to run as he promised, but he admits he lied. We fight a multitude of mutated zombies with the odds stacked against us. One zombie grabs Sherry with its huge hand and drags her away. Despite Jake's efforts to break through the crowd, they both get captured. We wake up cuffed to some machine in an underground laboratory. We'd been taken to the underwater research facility where Chaos is being developed. Sherry apologizes for trusting Simmons and blames herself. Her trust stemmed from their long relationship. He'd been her legal guardian from 1998 to 2009 during her years in protective custody following Raccoon City. He manipulated the relationship to use her for his own purposes, including extracting her G-virus-infected blood for C-virus development. Jake reassures her she was just following orders, trying to do the right thing, find the vaccine, save the world, and all that. An alarm goes off and our cuffs open. It's July 1st, 2013, and Chris Redfield and Piers Navans have infiltrated the facility to rescue us. Chris hacked the security system from the control room, freeing Sherry and Jake from their restraints. Of course our weapons are gone, but we spot our gear in a nearby room. Using ventilation shafts, Sherry fights zombies on her own to open the door and return Jake's equipment. We find a room with an elevator and computer. The electricity has been temporarily rerouted to the incubation chamber, where Chaos is being grown. The creature is housed in an enormous chrysalid attached to the walls of a shaft, preparing for its eventual release into the ocean. We need to find a reserve battery to activate the elevator. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the facility, Chris and Piers are fighting their way through Neo Umbrella forces to reach us. The facility is beginning to destabilize as Neo Umbrella's contingency plans activate following her death, with HAOS awakening prematurely as part of Plan D. We need to find reserve batteries to power the elevator. Finding the first one charges it to 25%, and Jake's annoyed we need more. With some elevator acrobatics, we find the second battery bringing us to 50%. The third gets us to 75%. The last zombie attacking Jake gets fried on an electric fence and accidentally falls on the battery lever, causing a power overload. The facility's becoming increasingly unstable as Chaos awakens prematurely. A rampaging machine we'd use to move around different areas goes haywire. Jake runs to the crane controls and lowers it, causing the frantic machine to collide and collapse. We climb on, fighting zombies while the machine breaks the crane. The platform drops sharply and we fall, clinging to the edge. We have to crawl through quickly before the upper part crushes us, successfully jumping to the elevator floor while the zombie gets crushed by the two halves of the machine. Descending into the lower area of the lab, we meet Chris and Piers. Chris had infiltrated the facility's control room and remotely released our restraints, fulfilling Leon's request to rescue us after learning Jake was Albert Wesker's son and possessed the antibodies needed for the C-virus vaccine. Computer simulations show infection rates reaching 100%. All four decide to take a giant elevator up. Jake tells Chris they're not done talking. He's got explaining to do. Chris says if they make it out alive, he'll tell Jake whatever he wants. Jake asserts he's not the same man his father was, but if it ever comes down to them, it'll be him. Piers mentions to Sherry that Jake's a little unpredictable, must make it hard to rely on him. Not that the captain's been a walk in the park lately. As the elevator approaches the cocoon, Chaos bursts out. The monster strikes the elevator with its wide arm, separating our groups. Chris tells us to get moving. They've got this. Jake and Sherry would escape while Chris and Piers fight Chaos. As we learned in Chris's campaign, Piers would sacrifice himself by injecting the enhanced C-virus to save Chris, using his mutated arm's bioelectrical powers to destroy both Chaos and the facility. We run through the closing door with Sherry insisting we go back. They're gonna get killed. Jake understands the weight of sacrifice from his years as a mercenary. He recognizes Chris and Piers have made their choice, just as he's made his to ensure the vaccine can be created. Jake declares he's not his father and he's gonna make sure it stays that way. We're getting out and Sherry's gonna save the world. We then run through underwater facility corridors and emerge into a vast room of lava with bridges strung over it. When our heroes jump onto the bridges, the Ustanak appears, and now it has a metal ball on a chain attached to its arm, which it uses to destroy pipes and block our escape. Jake's had enough of the cat and mouse game. The fight begins, with Ustanak destroying bridges. Jake falls to a platform below and attacks Ustanak, ripping out the ball and chain with his bare hands. The facility's beginning to fall apart, the destruction caused by Piers, who used his C-virus mutation to unleash massive bioelectrical energy, destroying Chaos and causing the facility's structural collapse. We find a warehouse with a turbo tunnel platform and activate it, carrying us away at breakneck speed with no steering. But the burning Ustanak continues pursuit on another platform, jumping onto ours. We use cargo to knock it back, but it keeps coming. Sherry grabs a revolver that's difficult to hold with one hand, while the other clings to the platform. Jake grabs her hand and helps her hold the gun. Together they shoot Ustanak right through the heart, and it finally dies. Later, on an airplane, Sherry reflects that Jake Wesker's blood sample was handed over to the UN's leading researchers, along with 6 months of test results retrieved from Neo Umbrella's archives. Following Jake's rescue, BSAA officials classified his relationship to Albert Wesker as top secret, recognizing the threat it could pose to global security. The C-virus vaccine created from Jake's antibodies would prevent future outbreaks. We later see Sherry receive a text from Jake saying he lowered his asking price to $50. Jake's decision to reduce his price from $50 million to just $50 represents his complete transformation. No longer motivated solely by money, he's found purpose in helping others, choosing to save lives rather than simply survive as his father had. Meanwhile, Jake watches a plane fly by, puts on black glasses, starts his bike, and rides off into the sunset. Jake Muller would continue working as a mercenary, but with a different purpose, protecting people in war-torn regions rather than simply fighting for the highest bidder. His blood saved the world from the C-virus pandemic, and he chose a path completely different from his father's legacy of destruction. And that concludes Jake's and Sherry's campaign.
Of the population in Tall Oaks has been infected with the virus. That rounds out to about 70,000 hostiles. We also received word that an organization named Neo Umbrella just claimed responsibility for the attack.
Neo Umbrella.
I know what you're thinking.
Yeah. It's Raccoon City all over again.
That's all the news I've got. Now it's your turn to help me. I need to know what's in that cathedral. I've got suits breathing down my neck for info.
Suits?
Specifically, Derek C. Simmons.
Let's next continue with Leon's campaign, which kicks off on June 29th, 2013 in the college town of Tall Oaks. Our story begins at Ivy University, where President Adam Benford was about to do something pretty bold, publicly reveal the US government's involvement in the destruction of Raccoon City back in 1998. Now, President Benford and Leon go way back. After Leon survived the Raccoon City incident, Benford essentially strong-armed him into government service, offering protection for young Sherry Birkin in exchange for Leon's skills. Over the years, though, they developed a genuine friendship, and by 2011, Benford had founded the Division of Security Operations, DSO, and transferred Leon there as an anti-bioterrorism agent. But here's where things go sideways. The president gets infected by an airborne form of the newly developed C-virus. A creature called a Lopotica had released the virus as a fog that swept through the campus. When we find the president, he's already turned into a zombie, forcing Leon to make the heartbreaking decision to shoot his friend in the head to save Helena Harper, a Secret Service agent who'd been protecting Benford.
Bioorganic weapons are a global threat. Start working with the rest of the world. We have to come to my desire to reveal the truth. Tell them everything. It might create more problems. It's time to take responsibility. We want to have any change. I've always valued your friendship, Leon.
Helena immediately blames herself for everything, and we soon learn why. National Security Advisor Derek Simmons had kidnapped her younger sister Deborah and held her captive in the catacombs beneath Tall Oaks Cathedral. Helena had a troubled past at the CIA. She'd shot her sister's abusive ex-boyfriend, making her the perfect candidate for manipulation. Our duo gets support from Ingrid Hunnigan, a field operations support agent who's been Leon's eyes and ears since 2004. She informs them that 90% of Tall Oaks' 77,000 residents have already been infected, and an organization calling itself Neo Umbrella has claimed responsibility. Along the way, we encounter a music professor desperately searching for his daughter Liz, a student at the university. We help him find her, but tragedy strikes when Liz succumbs to the infection in an elevator and turns on her own father, and Helena has to put her down. We navigate through sewers and eventually board a bus with other survivors, trying to reach the cathedral where Helena promises to explain everything. But the bus ride turns into a nightmare when zombies swarm the vehicle, sending it careening off a cliff, and we're the only survivors of the crash. The cathedral itself sits atop something sinister, an entrance to caves taken over by the Family, an English fraternal organization that established itself in Tall Oaks way back in the early 1600s. Below the cathedral, they'd recently constructed bioweapons laboratories following the Raccoon City incident. The Family had even activated ancient booby traps, spikes, and rotating blades that had protected their members' bodies for centuries. Making matters worse, the C-virus had revived thousands of preserved family member corpses as zombies in the catacombs below. We next make our way into the cathedral with other survivors, and Helena reveals there's a secret door by the altar that leads underground, and she needs to show us something down there. When we open the secret passage, we accidentally release a Lepetitsa, one of Simmons's nastiest creations. The name comes from the Serbian word meaning feminine beauty, which is deeply ironic considering what we're looking at. The creature sprays survivors with blue gas, instantly transforming them into zombies. So that's how the infection spread so quickly through Tall Oaks. Fighting our way past the monster, we descend into an underground laboratory that the family built following the Raccoon City incident in 1998. Helena mentions none of this was here 3 days ago. That's when Simmons brought her down here after kidnapping her sister. The family was preparing to abandon this base, destroying data and releasing BOWs to cover their tracks. We stumble upon a video cassette labeled Happy Birthday Ada Wong, and Leon's reaction tells us he's still got a thing for her. The tape shows a woman who looks exactly like Ada emerging from a cocoon. Deeper in the facility, we find Deborah Harper, Helena's younger sister, lying unconscious. Born October 10, 1992, Deborah was a college student Simmons kidnapped as leverage. Members of the family, displaying a disturbing fascination with her appearance, had injected her with the C virus to observe its effects. When Deborah awakens, she's in agony, the virus causing searing pain before spontaneous combustion as victims transform. She bursts into flames and forms a chrysalid cocoon, emerging as a BOW with enhanced speed and agility.
Deborah, just hold on, we're almost there. Deborah, stay with me, all right?
No, Deborah!
No. No, this can't be happening.
Ada Wong suddenly shows up, and after a heartbreaking battle where Helena has to let her mutated sister fall into an abyss, Helena finally reveals the truth. Simmons forced her to help breach the president's security by holding Deborah hostage. Simmons had specifically chosen Helena because of her CIA misconduct record, as she'd shot her sister's abusive ex-boyfriend while he was unarmed, showing a protective instinct he could exploit. Ada drops some cryptic warnings about being up against the people who really run the country before grappling away. We're talking about the family here, a secret organization founded in the early 1600s by an ancestor of the Simmons line, dedicated to controlling the world from the shadows. As a descendant of the founder, Derek Simmons leads the organization with virtually unlimited resources. Simmons then hijacks our call with Hunnigan, casually mentioning he and President Benford had been friends for 30 years since their days at the University of Wisconsin. Despite their friendship, Simmons couldn't let Benford reveal the truth about Raccoon City. He frames us as suspects in the president's death, pointing out how Helena had abandoned her post. When we accuse him, he plays innocent. After all, he's the national security advisor whose job is preventing terrorist attacks, not causing them. We escape through the flooded lower levels of the catacombs, which are quite the sight. Thousands of robed family member corpses line the walls and fill coffins, protected by centuries-old booby traps including spikes and rotating blades. The lowest levels have been flooded by river water over time, and we swim through them just as fighter jets pass overhead. An explosion in the distance confirms our fears. Simmons is sterilizing Tall Oaks, just like he did with Raccoon City in 1998. The entire city of 77,000 people will be destroyed by missile strikes, eliminating both the outbreak and any evidence of the family's involvement. Hunnigan contacts us to report that Simmons left in a hurry after an unhappy phone conversation. She reports that Simmons is heading to his private jet bound for China. Specifically, he's flying to Lanxiang, a major city with about 4 million people located on the Quanwing River estuary. Both the family and Neo Umbrella have significant operations there. The family oversees the Vinci Medical Research Center and Quad Tower construction. We're also shown images of another bioterrorism attack happening there using the same C virus from Eastern Europe 6 months ago. Realizing we need evidence against Simmons, we convince Hunnigan to fake our deaths, a temporary solution at best, and hop on a plane to China. During the flight on June 30th, we have a heart-to-heart where Helena wonders why Leon didn't turn her in to clear his name. But mid-flight disaster strikes when we discover the pilots have cocooned up and one transforms into a Lepetitsa right there in the cockpit. We crash land in Lanxiang and immediately run into Sherry Birkin and Jake Muller at the crash site. Before we can properly explain why Simmons is the bad guy, the Ustanak shows up. Jake jokes about the creature being like a clingy ex-girlfriend, and Leon welcomes him to the club of being perpetually hunted by BOWs. A burning tower crashes down, separating our groups. Through the chaos, we spot what looks like Ada entering a Neo Umbrella building. Chris agrees to handle Ada while we deal with Simmons. We find Simmons waiting for us at the Kunlun building in Kaohsiung with his armed goons. The building is one of several locations where the family maintains operations in Lanxiang. They've been taking advantage of foreign investment since the Chinese Civil War to establish facilities like the Vinci Medical Research Center and various safe houses throughout the city. Sherry and Jake show up, and Simmons tries to order Sherry to arrest us. When she questions whether he's really behind the terrorist attacks, he gives that classic villain response about it being for the benefit of the United States and global security.
Simmons!
Well, this is unexpected.
No! Wait!
Agent Birkin, impeccable timing. Kindly take these two into custody, won't you?
They said you were involved in the terrorist attack. Is it true?
What? Are they running down the street screaming it to anyone who'll listen?
Answer me!
It's for the benefit of the United States and global security.
Can't see how killing the president is good for the country!
The president's dead?
Well, we have Leon to thank for that.
God damn you, Simmons!
Dispose of them.
A firefight breaks out, but Simmons orders his men to hold fire on Jake and Sherry. He still needs Jake's antibodies. Before Jake and Sherry escape, she hands us a data chip containing critical information about Jake's antibodies compiled during their 6-month captivity. Remember, Neo Umbrella had been repeatedly extracting Jake's blood for both vaccine research and enhanced C-virus development. Here's where karma catches up with Simmons, as a Javo soldier walks up and injects him with a syringe before being gunned down. Simmons flees onto a moving train and we give chase. The enhanced C-virus transforms Simmons into various forms: a quadruped beast, a centaur-like creature, and eventually a massive fly monster. Unlike standard mutations, this enhanced strain allows multiple transformations, with his body splitting and fracturing while engulfed in flames. He rants about how President Benford's disclosure of Raccoon City would have collapsed U.S. authority and global political order. When Helena shoots him in the head, a family helicopter arrives but abandons him. They're pragmatic like that. With his infection and exposure, Simmons has become a liability they'll simply replace, as they've done with previous leaders who outlived their usefulness. Simmons falls off the train and gets crushed, and the train derails. We escape just as BSAA agents arrive to tend to survivors. But our relief is short-lived, as Hunnigan reports that Sherry and Jake have been abducted and taken to an underwater oil field 80 miles away. We arrive in the Tachi district near the Quad Tower complex, a 4-towered skyscraper built around an octagonal amphitheater where the BSAA had fortified and evacuated residents for safety. But then we see it, a missile heading our way. The missile explodes, releasing C-virus gas that turns everyone it touches into zombies. This is Neo Umbrella's contingency plan. The gas cloud consumes the entire district, including the Quad Tower with all those evacuated civilians and BSAA forces, turning them into zombies within minutes. We watch helplessly as the city descends into chaos. We quickly fill Chris in about Jake being Wesker's son. Chris agrees to rescue Jake and Sherry, then drops devastating news. Ada Wong is dead. Leon takes the news hard but stays focused on the mission.
Chris, listen to me. I need you to rescue 2 hostages from an underwater oil field. Agent Sherry Birkin and Jake Mueller.
It's Albert Wesker's son.
Wesker? Chris, he's got antibodies for the C-virus. I got it. On my way. Good, thanks.
Leon, wait. There's something I need to tell you. Ada Wong is dead.
Copy.
The destruction of Tachi marks the 3rd major civilian center destroyed in these global bioterrorist attacks of 2012-2013, following Adonia and Tall Oaks. We're looking at hundreds of thousands of casualties total, and the nightmare isn't over yet. After a huge blast rocks the city, we wake up surrounded by zombies when suddenly Ada's helicopter searchlight washes over us. We make our way through zombie-infested streets, watching BSAA soldiers who'd been stationed at the Quad Tower as a defensive position, now shambling around as infected. The Bioterrorism Security Assessment Alliance had deployed both North American and Far East branches to combat Neo Umbrella's attack, but the C-virus cloud that consumed Tachi District overwhelmed them all. Hunnigan urges us to evacuate, but we're heading to the Quad Tower to help trapped BSAA agents and survivors. The complex consists of 4 trapezoid-shaped skyscrapers built around an octagonal amphitheater with a silver obelisk at its center. We commandeer a helicopter, but when the pilot gets hit, we're spinning out of control. Leon's flight training from his time in the United States Air Force kicks in, but we can't prevent the crash. Inside the Quad Tower, we confront an injured but still dangerous Simmons. Ada flies over in her helicopter, and Simmons rants at her about taking Wesker's son and using his blood to make the virus stronger.
Back for more.
I know what you did. Ada! You disobeyed me. You took Wesker's son away! Use that bastard's blood to make the virus stronger!
That's what you get for trusting Ada Wong.
We make our way to the roof in an elevator while Helena finally addresses the elephant in the room, Leon's feelings for Ada. Before we can properly address their situationship, an explosion disconnects the elevator, forcing them to leap out. Simmons falls into the fiery depths below, screaming. Ada texts Leon that she's left a parting gift on the roof, crucial evidence from her investigation into Neo Umbrella and the family. On the roof, zombies block our path to a waiting helicopter. Simmons reappears, absorbing the infected biomass to grow larger and stronger, an ability unique to his enhanced C-virus mutation using Jake's antibodies. This final transformation turns him into a massive insectoid creature. We finally put Simmons down for good. He falls and gets impaled on a spike below, his blood spreading to form the Umbrella Corporation logo. Helena gets her closure for Deborah, who died a victim of the family's experiments. In the helicopter, we find Ada's data case containing evidence that proves Simmons' guilt, not just in the current attacks, but also his involvement in Raccoon City's destruction, his leadership of the family, and his manipulation of government resources for bioweapons development. Enough information to expose the family's centuries of manipulation from behind the scenes of global politics. Hunnigan calls with good news. They've found a way to defeat the virus using Jake's antibodies. His unique immunity, inherited from Albert Wesker, makes him the key to developing a vaccine. The data Sherry obtained contains research from 6 months of testing Jake's blood, enabling mass production of a C-virus vaccine. Later, we visit a cemetery where Helena places flowers on Deborah's grave. Neo Umbrella is defunct, though the family's full involvement remains hidden from the public. Helena is prepared to take responsibility for her role in breaching presidential security. She understands the gravity of her actions despite the coercion. But the investigating commission has reviewed the evidence and decided not to hold her liable for Simmons' crimes. They also won't be disclosing their findings publicly.
What? But I assisted in the attack.
The investigating commission have reviewed the evidence and feel it unjust to hold you liable for Simmons' crime. They will also not be disclosing their findings to the public.
But
the president would have done the same.
All right. Shall we go join the team?
Helena tosses Leon the case Ada left him for the next time he sees her, though deep down, we know Ada Wong will always remain just out of reach, appearing when Leon least expects it but needs her most. And that concludes Leon's campaign.
Another failure. Bring me another subject. Why do you think we had this lab built here in the first place? Just go outside. There's thousands of subjects to choose from. Tell Simmons that we're busy. I'm on the verge of solving this.
Are you refusing my orders? You're the one who chose me as a test subject, aren't you?
No, it was Simmons. He forced me to. Please, don't do this!
Our fourth and final campaign is that of the mysterious Ada Wong. We open on June 27th, 2013, in the depths of the northern Atlantic. Ada Wong, in a high-tech scuba suit, navigates through dark waters with only her headlights to guide her. A massive submarine looms into view, and we're about to begin our investigation into the conspiracy surrounding Ada's stolen identity. This is the real Ada Wong, 2 days before the bioterror attacks would begin in Tall Oaks and Lanshiang. Derek Simmons had contacted her with information revealing someone had been impersonating her. Through a flashback, we see Ada entering a dimly lit room during a storm, bolting the door behind her. A high-tech cube-shaped hologram starts ringing. It's Simmons. Ada had previously worked with Simmons on freelance missions when he abused his position as a high-ranking government official and leader of the family. Their working relationship became complicated as Simmons developed obsessive tendencies toward her, however, eventually leading Ada to cut ties with him. When he says it's been a long time, Ada replies, "Not long enough." Simmons claims he has intel that will greatly influence Ada's future. Someone has been impersonating her. Finally reaching a computer, Simmons calls to ask if Ada found anything interesting. When she mentions the recording from 6 months ago, he explains that tomorrow the US will suffer a bioterrorist attack. After that, China and then major cities around the world will suffer the same fate at the hands of Neo Umbrella's very own Ada Wong. Simmons is revealing that Neo Umbrella would launch attacks on June 29, 2013, starting with Tall Oaks, where President Benford would be assassinated, followed by Lanshiang. All attacks would be blamed on quote-unquote Ada Wong. We escape the sinking submarine in a torpedo, now understanding that someone impersonating us will be blamed for the upcoming bioterror attacks. The research lab beneath Tall Oaks Cathedral is where the family conducted their bioweapons research. Simmons is leading Ada there as part of his manipulation. Entering the research lab, Ada finds a large TV and VHS player with a videotape labeled "Happy Birthday, Ada Wong." Playing it, she watches as a woman who looks exactly like her emerges from a cocoon. This videotape shows the birth of Carla Radames from a chrysalid, the result of Project Ada's 12,235th experiment. Carla had been a brilliant researcher working for the family who became obsessed with Simmons. When Simmons manipulated her into becoming a test subject to recreate Ada Wong, she emerged as a perfect physical copy, but retained her own consciousness and deep hatred for what had been done to her. No wonder Leon is confused. He's been encountering Carla throughout the Tall Oaks and China incidents, believing she's the real Ada Wong. This explains the conflicting behavior of Ada seeming to help him at times, while also appearing to orchestrate the attacks. When Simmons calls to ask if Ada enjoyed the show, she reveals she's figured it out. The woman on the tape is the one behind Neo Umbrella. Ada deduces that her physical duplicate is the true leader of Neo Umbrella. Simmons created her, but she turned against him, using Neo Umbrella to destroy everything the family valued. Carla speaks through the device, confirming she wants to destroy the system Simmons and his family created, and the world will blame the real Ada Wong. If she wants a game, she'll get one, with the real Ada Wong.
Looks just like me. No wonder Leon is confused.
Enjoy the show.
Yes, it was quite revealing.
How do you mean?
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't it you on this tape, Ada? You're the one behind Neo Umbrella.
I
don't know what you're talking about. Simmons would never be foolish enough to show his cards. He and his family want one thing:
to stabilize and sustain the system they've created.
But you want to destroy it. And the world will blame you.
Ada sets time bombs and calls Simmons directly, ditching the pleasantries. She tells him his little doppelganger just revealed she has her heart set on destroying the world. Simmons is now realizing Carla has completely broken free of his control. His creation, meant to give him the Ada Wong he obsessed over, has instead become his greatest enemy. Ada hangs up, and the bomb detonates as she leaves, destroying the family's Tall Oaks laboratory as part of her effort to eliminate evidence while striking back at both Simmons and Carla. The next day, on June 30th, 2013, Ada's in Huaiyip, China, watching heavily armed BSAA soldiers from an elevated platform. Huaiyip is one of the districts in Lanxiang under attack by Neo-Umbrella forces. The BSAA's North American branch, led by Chris Redfield, is pursuing who they believe is Ada Wong, actually Carla. Chris is still driven by vengeance after Carla, posing as Ada, killed his team in Adonia 6 months earlier. When HQ reports Ada Wong heading south for the harbor, she quips they're throwing a party for her and she's not even there yet. From a rooftop, she watches a jet crash in the distance, likely the plane carrying Leon and Helena from the United States to China, sabotaged with Lepotitsa BOWs on board. Piers Nevins radios that Ada Wong is moving south toward the military port. Ada watches from afar as her doppelganger flees from the military in a red sports car. Taking one last look at Sherry and Jake, Ada hops on a speedboat and heads for the aircraft carrier adrift at sea. This carrier had been commandeered by Neo-Umbrella during their attack on Yuanmun Port, serving as Carla's mobile command center and housing missiles loaded with C-Virus for global dispersal. Ada really wishes she would stop running. They have so much to talk about. Boarding the carrier, Ada's immediately attacked by Neo-Umbrella Javo, distinguishable by their insect-like helmets and crimson body armor. A voice filters through the overhead speakers, her doppelganger speaking to Simmons about feeling it spreading through his body, giving him exactly what he gave her. Carla had just infected Derek Simmons with the enhanced C-Virus created from Jake Muller's antibodies. Her words reference how Simmons transformed her into Ada Wong through Project Ada, and now she's transforming him into a monster. She tells him he's becoming the monster he always was, and while his family may have shaped the world into what it is today, starting tomorrow it's all going to change. Carla's plan involves not just destroying the family's carefully maintained world order, but literally transforming humanity through global C-Virus dispersal. Ada enters an elevator wondering when she'll get to meet her doppelganger. Exiting, she catches a glimpse of Chris and Pierce before sliding into an adjacent room. Chris yells for Ada to stop. He and Pierce had boarded the aircraft carrier pursuing who they believe is Ada Wong, the woman who killed their team in Adonia. Ada locks the door behind her. They're barking up the wrong tree, but there's no time to explain. Avoiding bright spotlights on deck, Ada crawls through overhead vents and watches Chris and the others fighting Javo. In an office room, Ada finds a suitcase containing a sound recorder. Playing it reveals Simmons' voice discussing Project Ada. After 12,234 failed attempts to recreate Ada Wong, he manipulated Carla Radams, his brilliant researcher who was infatuated with him, into becoming the 12,235th test subject. Her genetic compatibility made the transformation successful, but she retained her consciousness and memories trapped in Ada's body. Finding a photo of Simmons with Carla, Ada finally gets it. She now understands the complete picture. Simmons' obsession with her led him to commit an unforgivable violation against Carla, who in turn orchestrated the bioterror attacks as revenge while ensuring Ada would be blamed.
No, that's not good enough! That's not Ada Wong! Why won't it work?
Combine the DNA sequence with the cocoon's biostructure.
Find another subject!
Use Carla for the next pass if she's a close match. Be careful what you say around her.
I don't want her catching on.
Yes.
Yes. This is it.
She may have left me, but now I have her back.
Happy birthday, Ada Wong.
Now I get it.
Hearing a gunshot outside, Ada exits just in time to see her doppelganger fall to the lower decks with a chest wound. Carla had just been shot by a family sniper from a helicopter after she infected Simmons. The family had decided to eliminate her as a liability after she betrayed them. Meanwhile, HQ Radio's Alpha team confirming the aircraft carrier is preparing to fire missiles on the mainland. Chris and Piers would attempt to stop the launch, ultimately succeeding in preventing most missiles, but failing to stop one that would release C-Virus over Tachi District. Ada picks up a gun and walks toward Carla's body. She doesn't condone her actions, but she understands them. Her hatred for Simmons drove her to tear down the world they created, but it was her conscience that saw her fail. Carla begins transforming into a monster. She claims she's the real Ada Wong and doesn't need help from anyone. Her plans aren't failing, but thriving, and soon the frail shell of society will collapse. After that, nothing will be left but hell and chaos, and she, Ada Wong, will be queen of the new world.
Your hatred for Simmons drove you to tear down the world they created. But it was your conscience, Carla, that saw you fail. After all, isn't that why you brought me into this? It's a shame. If you had only sought vengeance against Simmons alone, I would have helped you. Get over yourself. Help me? I'm the real Ada Wong. I don't need help from anyone. My plans aren't failing. They're thriving. And soon, this frail shell of a society will collapse.
The enhanced C-Virus she injected herself with as a final contingency causes a massive mutation. Carla turns into a white gooey creature that engulfs the ship's interior. Her large mutated face blocks Ada's exit while she screams about hating her and being the real Ada. Ada tells her she's nothing but a cheap knockoff at best. Rest in peace, Carla. Her final mutation has transformed her into a massive blob-like creature capable of consuming entire ship sections. After destroying the monster blocking her path, Ada tells her she tried so hard to destroy the world, and now she's destroyed her body. Hope it's what she wanted. Entering a helicopter and hovering above the ship, Ada notices a fighter jet taking off. Chris Redfield and Piers Navans heading to stop the C-Virus missile already launched toward Tachi. Ada will let them clean up Carla's mess while she takes care of Simmons. On July 1st, 2013, Ada flies through Tachi observing the damage flourishing at every corner. The C-Virus missile had detonated over the district, transforming civilians and BSAA soldiers who had taken shelter in the Quad Tower into zombies, part of Carla's Plan D contingency activated by her death. BSAA radio chatter confirms the place is done with BOWs everywhere. She wasn't joking about raising hell. Ada notices Leon and Helena fighting zombies on the street. Leon and Helena had been pursuing Derek Simmons to the Quad Tower. Simmons, infected with the enhanced C-Virus, was undergoing multiple dramatic transformations as he fought them. Ada lays down covering fire using the helicopter's mounted turret. Leon's surprised. Chris had told him Ada Wong was dead after witnessing Carla's apparent death on the aircraft carrier, not knowing there were two different women. Ada's beginning to feel like Leon's personal bodyguard. Enemy helicopters close in on Ada's position. After destroying several helicopters, including a particularly nice model she wouldn't mind having for herself, Ada heads to the tower. At the top of the Quad Tower, Leon and Helena point guns at a brutally injured Simmons. Simmons had undergone multiple mutations from a centaur-like form to a massive dinosaur creature, each transformation driven by the enhanced C-Virus created from Jake's antibodies. When Ada's helicopter arrives and spotlights him, Simmons accuses Ada of disobeying him, taking Wesker's son away, and using his blood to make the virus stronger. He still believes he's addressing Carla, not realizing the real Ada is in the helicopter. Simmons transforms into a large, grotesque flesh monster, then a massive fly-like creature that can scale the tower's exterior. Ada fires on him with her helicopter, while wishing Carla were here to clean up her mess. A BSAA military vehicle arrives to evacuate Leon and Helena as the monster gives chase. As the BSAA vehicle flips over with Leon and Helena climbing from the wreckage, Ada observes that all this tragedy happened for the love of a woman. She shines her spotlight on Leon and Helena, noting he can't stay out of trouble and is always one step behind. Flying off, Ada notes that Simmons and Carla have left a lot of misery in their wake, and she's gonna make sure it all ends here. Noticing groups of people trapped on rooftops and cornered by zombies, Ada decides to buy them some time. They've all seen enough senseless death for one day. Strafing from building to building, firing on zombies and helping survivors, Ada quips that she hopes they've got insurance. She'd like to do more, but carrying everyone out isn't an option. Landing her helicopter on a tower pad overrun by zombies, Ada clears the area and exits. Time to pick up the last of Simmons' mess. Ada zips to an adjoining building. The last item on the list is to eliminate all traces of the theft of her identity. She's destroying evidence of Project Ada and Carla's existence as her duplicate, ensuring her name will be cleared of the bioterror attacks. Watching Leon and Helena leap from a burning tower, Ada notes Leon's ever the survivor. No rest for the weary, though. Simmons is back. He's transformed into a massive fly-like creature, his final mutation driven by the enhanced C-virus. This form allows him to scale the tower's exterior and attack with projectiles. Fighting Simmons on top of a pedestrian bridge connecting the towers, Ada endures his deranged ranting. He claims she's finally come back to him, that they're destined to be together, that she was never as perfect as the real Ada. He says he made her so she must obey him, that every inch of her belongs to him, that she can't live without him. Ada tells him he's disgusting and sets things straight. She's not his little doll. In fact, the only thing she has in common with her is hatred for him. Ada acknowledges her shared sentiment with Carla. Both women despised Simmons for his violations against them, though Ada rejected him while Carla was forcibly transformed by him. When Leon and Helena move closer to the fight scene, Ada appreciates the gesture but tells Leon she's a big girl who can handle this on her own. Simmons continues ranting about how she was to be at his side when he sat on his throne, asking why she isn't obeying him, calling her his masterpiece and beautiful creation. Simmons reveals his delusions of grandeur. He saw himself as destined to rule through the family's shadow government, with his created Ada at his side. Simmons knocks Ada down and she loses consciousness. Leon jumps onto the bridge to defend her, telling her not to let it end like this and firing on Simmons. Simmons tells Leon to get away, that he's not half the man Ada needs, and that they'll be together forever. Ada wakes up, just resting her eyes, and tells Leon he shouldn't sleep on the job. She notes that Simmons doesn't take rejection very well. When Leon asks if there's backstory he should know, Ada says nothing worthwhile, keeping the details to herself as always. When Leon gets knocked toward the edge of the building and Simmons stomps on his hand, demanding he beg for his life, Ada says she'll pass. She drives a steel bolt through Simmons' body and shoves him off the building.
Leon!
Beg for your life. I'll pass.
Can't always get what you want, Simmons. Let's call this closure. You really should have.
Simmons falls into the raging flames below and burns to death, eventually being impaled on the obelisk at the center of the Quad Towers amphitheater, where lightning delivers the final blow. His death marks the end of his control over the family and his twisted obsession with Ada. Ada takes one last look at Leon, their eyes meeting from afar. She blows him a kiss and walks away. Walking through a high-tech hallway, Ada enters Carla's laboratory in the Quad Tower complex, where the family conducted C-virus research and likely where some Project Ada experiments took place. Activating a computer panel, Ada hears recordings of Carla casually talking about using Lanxiang's thousands of residents as test subjects. The family's facilities had been built specifically to exploit the dense urban population. In the next room, Ada watches another Ada Wong clone emerge from a cocoon in a glass box, one of potentially many backup attempts. She's beyond sympathy at this point, beyond humanity. She's eliminating all traces of Project Ada. Destroying the cocoon and lab with gunfire, the room explodes around Ada in flames. As she exits, Ada receives a call on her cell phone. It's a new job. She returns to her life as a freelance spy, her name cleared of the bioterror attacks thanks to the evidence she compiled and left for Leon. The world will know Derek Simmons and Neo Umbrella were responsible, not Ada Wong. And that brings us to the end of Resident Evil 6. Alright friends, let's now dive into Resident Evil 7 Biohazard, where we follow Ethan Winters on what starts as a desperate search for his missing wife and spirals into a nightmare in Louisiana. Released 5 years after Resident Evil 6, the game takes place in mid-2017 and represents a shift for the franchise, adopting a first-person perspective and returning to survival horror roots after the more action-focused previous entries. The game introduces us to the Baker family and a new bioweapon threat called the Mold. So, are you ready? Then let's get started. Our story kicks off with Ethan, a systems engineer, watching old videos of his wife Mia on his laptop. She'd been sending him sweet messages about finishing up a babysitting job and coming home soon. But then a new message appears. Mia looks exhausted and wounded, telling Ethan to stay away.
You were right. I did lie to you. I shouldn't have. All I can say is that if you get this, stay away.
Problem is, Mia's been missing for 3 years, so when Ethan gets her cryptic email directing him to the Baker farm in Dulvey, Louisiana, he does what any concerned husband would do and drives straight into danger.
Hello?
Hey, it's Ethan.
Oh, hey. You alright? You just disappeared the other night.
Yeah, no, I'm good. I'm good. It's Mia. She's not dead, she's alive. She's back.
They found her? How? What happened?
I don't know. Look, I don't know how, but she's back. She's back somehow. Maybe it's a prank, but she wants me to come and get her.
Where is she?
Dulvey, Louisiana.
Dude, it's been 3 years.
I know, but what if it is her? I have to find out what happened.
Now, for some background. Mia wasn't actually a babysitter. She worked for the Connections, a criminal organization that developed bioweapons. Her last job involved transporting a bioweapon disguised as a little girl named Eveline. Back in October 2014, their tanker ship, the Annabelle, got caught in a hurricane and washed ashore near the Baker property. Jack Baker found Mia and Eveline in the wreckage and brought them home, which turned out to be a terrible decision. You see, Eveline possessed mind control abilities through a mold-based infection. She quickly took control of the Baker family, Jack, his wife Marguerite, and their son Lucas. Only their daughter Zoe managed to partially resist. Under Eveline's influence, the Bakers started kidnapping people, either killing them or transforming them into creatures called molded through the fungal infection. When Ethan arrives at the seemingly abandoned Baker estate, he finds a VHS tape labeled Derelict House Footage. Watching it transports us into the perspective of Clancy Jarvis, a cameraman for a paranormal investigation show called Sewer Gators. The crew, anchorman Pete Walken and producer Andre Stickland, were filming episode 17 investigating the Baker guest house. Pete, a former weekend news substitute who constantly reminded everyone he used to be important, complains about everything from his ruined shoes to working with amateurs. The tape shows the crew breaking into the house and exploring. Andre wanders off and disappears mysteriously, and they later find him dead in the basement. Someone attacks them, and we hear terrifying screams before the recording cuts out.
You first. Need a nice hero shot of me coming down the ladder. So, you first. What do you see? What is it?
After watching, Ethan explores the same basement and discovers a list of names marked either dead or turned who were victims of the Baker family's 3-year killing spree. Over 20 people had gone missing in the area over the past 2 years alone. What locals thought were ghost sightings were actually glimpses of the infected Bakers or their transformed victims. The haunted house reputation worked in the family's favor, keeping most people away while drawing in paranormal investigators and thrill seekers who became easy prey. Poor Clancy's status on the list shows L, which stands for lived, meaning he survived the initial abduction. Ethan eventually discovers Mia locked in a basement cage. She's confused and terrified. She doesn't even remember contacting him and keeps talking about how daddy's coming. And no, she doesn't mean her actual father. She's referring to Jack Baker, who's become Evelyn's primary enforcer since the infection took hold.
Mia. Oh, thank God I found you. It's me. It's Ethan.
Ethan? Ethan?
Are you alright?
You shouldn't be here.
What do you mean? You contacted me.
No, I wouldn't. Did I? Did anyone see you? Did he see you?
He? Who else is here? What the hell's going on?
Daddy's coming. We need to go.
Mia's been under Evelyn's influence for so long that she's lost track of time, not even realizing 3 whole years have passed. As Mia leads Ethan through the house, desperately searching for an escape route she swears exists, we can see her fighting against Evelyn's control. She mentions how the family used to bring her food, suggesting she's been their prisoner for quite some time. But when she insists there's another door that's suddenly gone, we realize her memories are scrambled from the mental manipulation. Then comes one of the most disturbing sequences in the game. Mia transforms, attacking Ethan with a knife and brutally stabbing his hand. For a brief moment, she snaps back to normal, saying she can hear and feel Evelyn clawing back inside her mind. She even knocks herself out just to quiet Evelyn's voice inside her head. But we're not done yet. Mia gets back up in full zombie mode and literally throws Ethan through a wall. So Ethan decides to grab an axe and appears to kill his wife.
I can feel her clawing her way back inside of me. Get out! Leave me alone! I've been bad. I deserve this.
What the fuck are you, Mia?
Leave me!
Just as he's processing this trauma, the phone rings. It's Zoe Baker, the only family member who's maintained some free will despite the infection, and she tries to guide Ethan to safety through the attic.
You really shouldn't have come here.
Who's this? And what the fuck is going on?
My name's Zoe. There should be a way out through the attic.
Attic?
Go there. Now.
Of course, Mia's not actually dead. The mold infection grants incredible regenerative abilities. She returns, initially seeming normal before switching back to psycho mode, nailing Ethan's hand to a wall with a screwdriver and then sawing off his left hand with a chainsaw. As she stumbles away, she mutters something revealing about her real job, containing the outbreak and burning it all down.
It's my job. Must contain the outbreak. Gonna win. I promise. Must burn it all down.
After an intense chainsaw battle in the attic, where Ethan finally puts Mia down, again, Jack Baker shows up, punches our hero unconscious, and welcomes him to the family. How sweet.
Welcome to the family, son.
We get glimpses of Jack dragging both Ethan and Mia through the house, and amazingly, Zoe reattaching Ethan's severed hand with a stapler. Ethan wakes up at the world's worst dinner party. The whole Baker clan is there. Jack, the father, Marguerite, the mother, Lucas, the son, and what appears to be an elderly woman in a wheelchair.
Where am I? What the hell?
Rise and shine, sleepyhead. It's time for supper.
Who are all you people? Where's Mia?
The dinner scene perfectly showcases the family's deranged dynamic. Marguerite serves up what's definitely not a normal meal, aka human remains, Lucas mouths off, and Jack responds by chopping off his son's hand. Lucas's annoyed reaction of "not again" tells us this is just a casual evening at the Baker household. The hand immediately starts regenerating, demonstrating the incredible healing powers the mold infection provides. Jack starts carving up Ethan's face when the phone rings. Lucas complains it's probably that cop again. Turns out the local sheriff's department has been sniffing around due to all those missing persons reports.
God damn it! I'll bet it's that cop again.
Goddamn pigs! I'm coming back for you.
Jack storms off to deal with it, giving us a chance to escape. Breaking free from our chair, we explore the kitchen and find some interesting reading material. There's a book by Clive O'Brien, who ran the Bioterrorism Security Assessment Alliance, the organization that helped clean up after Umbrella Corporation's various disasters. We also spot a newspaper article about our friends from the Sewer Gators crew being officially missing. The hardware store receipt on the wall is particularly disturbing: 20 pet collars, rope, and saws. Clearly the Bakers were planning to entertain lots of guests. Jack Baker, by the way, wasn't always a cannibal psychopath. Before Eveline got her hooks into him, he was a former U.S. Marine who served in 1980 and inherited the family farm. He and his brother Joe were known for getting into scraps in their youth, but Jack settled down with Marguerite and had 2 kids, Lucas and Zoe. Lucas was always trouble, though, a gifted inventor with serious antisocial tendencies that earned him a reputation as the local bad apple. Soon enough, Jack catches up with us, armed with a shovel and absolutely furious about his ruined dinner party. He then chops off Ethan's leg, but then something bizarre happens. Jack pours some mysterious liquid on the wound, and Ethan can reattach his leg like it's no big deal.
You can do it.
What the fuck?
That liquid is actually a form of the mold that temporarily grants regenerative abilities. Little does Ethan know, this exposure is changing him in ways he won't fully understand until much later. After a game of cat and mouse, we finally reach a safe room, the laundry area where enemies can't enter. Zoe calls again, explaining that the device on our wrist is a genome codex that monitors health and infection status. She's been living in her trailer on the property, staying away from her murderous family while desperately searching for a cure to escape Eveline's influence. We find some family photos, including Jack and Marguerite's 25th anniversary picture from happier times, and a photo of Lucas looking like the troublemaker he's always been. There's also a mysterious photo from the Arklay Mountains dated 1991, the location site of the infamous Spencer Mansion incident where STARS members like Chris Redfield first encountered bioweapons. Then we meet Deputy David Anderson through a barricaded window. He's been investigating the missing persons cases, but thinks Ethan might be involved somehow. The poor deputy's skepticism is understandable. Law enforcement has been searching the area without finding concrete evidence of the Bakers' activities. He agrees to meet us in the garage, but only gives us a pocket knife for protection. Not exactly the arsenal we were hoping for, though.
Hey, wait. You gotta give me your gun.
You must have lost your mind.
Look, officer.
Deputy.
Right. Deputy. Now, do you want to see my name in the obituaries? Or do you want to be a hero and save my life? A fucking pocket knife?
Here. Take it. That's all you're gonna get. Now go. Garage. Now.
In the garage, just as the deputy starts interrogating Ethan, Jack appears and brutally murders the officer with his shovel, slicing half his head clean off. We grab the cop's gun and car keys, jumping into the vehicle to then ram Jack repeatedly with his own car while he laughs maniacally and taunts us about our driving skills. The car eventually explodes, setting Jack on fire, but even that doesn't stop him. His marine training combined with the mold's regenerative powers makes him nearly unstoppable. He then grabs Ethan, forces the gun under his own chin, and demands we shoot him. When we blow half his head off, he still gets back up moments later, fully healed and ready for more. After escaping Jack's garage rampage, we get a call from Zoe in the main hall. When we tell her that her daddy's dead, she seems impressed that we might actually survive this nightmare. She mentions needing our help with something, but hangs up before explaining. We then find more disturbing evidence of the ongoing tragedy. A newspaper details over 20 missing persons in 2 years, mostly tourists and homeless people. The reporter, Alyssa Ashcroft, is actually a survivor of the 1998 Raccoon City incident, so she knows a bioweapon disaster when she sees one. There's also a note from Jack telling Marguerite to move a captured hippie to the processing area. Jack's diary entries from October 2014 are particularly revealing. He starts off worried about normal stuff like reinforcing windows for an approaching storm. But after the hurricane passes, Lucas tells him about a huge ship that's washed up in the bayou. That ship was the Annabelle, carrying Eveline and Mia when it crashed. Jack, being a responsible citizen, planned to report it to the parish. Instead, he brought home a bioweapon that would destroy his family. We find another VHS tape labeled Mia and watch our wife's desperate attempt to record a message while hiding from Marguerite. The tape shows Marguerite ranting about opening her home and heart to Mia, demanding she accept Eveline's gift. During the chase, we catch glimpses of a young girl helping Marguerite hunt for Mia.
No! You don't fucking try to escape, you'll share the blame! There's no way out of there, Missy! Ah! Where do you think you're going?
Ethan, please help me. Ethan, help me.
After watching Mia's terrifying ordeal, we bump into Jack in the bathroom. He's casually bleeding from his exploded head while explaining how Eveline's gift lets him cheat death. He makes it crystal clear that we're completely screwed, then starts another chase sequence, and we escape through a secret passageway. Exploring further, we find photos of victims and a child's drawing, probably one of Eveline's creepy art projects. There's a list documenting their human trafficking operation, noting which victims successfully turned into molded and which ones were disposed of. Then we encounter our first molded, a grotesque creature that separates from the wall, gurgling black goo. These monsters are created when the mold assimilates human biomass, forming mobile colonies under Eveline's control. Basically, the bakers have been feeding people to the fungus to create an army of monsters.
What the?
We next find a heartbreaking note from someone named Travis to his girlfriend Courtney, explaining the house's main escape mechanism involves collecting dog head reliefs. He mentions feeling sick from the food they forced him to eat, probably human remains infected with mold. Poor Travis planned to grab a shotgun and go down fighting. Another note reveals Lucas locked someone in an incinerator with instructions about 3 A's and a handprint to open it. There's also a letter from Dr. Crawford Lang at Dulvey General Hospital, sent to Marguerite before her complete infection. He'd found fungus-like structures in her brain causing hallucinations and urged immediate treatment. Meanwhile, Jack continues stalking us through the house, at one point having a conversation with himself near the decomposing deputy. He's muttering about how he was supposed to be Eveline's father, but now she says someone else will be her father. Jack's jealous and threatened, as Eveline has started focusing on Ethan as a potential new father figure for her twisted family. This explains why Jack's so determined to kill us beyond just protecting Eveline. Eventually, Jack corners us in the basement and pushes us into a chainsaw arena. He grabs a chainsaw while quoting Evil Dead, so we grab a chainsaw of our own. The ensuing battle is pure chainsaw on chainsaw chaos, with Jack taunting us about running out of juice while regenerating from every wound we inflict. After defeating Jack with our chainsaw, we finally escape the main house and make it to the yard. We find a note from Zoe revealing her desperate situation. She's feeling her body getting weirder as the infection progresses, knowing she'll soon become like her parents. She can't run because Eveline would find out and punish her, and she mentions that Mia knows something about a serum that could cure the infection, giving her hope for escape. So Zoe calls us with crucial information. We're apparently the first person she's ever seen make it this far. She explains that her family's bodies are contaminated with the mold, and they literally can't leave the property without getting the infection out, and the same goes for Mia. The solution is a serum that can clear the infection as long as you haven't gone too far. She suspects her mother has hidden some in the old house near the water. When we enter, we find creepy drawings including flamethrower plans and a warning scrawled on the wall telling us not to go upstairs. There's also a painting called Venomous Predator, showing a butterfly caught in a web, which feels a bit on the nose given our situation. After assembling a flamethrower to burn through Marguerite's insect nests, we finally find Mia in the basement. But before we can have a proper reunion, Lucas shows up and grabs her, mockingly asking if he can borrow Mommy for a bit.
Ethan!
No more bullshit, Mia. I want some answers.
I know, you're right, and I always wanted to tell you, but I can only remember a little and the rest is just gone.
Dad, right? You mind if I borrow Mommy for a little bit? Don't you stand there. Do something!
Ethan, help!
Marguerite confronts us, and we see her unique mutation in action. Unlike Jack's straightforward regeneration, Eveline's infection caused Marguerite to develop control over mutant insects she calls her kitties. She's literally got a swollen insect hive in her abdomen that spawns these creatures. We then find a disturbing note from Marguerite to Zoe about staying away from her sacred altar, a place where she makes offerings to Eveline. Even through Eveline's control, the real Marguerite was trying to communicate with her daughter. After an intense battle where we defeat Marguerite, we discover what we need for the serum, a D-series head and arm. The D-series were earlier bioweapon prototypes created by the Connections before Eveline, who was designated E001. These D-series subjects were designed to look like young girls, just like Eveline, but were disposed of when the E-series proved more successful. Marguerite's diary reveals the timeline of her infection. On October 11, 2014, she starts experiencing ringing ears and insomnia after Eveline arrives. By October 15th, she's having hallucinations and nausea, even getting x-rays from a doctor in town. On October 23rd, Eveline gives her a present, the D-series arm we need for the serum. She hides it in a secret room on the second floor, viewing it as a sign of Eveline's trust that will lead them to happiness. At last, we fight Marguerite, who transforms into a grotesque insect hive creature with elongated limbs, crawling on walls and ceilings while spawning swarms of mutant insects from her swollen abdomen. We take her down by using the flamethrower to burn through her insect nests and targeting her exposed weak points while avoiding her insect swarms, eventually causing her to collapse and dissolve into the greenhouse floor. After defeating her, we use Marguerite's special lamp to access a sealed room. Inside, we find drawings labeled "My Family" with Eveline on the back, and notes saying something's wrong with her. We also find the mummified corpse of a D-series test subject, one of the earlier experimental bioweapons that preceded Eveline. These were artificially grown in laboratory conditions to appear as young girls, and we have to tear off its arm for the serum ingredient. After getting the D-series arm, we call Zoe, who promises we can make the serum and escape together. But when we reach her trailer, she's gone. Instead, Lucas calls to inform us he's given Zoe a timeout and has both her and Mia as his guests. He's got the D-Series head we need, but naturally there's a catch. We have to participate in his special activity.
I decided that Zoe needed a timeout. She and Mia are here with me. And they're keeping each other company.
Just let them both go. What do you need them for?
That's family business, Ethan, and not your concern, understand? Now, if you want the head, feel free to come by any time and I'll give it to you. But only if you participate in a little, activity I've put together just for you.
His first instruction is to check the fridge in the trailer, where we find the mutilated head of poor Deputy Anderson with a charming note calling him a pig and directing us to the dissection room. In the morgue, we find the deputy's body showing signs of rigor mortis and decomposition. Lucas has left a wooden sign challenging us to prove we're a real man by sticking our hand down the corpse's throat. We retrieve the snake key, and Lucas announces through loudspeakers that we'll need to find 2 key cards to join his party.
Sorry, buddy.
That pretty little thing will help you find the 2 key cards you're gonna need to join the party we're having over here. You gotta earn your way, Ethan.
While exploring, we discover some revealing artifacts. There's a photo of Eveline from May 2014, months before she arrived at the Baker farm in October. This confirms she was created in a lab by the Connections, not born naturally. We also find Jack's Marine Corps photo from 1980, explaining his combat skills and tactical knowledge that made him such a dangerous opponent even before the mold enhanced his abilities. We stumble upon a renovation contract from 1992 with Trevor and Chamberlain Construction for installing a shadow-activated doorway. Here's a fun fact. This company was founded by George Trevor, the architect who designed the Spencer Mansion from the first Resident Evil game. The man was famous for his elaborate puzzle mechanisms and secret passages, which explains all the weird architectural choices in the Baker house. Lucas's childhood diaries are disturbing. One entry casually mentions locking a kid named Oliver in the attic by remote control during what was supposed to be a birthday party. Days later, he notes it really stinks, and weird juice is dripping from the ceiling. Oliver had stopped yelling by then, though sometimes there was knocking from above. So yeah, Lucas killed a child and left the body to rot in the attic. And this was years before Eveline showed up, so the kid was always a monster. His engineering talents are evident from his trophy collection, robotics championships, and junior engineering contests. He even modified one trophy to contain the remote control for the attic trap, specifically to keep Zoe from finding it. We next find another VHS tape labeled Happy Birthday, showing what happened to Clancy, our cameraman friend from the sewer Gators. The tape shows Lucas forcing Clancy through an elaborate death trap disguised as a birthday party game. Lucas mockingly calls it, "I'd really like to make it out of this room alive and not die a horrible, painful death. So much for creativity." The puzzles involve retrieving items from a filthy toilet while a mechanical clown laughs maniacally and carves codes into Clancy's hand with a quill pen. Then everything ignites when Clancy places the birthday candle, burning him alive while Lucas wishes him happy birthday. Knowing what's coming from watching the tape gives us the advantage we need to survive the same trap. Finally confronting Lucas in his testing area, he puts on quite a show. He waves the D-Series head around while ripping out his own fingernails with pliers, demonstrating that not everyone wants to turn back the clock. He claims Zoe's stupid for wanting a cure, and that he doesn't want to go back to how things were before his father found Eveline and Mia. Lucas taunts us through his elaborate trap rooms, mocking us for destroying crates and giving us false password combinations for keypads. He treats the whole thing like a game show, complete with commentary about stepping up his game when we avoid his traps. Lucas then welcomes us to his barn fight arena with game show host enthusiasm, telling us to keep it clean despite having zero intention of playing fair. After killing a massive molded creature, Lucas dismissively comments that Fat Man was never his favorite anyway.
It's how you deal with hardships in life that makes you a man, Ethan. Gotta say, I'm impressed. Not only are you still alive, you have all your fingers and toes. Oh, I need a girlfriend real bad, Ethan. Can you help me find a girlfriend? Oh, need to break the fat man down. Fat man down. He was never my favorite anyway.
We find a note on the corpse with the code 1408 and an ominous text that reads, "You're next." Using the code, we end up locked in the same birthday party trap that killed Clancy. Lucas gleefully announces we just need to light the candle and put it on the cake, but armed with knowledge from the VHS tape, we solve the puzzle without triggering the fire trap. Lucas loses it, screaming that we were supposed to die. In the next room, we see Mia on a TV screen and hear a young girl's voice telling us they're just beyond the pier. Lucas appears on another screen, furious that we're not dead yet. Finally grabbing the D-Series head, we rush to the pier where we free Mia and Zoe. Zoe quickly synthesizes 2 doses of serum while warning that Jack and Lucas aren't far behind. Mia ominously announces that Daddy's coming, still partially under Eveline's influence. Then Jack makes his most dramatic entrance yet, bursting through the wall as a massive reptilian monster covered in black mold with multiple eyeballs across his body. He's furious at Zoe for plotting against him and taking away his new daughter, meaning Eveline, whom he's adopted into the family under her mind control. During the boss fight, Jack rants about being Eveline's father, how no one loves him, and how we're part of the family now. Despite his appearance, Jack retains his consciousness and personality. He can't die thanks to the mold's regenerative abilities, making conventional weapons useless. Zoe tells us to use the serum on Jack, which seems counterintuitive. Why cure the monster trying to kill us? But the serum containing D-Series antibodies doesn't heal him. It causes rapid calcification, essentially turning him to stone. It's the only way to permanently stop a highly mutated mold host, as their regeneration would let them recover from any other injury.
Cure him.
Are you all right?
Yeah.
Come on. Mia's waiting for us.
With Jack petrified, we reach the boat where we face an impossible choice: cure Mia or Zoe with our single remaining dose of serum. Zoe's been helping us this whole time, risking everything to guide us through her family's madness. But Mia's our wife, the whole reason we came to this nightmare in the first place. There's no magic third option here. 1 dose, 2 people, and someone's getting left behind. This is where the game splits into 2 different paths. Let's cover the first path, where we choose Mia and leave Zoe behind. Zoe bitterly accepts her fate, telling us this is her home and apparently she belongs here, refusing any promises of future help.
I had to use one of them. There's only one left.
There's only one left. There can't just be one left. What the hell are we gonna do now? It's fine. It was foolish thinking I could escape. But Zoe...
Go! Both of you just go!
Come with us. I'm sure there's someone who can help.
This is my home. Apparently I belong here.
I'll send help.
Don't bother. There won't be anyone left to help!
As Ethan and Mia escape by boat, Ethan demands answers about her involvement. Mia claims she honestly doesn't remember, which is partially true. Eveline's mind control has scrambled her memories. Then they spot an enormous tanker ship inexplicably sitting in the middle of the swamp. That's the Annabelle, the vessel that was transporting Eveline when she escaped containment in October 2014. A hurricane dragged it inland where it became partially buried in the bayou. Black slime, a physical manifestation of Eveline's mold powers, attacks their boat, flipping it and separating them.
What the fuck? What is that? What is that?
Mommy. This way.
As Mia drowns, she hears Eveline calling her mommy, directing her somewhere. See, Eveline was programmed to develop intense family bonds, particularly a mother-daughter relationship with her handler. Mia was assigned as that handler, becoming the focus of Eveline's obsession. Now here's what happens if we cure Zoe instead. Mia is heartbroken over the choice, despite Ethan's promises to send help. She screams that we were supposed to save her before stumbling away into the darkness.
No. I'm sorry. I really am. But Zoe will be able to guide the two of us to safety, and then I can come back for you.
Go! I don't want to hear it. Both of you just go!
Mia.
Go! My place is here. With her.
Don't be ridiculous.
You forget. I still have a job to do.
Zoe and Ethan escape together on the boat, and during the ride, she opens up about everything. She explains how Mia arrived with that little girl 3 years ago when the tanker crashed. How her daddy found them and brought them home, not knowing he was inviting a bioweapon into their lives. But mid-conversation, Eveline strikes back. She's furious that Zoe betrayed her. Black veins spread across Zoe's skin as she gasps that she won't let her leave. Within seconds, Zoe calcifies into a white stone statue right in front of us.
What the fuck?
Following either choice, Mia ends up on the wrecked ship and searches for Ethan while experiencing visions of Eveline, who refers to Mia as her mother. She sees terrified crew members discussing how someone killed everyone in the engine room. They're desperately searching for weapons, trying to escape from something that's hunting them.
They're dead. They're all dead. What is it? The engine room. What the fuck are you talking about? She killed them all. Fuck. What the hell is going on? We need some weapons. Is there any weapons on this ship? I don't know, but... Look, let's go this way. Maybe we can get out of here.
When the vision ends, we find a crew register listing the poor souls who were aboard. Captain Ed Carlisle, Chief Engineer Paul Fitzgerald, and various other crew members. We discover a corpse stuffed in a locker, someone who died hiding from Eveline's rampage. Disturbing messages are scrawled on the walls. She is not my child, and she's inside me. She's inside everyone. The Annabelle was an LNG tanker built in 1987, nearly 950 feet long. The Connections chose it specifically because cargo ships make excellent cover for transporting illegal bioweapons. Nobody questions another tanker crossing international waters. Another vision shows a crew member trying to calm what appears to be a little girl. Eveline kills him instantly, then shifts from vision to reality, asking Mia if she's remembering. When Mia asks what she is, Eveline just laughs and vanishes.
Settle down, little girl. Settle down.
Are you remembering?
What? What are you?
She reappears moments later, upset that Mia said they could be a family but now keeps running away. Eveline's tired of waiting and locks doors behind her with black slime, forcing Mia to take specific paths through the ship. Eventually, we find Eveline sitting by a TV with a VCR, demanding we watch an old videotape so we can remember and be a family. The tape is labeled Test Subject E001 and dated October 5th, 2014, during the hurricane that wrecked the ship. In the recording, we see Mia tending to Alan Droney, Director of Special Operations for the Connections, and her partner on the mission. Alan's dying from Eveline's infection, blaming himself for her escape during the storm. He gives Mia tissue samples and tells her to fix the disaster he caused.
You find her. You fix this.
Okay, Evie, where are you?
We find a document outlining their mission parameters. Mia and Alan were to transport Eveline to the Connection's Central American branch, posing as her parents to avoid suspicion. They were to monitor her vitals using a genome codex, the same type of device Zoe gave Ethan. If the mission was compromised beyond recovery, their orders were clear: dispose of Eveline. As we search the ship using a smartwatch locator to track Eveline, we discover massive piles of black vomit. Mia notes she's producing far more mass than her body should contain. Eveline's generating mold at an impossible rate, becoming increasingly unstable. Alan warns that they'll see more of her ugly friends if this continues, referring to the molded creatures she's creating from infected crew members. Using a blowtorch from their luggage to melt through a locked door, Mia finally makes contact with Eveline. The bioweapon, designated E01 as the first successful E-Series specimen, asks if Mommy is mad at her. She doesn't want to live at the lab anymore. She wants a house and wants Mia to be her mother. Mia agrees to play along, promising to be her mommy if Eveline comes back peacefully. But Eveline runs off, continuing to create more molded. The ship's emergency safety lockdown engages, triggered by the biological contamination spreading throughout the vessel. A desperate message on the wall reads Evie's upstairs, left by someone trying to help before they succumb to infection. When Mia tries to contact Alan, he doesn't answer. She soon finds him, but something's wrong. The infection has changed him, and we're about to see firsthand what happens when the Connection's perfect bioweapon decides she wants a family more than she wants to follow orders. Alan's condition deteriorates rapidly as we watch. Without the special treatments designed to stabilize Eveline, she's becoming increasingly unstable, which explains how she aged from a 10-year-old girl to an elderly woman in just 3 years. Alan mentions she's deteriorating, then bitterly jokes that it's good he's already dying. When he starts insulting Eveline, he suddenly waves his hands in the air apologetically. She's trying to take control of his mind. Despite Mia begging him to fight, black slime engulfs Alan as the mold completely overwhelms his body systems. He dies in agony, demonstrating what happens when Eveline decides to fully exert her control over someone who's already weakened by infection.
Trying to take control! You have to fight her! Eveline, stop! Stop right now!
Don't touch me, don't!
After Alan's death, Mia sits at a laptop and records the very message we saw at the beginning of our adventure, the one warning Ethan to stay away and forget he ever knew her. So Eveline's plan was always to use that message to lure Ethan to Louisiana, knowing he'd come looking for his wife. Right after recording it, Eveline appears and promises they'll be together forever before triggering an explosion that sinks the ship, and the tape ends with Mia drowning.
We'll be together forever.
Back in the present, Eveline asks if Mia remembers now. When Mia confirms she does but refuses to be Eveline's family, the bioweapon decides she doesn't need her anymore. We find an empty case with a partially legible note about E-necrotoxin, the substance specifically designed to destroy E-Series bioweapons like Eveline. We'll need to synthesize this later using Eveline's DNA sample. Using still functioning security cameras, Mia tries to locate Ethan while dealing with Eveline's constant harassment. The bioweapon grabs her hand, calling her a liar before disappearing. Just another hallucination designed to break Mia's will. We find various documents that piece together the tragedy's timeline, including a note from the ship's electrician about needing cables from the sickbay, and a magazine mentioning it's been 16 years since Raccoon City's destruction in 1998. A particularly revealing letter from crew member Jim Stockman describes the suspicious passengers, a couple with a little girl who claim to be relatives of the captain. Jim notes how the father gave him nasty looks when he tried talking to the child, and how the captain had previously said he had no relatives. We now know this was Alan and Mia posing as Eveline's parents to maintain their cover during transport. Giovanni Finetti's diary provides a first-hand account of the infection spreading through the ship. He heard a little girl laughing while half asleep, then witnessed his crewmate Clark being eaten by a black monster with shark-like teeth, one of the first molded creatures Eveline created from the infected crew. The poor man died huddled in the bunk room, too terrified to venture into the passageways filled with monsters. Eventually, Mia finds both Ethan and Eveline, with Ethan glued to the wall by black slime. Eveline infects Mia with her gift, and suddenly we're experiencing something interesting. A vision within the mold network itself, a mental space where infected individuals can communicate. Jack Baker appears to us, but not as the murderous patriarch we've been fighting. This is Jack's true self, freed from Eveline's influence within this mental realm. He explains he was never a killer, nor were Marguerite, Lucas, or Zoe. Everything changed when he found Eveline near a busted tanker in the bayou after the hurricane. He describes how she forces her way into your mind and soul, creating a connection you can't resist. You become a different person, but some part of you remains aware of the horrors you're committing. Jack reveals that Eveline just wants a family of her own and begs Ethan to find her and stop her to free the Baker family from their nightmare.
Listen, the girl just wants a family of her own. She's the key, all right? You find her, and you stop her. Ethan, free my family. Please.
We snap back to reality hearing Mia arguing with Eveline. The bioweapon claims she can make Ethan love Mia, but Mia refuses her help. Mia manages to free Ethan from the black slime through sheer force of will, love for her husband temporarily overcoming Eveline's control. She gives him something crucial, Eveline's tissue sample that Alan had given her, and pushes him out of the cabin, locking herself inside.
Mia, how?
There's no time. You have to get out of here and find her. Here, take this.
What? Wait, what are you doing? What are you doing?
Saving your life.
If we chose Mia at the boathouse, she tells him to go kill Eveline while she can still resist, knowing she won't be able to fight Eveline's influence much longer. Mia successfully holds on, and we won't see her again until the rescue. If we chose Zoe at the boathouse, Mia succumbs to Eveline's control and violently attacks Ethan when he tries to save her. This triggers the game's most emotionally brutal sequence, a boss fight where Ethan must kill his own wife. Armed with just a crowbar found on the engine room floor, we have to block Mia's savage attacks and counter with lethal force. There's no coming back from this. We literally beat Mia to death with that crowbar. It's permanent. Afterwards, we head through the swamps toward the abandoned Abercrombie salt mine. The mine has quite a history. Back in 1892, it employed most of Dulvey Parish until deadly collapses made it too dangerous to operate. A note from that time mentions workers Twan and Beckford dying in a collapse, with the company's solution being to make everyone work double shifts instead of sending replacements. Fast forward to 2014, and the Connections converted parts of the abandoned mine into a secret research facility for monitoring Eveline and continuing their bioweapon development. We overhear Special Forces chatter on the radio. Alpha Team reports 0 survivors at the Baker property, but found encrypted messages from Lucas to an unknown third party. Bravo Team's heading to the mines to investigate, with shoot-to-kill orders for Eveline.
We've had reports he's in the abandoned mine south of the property. I'm gonna go have a look. Roger that. We'll meet you at those coordinates. If you encounter Eveline, orders are shoot to kill. Repeat, shoot to kill.
Inside the mine, we discover Lucas's emails to the Connections on a laptop, and they're incredibly revealing. In January 2015, just months after Eveline arrived, Lucas received a serum that freed him from her mind control while keeping his regenerative abilities. He's been playing double agent ever since, pretending to be under her influence while reporting back to the connections. He mocks Eveline for being as stupid as she looks, notes that Mia's stuck between EV La La Land and reality, and complains about cleaning up after each new victim the family kidnaps. His September 2016 email is particularly important. He mentions Eveline's getting wrinkly skin and gray hair, aging rapidly without her stabilizing treatments. She's deteriorating about 25 times faster than normal humans, transforming from a 10-year-old girl to an elderly woman in just 3 years. We find detailed infection reports explaining how the mold works. Initial infection grants remarkable regenerative abilities. Test subjects could reattach severed limbs in minutes. Mid-stage infection brings hallucinations and mind control as the mold reaches the brain. Complete infection results in physical mutations and incredible strength. The documents casually note that containing a subject at that stage would be extremely difficult. Photos document E-necrotoxin testing on infected subjects, vomiting at 5 minutes, death at 10, and complete cell calcification at 12. We use Mia's tissue sample to synthesize the toxin, following instructions to stimulate it by adding Eveline's cells to the container. A heavily redacted report reveals the project's origins. Started in 2000 as part of the NextBaz initiative, it received technical assistance from HCF, Albert Wesker's paramilitary organization that competed with other bioweapon developers after Umbrella's collapse. The goal was creating bioweapons that could turn enemy combatants into allies rather than simply killing them. They discovered a remarkable fungus with vicariant evolution properties they called the mutamycete, introduced its genome to human embryos, and cultivated them for 38 to 40 weeks. Series A through D were failures. Eveline was the first successful E-Series specimen designed to look like a 10-year-old girl for easy infiltration of refugee populations. The report explains that Eveline secretes mutamycete at will, controlling victims through discrete stages. First come hallucinations of a normal little girl wanting companionship. Then she makes increasingly extreme demands, including self-mutilation and violence. The psychological shock breaks down mental barriers, allowing complete brainwashing once the infection spreads throughout the body. As we navigate the caves, Eveline sends molded creatures after us while we experience flashbacks to earlier encounters with Mia. We see the moments when Eveline was pulling the strings, making Mia attack us, manipulating our perceptions, trying to force us into her family. She screams that if we won't be her daddy, we can die.
It fucking hurts!
He doesn't want to be my daddy? Then he can die.
Fighting through more hallucinations of Mia, who struggles against Eveline's control while begging us to forget about her and destroy everything, we finally reach the attic. There sits Eveline, and we inject her with the E-necrotoxin. The light flashes, and she transforms into, surprise, Granny Baker! The elderly woman in the wheelchair was Eveline all along, aged beyond recognition without her treatments. She cries, asking why everyone hates her before beginning to decompose.
No, you don't! No, don't! No! No, no, no!
You.
Why does everyone hate me?
Her death triggers a final transformation. The entire house becomes a colossal monster of black mold. We fight desperately, down to our last bullets, when military forces finally arrive. A soldier removes his mask, introducing himself as Redfield. That's Chris Redfield, founding member of the BSAA and protagonist of the original Resident Evil.
I'm Redfield. I'm glad we found you.
The ending depends on our choices throughout the game. If we cured Mia on the helicopter, we're reunited with her, who survived after all. As we fly over the Louisiana bayou, Ethan reflects on the night's events. The Bakers were victims too, turned into monsters by Eveline's desperate need for family.
Mia, you made it. I'm glad.
Did I?
If we cured Zoe, then Ethan sits alone in that helicopter, watching Mia's old video message on his phone, the happy one from before all this started, then throws the phone out into the Louisiana night. His final monologue acknowledges the Bakers were victims too, but there's no talk of starting over, just regret and the weight of choosing wrong.
I gotta get back to work. I love you, Ethan. I miss you so much. I'm sending tons of kisses. Bye, baby.
Goodbye.
In reality, the Mia ending is canonical and leads directly to Resident Evil Village, where Ethan and Mia have relocated to Europe with their infant daughter Rose. But that's a story for next time. And that's a wrap on Resident Evil 7 Biohazard.
I had just come to terms with losing Mia. But now she's back and wants to start over. Put all this behind us. Maybe this is where the next door opens.
Let's next cover Resident Evil Village, where we continue our journey with Ethan Winters into a mysterious snow-covered village in Eastern Europe. Released in 2021, Resident Evil Village takes place 3 years after the Baker House incident, as Ethan's peaceful life with his wife Mia and baby daughter Rosemary is shattered when Chris Redfield suddenly appears and sets dark events in motion. The game introduces us to the Four Lords, including the infamous Lady Dimitrescu and their leader, Mother Miranda, whose century-old experiments connect all the way back to the founding of Umbrella Corporation itself. So, are you ready? Then let's go. We open with Ethan Winters recapping the nightmare that was the Baker House incident from 3 years ago. Our protagonist was just a systems engineer from LA who drove to Louisiana after getting an email from his missing wife, Mia. Turns out the email was actually sent by Eveline. The BSAA covered everything up as a gas leak, and now we're ready for round 2 of traumatic adventures. The story kicks off with what seems like domestic bliss. We see Mia reading a creepy fairy tale called Village of Shadows to baby Rose, their 6-month-old daughter. The story's all about a girl who gets trapped by monsters and a witch. Definitely not age-appropriate bedtime material, but Mia insists it's a local tradition. The tale actually comes from the Eastern European mountain village where they now live, and it'll pop up later as puzzle elements. The Winters family has been living under BSAA witness protection in Eastern Europe since the Baker incident. Ethan's undergone military training, courtesy of Chris Redfield, though he's still jumpy about everything that happened.
There. She's asleep.
What is with the creepy story? She's only 6 months old.
Woman at the store said it was traditional. A local tale. Besides, Rose doesn't seem to mind.
Because she doesn't understand it. Thank God. We moved here so that she wouldn't have to deal with any of that, remember?
There's nothing wrong with my memory. You're just being paranoid.
It's not... Never mind. I'm sorry. But I'm not paranoid. I'm just cautious.
We explore their cozy house, finding medical records for Rose, old newspaper clippings about the Dulvey gas leak, and Ethan's journal entries about his arguments with Mia. Dinner takes a catastrophic turn when Chris Redfield and his Hound Wolf squad burst in and pump Mia full of bullets right in front of Ethan. Chris, who's grown distrustful of the BSAA after they covered up the Baker incident, had commandeered his elite squad without HQ approval. The squad grabs Rose and knocks Ethan out when he tries to fight back. Their mission objectives are clear: eliminate the target, secure the body, and transport the Winters family to safety.
Everything's gonna
Seriously? Think we can just forget about what happened in Louisiana?
It happened so long ago. I don't understand why you are so...
Mia, get down! Mia! Chris? What the hell?
Sorry, Ethan.
No!
Ethan then wakes up in the snow next to a crashed transport vehicle and dead soldiers. Something went terribly wrong during transport. The armored vehicle is wrecked and our escorts are very much dead. He finds himself in an isolated Eastern European mountain village that has quite the history. This place has existed for millennia, with medieval folklore suggesting it was once the heart of an ancient kingdom ruled by the Four Kings. The village is in ruins, with most of the population having been slaughtered by lichens, werewolf-like mutants created when villagers got infected with the Kato parasite. We see Castle Dimitrescu looming in the foggy distance, a 15th century medieval fortress built under Duke Cesare, one of the 4 founders of the village. Ethan stumbles through abandoned houses filled with blood spatters and severed goat heads until he meets Grigori Stan, one of the few survivors who's been hiding and arming himself against the monsters. Grigory gives him a gun before immediately getting yanked through the ceiling by a lichen, leaving Ethan as the sole human survivor in this part of the village.
No! Friendly! Friendly!
Who are you? Who sent you?
Nobody. There was an accident down the road and...
Take it! Take it!
Hey, are you listening? Hey!
A pale arm then bursts through the floor and grabs Ethan's leg, but the creature decides to retreat for now. When Ethan turns on his flashlight, he discovers a pile of corpses in front of him. The beast comes back, a humanoid creature with pale skin and ashy hair that moves with terrifying speed. It sinks its teeth into Ethan's arm and bites off 2 of his fingers. The wall behind him breaks and he tumbles into the snow. These are lichens, villagers who became infected with the Kato parasite but weren't suitable vessels for Miranda's experiments, so they turned into wolf-like monsters instead. After pumping bullets into the creature to bring it down, Ethan barricades himself in another house. The monsters attack in waves, and just when things look hopeless, a radio crackles to life. It's a woman named Louisa who is calling any survivors to her house near the fields.
Hello. If there are any survivors out there, come to Louisa's house near the fields.
Survivors?
Following more blood trails and fighting through more lichens, Ethan finds himself face to face with Arias, a massive troll-like creature with a war hammer who used to be the village chief before the Kato turned him into Miranda's enforcer. The fight on the rooftops is intense. We're dealing with lichens climbing up, arrows flying, and even some arriving on horseback with spears attached to murdered villagers. Just when it seems like Ethan's about to meet his end, bells ring out from Castle Dimitrescu, and all the creatures suddenly retreat. An old woman with a staff appears in the distance. The old woman starts rambling about Rose being in great danger and how Mother Miranda brought her to the village, plunging them into darkness. She mentions the castle bell heralding danger before closing the gates and leaving Ethan with more questions than answers.
Hey, can you hear me?
It's you, the child's father.
Child? Hey, wait. Do you mean Rose? Is she here?
Rose! Rose, yes. She is in great danger. Since Mother Miranda brought her to the village, we have fallen into darkness.
What are you talking about? The monsters?
The castle bell heralds danger. They're coming!
No. Wait. Where's Rose? Who's Mother Miranda?
The bell tolls for us all. They're coming again!
Following clues about survivors, Ethan finds Elena and her father, Leonardo, hiding in a barn. Leonardo's been attacked by lichens and has lost a lot of blood. Elena mentions everyone's holed up in Louise's house, so Ethan helps them get there.
Calm down.
Who's this?
A friend!
Stay back.
Father! For God's sake, Julian, let us in!
No, they'll smell the blood. You'll endanger us all.
My father will die out here!
That's not my problem.
What's going on?
These people want to let a dying man into our home.
Come now, these people are our friends. Go on, go inside. Come now, this way. You're not from this village.
No. I'm Ethan.
Julian, go make yourself useful and check the grounds. I said go! Well, if Elena trusts you, then so do I. Come inside, Ethan.
At Louise's house, we meet the last survivors of the village. Julian, the paranoid guard, Anton, the angry drunk, Sebastian, who lost an eye and got crippled, and Roxana, who's mourning her dead husband. Louise's husband went to get help but never returned. Probably liking dinner by now.
This house has protected my family for generations. And drunk or not, you are all welcome and safe in here.
Whatever. Can someone please tell me what the hell is going on here?
We don't know. One day we were a quiet, devout village, and the next, the monsters came and attacked us.
The group gathers for a prayer to Mother Miranda and the Black God, showing how the village converted from Christianity to paganism under Miranda's century-long rule. Things go south fast when Leonardo transforms after the prayer circle, dropping an oil lamp and setting the house on fire. He kills Louisa with a machete right in front of everyone. Elena tries to save her father but ends up shooting him with a shotgun when he attacks. The burning house collapses, and Leonardo manages to kill Julian, Anton, Sebastian, and Roxana before the whole place goes up in flames.
Elena, no! There's nothing you can do!
Papa!
This entire place is collapsing! You couldn't save him. He was already gone.
Leave me alone!
No, we're getting out of here. Together.
We then see Ethan and Elena trying to escape the burning house. Elena starts talking about how kind Ethan is and hopes his family is safe, which is touching but also setting up for tragedy because this is Resident Evil and we can't have nice things. Just as they're about to escape through a window, burned Leonardo shows up again. Elena thinks she hears him say her name and runs toward him, but the floor gives way and she falls into the fire trying to reach her transformed father. Another one bites the dust, leaving Ethan completely alone and understandably frustrated about everyone dying around him.
Come on! Give me your hand!
Ethan, go! Save your daughter!
Elena, don't give up! Reach for me! God damn it! Why is everyone dying on me?
After punching a window in frustration, Ethan grabs the demon crest from the altar using his newly acquired screwdriver. He opens the gate and witnesses someone with a circular thing behind their head, effortlessly murdering a villager. The circular formation is actually 6 black wings that can be manifested from mold infection, though we don't know who this mysterious figure is yet. The old woman with the staff shows up again, cackling about death visiting everyone. Ethan uses both crests to open the door to Castle Dimitrescu, which has been associated with violence for centuries. The Dimitrescu family had a nasty habit of murdering and mutilating local peasants since medieval times, and under the current ownership, villagers get captured, tortured, and drained of blood for wine production. Ethan then enters the castle's wine cellar where he meets a charming fellow with a hammer and sunglasses. This is Karl Heisenberg, one of the 4 lords and descendant of one of the village's founding families. He's got electromagnetic abilities from surviving the Cadeau experiments and runs a factory where he conducts his own twisted experiments. Heisenberg throws metal at Ethan, stabs him, and then drags our handcuffed hero to a family meeting.
Well, well. Didn't think anyone was left. You must be pretty tough. Huh.
Who the fuck are you?
Oh, you're not local. Even better. Mother Miranda's gonna love you.
We're next introduced to the Four Lords properly, Lady Dimitrescu, who stands at nearly 9 feet 6 inches tall, Donna Beneviento, a mentally troubled doll maker who speaks through her puppet Angie, and Salvador Moreau, who underwent severe physical mutations and looks like what happens when you fail a science experiment spectacularly. They're arguing over who gets to kill Ethan, which is flattering in a twisted way. Mother Miranda, the woman with the wing situation, settles the argument by giving Ethan to Heisenberg. Lady Dimitrescu is not pleased, leading to some quality bickering where Heisenberg tells her to shut her hole and she calls him a child.
Quiet now, child. Adults are talking.
I'm the child. You're the one who's arguing with Miranda's decision.
You wouldn't know responsibility if it was welded
to
keep
drawing. One day your head might actually fit your ego.
Hey, don't I get a say in this?
Silence!
My decision is final. There will be no argument. Remember from whence you came.
Thank you.
The show involves Ethan running for his life through trapped caves, while lichens chase him, and Heisenberg provides color commentary. We get moving ceilings with spikes, giant shafts trying to impale our hero, and Heisenberg calling Ethan fresh American ground beef. After barely surviving this deadly game show, Ethan escapes and makes his way to the castle entrance where he meets the Duke, an extremely obese merchant who somehow appears everywhere and has business arrangements with Lady Dimitrescu.
I've been waiting for you, Mr. Winters.
How do you know my name?
Anyone who is anyone has heard of the likes of you. A hero searching for his daughter. Though I must say, that castle arouses suspicion.
Yeah, and so do you.
I am but a humble merchant.
Here?
Oh, forgive my manners. Call me the Duke. Now to business. Weapons, ammunition, healing salves, anything you desire, I can provide.
We then see Ethan entering Castle Dimitrescu proper. The architecture dates to the 15th century, built under Duke Cesare's supervision, with high Renaissance concepts and Baroque ornamentals added later. Everything's kept dark with thick curtains because the residents aren't fans of sunlight. We learn about Norstein's labyrinths, 4 puzzle boxes created by a 19th century craftsman who put his crystallized wives inside them before shooting himself. Ethan's examining the decor when flies start swarming and forming into 3 women, which are Lady Dimitrescu's daughters Bella, Cassandra, and Daniela. They're actually experiments created with the Cadeau parasite, which can dissipate into fly swarms. The daughters drag Ethan to meet their mother, who licks his blood and declares it's stale.
Mother, I bring you fresh prey.
You are so kind to me, daughters. Now, let's take a look at him. Well, Ethan Winters. You escaped my little brother's idiot games, did you? Let's see how special you are.
Yes, Mother.
Yes, Starting to go a little stale.
Then let's devour his man-flesh quickly, Mother.
Lady Dimitrescu hangs Ethan from hooks in the ceiling, planning to inform Mother Miranda before letting her daughters feast. But our boy pulls himself off the hooks thanks to his regenerative abilities and starts exploring the castle. We find the Duke again, who suggests checking Lady Dimitrescu's private chambers for Rose. The castle's winemaking history gets dark when we learn about Sanguis Virginis, Maiden's Blood, which is literally made with blood from murdered villagers. The castle's torture chambers drain village women's blood to create this exported wine, continuing a medieval Dimitrescu tradition of mixing blood with grapes. The buyers have no idea what they're really drinking, which is probably for the best. We then join Ethan, who is exploring the second floor when flies start getting under his skin, literally bursting out of his hands. One of the daughters is hunting him, talking about how she hasn't cut open a man in a while. Ethan escapes by falling through a hole into the basement, where he finds diary entries from a maid in 1958 describing her terror at working in the castle. The poor woman opened a window during dinner, and all 3 daughters shrieked at her to shut it, revealing their critical weakness to cold temperatures. Below 50 degrees Fahrenheit, the flies that compose their bodies enter a dormant state, making them vulnerable to conventional weapons. Bella, the eldest daughter, corners him in a room. She's going on about warm, wet blood when Ethan pulls a clever move. He doesn't shoot her, he shoots the window behind her. Cold air bursts in, burning her pale skin. She attacks him with her sickle while slowly turning to stone, eventually crumbling into crystal.
This can't be! How dare you bare your teeth at us! Ugh, I don't believe it! Give up!
After some puzzle solving involving wine bottles and secret passages, Ethan runs into Cassandra again. This time, he lures her to a crack in the wall, sets a mine, and the explosion lets in that deadly cold air. She gets the same treatment as her sister, shotgun blasts while she's solidified, then crumbling into crystal while calling him names. Meanwhile, Lady Dimitrescu is having a breakdown. We hear her smashing furniture and screaming about what Ethan's done to her daughter. She takes a phone call from Mother Miranda about a ceremony. Dimitrescu hangs up, declares to heck with the ceremony, and smashes her dresser against the wall. Ethan sneaks into her room and finds her diary revealing her resentment toward the other lords, especially Heisenberg. Despite her noble lineage and aristocratic pretensions, Miranda treats her the same as everyone else, which really grinds her gears. Lady Dimitrescu's extreme height of 9'6" comes from her Kato mutation combined with a hereditary blood disease. She needs regular consumption of human blood and flesh to maintain her regenerative abilities. Dimitrescu catches Ethan in her room and goes full rage mode, throwing him around while ranting about him putting his filthy man hands on her daughters. She punches him through the floor, which is impressive and terrifying. What follows is a cat-and-mouse chase through the castle's under-construction areas.
Oh, shit.
There you go. All this for a child who isn't even here.
What the hell do...
You ungrateful, selfish wretch! You come into my house! You lay your filthy man hands on my daughters! And now you even try to steal my property! How dare!
At one point, she cuts off Ethan's entire hand with her retractable blade claws. Our boy just picks up his severed hand, douses the stump with healing solution, and reattaches it like it's no big deal. Daniela, the youngest and most violent daughter, meets her end when Ethan opens a hatch to let in cold air. She dies asking why he's doing this, calling it all a dream.
Don't you love me? I don't want to die.
I'm sick of bugs.
With all 3 daughters dead, Ethan collects the 4 masks needed to escape: sorrow, pleasure, joy, and rage. The confrontation happens in the Tower of Worship, the family crypt. Ethan finds the Dagger of Death's Flowers, a medieval weapon coated in poisons designed to kill demons and monsters. Lady Dimitrescu catches him, stabs him through the stomach with her claws, but he manages to stab her with the dagger. The poison overcomes her regenerative abilities, forcing her into a desperate transformation. She becomes a massive dragon-like creature, her true mutated form with wings emerging from what used to be her human torso. The boss fight takes place across the castle towers, with Dimitrescu ranting about how Rose is their only hope and belongs to them now. The final stage happens at the tower's top, where Dimitrescu's enormous weight breaks through the floor. They both fall, but Ethan lands on her and survives while she turns to stone and crumbles like her daughters. Her last words are about how he'll never see Rose again.
I will take all of you!
Ethan then finds Crystal Dimitrescu on her corpse and, more importantly, a strange flask. Lady Dimitrescu's death marks the end of the Dimitrescu family line and centuries of tyrannical rule over the village. Ethan next heads through caves to meet the old woman with the staff again, who's reciting prayers about Mother Miranda. When Ethan asks what's going on, she cryptically asks how a man can be almost dead. She mentions the child will be sacrificed, life for life, and talks about the crests of the 4 bloodlines opening paths. Ethan finds carvings on the wall showing symbols for each house. A monster head for Dimitrescu, a mermaid for Moreau, a horse in a horseshoe for Heisenberg, and the sun and moon for Beneviento. In the center is what looks like the Umbrella logo, though it's actually much older than the corporation, representing the village's ancient kingdom and the Black God. Spencer would later base the Umbrella Corporation logo on this ancient symbol he saw in the village caves with Miranda. At the ceremony site, we see massive stone slabs with 2 kings on thrones, remnants of the 4 kings who mysteriously disappeared with their entire population millennia ago. Ethan makes his way to an altar where the Duke has conveniently set up shop again. The Duke drops a bombshell, telling Ethan he's holding his daughter in his hands. Ethan starts cleaning the dirt off the flask and sees the inscription, Rosemary W. Head. The Duke explains that Rose has been dismembered and crystallized, with her parts distributed in 4 flasks among the 4 lords. But her essence is intact because her powers are unique. She's basically made entirely of mold-replicating human DNA, born to 2 mold-infected parents, which lets her survive being turned into crystal chunks. The Duke helpfully marks the lords' locations on Ethan's map. Ethan explores the village more, finding a Hound Wolf Squad operation log in the Church of Miranda. The log from February 9th, 2021 shows Chris's team searching for Ethan and Rose, with squad members Night Howl and Umber Eyes analyzing mold samples while Chris himself infiltrates the factory. There's also an eyewitness account describing how Miranda turned Rose into white crystal and distributed the pieces to the lords. After some ingredient gathering and cooking with the Duke, Ethan heads to House Beneviento through a snowy forest decorated with hanging dolls and bloodstains. Upon arrival, House Beneviento is surrounded by yellow mold-infected flowers that release hallucinogenic pollen, allowing Donna to manipulate visitors' perceptions. Ethan starts seeing visions of Mia telling him Rose feels different and that everyone leaves her. He finds a grave marked for a Beneviento who died in 1996 at age 9, likely Claudia, either Donna's sister or daughter. The Beneviento family fell apart over the 20th century, with Donna's parents taking their own lives when she was still a child. The mansion seems empty at first, but when Ethan finds Angie the doll holding a flask in the basement workshop, things get weird fast. The lights go out, the doll disappears, and suddenly all of Ethan's weapons are gone, part of the hallucination. He has to solve puzzles using a life-size doll, finding his and Mia's wedding date inscribed inside a blood-covered ring, and arranging film strips about their family life. The house starts playing with Ethan's memories through radio transmissions of Mia's voice, drawing from his subconscious knowledge that she was keeping secrets. These psychological attacks are Donna's specialty, unlike the other lords who rely on physical mutations. Then comes the nightmare fuel. A massive deformed baby starts crawling through the hallways. This hallucination plays on Ethan's fears about Rose, with the creature's cries meant to evoke his daughters. Ethan has to hide in lockers and under beds while this giggling monstrosity with its giant mouth hunts him through the darkened house. He barely escapes by slamming an elevator grate in its face. The living room fills with dolls, and Donna appears briefly in her black mourning clothes and veil. She's been dressed in black since her family died. Speaking through Angie, she challenges Ethan to find her among all the other dolls before they murder him. Each time Ethan finds and stabs Angie, he's actually stabbing Donna herself, as the hallucinations make it impossible to tell them apart. The doll's face splits open, revealing brains and worms, which is delightful, and after the final stab, the illusion breaks. Donna lies dead on the floor in her black mourning clothes, turning to stone and crumbling like the other lords. Her death marks the end of the Beneviento bloodline, descended from Berengario, one of the village's 4 mythical founders.
Don't leave. I can't let you. You're still alive, huh? You better find me cool before my friends murder you. Everything would be better if Rose wasn't born.
Fucking monster.
You're never going to get out of here.
It's over.
A pedestal rises then with the legs flask, and Ethan combines the key he found on Donna's corpse with his 4-wing key, creating the 4-winged unborn key. Back in the village, the enemy population has increased considerably. Ethan finds Joseph Simon's diary, Beneviento's gardener who planted those yellow hallucinogenic flowers by Claudia's grave. The poor man saw visions of his dead wife, and Donna promised he could see his family again. None of her playmates ever returned from the estate, which tracks with what we just experienced. We then see Ethan entering the reservoir area and immediately getting his leg chomped by a Varkalak. He finds Julian's corpse with a final note about trying to protect Louisa, who was already dead by then. The monster was toying with him, demonstrating their sadistic intelligence. Ethan finds a grenade launcher and uses it to explain to the creature why it should leave him alone. It takes 6 rounds to get the message across. In the mines, Ethan sneaks up and grabs the arms flask right in front of Salvador Moreau, one of the 4 lords and descendant of another founding family. Moreau's severe Cato mutations left him looking like a humanoid fish who can transform into a massive aquatic creature. He's desperately loyal to Miranda, constantly seeking approval despite being treated with contempt by everyone, especially Lady Dimitrescu, who looked down on him. Moreau explains that Mother wants her baby back, referring to Eva, Miranda's daughter who died in the Spanish flu pandemic over a century ago. He blocks Ethan's escape with slime and transforms into a giant toadfish monster. Ethan escapes to find a boat, learning from a note that Hans was eaten by a giant fish, which was actually Moreau in his transformed state. At the reservoir, Ethan runs into Chris Redfield and his Hound Wolf squad analyzing mold samples. Chris had been hunting Miranda for 3 years after going rogue from the BSAA, who he no longer trusts after they covered up the Baker House incident. The confrontation is tense, as Ethan still thinks Chris killed Mia. Before Chris can explain, Moreau crashes the party in his giant toad form, breaking through the dock and sending Ethan into the water. Moreau mentions Miranda is already preparing the ceremony, the ritual to resurrect Eva, using Rose as a vessel at the ceremony site. He's pathetic in his desperation for Miranda's love, vomiting and crying about why Mother doesn't love him. The exit is apparently underwater, so Ethan needs to drain the reservoir to escape, which requires restoring power to the dam. The power restoration sequence involves running around flooded villages while Moreau tries to eat him, shouting things like, "Watch me, mama," and "I'll do better next time." We find Moreau's diary written in childlike language, describing his experiments putting Cato in villagers' stomachs. Most died, one became a lichen, and he kept requesting more test subjects from Miranda, failing to create the strong vessels she wanted. Ethan uses mills and cranks to restore power, drains the reservoir, and faces Moreau in the now exposed village. The boss fight is both tragic and disgusting. Moreau toots as an attack, begs to know why everyone hates him, and insists he's not stupid while desperately trying to make Mother Miranda proud. His position as the most pathetic of the 4 lords is pretty self-evident. The fight ends when Moreau drops live wires into the remaining water, accidentally creating the means of his own destruction. Ethan takes advantage of this, and another lord bites the dust. Among the vile remains, Ethan finds Crystal Moreau and comments that he was as disgusting in death as he was in life.
in death as he was in life. Disgusting.
In Moreau's lair, we find a diary that's basically a mental breakdown on paper. He understands that Rose is meant to resurrect Miranda's real child Eva, and the realization that he's not actually her child sends him into a spiral of no's repeated over and over. The poor guy figured out that once Eva returns, Miranda will abandon all the four lords who were just failed experiments in her century-long search for the perfect vessel. Ethan then finds another key piece, creating the six-winged unborn key, when a TV turns on showing Heisenberg's horse in a horseshoe symbol. Karl Heisenberg, the fourth and most dangerous lord, starts chatting with Ethan through the screen. Unlike the others who tried to kill him immediately, Heisenberg's testing whether Ethan's strong enough to be an ally. He tells Ethan to get his flask from the stronghold and head back to the graveyard. Afterwards, Ethan faces Urias again, that giant hammer-wielding Lycan from the beginning who survived their first encounter. After defeating him, Ethan finds the torso flask and gets a vision of the four lords standing around baby Rose as she cries. Heisenberg continues his TV commentary, telling Ethan to put all the flasks in the altar. The Hound Wolf squad left behind some interesting analysis on a laptop. They've confirmed the mold in Louisiana originated from the village's fungal root. The connections got samples from Miranda in 2000, along with an embryonic clone of Eva, which they used to create Eveline. The Black God apparently functions as data storage, preserving the consciousness and memories of everyone it consumes, which is how Miranda plans to resurrect Eva. We also find Miranda's experiment logs, including one for Alcina D, which is Lady Dimitrescu at age 44. Most subjects either died or became Lycans, with sent to the pasture being Miranda's charming euphemism for dumping them in the stronghold. Ethan places all four flasks at the Giant's Chalice, which activates ancient machinery and raises a bridge to Heisenberg's factory. Inside, he finds a wall covered with photos of villagers, including one of Mia, actually Miranda in disguise during her infiltration of the Winter's household. Heisenberg makes his pitch. He wants to team up with Ethan to save Rose, then use her power to grind Miranda into paste. He reveals the truth about the four lords, taken as children or young adults, infected with cautoparasites, and forced to serve Miranda for decades while she searched for Eva's vessel. The fights with the other lords were all a test orchestrated by Miranda to see if Ethan was strong enough to be part of her family.
Don't you get it? It's a test. To see if you're strong enough to be a part of Miranda's family.
I don't want to be a part of Miranda's family.
Neither did I, but here we are. And I'm next in line, right? Kill me, move up the chain. Well, fuck that!
I don't give a damn about your personal issues. I just want to fix my daughter.
So do I. Do you have any idea how powerful that kid is? Even Miranda's scared of her. Last time, you freak, I swear to God! You and me, Ethan. Together, we go save Rose, and we can use her to grind Miranda into paste.
My daughter is not a weapon.
When Ethan refuses to use Rose as a weapon, Heisenberg drops him into a hole with Sturm, a soldat with a propeller engine grafted into its chest cavity, essentially making it a living chainsaw. Ethan escapes through a garbage chute into the scrapyard where, surprise, the Duke has set up shop again. The factory is full of Heisenberg's experiment logs documenting his soldat development. Version 1.0 was just a corpse with a Kato replacing its heart. By version 1.15, he'd added drill arms and Kato reactors, creating machines that could destroy 3 Lycans in 1 minute. These are the fruits of his power, an army he's been building to finally gain freedom from Miranda after decades of humiliation. Heisenberg's backstory is tragic in its own way. Unlike Moreau, who desperately sought approval, or Dimitrescu, who clung to aristocratic delusions, Heisenberg sees clearly that they're all just prisoners in Miranda's twisted family roleplay. He wants nothing more than freedom, and he's willing to use anyone, including a baby, to get it. The strong destroy the weak, he says, and Ethan should never have refused him. Ethan calls Heisenberg a freak and continues to explore the factory. Ethan runs into another propeller chest guy, Sturm, and has to run for his life again. Heisenberg continues his loudspeaker monologue about how Miranda thinks they're nothing but children and has lost all her humanity. Ethan finds a medical log where Heisenberg's recording his 18th attempt at reviving corpses. This time it's Oscar, the stable boy, who fell down a well while drunk. Heisenberg removes the heart and organs, implants a control device and Kato parasite, then passes 6,600 volts through the brainstem. When it works, he's ecstatic about finally creating something that can help him get back to Miranda. There's also a note about Sturm being a complete failure, who managed to chop his own arms off with his propeller and has overheating issues. Heisenberg's diary reveals he knows about Ethan's quote-unquote interesting body. He mentions Miranda can turn into anyone using the megamycete, which is another name for the fungal root that gave her those shape-shifting abilities. The diary shows just how much Heisenberg hates Miranda for taking his dignity and forcing him to serve her for decades. Next, the confrontation between Ethan and Heisenberg gets wild. Heisenberg transforms into a massive mechanical monstrosity by using his electromagnetic powers to merge with all the metal in his factory. He pushes Ethan to the lower levels where Chris Redfield shows up and disarms our boy with some therapeutic kicks to really drive the point home. Chris finally explains the truth. The Mia he shot wasn't Mia at all, but Miranda using her shape-shifting abilities. She'd been living with the Winters, successfully pretending to be Mia while caring for Rose. Chris didn't tell Ethan because he thought he might be compromised and would prioritize keeping Rose safe. The real Mia has been in prison this whole time.
I told you to leave it alone, Ethan! You are in the way.
What do you care, Chris? You killed my wife, you son of a bitch!
You think I killed Mia? That wasn't her. It was Miranda.
What?
She's a bioweapon. She changed her appearance and pretended to be Mia. Seems she also survived being shot, so now I'm here to finish the job.
Bullshit! Why don't you fucking tell me right away?
Because I knew you would want to be involved! And this job is hard enough without civilians getting in the way.
Chris then gives Ethan a tank made from a metal polymer composite that Heisenberg can't control with his powers, specifically chosen to counter him. While Chris plants explosives in the factory, Ethan takes the tank up to face Heisenberg. The boss fight is Ethan in a tank versus Industrial Voltron Heisenberg, who's ranting about being a freedom fighter and how he'll use Rose to become more powerful than ever. During the fight, Heisenberg calls Chris a boulder-punching a-hole, a reference to Chris literally punching a boulder during Resident Evil 5. When explosions start going off in the factory, destroying Heisenberg's metal army, he gets desperate. His final words are about how he must kill Miranda, and with his death, all 4 ancient bloodlines descended from the village's founders have ended.
You really should have taken my deal. That boulder. You really should have taken my deal. You'll meet foes in the afterlife. Rose's power is one. Right after I murder Miranda. This can't be the end for me! I must kill her!
After the fight, Ethan sees what looks like Mia holding a baby. But surprise, it's Miranda again, revealing she'd been impersonating Mia in their home. She explains that Rose is Eveline's successor, her allegedly true complete form who will grow to fully control the masses. The Connections had created Eveline using mold samples and an embryonic clone of Eva that Miranda provided back in 2000. Miranda transforms between her various forms, Mia, the old woman with the staff, while explaining that the Megamycete catalogs everyone's consciousness. She plans to overwrite Rose's consciousness with Ava's, which has been preserved in the fungal network since 1919. She calls Ethan truly a special case, but says his worth as a lab rat has run out. Then she rips Ethan's heart out of his chest, just like that. Miranda leaves with Rose to complete her ceremony at dawn, confident that Ethan is dead and will join the Megamycete's records. She's waited over a century for this moment to resurrect her daughter.
Miranda! You coward! Come out and face me!
Don't worry. Your death will come quick. You will join the Megamycete's records. I will make sure to sample your blood for later. Once dawn breaks, the ceremony will be complete, and I will become her true mother, bound for eternity in blood. I've waited so long. But dreams really can come true. Vessel or not, I can't wait to see my true child again.
We then switch perspectives to Chris Redfield and the Hound Wolf Squad. Night Howl confirms Ethan's death over radio but couldn't retrieve the body. Chris is frustrated. He's been hunting Miranda for 3 years since the BSAA covered up the Baker House incident. The BSAA has already sent forces to the village, but Chris doesn't trust them anymore, calling the organization rotten and ruined. Next, the Hound Wolf Squad assembles. Night Howl, Lobo, Tundra, Umber Eyes, and K9, who are tasked with investigating what the BSAA is doing.
So BSAA got here already? They didn't waste any time?
Mission adjustment?
No, doesn't change anything. Terminate Miranda and rescue Rose. That's the mission. And failure's not an option.
Let's have some fun, people. Like old times.
Move out.
Roger.
Okay.
They mention it's been a while since they fought together, with the last time being the desert, referring to a Mojave Desert mission in 2014. We then see Chris and the squad discussing Miranda's abilities. Taking 5 shots to the head and walking it off is impressive even by bioweapon standards. That's what over a century of mold infection gets you. The squad watches BSAA forces getting grabbed by massive roots from the fungal root that's been growing under the village for millennia. As Miranda's ceremony approaches, the ancient organism is waking up and expanding rapidly through the village. Chris and his team push through the burning village, which is basically done for at this point. By February 10, 2021, nearly everyone was already dead anyway, thanks to Miranda and her lords going on a killing spree after securing Rose. The fungal root is releasing infectious spores, so everyone keeps their masks on while fighting through waves of lichens that just keep coming from the mold itself. Lobo sets up artillery support while Tundra leaves supplies in houses. Chris marks targets with a laser designator, and Lobo gleefully blows up what appears to be one of the Lord's domains being consumed by roots. The squad confirms that this mold is the original source. The Connections extracted samples from here in 2000 to create Eveline after performing genome editing on it. Chris encounters a massive root monster wielding a morning star, basically the fungal root's bouncer. After a tough fight with Lobo providing aerial bombardment, Chris finds the Megamycete itself, the core of the Black God that Miranda discovered in 1919 after Eva died. This thing has been preserving consciousness and DNA of everyone who died in the region for millennia. Chris plants an N2 explosive with enough juice to blow the whole village sky high, but he's not leaving until Miranda's dealt with personally.
I found it. It's the Megamycete. Alpha to squad. I've located the Megamycete.
So now we can end this mess after all.
About damn time. N2 explosives armed. There's enough there to blow the whole village sky high.
Let's get out of here and blow the damn place.
Not before I end Miranda. I'm not taking any more chances. I'm going in.
Roger that. Standing by.
In Miranda's laboratory, Chris finds detailed notes on all 4 lords. Moreau had low brain function and transformed uncontrollably into a giant fish. Dimitrescu needed regular consumption of human flesh and blood due to her hereditary disease. Heisenberg had electric organs like an electric ray that let him control magnetic fields. Donna was mentally underdeveloped and divided her Kato among dolls to control them remotely. Despite their powerful mutations and ancient bloodlines, all were deemed unfit vessels for Eva. The biggest revelation comes from a letter by Oswell E. Spencer, co-founder of Umbrella Corporation. Turns out Spencer studied under Miranda as a medical student 15 years before founding Umbrella. He was inspired by her mold research to pursue viral bioweapons instead, believing viruses would be better for exponential infection. Spencer wanted to change the world while Miranda just wanted her daughter back, a fundamental difference in their mad scientist philosophies. Miranda's diary lays out her whole century-long plan. After Eva died in the Spanish flu, Miranda wandered into a cave to die from grief and accidentally discovered the megamycete. When she touched it, she gained knowledge that it preserves consciousness of the dead. She spent the next 100 years experimenting on villagers, creating the Kado parasite, and searching for the perfect vessel. The connections approached her around 2000, and she gave them mold and Eva's DNA, which they used to create Eveline, a defect in Miranda's eyes, but useful because it led her to learn about Rose through a BSAA data leak. Chris then finds the real Mia imprisoned in Miranda's dungeon. She's been experimented on, probably so Miranda could maintain her disguise better. When Chris tells her Ethan's dead, Mia protests that he doesn't understand how special Ethan is.
Ethan is gone. I couldn't save him, but I can save Rose.
What do you mean he's gone?
He's dead. I'm sorry, Mia, but we have to leave. We have to destroy this village.
No! You're wrong. I tried to keep this a secret, but... you don't understand how special he is.
We then see Ethan, who is waking up in the snow because having your heart ripped out is apparently just a minor inconvenience for him. He hears Eveline laughing, and she drops the truth bomb. He's been dead since Jack Baker stomped his head in 3 years ago. The mold brought him back, and he's been walking around as a fungal zombie this whole time without knowing it. His body starts falling apart now that he's aware of the truth. His hand literally begins decaying. But our boy's determination to save Rose keeps him going.
You can't ever see your family again.
Family. Family. No. Rose. I have to save my daughter.
You're already dead. Dead!
I will save Rose!
The Duke picks him up in his carriage and takes him to the ceremony site, casually mentioning that Ethan can't return to his old world anymore, now that he knows what he is. At the ceremony, Miranda's trying to shove Eva's consciousness into Rose's body, but Rose is fighting back because she's more powerful than Miranda expected. Chris shows up and shoots Miranda in the head, Ethan grabs Rose, but Miranda gets back up. Miranda transforms into her final boss form, sprouting wings and going full biblical angel of death. She reveals she orchestrated everything, using Ethan to kill the 4 lords who'd become liabilities. The boss fight has Miranda ranting about waiting a century for this moment, while Ethan points out she's not capable of real love, which hits harder than any bullet. After defeating Miranda, Ethan starts turning to stone like the other bioweapons. He gives Chris his yellow jacket to give to Rose and takes the detonator, telling Chris to watch over his daughter.
I've spent a lifetime creating this moment, and you try to take it away from me. I will take what is due. My desires will be fulfilled! Rose is mine!
What the fuck?
This is how you end evil leaders. To ensure I never see your face. My daughter! My Eva!
Ethan walks back toward the ceremony site and triggers the explosion, sacrificing himself to destroy the village and the Megamycete. On the helicopter, Mia realizes what happened when she sees the explosion. Chris discovers the BSAA sent bioweapons instead of soldiers. Their people have blue skin because the organization has gone completely off the rails. He orders the squad to head to BSAA Europe HQ because someone's going to pay for this betrayal.
Tell me what's going on. Where? What was that?
I told you to sit down. I'm sorry.
Captain, you need to see this. BSAA didn't send soldiers. This is a bioweapon.
What the hell were they thinking?
Orders, Captain.
Pick up the rest of the squad. Plot a course for BSAA Europe HQ. Someone's gotta pay.
The credits show the complete Village of Shadows story, a father sacrificing himself to save his daughter from a witch, paralleling the Winters family's journey perfectly.
Gifts we gave, but more you took, she snarled. So more in turn is due. In a blink, the girl was trapped inside a mirror. Her parents, though, had searched all day and at last arrived. With rampant rage, father fought the witch, while mother's loving touch shattered the dark enchantment. But the witch was strong, and father yelled, "Save our daughter!" So mother bore their child to safety as the forest was consumed. Even now, the burnt forest is a grim reminder of father's sacrifice. To this day, any child who stares too long into the charred wasteland will be haunted by nightmares of getting lost while picking berries.
And that brings us to the end of Resident Evil Village. The story how our moldy dad saved his crystallized baby from a century-old grief-stricken witch who inspired the entire Umbrella Corporation, all while being technically dead the whole time.
I'm coming with you.
We can talk. What do you want to know?
I don't want any more regrets. Whatever it takes, count me in.
Hey there, friends! We are now diving into the last entry of the video, Resident Evil Requiem, the 9th mainline entry in Capcom's long-running survival horror series. Released in 2026, Requiem is set 28 years after the destruction of Raccoon City and follows two protagonists whose stories intertwine across a harrowing investigation into a string of mysterious deaths. On one side, we have Grace Ashcroft, an introverted FBI analyst, and the adopted daughter of Resident Evil outbreaks, Alyssa Ashcroft, and on the other, we have the legendary Leon S. Kennedy, now a battle-worn DSO agent decades removed from the rookie cop who barely survived Raccoon City. So when you are ready, grab a cookie and hot chocolate, sit back, and let's return to Raccoon City one last time. Our story kicks off in an FBI field office where Grace Ashcroft is tasked to investigate the mysterious deaths of Raccoon City survivors due to some form of late-onset T-virus infection. Her boss, Nathan Dempsey, delivers the bad news. This was the 5th death in the hotel, and all the bodies exhibited the same bruise. The crime scene is the long-abandoned Wrenwood Hotel, where her mother Alyssa was killed 8 years prior. Of all the hotels in the world, it had to be that one. Dempsey frames it as an opportunity for Grace to confront her trauma head-on.
If this is about the report you asked for yesterday, it'll be ready in 3. No, 2 days, tops.
Put a hold on that for now. We found another body. One that exhibits the same pathology as the others we've been investigating. Now, I need a good technical analyst on this.
Okay.
I need your eyes on the crime scene. The Wrenwood Hotel. Look, I know that's where your mother was murdered. And I know it'll be upsetting for you. Alyssa died 8 years ago. Perhaps it's time for you to face the past.
Grace arrives in the town of Wrenwood. On the walk to the hotel, she picks up a city guide and notices missing persons posters, 2 women and an elderly couple, which is not exactly reassuring. A flustered Grace shows her identification to the officer on scene, who leads her toward the building. She makes her way through the scaffolding around the back. Inside, the hotel is pitch black. She struggles to collect herself, being in a place with such personal history. Grace comes across a photo of herself taped on the bar. She flips it over to find an old key and a message. Grace makes her way to the room. Inside, on the bed, there are several pictures of Grace and Alyssa, dozens of photos spanning years. Someone's been watching this family for a very long time. She picks up a picture of herself, which triggers a flashback to 2018, the night everything went wrong. In the flashback, we see Grace in this same hotel room. Alyssa entered without knocking, smiled wearily, and tried to send her daughter to bed. The phone rang suddenly. Someone asks for Miss Ashcroft, then hangs up immediately. The lights go out. Alyssa knows what this means. She grabs a pistol from her bag, hands Grace a flashlight, and tells her to stay quiet.
Oh, it's really coming down hard.
Mom, phone. Mom.
It's right beside you.
Hello?
Miss Ashcroft?
Yes.
Who was it?
Dunno. They asked for Miss Ashcroft and then they hung up on me.
Rude.
What the?
They're coming. Grace, we need to go.
Go where? Mom, what's going on?
Hurry.
Wait, who's coming? What's wrong?
Shh. We need to keep our voices down.
This is ridiculous.
Come on.
They hurried downstairs and ran into an elderly hotel employee, a portly, gray-haired man in a suit, who apologized about the power outage. Before he could finish his sentence, a hooded figure suffocated the man with a plastic bag over his head and slit his throat. Alyssa opened fire on the attacker. The two fled deeper into the hotel. Alyssa hid something behind a painting, and they took shelter in another room. Grace frantically called the police and reported the incident. Alyssa calmed Grace down, made her count her breaths, and called her daughter her hope. She asked Grace to always remember that. Before Grace could understand what her mother meant, the hooded figure appeared from the darkness again. Alyssa was fatally stabbed by the hooded man, leaving Grace traumatized. The attacker himself then collapsed, knocking over a lamp that set the room on fire.
We can come back for it later, Grace.
I do it wrong!
Found you.
The flashback then ends, and we're back in the present day. Grace heads back down to the lobby and looks behind the painting from the flashback. Behind it is a leather pouch containing Alyssa's journal, where she notes seeing a hooded man stalking her in the days before the murder. She'd been planning to leave the hotel to protect her daughter. There's also an unmarked data disk, the contents of which Grace can't access yet. The moment Grace pockets the disk, things go sideways. The policeman who had let her in appears right in front of her. He is holding his neck, complaining of burning, and then his body begins to break. His teeth fall out, his eyes go dark, the officer is transforming into an infected. He's got a shotgun, and Grace's jacket is caught on the luggage cart. She dodges the bullets while trying to break free. Eventually, Grace knocks back the officer and grabs an emergency exit key that he dropped. The officer gets back up, so she fights back, and all she has access to is a fireplace poker, not exactly a standard FBI loadout. Despite stabbing him in the eye, he takes a chunk out of her arm. Grace runs up the stairs, but the officer catches up with her again. She manages to throw him out of a window. Grace hears music, which she follows down a hallway. Inside this room, she meets Victor Gideon. We finally meet the man behind the curtain, a former Umbrella Corporation researcher, the same individual responsible for her mother's death. Gideon cuts off her airway, rendering her unconscious.
Hello?
It hasn't been easy. But after much effort, here we finally are.
Who are you?
I'm the one who planted that body. I'm the one that brought you here. I know now that you're the one that I've been searching for. The special one. The chosen one. Miss Ashcroft.
He carries an unconscious Grace out of the hotel down the street. The perspective now shifts, and we get our first look at the one and only Leon Kennedy, who's no longer the rookie cop from Resident Evil 2 or the cocky agent from Resident Evil 4. He is at a crime scene where we find out that 6 survivors of Raccoon City have all died from the same thing. Leon is supported by Sherry Birkin, a fellow DSO agent whom he rescued from Raccoon City's destruction when she was a child. The two of them have been investigating the same string of mysterious deaths that sent Grace to Renwood, and for good reason, since they too are exhibiting symptoms. That's right, both Leon and Sherry are slowly dying from whatever killed those Raccoon City survivors. He gets briefed on Victor Gideon and the missing police officer at the Renwood Hotel.
6 survivors of Raccoon City, all dead from the same thing.
Yeah, that's not good.
No, it's not.
But I have something for you. The team has settled on a person of interest. Someone with ties to Umbrella. Victor Gideon.
Leon spots Gideon carrying Grace on his shoulders, casually walking out of an alleyway onto a fairly populated street. Gideon catches sight of Leon and decides the best exit strategy is biological warfare. He unloads the virus into half a dozen members of the public to cover his escape. Civilians start transforming into mutants right then and there. Leon starts shooting down the people Gideon just turned into zombies. Leon finds a Requiem revolver. It's extremely powerful and can eliminate most infected in a single shot, but ammo is devastatingly scarce. Leon goes after Gideon, pedestrians flee in every direction, but ultimately he loses Gideon's trail. But Sherry is able to track him to his clinic, the Rhodes Hill Chronic Care Center. Leon heads to the facility. Back to Grace's perspective, she wakes up hanging upside down and tied to a table in what turns out to be an examination room. She's been hooked up to IVs draining her blood. Gideon's already been running tests on her. She frees herself, and the first thing she finds is a clipboard of progress notes on a nearby table that paints a dark picture of what's been happening in this facility. The blood extractions, the testing. The Rhodes Hill Chronic Care Center is a massive, sprawling complex, and Grace has to navigate it with almost nothing. She heads out into the dark hallway, makes her way to the reception area, and reaches the prep room where she picks up an empty bottle, one of her key tools for distraction. Shortly after, she finds a lighter, which becomes her lifeline. Grace can use it to illuminate dark areas, but there's a catch. The light also attracts attention from things she really doesn't want finding her. The Shadow Ghost, more commonly known simply as the Girl, is a great big lumbering scare on legs. This massive childlike monster stalks Grace through walls and ceilings, functioning like a persistent pursuer in the tradition of Mr. X and Lady Dimitrescu, except Grace has almost no way to fight back. The most important rule is to stay in the light. Lights on means safety, and lights off means dinner. Grace finds that Gideon moved his research to the Rhodes Hill Hospital, which is a facility that he acquired after the Raccoon City outbreak. Here, he continued his tests with the T-virus on various patients. The facility is full of infected staff and specialized monsters, singers who emit disorienting sounds, and standard zombies that Grace has to creep past using the darkness to her advantage. Jumping to Leon's perspective, when he arrives at Rhodes Hill, things seem oddly normal at first, well minus the doors shutting by themselves. A nurse leads Leon to Dr. Gideon's office, who is here posing as a legitimate doctor, a former Umbrella researcher running a clinic where he's been quietly continuing his experiments. But before Dr. Gideon gets to him, an emergency lockdown procedure activates, and all of the hospital's staff and patients have been infected with the T-virus and turned into zombies. A zombie doctor breaks into the room wielding a chainsaw, a callback to Leon's encounters with chainsaw-wielding ganados in Resident Evil 4. Leon uses his hatchet to attack. Grace and Leon are both in the same building but don't know it yet. Eventually, Leon stumbles across Grace as she was just knocked down by the girl. Leon shoots and kills the girl, saving Grace.
Come on!
Hey, over here.
But right as they try to escape together, Dr. Gideon remotely activates a lockdown protocol, sealing off escape routes and separating the pair. Before Leon leaves to check out a noise, he gives her the Requiem to protect herself. Leon explores down the hall, and Dr. Gideon stops him in his tracks, ready to have a talk. But Leon experiences the same fate Grace did. His airway is restricted and is knocked unconscious. Now, back to Grace's perspective. Grace goes deeper and eventually encounters Emily, a blind child being kept in a confinement cell in the basement, subject to Dr. Gideon's experiments. Grace is warned by a dying admin to stay away from her. Grace can't access Emily right now, so she runs off and makes her way through the facility.
Is someone there? Oh, I'm sorry if I surprised you. Cataracts. You can't see, can you? Who are you? Was there someone in the other cell? Why are you in there? Everyone's gone.
She eventually ends up in a room with Dr. Gideon. He clarifies that he liberated Grace. So here's the thing, Gideon practically worshipped Oswell Spencer and his transfer of mind and memories, the so-called blood memory experiments he conducted. He genuinely believes Spencer engineered Grace to be the key to Elpis, that she has Spencer's memories locked inside her blood, and that her entire life as a normal FBI analyst was essentially a waste of her true purpose. Grace doesn't want any part of their world, so she runs off, escaping what he believes to be her fate, for now. Grace needs Emily's ability to read Braille, so she makes her way back to the basement to get Emily out of the chamber. Grace carries her on her back through the facility as she fends off the infected along the way. Grace sits Emily in the office to read the Braille and deals with the threat in the meantime. Emily finds a star quartz, the last one Grace needs to unlock the exit. But there's no time to celebrate. That monster from before, the one that is afraid of light, the one that is supposed to be dead, returns. The girl bursts through the wall, grabs Emily and the quartz, and disappears into a dark chasm on the floor. Grace jumps in after them.
Come here. I found this. Well done, Emily. Thank you.
Now back to Leon's perspective, he is sitting tied to a chair in the attic of the medical center. Victor Gideon stands before him. Gideon is eerily calm. He asks Leon why he came, and after Leon insults his breath, he picks up a scalpel and cuts a thin slice across Leon's neck while going on about evolution, progress, and the inevitability of change. But Leon is Leon. While Gideon goes on, Leon cuts the rope with a knife hidden on his belt. He waits for the perfect moment, then kicks Gideon in the stomach and throws him back. Gideon, without continuing the fight, descends from the attic, locking the exit behind him and taunting Leon. With the stairs sealed, Leon has to find another way out. He pushes deeper into the attic. On a desk, he finds medical records for a subject named Thomas K. Jackson, who experienced increased appetite and rapid weight gain. It doesn't take long to figure out what happened to Thomas. Leon exits the attic and drops a ladder down to the chairman's office. Leon makes his way to the 3rd floor of the West Wing, heading for Gideon's office. The office is littered with bloody bodies. Right on cue, the corpses begin rising, some mutating into blister heads. Leon fights through the wave, then finds a painting behind Gideon's desk concealing a hidden lever. Pulling the lever opens a secret elevator, but it rises too slowly, and more infected pour in while Leon waits. He holds them off until the elevator arrives. At the top is Gideon's private office, the real one, not the public-facing chairman's suite downstairs. Leon updates Sherry, and she gains access to Gideon's computer. Documents from the medical center, files from the Defense Department, and research reports flash on the monitor. Here, Leon uncovers critical intel about his mysterious illness and a cryptic code word, Elpis, and a picture of Grace pops up. He doesn't know what it means yet, whether it's a weapon, a cure, or something else entirely. But it's clearly what Gideon has been working toward, and it's connected to Grace. The files hint at a deeper conspiracy linking Umbrella, the government, and the survivors of Raccoon City.
Bingo. I have the IP address. Just give me a minute. And I'm in.
Okay, hit me.
Sherry.
You're killing me.
I found some information about our illness. Our symptoms confirm a T-virus infection.
Oh, fuck. Wait, at least we're in it together.
Right.
All right, what do we got? Elvis. Grace. What's she got to do with this?
Grace is in the basement now, and Emily is still in the girl's hands. Time to go get her. The basement is dark, dank, and very creepy. Grace's objective is straightforward. Find Emily, who was dragged down here by the girl. The solution is anything but. Grace must find and insert 3 joint plugs to restore power in the basement and unlock the holding cells where Emily is being kept. With all 3 joint plugs finally in hand, Grace returns to the holding cells and sockets them in. Grace frees Emily, but more shenanigans ensue, because of course they do. Grace has to carry Emily to the elevator while the girl closes in from behind. It's a mad sprint through zombie-filled corridors with no way to fight back. Grace desperately clears the crate holding the elevator doors open as the girl lunges at them. The girl attacks them from the top of the elevator, and Grace has to fend her off until they reach their floor. The elevator plummets with the girl inside. They make it barely. Grace and Emily escape the basement and return to the main floor of the care center with the quartz cube in hand. Grace slots it into the main door and walks outside for the first time in what feels like forever. Outside, Grace meets Harry near a helicopter. He tells her she needs the helicopter key, which is hidden in the courtyard's visitor building. He has a bad leg, so he can't get it himself, but he offers to protect Emily while she gets the key. Inside the building, Grace finds a wine bottle puzzle. Rotating the label reveals a double helix model hidden inside. She places it on a plinth in the center of the room, and the whole room descends like an elevator to a secret lab underneath the care center courtyard. Because of course there's a secret lab. This underground facility contains the private lab where Grace finds the helicopter key, a Grace Ashcroft blood analysis report, and files labeled Spencer's Research, more breadcrumbs about Elpis and its connection to Grace specifically. This is what Gideon has been running with as his guide for studying Grace's blood, draining her blood. Grace hides as she hears Gideon talking on the phone down here. He confirms what he was looking for has been found in the blood and Elpis will soon be his. Gideon is a little too pleased with himself and initiates the self-destruct protocol to eliminate evidence of the tests. Alarms sound and Grace has to evacuate as the lab floods with zombies emerging from containment tanks. Grace climbs out and runs for the helicopter with Emily, but the zombies have followed her. Zombies swarm the courtyard from all directions. They try to leave via the helicopter but end up crashing since the zombies weighed it down. Emily is hurt.
You get it?
Yeah. Oh my god.
What the fuck did you do?
Reese? Reese, what's happening? It's okay, Emily. I'm here. Emily, it's gonna get a little bumpy. I'm right next to you.
No, lady, I'm gonna need you up front.
No, it's okay, I'm alright.
Come on.
Oh, there are so many of them.
Strap in.
Oh, come on!
What's it look like I'm doing? No shit! Hold tight, I'm taking off! Get off me! Get the fuck off me!
The perspective is back to Leon, who is at the top of the care center with a brand new toy, a sniper rifle. He sees the helicopter crash and is ready to help. His job is to provide cover fire as Grace carries Emily across the open ground toward a chapel. Once Grace reaches the chapel, Leon drops down and joins her. He then faces a fight against a Blisterborn, a massive mutated zombie covered in tumorous cysts, alongside waves of regular infected in a chapel that's gradually catching fire. After the chapel fight, it's back to Grace's perspective again. She carries Emily into the water treatment plant, a flooded underground facility connected to the care center. Grace sets Emily down in a safe room and discovers that she needs to open the roof hatch to let in natural light to finish the girl once and for all. To do this, she must descend to the lowest part of this area and restart 3 power distribution units. This is the final showdown, with the girl. Each power distribution unit is in a different section, the chemical treatment, control room, and storage area rooms, and the girl actively hunts Grace through all of them. The control room is particularly nasty. When Grace tries to use the crank lever, the girl appears and throws her against the window away from the console. A well-placed Requiem shot stuns her long enough to try again. Once all 3 power distribution units have been activated, Grace makes her way back up the elevator and activates the roof hatch. Sunlight pours into the water treatment plant. The girl, the shadow monster that has stalked Grace through the entire care center, finally disintegrates and dies. Grace runs back to Emily, but the relief doesn't last. Leon, Grace, and Emily are ready to escape Rhodes Hill together, but Emily is hurt so badly T-virus infection is triggered and mutates her into a monster.
Come on! Emily! I failed you. Ellie! Ellie! It's me, I'm right here. You okay? You okay?
Now to Leon's perspective. Leon has to shoot at the mutated Emily. There's no other option. Leon fires, targeting non-vital areas to subdue rather than kill her, a detail that becomes important, but the damage is done. The little blind girl Grace fought through an entire nightmare to save has become the very thing they are running from. Blaming herself for once again failing to save an innocent life, she tosses the Requiem Magnum back to Leon and walks off, having lost the will to go on. The infection is spreading in Leon and he coughs up blood. A distraught Grace leaves the facility with Gideon and his benefactor, a Connections representative named Zeno. She goes willingly, not because she trusts them, but because she has nothing left. Rhodes Hill is over, and the next stop is Raccoon City.
Elpis is within reach, Grace. I'd like you to come with me.
Come with you.
Well, you feel lost, but you're not. You're exactly where you need to be.
I've been waiting for you, Grace.
Who are you?
Raccoon City. You're the reason for its destruction, but you're also the key to building a brave new world. You're the final piece. Let us show you your true purpose.
With Rhodes Hill behind us, pieces of what's really going on are coming together. Let's break it down. Raccoon City Syndrome is a disease caused by a latent strain of the T-virus that has evolved to adapt to its host's antibodies. It was discovered several years after the Raccoon City incident by former Tyrant Project researcher Dr. Victor Gideon. Here's the short version. When the US government nuked Raccoon City in 1998, the survivors who made it out, including Leon and Sherry, weren't entirely clean. An offshoot of the modified Epsilon strain of the T-virus spread throughout Raccoon City, and this variant remained dormant in survivors whose infections had not been completely eradicated. For nearly 3 decades, the virus sat quietly in their bodies, building resistance to their immune systems. Now, it's waking up. The disease progresses in 4 stages. Stage 0 is dormant. The virus remains inactive thanks to specific antibodies, but develops immunity to them over time. Stage 1 sees black marks similar to bruises appear, accompanied by general malaise and coughing. Stage 2 has the marks spreading throughout the body and internal organs, causing numbness and hematemesis. Stage 3 is terminal. The marks darken and cover the entire body with intense pain, extreme fatigue, and uncontrollable vomiting of blood, with death within 1 to 2 hours. Leon is in Stage 2 by this point. He has black blisters on his hand under his glove, which has moved to his neck. This isn't just a mission for Leon. It's a death sentence with a ticking clock. Now let's talk about the other new player at the table, Zeno. Zeno is an agent of the Connections crime syndicate that physically resembles Albert Wesker. And by resembles, I mean the man is wearing Wesker's wardrobe. Slicked back hair, sunglasses, black coat, superhuman speed, bullet-dodging reflexes, the whole thing. It could be implied that Zeno is a clone or imitation of Albert Wesker, and as such, he has all of the same powers and abilities as his predecessor. He also has a massive superiority complex. His entire motivation revolves around his raging narcissism. He desperately wants to prove he is vastly superior to the original Wesker. He's a clone with a god complex trying to out-Wesker, Wesker himself. Zeno works with Gideon within the Connections, the shadowy organization that's been pulling strings behind the scenes of the Resident Evil universe for years. Zeno and Gideon are both convinced that Grace is the key to unleashing Elpis, a mysterious project that Oswell Spencer had been working on. At this point in the story, both villains believe Elpis is some kind of ultimate weapon. Gideon told Zeno that Elpis was a weapon, and Zeno seemed to believe it was specifically a mind control weapon. They may be wrong about what it actually is, but they're right that Grace is the key. So when Grace walks away from the ruined courtyard of Rhodes Hill with Zeno and Gideon after Emily's mutation, she's essentially handing herself over to 2 people who want to crack open her skull for a password she doesn't even know she has. Okay, back to the game. Zeno uses his government connections to end the DSO's investigation. The connections don't just have foot soldiers and bioweapons, they have people inside the US government. Zeno pulls rank, and suddenly Leon and Sherry's entire operation is shut down from above. Their agency is told to stand down. The case is closed. Leon naturally does not stand down. As Leon is driving to Raccoon City, Sherry says that she has been stonewalled when trying to investigate Elpis, but insists that she is going rogue to help. Leon tells her not to do anything too risky. She replies with his own line back at him, "Me, never."
Hey, checking in.
Good timing. Did you find anything on Elpis?
Not yet. Nothing on the servers at the CIA or the Pentagon.
Maybe we need a higher clearance.
I requested one, and I was told to shut down the investigation.
What? Why?
They didn't say. Orders from on high.
Look, we don't need you taking a hit for this. I'll just go it alone.
We're in this together. Till the end. I've always been good at working in the shadows.
Just don't do anything too risky, yeah?
Me? Never.
It's a callback to earlier in the game when Leon's mission control told him the same thing at Renwood, and it works beautifully as a moment between two people who have known each other for 30 years and are both pretending they're not dying. So, Leon being rogue now follows Grace, Gideon, and Zeno toward the ruins of Raccoon City, where he survived his first night as a cop, where he rescued Sherry, where he watched everything go to hell. It hits differently now. The city is a wasteland of collapsed buildings, overgrown rubble, abandoned BSAA camps, and it's where Zeno believes Elpis is stored. It's still crawling with infected, because 3 decades of quarantine have turned the crater into one enormous biohazard incubator. Leon arrives at the ruins of East Raccoon City. Leon's race against his own dying body is about to collide with the ghosts of his past. And somewhere in the ruins, Grace is being led deeper underground by a man wearing Wesker's face, toward a secret that could either save the world or end it. The BSAA apparently had a presence here before things went sideways. Leon turns the lights on at the BSAA central camp and uses it as his safe room. Inside the tent, a note reveals the explosive on the gate is missing 3 detonator parts: a distributor, a signal receiver, and a relay. Once all 3 parts are combined and repaired using a repair kit from the BSAA container at Central Camp, the detonator is complete. Leon plants it on the gate, and the explosion blows the path open. Leon rides into the sunset on a motorcycle or something like that. The bike was sitting inside the BSAA container this whole time, and now it's Leon's ticket to the city center. But getting there isn't a simple road trip. Gideon attempts to intercept Leon with firepower. While Leon is fighting off Garmer, zombie dogs, Gideon himself shows up on his own bike. They have a showdown and play a little game of chicken on their bikes, which sends Gideon and his motorcycle off the elevated road to his apparent death. We say apparent because this is Resident Evil, and the word dead means roughly the same thing as temporarily inconvenienced.
I've had enough of you! I know the feeling! Come on!
Leon now finds himself where it all began, the Raccoon City Police Department, the building where a rookie cop on his first day walked into a nightmare. 30 years later, he's walking back through the same front gate, older, sicker, and running out of time. But now, somewhere inside, Zeno is waiting. It's clear that Zeno beat Leon here, and his arrival is expected. The nostalgia is overwhelming for Leon. There's a welcome greeting for Leon, as other officers were preparing to throw a party for his first day on the job, which was also when the outbreak occurred. He finds Marvin Branag's notebook about the preparations. Mr. Raccoon standees, the red-colored ones, are still in their original spots. And yes, Tofu makes an appearance. The bean-curd fellow wearing a police cap scurries away when Leon walks back and forth in a specific corridor. 30 years and a missile strike, and Tofu is still lurking. After going down memory lane, Leon uses a mechanic jack on the east security door to head through to where Zeno and Grace are. He arrives as Zeno begins revealing what he believes is the truth about Elpis and Grace's origins.
Covert military units from every country on Earth come to Raccoon City for one purpose: to find Elpis.
What is Elpis?
The power to upset the military balance of the world. The last virus, created by Spencer. Designed to control human consciousness.
Mind control?
They couldn't let it be stolen, so they launched the missile strike to hide it.
To hide a virus? Why do something so extreme?
Extreme? Is it? When the president tried to investigate, they had him assassinated. And you are the key to retrieving Elpis.
In a flashback, we're in Raccoon City's infamous orphanage from the perspective of one of Grace's copies, Chloe. She wakes up in a dormitory bed, heads into the hallway, and witnesses other children and the one of the researchers' life. They notice Chloe in charge after her. She hides under her bed, and thankfully the others hear a scream that distracts them. Once they leave, Chloe sneaks downstairs, eventually reaching a hidden area beneath the orphanage. She finds herself in a lab and makes her way to the projector room. The slides reveal fragments of Umbrella's experiments on children, the blood memory project that Gideon was obsessed with, and contextualizes Grace's connection to Spencer and this orphanage. The idea was to create a copy of Grace or Spencer's key to access Elpis. Back in the present, with all this new information, Grace has a panic attack, blaming herself for not only Emily, but for her mom's death, and questions whether she was even her real mom. Leon shows up right as she is having a mental breakdown. Zeno doesn't have time for Leon's nonsense and unleashes a familiar foe, Resident Evil 2's Tyrant, also known as Mr. X. However, this is a new variant, not the original Mr. X, but a recreated version built by the Connections. Zeno storms off with Grace. The Tyrant throws Leon through the wall, and thankfully, the ceiling collapses on Mr. X so he can get away. While Leon heads to the orphanage, the entrance to Ark where Grace is being taken, he mourns his failures. Now, 30 years later, Leon has flashbacks to his meeting with Kendo and his daughter, before noticing the pile of bones in the shed. He vows to protect people, knowing that he had failed decades prior. The police shotgun, Robert Kendo's gun, sits on a shelf waiting for Leon. Outside Kendo's, Leon reaches a supply box near the orphanage entrance. Mr. X returns once again and launches a missile right at Leon. He subsequently mutates. The Tyrant's heart is now exposed on its chest. Its body has further mutated into a Super Tyrant, and a fight ensues. The Super Tyrant is relentlessly aggressive. His primary method of closing the distance is a brutal charging attack. Leon eventually takes down the Tyrant. Leon then pushes past the orphanage and into the tunnels beneath Raccoon City. Leon uncovers the Ark entrance. Ark, a secret Umbrella facility that the Connections took control of. This is where Zeno has taken Grace. This is where Elpis is locked away. And this is where Leon, poisoned, exhausted, and running on borrowed time, has to go next. The guest lounge contains 3 wall-mounted monitors, each displaying files about Ark's bioweapon research and a product catalog. Terminals give more information about these creatures that are now being mass-produced and sold worldwide. Each Garmar is being sold for $30 million, whereas the Plant 43 costs a whopping $100 million. Umbrella didn't just make nightmares, they franchised them. Umbrella didn't leave the Ark undefended. While Leon checks the facility cameras, security is on their way. He makes his way through the facility, fighting off security to reach Grace. But a man in a red-lensed gas mask is waiting. Hunk, is that you? The weapon that he drops, Mortal Edge, is described as a formidable instrument of death that has taken countless lives. How fitting for a guy whose nickname is the Grim Reaper. Leon finally makes it to Grace and Zeno. The code that they have been trying to access is the answer to, what does the creator desire? Only Grace has the answer, and if any wrong answer is input, then the Ark will be destroyed, which means no more Elpis. Leon realizes fighting Zeno is not an option right now, so he Tarzans off the platform with Grace.
Grace, this is where we are. The world is under threat. The technology to control another's will already exists, but it's not efficient at infecting others. I believe Spencer solved that with Elpis. The connection sealed Raccoon City to save it for themselves, and it's been waiting here ever since. This is as far as we could get. If the wrong password is entered, the Ark will be destroyed and Elpis will be lost forever. So tell me, Grace, what's the password?
I don't know.
Of course you do. You're the...
Leon!
Don't embarrass yourself, Mr. Kennedy. You can't beat me.
Aren't we fancy?
You still need me, right?
Come on! Grab time!
They fall to the bottom of the dump, and Leon is well into stage 3 of the transformation now, which means death is imminent, 1 to 2 hours tops. From Grace's perspective, they need to try to stop all of this once and for all. In order to do so, she needs to access the archives where Elpis is supposedly stored and get Leon out of the dump. To get Leon out of the dump, Grace has to navigate to the chemical storage room where Grace gets an override key. For the archives, Grace needs 2 key items, the red Animus orb and the white Noblesse orb. With both orbs placed, the archives door opens. Inside, Grace finds a room of monitors and a central console. Then Grace inserts the floppy disk she's been carrying since the Wrenwood Hotel, the one her mother, Alyssa, left behind the painting 8 years ago. What plays on screen changes everything. Inside are interviews Alyssa held with Spencer, who expresses regret for creating the T-virus and reveals he adopted an infant Grace. Oswell Spencer, the man who co-founded Umbrella, who dreamed of becoming a god through viral engineering, sits in a chair looking frail and broken and tells Alyssa that he's sorry.
What kind of legacy do you want to leave behind?
My research opened Pandora's box, unleashing disaster upon the world.
Except Elpis, the goddess of hope? Or so the myth goes.
A blind hope.
What do you mean?
Humans cannot predict when death will come for them. This is why they have hope. I was wrong, and I am plagued by guilt. Happiness cannot be achieved at the expense of others. I think that's enough for today.
Why did you accept my request for an interview? Who is that? Is that one of your subjects?
Of course not. She was alone in the world. I took her in to make amends. Is she perfectly normal? Just an average child needing a home. She is my hope. Aren't you beautiful? Would you like to hold her?
Grace was just a normal baby, completely unaltered by Spencer or any of his experiments. Grace was a foundling and was considered by Spencer to be his hope. She wasn't a product of the blood memory experiments. She wasn't a weapon. She was just a child that an old man drowning in guilt decided to save. Remember Gideon, the one who believed Spencer's memories were locked inside Grace's blood and the clones to try to get to the key for Elpis? Well, that was all for nothing. Gideon's entire villainous motivation is built on a wrong assumption about a dead man's intentions. And come to find out, Emily was a clone of Grace. Rather than crowning everything Spencer had worked toward, his final project dismantled it. Spencer, who'd lost everything he'd worked for due to both the connections and Alex Wesker, set up Elpis in order to tear the whole thing down. Elpis isn't mind control. It isn't a bioweapon. Spencer developed Elpis as a powerful antigen that can render viral weapons null. It is, at its core, a cure, designed by the man most responsible for the disease. Meanwhile, Leon is not having a great time either. The perspective switches back to him as Grace uses the override key to remove the machinery blocking his path out of the dump. He is noticeably getting worse and worse because of the infection. As Leon goes up the ladder and enters the back room, he gets blurred vision because of the infection. He's running out of time. The path leads to Bioweapon Repository 11, where there's an elevator that requires yet another override key. Eventually grabs the override key from systems management upstairs. Override key inserted, a lockdown triggers. Zombies start breaking through the chambers while Leon waits for the elevator to arrive. Taking the elevator up, Leon now permanently feels the effects of the infection. He ascends the stairs toward the Ark's core. Dying, Leon and Grace reunite in the control chamber. Zeno is already there, waiting.
I don't know the password.
It's okay. Soon left it wide open for us. Any wrong code will do. It'll destroy Elpis.
Let's try.
Grace, whatever it takes. I can buy you some time.
No, I have an idea.
I trust you. I trust you.
So, the prodigal daughter returns.
I know the password.
Fulfill your destiny, and all will be forgiven.
Only if you let Leon live.
Very well.
The terminal asks one question: what does the creator desire? Grace replays the interview of Spencer and her mother's final words in her head. The word Alyssa used before she died. The word Spencer used when he held baby Grace. The password. Elpis means hope, is the Greek goddess who remained in Pandora's box and is associated with the concept of enduring hope for humanity. Two options appear on screen: destroy Elpis or release Elpis. Everything. 30 years of T-virus horror, Leon's infection, Grace's identity, Spencer's final gambit comes down to a single word typed into a keyboard. We have now arrived at the two available endings. Let's take a look at the dark one first. The bad ending? Destruction. Before making the choice, Grace has a mental flashback in which she hears Oswald Spencer's regrets and Leon's direct request to end it all. Leon told Grace to destroy Elpis. Don't let it fall into Zeno's hands. Burn it all. Listening to him and typing destruction into the terminal, this initiates the Ark facility's self-destruct protocol. Zeno realizes that something is wrong and asks Grace what she did. She looks at him and says that she did what she had to. The platform starts falling apart. Explosions rock the central chamber. Zeno grabs hold of Grace, desperate to take revenge on the woman who had destroyed his dreams of world domination. Leon rushes toward him, embedding his axe inside Zeno's body, allowing Grace a split second to shake herself free. Leon shoves Grace onto a bridge above the platform and tells her he'll follow. Leon is happy he managed to save Grace. Before he can say anything else, Zeno takes out his pistol and shoots Leon in the head, killing him.
At least I could save you.
No!
The platform collapses and falls to the ground. Zeno is buried in the rubble. Grace reaches the top of the building as rescue helicopters circle overhead. Her last words echo her deep regret and pain over the numerous lives she could not save. There is no final boss fight. There is no post-credits scene. There's no trophy or achievement for this ending. In this ending, Leon dies, Sherry probably also succumbs to her T-virus infection, Emily stays dead, and Grace gets even more PTSD. Now let's cover the good ending. The good ending, Hope. In this ending, Grace hears her mother, Alyssa Ashcroft, saying she was her hope. This is followed by Oswell's voice saying, "She is my hope." Grace ignores Leon's instructions. She types hope into the terminal. Immediately, the machinery starts whirring and it comes to life. The central cylinder rises, revealing a series of glass vials stored inside. Zeno immediately grabs a vial and injects himself, fully expecting to mutate into an unstoppable tyrant. Instead, the serum completely strips away his powers. The Wesker clone, who spent the entire game dodging bullets and smirking about his genetic superiority, is now just a guy, standing there, confused, suddenly very mortal. Grace then reveals that Elpis was never a new bioweapon, but was a cure developed by Spencer as a means to atone for what he unleashed upon the world. Victor Gideon arrives. He kills Zeno, calling him nothing but an imitation of the original. That line lands with 30 years of franchise weight behind it. Wesker died in a volcano in RE5. His clone dies to a tentacle in a basement. Neither exit was dignified. Grace injects Leon with Elpis. The serum works instantly, purging the Raccoon City Syndrome virus that had been killing him throughout the entire game. Leon is restored to full strength. The man who was coughing blood and stumbling through blurred vision 5 minutes ago stands up, hatchet in hand, and faces the real final boss.
Please know that you are my hope.
She is my hope. A blind hope.
Okay. This is it.
What are you doing, Grace?
Spencer regretted what he did.
Well done.
You promised.
Yes, that I would let him live. Mr. Kennedy, I give you the honor of experiencing my power firsthand.
I'm not sure Elpis is what you think it is. There's nothing special about me. I was never any key. Spencer wanted to make amends.
But you released Elpis. What is it? Tell me!
Leon!
Why? My powers!
Elpis is Spencer's atonement. It's an antiviral.
Amazing. I am humbled by my master's genius.
Your research was wrong. Elpis wasn't a weapon. There was never a key.
Spencer's paper was obviously incomplete. There was no connection between Grace and Emily.
Do you know how much time and money I wasted on this?
Don't you see the genius? With Elpis, all virus-based weapons are useless. The world order will be thrown into chaos.
We wanted a weapon.
Instead, Spencer gave us anarchy. I will carry his torch and bring his vision to life.
You? You and Spencer were a means to an end.
Yet he outwitted you all.
Spencer defied us and paid the price with his life. He was nothing.
You are nothing but an imitation.
It's over, Victor. The Connections is done with you!
We can't let him have it.
Your ignorance is staggering.
It's a cure. Oh, it's working. Leon, it's working. Wake up.
Now, let it all come down. All of it.
Grace, what happened?
After the platform is destroyed and Leon lands safely at the bottom of the Ark, he is attacked by Gideon in his mutated human form. Gideon has been infected with the Nemesis strain virus this whole time. This explains his persistent regeneration throughout the game and why he survived falling. After transforming into a monstrosity, Gideon eventually grabs Leon. After freeing himself, Leon finishes off Gideon by blasting its core with the Requiem, causing the creature to dissipate into a gooey mess. Victor Gideon, the man who kidnapped Grace, who ran the Rhodes Hill experiments, who stalked both protagonists across the entire campaign, who survived 2 falls and a rocket to the face, is finally dead. Leon goes and looks for Grace. However, with the entire structure falling next to them, they start to realize that there's no way out of the situation. Grace and Leon lie down together in the ruins of the facility, accepting their fate, but sunlight bursts through overhead as troops show up to rescue them, courtesy of Chris Redfield. One of the agents, Umber Eyes, delivers a message. Captain Redfield wants to speak with Leon. Chris himself isn't on site, but his Hound Wolf squad is, and that's enough. The epilogue unfolds. Sherry is healing from the virus due to Elpis. Emily has been found and is doing well. Grace is happy with her job back in the FBI office. There are 2 photos on her desk, one with her mom and another with Emily. Grace Ashcroft, the introverted bookworm who couldn't fight, who couldn't shoot, who hid under beds and ran from every threat, ends the game as a mother. Alyssa adopted Grace from Spencer. Grace adopts Emily from the ruins. The cycle of found family continues. A news broadcast reports that a bioweapons lab has been discovered beneath Raccoon City and that the US president denies all involvement. Nobody believes the denial. Not after 30 years of cover-ups. In a separate post-credits scene, mercenaries arrive at the depths of the crater Ark ruins. One radios in confirming that all BSAA operatives have been eliminated and that they are moving in to retrieve their objective before they send in the wolves. The wolves almost certainly refers to Chris Redfield's Hound Wolf squad. It's not certain as to what this might be. Perhaps it's a fragment of Gideon, Nemesis, or Xeno's magical shades. Whatever these unknown soldiers are retrieving from the wreckage of Ark, it's worth killing BSAA agents over. And that's Resident Evil Requiem. A game about a bookworm and a cop, a dead man's guilt and a Greek word for hope, children hiding under beds and monsters lurking in basements. Leon gets cured, Sherry gets cured, Emily gets saved, Grace gets a family, Spencer somehow gets a sliver of redemption, not because he deserved it, but because a baby he chose not to experiment on grew up to be kind enough to trust his last wish. The password was always hope. It just took 30 years for someone to type it in.
I wish we could have saved Emily.
Grace, I didn't hit any of her vitals. She could still be alive.
What are you saying?
Maybe we can save her.
And that brings us to the end of this absolute marathon. If you're still here, thank you. We've covered every single mainline Resident Evil game from the Spencer Mansion in 1996 all the way to the ruins of Raccoon City in 2026. That's 0 through 9, plus all the remakes, plus Code Veronica, Revelations, and everything in between. Remember to like the video, subscribe if you enjoyed it, and let me know in the comments what your favorite Resident Evil game was. Thanks again for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.